The A781 train you are riding has arrived at the station, please check your ticket and hurry onto the train. Accompanied by the reminder from the mechanical voice of the ticket inspector, a girl about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a blue school uniform, stood panting at the ticket gate. Phew, lucky. I made it. Sui wiped the sweat off her face. She was about to step into the train carriage to avoid the rain, but suddenly, a strong force grabbed her wrist. Startled, she turned around and saw an old man in rags, covered in dirt, holding her wrist tightly. Don't get on the train. Don't get on the train. The old man's eyes were filled with fear, and he occasionally stole glances at the train beside them. Please let go, old man. If this keeps up, I will miss the last train home. Sui frowned and struggled a few times, but could not break free from the old man's grip. The anxiety in her heart grew stronger. She desperately tried to break free but couldn't loosen his hold. With no other option, Sui turned around to see if any strangers nearby could help her. However, in the vast waiting hall, there was no one else besides her and the strange old man in front of her. Sui felt a great deal of frustration. Just as she didn't know what to do, a male attendant suddenly grabbed the old man's thin hand. Excuse me, sir, please don't disturb the other passengers. The attendant forcefully pulled the old man's hand off Sui's wrist. Sui smiled at the attendant and without hesitation, stepped onto the train. Just as the doors were closing, Sui turned her head and glanced at the old man outside one last time. Don't get on the train. Don't get on the train. Everyone on the train is dead. They're all dead. The old man pressed his face against the glass door, his eyes bloodshot, shouting over and over. Sui was startled and stepped back 2 paces. At the same time, the train slowly began to move. Sui's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to walk to the window to see what happened to the old man, a train attendant suddenly tapped her on the shoulder. Excuse me, miss, the train has already started. Please find your seat and sit down, don't walk around. The female attendant had a professional smile on her face, but her skin was unnaturally pale, with no trace of color. Sui felt uneasy under her gaze. She nodded absently and found a seat, sitting down. Once seated, Sui let out a long sigh. She thought to herself that the old man must have been pulled away by the male attendant earlier, so there should be no danger. She casually glanced around the train carriage and confirmed that there were about 20 or so people seated inside. 4 girls were sitting not far from her, all wearing school uniforms like her, probably from the same high school. At this moment, the quiet atmosphere in Sui's ears was finally broken by the sounds of people talking. She let out a breath of relief, took out her phone, and checked the time. It was already 8:30 p.m. Sui unlocked her phone and sent her mother one last message before leaning against the window of the train, slowly falling asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed when Sui suddenly shivered. The temperature inside the train had suddenly dropped drastically, as if they had entered winter, freezing her awake. Sui trembled and casually glanced around the carriage. A strange sense of discomfort quietly rose in her heart. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, but her heart felt uneasy. The next moment, the lights inside the carriage suddenly went out. The empty train was filled with the mechanical voice of the announcer. Dear passengers, the train will soon enter a tunnel. Please remain seated and do not walk around. Sui's eyes widened. She finally realized what was wrong. It was too quiet. The surrounding environment was too quiet. There were not that few people on the train, yet. It's impossible for everyone to stay silent. The surrounding dead silence made people feel eerie. She trembled a bit and took out her phone. After clearly seeing the time on it, Sui's eyes suddenly widened. 12:37 a.m. It shouldn't be. From past experience, she would have already arrived by 9:30, but now it's already midnight, and the train is still moving? Could it be that she missed her stop? She was very anxious in her heart, and just as she was about to stand up and ask the conductor, the voice from the broadcast sounded again. Attention all passengers, the train has entered a tunnel. Please do not move around, do not move around. As soon as the announcement finished, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in Sui's ears. Clack! 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 In the dark environment, this jarring sound suddenly appeared, and Sui felt her heart jump to her throat. Beep beep beep. Accompanied by this sharp sound, the lights in the carriage suddenly turned blood red. Sui squinted her eyes, barely adjusting to the sudden red light. In the empty carriage, a 7 or 8-year-old boy wandered in the middle, with a confused look on his face. His dark eyes occasionally glanced at the people sitting on both sides of the carriage, as if searching for someone. Sui was about to stand up and ask the boy who he was looking for when a conductor dressed in all red walked in from the other end of the train, dragging a heavy metal object with her left hand. The thing made a sharp scraping sound as it passed along the floor. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the conductor would take the boy to the correct seat. However, in the next moment, the conductor's face suddenly showed a strange smile, and she raised her hands and violently lifted a huge knife that she had been dragging on the floor. In Sui's shocked gaze, the conductor, holding the long knife, swiftly and precisely sliced the boy's neck off. Bright red blood gushed out, and the boy's head fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! A sharp scream interrupted Sui's thoughts. Instinctively, she wanted to scream, but the mechanical voice from the broadcast sounded again. The rule breaker has been executed. Please remain quiet, and do not cause unnecessary trouble for other passengers. Sui tightly covered her mouth, trying to suppress the overwhelming fear inside her. The one who screamed was a girl in her 20s. After seeing the bloody scene, she immediately stood up from her seat. The woman, with a terrified look, pointed at the conductor holding the long knife and screamed hysterically. "You crazy person, how dare you kill someone on the train? Let me off, I want to get off." The conductor raised her blood-smeared face and revealed a sinister smile at the woman. She placed her finger on her lips and whispered, "Madam, you shouldn't speak loudly." Then, stepping over the body on the floor, she walked slowly toward the woman in her high heels. Chapter 2, The Rule. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, killing is a crime. Don't come any closer. Don't come closer. Stay away. The woman screamed sharply, and instinctively, she tried to retreat, but in her panic, she stumbled and fell to the ground after only running a few steps. The remaining 10 or so people on the train remained silent, some with terrified faces, some with their eyes closed, but none dared to step forward to help. Watching the red-clad conductor approaching her more and more, the woman struggled to get up from the ground and desperately ran toward the door. However, the train's space was already very limited, and with her terror, she couldn't even stand steady. Sure enough, after running for just a few steps, the woman fell to the ground again. And when she tried to get up again, she looked up and found that the red-dressed stewardess was already standing in front of her. "Dear passenger, please remain quiet." As she spoke, a brilliant smile appeared on the stewardess's face. The next second, with a swift movement, the stewardess raised a long knife in the woman's astonished gaze, directly slicing through her neck. Clang! Blood splattered everywhere, and before the woman could even scream, her head, with a horrified expression, rolled to the ground. The head rolled along the train and eventually stopped right in front of Sui. The woman's eyes were wide open before her death, filled with blood vessels, as if her eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Her mouth was wide open, as if she wanted to say something, but before she could even open her mouth, her head was already chopped off. At that moment, some blood inevitably splattered onto Sui's feet. She clenched her palm tightly, forcing herself not to scream. What is all this? Where am I? This isn't the way home." Sui's heart was already a storm, yet she bit her tongue hard, not allowing herself to make a sound. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor reached Sui's ears. She slowly looked up and saw the stewardess, her face covered in blood, her red uniform dyed even more seductive with the crimson. She stood in front of Sui, smiling at her. "Dear passenger, can you help me pick up this head?" Sui's head suddenly buzzed. She held her steady nerves tightly, so she didn't tremble wildly. At that moment, all the passengers in the carriage turned their heads and stared at Sui. Some of them looked at her with more pity in their eyes. They almost assumed that no matter whether Sui picked it up or not, she would die by the stewardess's knife. Sui took a deep breath, managing to stabilize her emotions that were on the verge of collapsing. She kept thinking about the 2 sentences the announcement had just said. The first was to not move, the second was to not shout loudly. So now, should she pick it up or not? She desperately thought about it but didn't get any hint about the current situation. "Dear passenger, are you unwilling to help me?" Just as Sui hesitated, the stewardess spoke again. Sui looked up and saw her face covered in blood. Although she was smiling, the woman's eyes were extremely cold. To Sui, this smile seemed more like a threat. Sui swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and just as she was about to bend down to pick it up, her head suddenly buzzed. "Don't move! Don't move!" So, is it not moving? Or is it both, whether moving or not, will lead to death? After figuring this out, Sui immediately suppressed the urge to act. She became as still as a piece of wood, completely ignoring the stewardess, not even making a single move. The two of them remained in this deadlock for nearly half a minute. The stewardess showed no intention of leaving, and Sui made no move. Everyone was watching the situation here, but no one dared to say a word. Time passed, and the deadlock continued for another half-minute. Just as Sui's mental defense was about to collapse, the stewardess suddenly moved. She bent down, picked up the head from the ground, and cradled it in her arms. Click-clack. The sound of high heels tapping on the ground slowly faded away from Sui. She took a deep breath, and the cold sweat on her forehead slowly dripped down her cheeks into her neck. Right. I was right. I'm still alive. Sui almost screamed in her mind, barely holding it together. The crew member slowly walked up to the woman, holding her head, dragging her body as she slowly left. On the floor beside her, the little boy's body lay quietly, his head less than 10 centimeters from the corpse, staring silently with wide eyes. The entire train car was filled with the stench of blood, and in the next moment, the red light in the car slowly dimmed, and everything returned to darkness. At this moment, everyone in the train car seemed like puppets, their souls drained, none daring to utter a word, even breathing lightly as if it were terrifying. The train traveled in the dark for a very long time. Long enough that even Sui lost track of how much time had passed. After an unknown amount of time, just when everyone thought they would be forever trapped in darkness, the sound of stumbling footsteps suddenly appeared from one end of the train. At the same time, the extinguished lights suddenly turned on. The white lights flickered on suddenly, blinding everyone, causing them to squint their eyes. But upon seeing what was on the ground, everyone nearly screamed in terror. Standing next to the little boy's body was a middle-aged woman dressed in coarse cloth. Most of the woman's hair had turned gray, and her skin looked like that of a 100-year-old tree, rough and cracked, giving her a terrifying appearance. At that moment, the old woman was lifting the head from the ground and stuffing it into an old burlap sack beside her. The sack was grayish-green, looking very old, large enough to hold over 100 pounds of weight. Once she finished, the old woman shoved the child's body into the sack as well. She moved like an emotionless machine, carrying the sack on her shoulder, never looking back, taking slow, stumbling steps as she left. Wherever she went, there was a trail of blood. At this moment, everyone was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the long silent broadcast suddenly came to life. Dear passengers, welcome aboard train A781. Congratulations to all passengers for surviving the night. This train will reach its final destination in 10 days. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. When night falls, please remain quiet and do not move, patiently waiting for daylight to come. 2. Please do not make direct contact with the train crew. 3. Free food and water will be distributed on the train. Regardless of what passengers receive, they must eat it all. In special circumstances, passengers may request a food change. 4. This train does not make any stops. If passengers see a stop, they must immediately return to their seats and act as if nothing has happened. 5. Apart from passengers, crew members, and other staff, there are no other individuals on this train. If passengers see anyone else, they should ignore them and refuse all their requests. 6. All passengers must obey the crew's instructions unconditionally. Any violations will be subject to judgment. 7. This train cannot guarantee the safety of passengers. In case of any accidents, passengers must handle it themselves, as the train will not intervene. 8. Everything on the train has a dual nature. Please discern carefully. At that moment, Sui finally reacted, wiping her large eyes, her confused mind slowly regaining some clarity. No matter what, I must survive. With this resolve, Sui quickly took out paper and pen from her backpack and began writing down the rules one by one. Chapter 3, The Strange Man. After hearing the rules, the other passengers in the same car as Sui immediately began whispering to each other. So, if we follow the broadcast, we won't die? A shy girl around 16 or 17 years old asked, her eyes turning towards a man in his 20s across from her, wearing a trench coat. The man remained silent. Instead, it was a middle-aged man in his 30s sitting next to her, who, after hearing the girl's words, reached out and patted his own solid chest, looking at the girl with a lewd face. What's there to be afraid of? I told you, as long as you obey, I'll cover you. The girl shrank back timidly and stopped speaking. But the handsome man sitting opposite them never said a word. After Sui's gaze swept past the two of them, it landed on that young man. That young man looked to be only in his 20s, yet the expression on his face carried a maturity beyond his age. At this moment, the man had turned his head to look at the pitch-black train window, always silent, not knowing what he was thinking about. Just as Sui was about to look deeper, the man suddenly noticed her gaze, suddenly turned his head, and met her eyes. Sui's heart gave a start, and she immediately turned her eyes away. She moved her gaze toward the rules on the paper, trying to hide her guilty conscience. Bada, Biada. After a few seconds, a sound of footsteps suddenly rang in Sui's ears. When she raised her head, she saw that same handsome man in a trench coat now standing right in front of her. Sui swallowed uncomfortably, and just as she was about to speak, the man sat down in the seat opposite her. You hello. Sui spoke first, taking the initiative to greet the man, thinking he would say something. But the man only glanced at her lightly, nodded, and then turned his head toward the window. So cold and distant? Sui muttered in a low voice, then followed the man's gaze and turned her head toward the window. But aside from a sheet of pitch-black darkness, Sui could see nothing. So what is there to see out there? Creak. 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 Just then, from the middle of the train corridor suddenly came the sound of old wheels scraping across the floor. Sui's heart jumped, and when she looked up, she saw the old man who had just cleaned up the little boy's corpse now pushing a shabby iron food cart toward them. Passengers, it's time to eat, passengers, it's time to eat. The hoarse voice came from the old man's throat, as if from a broken bellows, making all who heard it feel deeply uncomfortable. At this moment, everyone who had been whispering before immediately closed their mouths. The old man pushed the worn-out cart unsteadily forward. His eyes were empty and numb, without a trace of life. He slowly walked to the people, took out a white plastic box from the lower shelf of the cart, and placed it in front of each person one by one. After handing out the food, the old man slowly walked away toward the other end of the train. Watching his departing back, everyone finally let out a breath of relief. People's faces slowly relaxed as they reached out to open the boxes in front of them. Ugh! Just as Sui's hand touched the box, a sudden gagging sound came from the other end of the train. When everyone looked up, they saw the same middle-aged man who had just sworn he would protect the girl now retching toward the food box in front of him. What the hell is this? Is this even for people to eat? The man roared, and just as he was about to flip the food away, he suddenly seemed to think of something. His hand stopped in midair, withdrew again, and his eyes flashed with a sly light as he looked at the girl next to him. Give me your food box, I'm trading with you. The man glared viciously at the girl, and before he even finished speaking, he directly snatched the food box from in front of her. The girl tried to raise her hand to block him but was shoved down hard into the seat by the man. I gave you face, didn't I? Do you believe I won't kill you right now? You'd better behave, or I swear you won't live past today. The girl fell heavily into the seat, and her eyes instantly turned extremely red. Her lips moved for a long time but not a single word came out. After a while, she slowly climbed up, biting her lip and took the lunchbox from in front of the man. Sui stood up with some curiosity and saw what exactly was in that box. Inside the white lunchbox lay a bloody heart. The heart was the size of a fist, covered with fresh blood, as if it had just been dug out from some animal, dripping blood, extremely fresh. Just at a glance, the girl immediately covered her mouth and retched. And those who had seen the girl being bullied, most of them only frowned but dared not say anything. Sui also frowned and thought for a moment. After making sure that helping now would not bring strange harm, she was about to speak, but a woman's angry shout came from inside the carriage. Hey, don't go too far, times are hard for everyone now, what right do you have to bully a girl? Following the sound, Sui looked over and saw a woman sitting in front of that young girl, with smoky eye makeup, long wavy hair, and a tight dress. Hearing her angry shout, the young man sitting beside her tugged at her wrist. The woman turned her head and glared at him, then pulled her wrist back, stood up, and walked a few steps to the middle-aged man, raising her hand as if to return the lunchbox. The middle-aged man saw this, and immediately stood up from his seat. He shielded the lunchbox in front of himself with one hand, lifted his fist at the woman, and his voice was full of threat. Where did this stinking bitch come from? I'm telling you, be smart, don't stick your nose in, or I'll take care of you too. After speaking, he bent down, rummaged through the bag beside him, then frowned and shouted impatiently. Damn it, where's my short knife? The man was about 1.80 meters, his build fairly strong, and as soon as he stood up, the woman in front of him was frightened into stepping back 2 steps. Seeing this, the young man who had just held her back rushed over in a few steps. Xiao Qin. He pulled the woman behind him, repeatedly apologizing to the middle-aged man in front. Brother, sorry, my girlfriend just got anxious for a moment, she didn't mean to offend you, you're a bigger person, let's just leave it at that. The man cursed at the two of them a few times, but not wanting trouble, he sat back down swearing. The young girl also looked up gratefully at the woman in front of her. Sister, thank you. Seeing the girl's pitiful look, the woman wanted to say a few more words, but was firmly pulled back into her seat by the young man beside her. Seeing this, Sui's brows furrowed tightly. Although she did not like to be the one to stand out, the man in front of her was indeed going too far. She was just about to stand up and say something when a deep, steady voice suddenly sounded by her ear. He is going to die. Suhi, who had been about to rise, slowly sat back down. She turned her head to look at the young man opposite her, and asked uncertainly. What did you say? The man did not explain, but his gaze fell on the train's corridor. Tap tap tap. The steady sound of high heels on the floor came from far to near, slowly entering everyone's ears. Chapter 4, Judgment. That familiar red-dressed attendant dragged the long knife in her hand and slowly walked over again. The middle-aged man had just opened the stolen lunchbox and stuffed a few pieces of raw meat into his mouth, when he looked up and saw the attendant walking this way. He swallowed the bloody raw meat in his mouth in one gulp, shrank into a ball in his seat, and the arrogance from just now vanished instantly. Seeing the woman in red, Sui instantly swallowed nervously. It is daytime now. It should be able to speak, so this time it appeared, again, to kill whom? Everyone's thoughts were the same as hers, all staring at the red-dressed attendant with extreme fear. The attendant slowly walked to the middle-aged man, bending down to look at him with a strange smile on her face. Dear passenger, you haven't met the conditions. Her words were vague and unclear, leaving everyone confused. Before the man could react, the attendant raised the sharp knife in her hand again and appeared to aim for his head. The man was startled, quickly bending down to dodge, narrowly avoiding the strike. Bang! The long knife sliced down, directly splitting the man's seat in half. After narrowly avoiding the blow, the fear in the man's heart immediately turned into rage. Damn it! Stinky bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of you? He cursed, quickly standing up from the ground and snatching the long knife from the woman's hand. The attendant seemed to have no reaction, her face still wearing that mechanical smile, quietly standing aside, watching the man. Seeing the smile on the attendant's face, all the fear the man had endured these days immediately exploded from his heart. And that fear, under the stimulation of death, turned into pure rage. Damn you, stinky bitch! Weren't you so brave? Weren't you going to kill me? Today, I'm going to kill you. Saying that, he kicked the attendant hard in the stomach. The attendant's face still held the smile, as she was kicked like a ragdoll and sent flying. Bang! She crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The attendant tried to crawl up from the ground, but the man quickly stepped forward, lifting the knife in his hand and slashing it toward her stomach. Clang! The man chopped the attendant's body in half at the waist. Dear passenger, you haven't met the conditions. Even though her body was split in two, the attendant's face still wore the smile, staring blankly at the man and calmly saying this phrase. Ah! Damn it! Let me scare you! Let me scare you! The man roared, gripping the long knife tightly and wildly slashing at the two halves of the attendant's body. Moments later, the ground was covered with scattered pieces of the corpse and blood everywhere. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, the man finally realized what he had done and snapped back to reality. He threw the knife on the ground violently. His body seemed to have lost all strength as he collapsed onto the floor. Stinky bitch! It's you who forced me! It's you who forced me! He kept repeating this phrase while desperately wiping the blood from his face with his blood-soaked hands. After a while, the blood on his body was not wiped clean, and his face was smeared with a fresh red layer. Seeing this scene, everyone in the carriage was greatly frightened. At that moment, the lights in the carriage suddenly turned red. Tap tap tap. The familiar sound of high heels slowly came from the other end of the train. As the red light glowed, the attendant who had just been chopped into pieces appeared in front of the man again. This passenger, you violated the rules. Saying this, she bent down to pick up the long knife from the ground and slowly walked toward the man. Ah! Seeing the person he had just killed stand in front of him again, the man was instantly so scared he lost his mind. The courage he had earlier vanished in an instant, leaving only endless fear. Help! Help! Please help me! He crawled and ran toward the passengers in front of him, pulling at their pants legs one by one. But everyone in the carriage just looked at him coldly, showing no intention of helping. Just as he was about to reach Soo-hee, he opened his mouth but immediately froze. With a loud clink, the man's head, with his mouth wide open, fell in front of Soo-hee. Soo-hee's body trembled uncontrollably, and she tightly shut her eyes to steady her emotions, which were on the verge of breaking down. Why does your head have to fall right in front of me? And this isn't even the first one. Thinking of the scene when the flight attendant had smiled at her while telling her to pick up the head just now, Soo-hee felt a wave of disgust sweep through her. The flight attendant, however, simply bent down to pick up the head from the ground. Just like last time, she carried the head, dragging the man's body slowly away. After she left, the blood-red lighting gradually returned to normal. Remembering what had just happened, no one dared to speak anymore. They opened the boxes in front of them and quietly began eating. The food in their bowls included raw meat, eyeballs, and some fingers. The fear of death lingered around everyone, making them swallow the food in front of them. Soo-hee also shakily opened her food box in front of her. As soon as she opened it, a foul, rotten food smell rushed into her nose. Inside her lunchbox were several rotten vegetables and rice that had already turned yellow. Forcing back the nausea, Soo-hee still swallowed the food in front of her. She turned her head and curiously looked at the man's lunchbox in front of her. At that moment, the man slowly opened his lunchbox. As soon as he opened it, the smell of food rushed into Soo-hee's nose, the fragrance contrasting sharply with the absurd scene. Soo-hee struggled to swallow the rotten rice in her mouth, tilting her head to look at the man in front of her, her voice filled with envy. Why is your food so good? The man glanced at her calmly, his tone completely indifferent. Maybe I'm just lucky. He said this lightly, then slowly picked up his chopsticks and began eating elegantly. Soo-hee stared at him, her heart filled with helpless bitterness that she couldn't shake off. After being stared at for a few minutes, the man finally looked up at her. Do you want to swap with me? Soo-hee snapped back to reality in an instant. She shook her head at him and quickly turned her head away. I don't want my head to move, you can eat it yourself. She muttered softly, her voice full of grievance. After swallowing the last piece of food from her lunchbox, Soo-hee's eyes suddenly caught sight of a small line of text at the bottom of the box. Rule 6 isn't always right. This line of text was almost unreadable, but Sui squinted and looked for a long time before finally understanding its meaning. Just as she was stunned, the small text in front of her suddenly disappeared. Chapter 5, Hidden Rules. Sui rubbed her eyes and raised the empty lunchbox in her hands, bringing it close to her face. But after looking at it for a long time, she couldn't figure out anything. The small text from earlier had vanished like a mirage, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of its existence. Sui stared at it seriously for a few minutes, then sighed with disappointment and placed the lunchbox back on the small table in front of her. Strange, could it be that I saw things wrong? As she pondered seriously, the once lively crowd suddenly fell silent. Sui turned her head, confused, and looked down the aisle behind her. At that moment, a man in a white suit, wearing a hat, pushed a delicate dining cart slowly into the crowd. On his wrist were 3 bold letters written clearly, "Conductor. Dear passengers, please hand over the lunchboxes in your possession to me." He still wore a formal smile on his face, speaking as he casually stepped over the flight attendant's broken body fragments. The blood immediately stained his black leather shoes, turning them a terrifying red. With every step he took, there was a blood footprint left under his feet. The crowd was as silent as chickens, each person handing over their lunchbox one by one. But when he reached Sui, the smile on his face froze for a brief moment. However, after a moment, his expression slowly returned to normal. Sui handed him her lunchbox, and the man beside her also handed over his lunchbox. Just when Sui thought he would push his food cart away, the steward suddenly took a small folding knife from his chest. He placed the knife on the table in front of Sui, smiling as he said, "Sir, please commit suicide immediately." "What?" Sui immediately widened her eyes, raising her head to look at the steward in disbelief. "He is blatantly forcing someone to commit suicide." Sui thought in astonishment, turning her head to look at the handsome man sitting beside her. At this moment, the man also furrowed his brows for the rare time. The atmosphere between the three of them immediately fell into a strange silence. At this time, others also gasped in surprise. According to Rule 6, one must unconditionally obey the steward's request, so the young man in front had to obediently commit suicide. But whether one obeyed or not, it was a dead end, which was simply too hard to believe. At this moment, Sui suddenly remembered the small words at the bottom of the lunchbox earlier. Rule 6 is not necessarily correct. What does not necessarily correct mean? Does it mean that the steward's request doesn't have to be followed completely? So, thinking of this, Sui turned her head and looked at the young man in front of her. At this moment, the young man also raised his eyebrows and reached for the folding knife in front of him. Just as he was about to touch the folding knife, Sui suddenly coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward her. The steward also looked at her. Sui's mind was racing. The rules didn't say anything about not being able to speak during the day, nor did it say that one must remain silent in the face of something strange, so she could speak now. With that thought, she suppressed the fear in her heart, turned to the young man beside her, and said 2 words. "Don't." The young man's hand, which was reaching for the folding knife, froze when he heard her words. He turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Sui, and Sui also turned her head to look at him. "Don't take a gamble." Sui mouthed this to the young man. The young man subtly nodded. At this point, the steward spoke again. "Sir, please commit suicide immediately." The man looked at the steward with a smile that was neither a smile nor not, but made no movement. The atmosphere held for half a minute before the steward finally turned his head. With a smile on his face, he pushed his food cart and slowly walked toward the other end of the train. After the steward left, the man picked up the folding knife from the table. He casually stuffed the knife into his pocket and then turned to Sui, asking emotionlessly, "Why did you help me just now?" Seeing that the steward had truly left, Sui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the man's question, she turned back and shrugged. "I'm not sure if you would die, but if you didn't do what I said, you definitely would." Upon hearing her words, the man slightly curled the corners of his mouth and looked at her with interest. "Oh? How are you so sure it could be tried? Or do you think my life or death doesn't matter?" Seeing him say this, Sui quickly waved her hand. She leaned closer to the man and whispered in his ear. "I just saw a sentence at the bottom of the lunchbox. Rule 6 is not necessarily correct." After speaking, she sat back in her seat and looked at the man, saying, "Although it was only for an instant, I did indeed see that sentence, whether you believe it or not." The man stood up from the seat across from Sui. He took a few steps and sat down next to her, turning to look at Sui. "So, you don't want me to die?" Sui also looked at him. "Isn't it good to have one more person alive?" The man shook his head and stopped speaking. Just when Sui thought he wouldn't speak again, the man suddenly leaned close to her ear and quietly said, "My name is Pei-Yu. If you want to live, do as I say from now on." Sui was startled and instinctively turned her head to look at him. In the next instant, their noses almost touched. Sui's face turned bright red, and she quickly moved back. My name is Sui, but I can't fully trust what you say. The man turned his head towards the window, still showing no change in expression. Suit yourself. At that moment, when the others saw the conductor finally leave, they all began to speak in hushed voices. From the looks of it, the food can't be exchanged. If it is, you die, but it seems like you don't have to listen to the conductor's words. It's obvious, right? Look, that handsome guy didn't follow the rules, and he's still doing fine. So, it seems like the rules aren't completely right. Suddenly, everyone's attention was caught by these words, and they turned to look. It was Zhou Qin who was speaking. Before Zhou Qin could say anything more, the girl who had been sitting with the middle-aged man spoke up timidly and interrupted her. Sister. Can I sit with you? Everyone's thoughts were interrupted, and they turned to look at the little girl huddling in the corner. Zhou Qin looked at her with some sympathy in her eyes. She was about to agree when Li Qi reached over and pulled her hand. Xiao Qin. Let's not mind her. Zhou Qin glared at him and shook off his hand. It's okay, little sister, come here. The girl, though a little nervous, still nodded excitedly. Chapter 6, Answers and Clarifications. I'm Zhou Lingling. What's your name, sister? After sitting next to Zhou Qin, Zhou Lingling fidgeted with her hands nervously and asked cautiously. Zhou Qin gently patted her head with tenderness in her eyes. She was about to speak when Li Qi pulled her again. Xiao Qin, always be cautious. Shut up. I've known you for so long, and I've never seen you act like a man. This time, you dare stop me, yet you still act so timid. She's just a kid, what harm could she possibly have? Li Qi let go of her and didn't dare to speak again. Zhou Qin turned to Zhou Lingling with a gentle smile and said softly, My name is Zhou Qin, and this is my boyfriend, Li Qi. Li Go, hello, Zhou Lingling shyly said. Li Qi didn't look at her. He didn't want to pay attention to her, but because of Zhou Qin's sharp gaze, he reluctantly nodded. Seeing the three of them interact, Sui found it a little funny. In her excitement, she had forgotten about the coldness around Peiyu, and leaned closer to him. Do you think Li Qi is being overly cautious? Peiyu glanced at her, then at Zhou Lingling. After a long silence, he still said nothing. Seeing he wasn't responding, Sui didn't speak anymore. Are you always this clueless? While she was a little dazed, she suddenly heard a deep male voice beside her. Sui didn't immediately respond. Huh? She looked up at Peiyu, who had a look of confusion in his eyes. Just now, you told me a hidden rule. Why can't I say it? If everyone shares their discoveries, we could all get out alive. Sui still didn't understand. Isn't that what teachers always say? Help each other to win together. Peiyu looked at her, his eyes calm, but now there was a touch of complexity in them. If I want to, I could use the hidden rule to kill you. Sui's eyes shifted, looking at him in confusion. But why would you want to kill me? I don't know you, we have no grudges or enmity. She mumbled softly. Hearing her words, Peiyu suddenly leaned closer to her. Sui could almost feel his breath and heartbeat. Because you died, the chance of me surviving and getting out is a little higher. Sui awkwardly took a step back. Peiyu immediately realized his mistake. He sat upright and looked at Sui from the corner of his eyes. Are you an adult? Sui took a long time to respond to his sudden question, which seemed to jump from one extreme to another like the Himalayas to the Mariana Trench. What kind of weird question is that? Do I look like a child? Peiyu nodded, got it, just turned 18 this year. Sui rolled her eyes, I'm 19, just finished my college entrance exam yesterday. After speaking, Sui tugged at her blue school uniform. What? Is it not obvious? Peiyu gave her a meaningful look, then finally turned his gaze away and stopped speaking. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that he had quieted down again, Sui suddenly thought of a key question. By the way, why did the attendant suddenly kill that middle-aged man? Peiyu didn't even open his eyes. Take out that notebook full of cats, look at the third rule. Sui immediately took off her backpack from her back. She rummaged through it and found the notebook where she had written down the rules. The train will distribute free food and water. No matter what the passengers get, they must finish eating. Under special conditions, passengers can request to change their food. After reading this rule, Sui's eyes suddenly brightened. I know now, he just violated the rule by changing his food, which triggered the death condition. Peiyu still kept his eyes closed and did not respond to her joy. By the way, why was your food different from ours? Why did that attendant want to kill you just now? And also, if you want to survive, shut up now. Peiyu interrupted her, his tone tinged with impatience. Sui nodded and stopped talking. Dear passengers, hello, the train is about to arrive at the Seoul return station. Please prepare to disembark if you need to. The sudden voice from the loudspeaker interrupted everyone's conversation. And just after the broadcast ended, the train, which had been speeding forward, slowly came to a stop. At this moment, the dark windows outside began to faintly show some light. Sui turned her head towards the window and saw the scene outside. It seemed to be raining outside, the misty fog making it hard to see clearly. It was barely visible as a forest, but everything else was hidden in the thick fog, making it hard to think. At that moment, Peiyu also opened his eyes. He squinted and looked out the window, seemingly deep in thought. Are we getting off? A man's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back. Everyone fell silent for a while, but in the end, Lichi spoke up. It seems like we can't get off, right? Do you remember Rule 4? The train doesn't stop at any stations. If there is a stop, treat it as if nothing happened. The bald man who had asked the question looked out the window with a troubled look in his eyes. But didn't he violate the rule yesterday too? He's still alive and well now. He pointed at Peiyu as if trying to tell everyone that the rules were not always right. Suhi was the only one who knew about the hidden rule. She was about to explain why Peiyu was able to avoid the rules massacre yesterday when Peiyu immediately noticed her intention. If you don't want to die, don't say a word. Peiyu kept his eyes on the window, but his tone grew colder. Sui furrowed her brows in confusion, but after being with Peiyu for a while, she really did feel that the man in front of her was someone she could trust. Thinking of this, Sui still didn't speak. On the other side, seeing that everyone was still a bit hesitant, the bald man continued. It seems like the outside is the only normal, most real environment. What if we get off the train now and return to reality? Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped speaking. Sui also glanced at Peiyu beside her with a hint of hesitation. Do you think we can get off the train now? Peiyu squinted as he looked at the thick fog outside, his expression unchanged. No one knows what's inside that thick fog. His words completely woke up Suhi. Yes, the thick fog outside was heavy, and it still looked like a forest. Even if it really was the real world, if they went out, they would only get lost in the forest. And Rule 4 also clearly stated that the train has no stopovers. If you see any stops, ignore them and immediately return to your seat. Thinking of this, Sui stopped hesitating and took out her notebook from her bag to carefully study the rules again. During these few minutes of hesitation, the train slowly started moving. Almost the moment the train began to move forward, the once bright outside turned back to the dark state it was before. This sudden shift between black and white made everyone feel like they had just fallen from heaven into hell. The bald man who had asked the question earlier angrily slapped the table in front of him, his tone full of unwillingness. Damn it! We missed the only chance. How much longer do we have to stay in this damn place? No one answered his question. Everyone didn't know how much longer they would stay, or even how much longer they would live. Chapter 7, The Little Girl in Red. Dear passengers, the 8th to 12th carriages are now open. If needed, please check them before dark. The train, which had just regained its quietness, suddenly echoed with this announcement, and everyone became restless again. What does this mean? Does it mean we can finally move around? From the broadcast, it seems we can indeed move around inside the carriages. While everyone whispered, Zhou Lingling stretched out her hand and tugged at the arm of Zhou Qin beside her. Sister, I want to go see. Zhou Qin turned around and smiled at her. She reached out and touched Zhou Lingling's head, saying, Okay, I'll go with you. We've been sitting here all day, if we don't move around soon, our bones will fall apart. Li Qi beside them wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, he still didn't speak. He just sighed and stood up, following the two of them. The others still in the carriage slowly started leaving one by one. Sui also remembered that she wanted to check the clues, so she turned to Peiyu beside her and said, Do you want to come with me to take a look? Peiyu looked at Suhi. Let's go. After saying that, he stood up from his seat and turned to walk toward carriage number 9. The two walked in carriage number 9 for a while, but didn't see a single passenger. The entire train, except for the dozen or so people in carriage number 7, was almost a dead train. The train was empty, and other than the sound of Suhi and Peiyu's footsteps on the floor, there was no other sound. Suhi, who was originally walking in front, unconsciously slowed down her pace. She leaned closer to Peiyu, swallowed, feeling a little nervous. How about we go back? Hearing her words, Peiyu chuckled softly and looked down at her. Are you scared? Suhi's face immediately turned bright red. Who's scared? I just think continuing to walk will lead to the same result. Anyway, there's no one here, and we can't find any clues, so why not go back? So by your logic, whether we die early or late, we're still going to die. Might as well not live anymore, just wait until the time comes and be killed by ghosts. Suhi was rendered speechless by his retort and could only shut her mouth. Peiyu stopped talking, it lifted its long legs and continued walking forward. Seeing him walk away, Sui became anxious and quickly followed after him. The two walked forward for more than 10 minutes, and finally both stopped at car number 11. Along the way, the carriages were all lit with lights. But when the two reached the door of car number 12, inside was nothing but pitch black. It was an extreme kind of black, making it impossible to see what was inside at all, as if it were a huge black hole that made people instinctively want to stay away. Peiyu stood at the doorway squinting for a while, then lifted his leg to walk in. Suhi was shocked in her heart and immediately grabbed him. "What are you trying to do? There isn't even any light inside, and besides, you have no idea what's in there. Let's go back." Peiyu, however, pulled her hand away, looking at the darkness ahead with a firm tone. "It's indeed very dangerous inside. So you can choose to wait here, or go back first." After saying that, before Sui could say anything else, he directly lifted his leg and walked in, slowly disappearing into the darkness. "Hey! Peiyu!" This was the first time Sui called Peiyu's name, but she got no reply. She anxiously lingered at the carriage doorway for a while, but never had the courage to step in. Just as she was still hesitating, from deep within the darkness suddenly came a faint sound of a children's song. "Rock, rock, 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 the boat rocks to Grandma's bridge." The children's song echoed inside the empty carriage, carrying a strange and eerie air. Sui stood still, her body trembling without control. That sound seemed to come from hell, making people's hair stand on end. "Pei. Are you in there?" Sui gathered her courage and shouted toward the darkness. However, the only answer she got was that sinister children's song, becoming clearer and clearer. Fear gradually filled Sui's heart, and she turned around, ready to leave this terrifying place. At this moment, Peiyu's sharp, desperate voice came from inside the carriage. "Ah! Suhi, help! Help me!" In an instant, Sui's foot, which had been stepping back, forcefully stopped. "Peiyu!" she shouted, and almost without thinking, strode quickly into the darkness before her. Inside the carriage, it was so dark that there was not a bit of light. Sui had just walked a few steps when she stopped in her tracks. "Peiyu! Peiyu, what happened? Where are you?" She kept groping around in the darkness, but got no response at all. By this time, Sui's fear had already reached its peak. The darkness before her made her extremely uneasy, as if in the next second she would encounter something terrifying. Peiyu, are you really here or not? Step. While Sui kept groping in the dark, from the other end of the carriage suddenly came a very faint sound of footsteps. Sui's heart leaped with joy, instinctively thinking it was Peiyu. She turned around sharply, only to see not far away, a short-haired little girl in a small red dress, holding a candle, slowly walking toward her. "Sister, are you looking for someone?" Looking at this little girl's deathly pale face, Sui unconsciously swallowed hard and instinctively turned to run. She ran a few steps to the carriage door, just about to rush out when the iron door in front of her slammed shut with a bang. Sui instinctively stepped back a step, pounding the iron door in front of her with all her might, but no matter how she tried, it wouldn't open. "Sister, why don't you speak?" While Sui was desperately pounding the door, that ghostly figure was already right behind her. Sui stiffly turned her head and saw the terrifying side of that little girl. "Ah!" She couldn't control herself and let out a loud scream, instantly collapsing to the ground. That little girl's deathly pale face was now covered in fresh blood. Her eyes continued to ooze blood, and slowly a ring of red marks appeared on her pale neck. The red marks were dripping blood outward at this moment. The next second, the little girl's head actually fell off from her neck. Clang! With a sound, a blood-soaked head rolled to the ground, right at Sui's feet. "Sister, are you afraid of me?" The little girl's detached head looked at Sui in a daze and asked. Sui crawled backward, rolling, stepping back several paces. Just as she was about to collapse, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Rule 5. This train only has staff and passengers. There are no other people. If you see other people, ignore them and refuse all their requests. Sui took a deep breath, repeated the rule to herself, and then pinched herself hard. "Sister, I can't find my mommy. Can you help me find her?" The little girl's headless body slowly walked towards Sui. Her head was rolling on the ground, staring unblinkingly at Sui. Chapter 8, The Ghost in the Team. Sui swallowed hard and, stiff-necked, slowly began to climb up from the ground. "Sister, why aren't you talking to me? Can you take me to find mommy? My mommy is gone." Sui turned her head numbly and looked at the tightly locked iron door. Cold sweat slowly began to form on her forehead. Her breathing quickened, but she still dared not open her eyes to look at the girl in front of her. "Sister, why aren't you speaking? Sister." The girl's voice was like the voice of a demon at midnight, constantly ringing in Sui's ears. She covered her ears, trying her best to ignore that sound. After nearly half a minute of silence, the girl who had been talking non-stop in her ear paused for a few seconds, then suddenly showed a strange smile. He. I know what sister is looking for. Just now, a man came here, but he's already dead in the deepest part of the train. How about I take you to see him one last time? Upon hearing this, Soo-hee, who had just calmed down, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Pei-yu is dead? No. Impossible. Although Pei-yu always had a mysterious aura around him, Soo-hee had known him for a long time and had always felt that he wasn't a foolish person, so he couldn't possibly die so easily. But the voice of the girl in front of her continued to speak endlessly. Does sister not want to go and see him? He's now lying in the deepest part of the train. The girl's voice seemed to have a magical power that made Soo-hee feel an unexplainable sense of collapse inside. The hand covering her ear slowly dropped. Her eyes slowly narrowed. Go, see, him. She repeated these words like a walking corpse. Then, without thinking, she lifted her foot to follow the headless girl in front of her. Just as Soo-hee took one step forward, she immediately struggled and bit her tongue. Her blurred eyes suddenly became clear. She took 2 steps back, her face full of terror as she stared at the headless girl in front of her. Soo-hee! Soo-hee, wake up! At that moment, a voice filled with urgency suddenly came from Soo-hee's ear. It was Pei-yu's voice. Soo-hee's heart skipped a beat. She immediately thought of something and, without caring about the little girl in front of her, grabbed her and pushed her away. You stay here and keep looking for your mommy. After saying this, she kicked the iron door in front of her several times. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects falling on the iron door in the closed cabin made her head spin. After a few kicks, the old iron door was finally kicked open by Soo-hee. Ignoring the incessant nagging of the girl behind her, she suddenly rushed out. Almost the next second, Soo-hee, lying on the ground, suddenly took a sharp breath and then opened her eyes. Who? She suddenly sat up from the ground, took several deep breaths, and only then did she realize her face was already covered in sweat. Seeing that she had woken up, Pei-yu also let out a sigh of relief. Finally awake, how did you suddenly rush into car 12? Soo-hee wiped the sweat off her face and loudly pointed at the dark car behind her. I was just waiting for you outside, waiting well, but suddenly heard you shout for help, otherwise, how could I have rushed in? Upon hearing her words, Pei-yu was slightly stunned. You heard my cry for help, so you rushed in? Soo-hee nodded, her hands pressing behind her, her tone filled with fear. Yes, after I rushed in, I didn't see you. But I saw a little girl with her head chopped off, it scared me to death. Hearing her words, Pei-yu pulled out an old notebook from his chest. He opened the first page, pointed to a photo on it, and asked. The little girl you're talking about, is this her? Soo-hee was suddenly shocked, and immediately lowered her head. What came into view was a yellowing photo, but it was still barely clear that it was a mother and daughter. The little girl in the photo looked about 6 or 7 years old, with short hair and a red dress, smiling brightly in the arms of a middle-aged woman. She trembled as she took the notebook in her hands. Yes, it's her. After answering, she immediately started flipping through the notebook in her hands. May 30th, today Mom said she would take me to Grandma's house, I'm so happy. I hope we never come back. That way, Mom won't be beaten by Dad anymore. May 31st, the people in the carriage are so strange, why don't they talk? Why does Mom always cover my eyes when the train passes through the tunnel? June 1st, this place is so terrifying. The red-dressed attendant actually used a long knife to chop off a man's head. Where is this place? When will we reach Grandma's house? June 2nd, Mom told me that as long as I listen to her, in 10 more days, we can leave here. June 9th, Mom suddenly disappeared. The woman in red clothes has gone crazy, slaughtering the older brothers and sisters. It will be my turn soon. After reading this diary, Soo-hee felt a chill in her heart. So even if we wait for 10 days according to the rules, we'll still die. Pei-yu helped her up from the ground, responding indifferently with an mm. He took the notebook from Soo-hee's hands, his face still showing no emotion. It's almost dark, let's go back first. Soo-hee nodded and followed behind him. The two of them met Jo Lingling and her boyfriend in car 9. After greeting each other, Soo-hee and Pei-yu wandered around car 8 for a while before returning to car 7. When they returned to car 7, they realized that the people who had gone out earlier had already returned. Everyone's expressions didn't look good, and the carriage was very quiet, with not a single sound of conversation. Before long, the lights above their heads slowly dimmed again, until the entire carriage was completely plunged into darkness. Soo-hee leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and began to think about a plan. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a man's piercing scream suddenly rang in her ears. Ah! What is this thing? What are you? Along with this scream, a chilling sound suddenly echoed through the empty carriage. The sound was like a sharp dagger stabbing into fresh meat, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. The next second, the lights in the carriage suddenly brightened. Red light shone on everyone, and Sui barely made out the scene before her. She saw a middle-aged man sitting opposite her, his chest covered in blood. His eyes were wide open, almost unable to close in death. The man had no companions in the crowd, sitting alone at one side. Even his presence in the crowd was very low-key, so Sui didn't have a particularly deep impression of him. Did the crew member come again? No. Just now, no one made any sound, no one broke the rules, so who killed this man? Sui was thinking about this when the crew member in red slowly walked over, holding a long knife. When she saw the man's corpse, the indifferent smile on her face remained unchanged. The woman said nothing, only walked to the man's side and slowly dragged his body away. After she left, the brightly lit carriage fell back into darkness. Sui's heart was stormy. Could it be that besides the crew members, there was something else in this carriage killing people? Chapter 9, Who is Killing? Just as Sui was filled with turbulent thoughts, a piercing scream suddenly echoed in the carriage again. As before, when the red light lit up again, a woman's corpse appeared, shocking to everyone. Her death was the same as the man's last time, with a patch of blood at her heart, her eyes wide open, terrifying to behold. Sui's previously calmed emotions surged violently once again like a storm. What's going on? What is killing us? We haven't broken any rules, yet people are still dying continuously. What is happening? Sui instinctively turned to look at Peiyu beside her. She just wanted to speak when suddenly she remembered Rule 1. She swallowed her fear deeply, looking at Peiyu with eyes full of pain. Peiyu said nothing, only raised a hand to touch her head gently. Sui moved closer to him a bit in fear but dared not make a sound. On the other side, Zhou Lingling's face also turned pale instantly after witnessing two people die on the same night. She snuggled into Zhou Qin's arms, big tears falling from her eyes. The carriage was dead silent, but Sui could feel the atmosphere of pain, repression, and fear among them. These people died too strangely, even silently. So who would be next? Would it be her turn? Clearly, those who hadn't found a companion were thinking the same way. When the woman dragged the body away, those who were alone quickly huddled together cautiously. And the bald man who wanted to get off the train this morning also carefully moved closer to Li Qi. The next second, the carriage fell back into pitch darkness again. That night, everyone's spirits were highly tense. Sui felt that now that two people had died, no matter what was killing, it should calm down, but she was completely wrong. In the second hour of darkness, suddenly a man's and a woman's screams echoed simultaneously in the carriage. Ah! Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! What are you? Don't touch me! Ghost! Ghost! Accompanying these two cries, the sound of blades piercing flesh again entered everyone's ears. Sui's eyes widened immediately. She looked towards the source of the sound, but before her was still darkness. When the two completely lost their voices, that red light lit up again. What came into view were the blood on the ground and a couple whose eyes remained unclosed in death. The two sat together, dying together as well. This made the gathered people feel even more uneasy. Sui looked up at the red light above her head, trembling all over. It felt like a death warrant being announced. Each time the red light lit up, someone was destined to die. The crew member in red again dragged away the two bodies lying on the ground. The bloody scratches on the floor seemed to warn everyone that the next could be you. That night, everyone completely lost their sleep. The burden in their hearts was also on the verge of collapse. And this time, after half an hour of dimmed lights, the sky finally brightened. As soon as it got light, everyone gathered together. What happened last night? How could 4 people just die like that? A middle-aged woman with graying hair asked tremulously. Standing next to her was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. I think besides the woman in red, there's another strange thing hiding in the dark, killing among us. Zhou Lingling cautiously raised her hand. I think the sister is right. There should be another thing in this carriage, waiting to kill us in the dark. Just as Sui was about to speak, a deep, cold laugh suddenly came to her ears. Oh? Then tell me about the thing you mentioned. How can it kill without triggering the death conditions? Peiyu sneered, looking down at Zhou Lingling standing opposite him, his tone full of hostility. Zhou Lingling immediately shrank back behind Zhou Qin, lowering her head, not daring to speak again. Seeing Zhou Lingling being bullied, Zhou Qin instantly felt displeased. She protected Zhou Lingling behind her and frowned at Peiyu, shouting loudly. What are you trying to scare a child for? Aren't you quite powerful? Then why don't you tell us what killed last night? Peiyu coldly looked at her. Someone among us is killing. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. After half a minute, Zhou Qin finally let out a laugh and spoke. What you said is quite funny. First, when it's dark, we can't move, let alone kill anyone. Secondly, even if someone is killing, may I ask what tools he's using? Currently, I still don't understand why he can act in the dark, but I can tell you for sure, someone among us is slaughtering teammates. Peiyu coldly stared at her, his tone full of confidence. Just as the two were about to argue, Zhou Lingling, who was behind Zhou Qin, suddenly weakly spoke up. Sister, it seems this brother has a folding knife. She raised her hand pointing at Peiyu, then shrank back behind Zhou Qin again. Her words suddenly awakened everyone. Right, the train attendant had given Peiyu a folding knife. The looks of the crowd towards him immediately turned unfriendly. Hey, brother, can you let us check the folding knife in your hand? Li Qi stepped out from the crowd and said to Peiyu. Peiyu's gaze towards him was completely emotionless. Not convenient. Li Qi was blocked by him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable but didn't say anything further and stepped back. Oh, feeling guilty now? How come you said there's someone among us killing, and now you don't dare to admit it? Zhou Qin looked at Peiyu with a cold smile. Peiyu coldly glanced at her. Just as he was about to speak, Sui blocked him behind her. Everyone, let's calm down for a moment. I sat with him. If he really did something at night, I would know better than others. So I can clearly tell everyone, the 4 people who died last night have nothing to do with him. The middle-aged woman in her 30s glanced at Su-hee and Peiyu. Who knows? You and he are teammates, how do we know if the killing was planned by you? Upon hearing her words, Su-hee immediately felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to step forward and discuss with the woman properly, Peiyu pulled her wrist. Don't talk, come with me. Su-hee quietly closed her mouth and followed Peiyu away from the crowd. Watching the two leave, the middle-aged woman in her 30s gathered everyone together, quietly pointing at their backs. Tonight, everyone keep your distance from them, who knows if they will turn against us. Chapter 10, Trust. Peiyu pulled Su-hee into the 9th carriage before letting go of her hand. You brought me here, did you discover something new? Su-hee asked, looking seriously at Peiyu. Peiyu stared at Su-hee for a long moment before saying, Aren't you afraid of me? Su-hee looked at him with a hint of amusement. Why would I be afraid of you? Afraid that you are too handsome, blinding my eyes? Peiyu was stunned by her teasing, and after a moment, he said again, I am the only one with a knife in the whole carriage, and so many people died last night. Aren't you afraid that I am the one who killed them? Su-hee looked at him with slight amusement. I think you are insulting my intelligence. You sat next to me last night, and I know better than anyone how many times you swallowed. If you really got up to kill someone, how could I not know? I'm not that foolish. Peiyu tapped her on the head, a hint of pleasure in his voice. Not too dumb. Su-hee glared at him with some resentment, fixing her short hair. You are in danger tonight. Peiyu suddenly said this inexplicably. What? Su-hee looked at him in confusion. If we are not the killers, then where do you think the murderer is among these people? Su-hee thought carefully for a moment, then analyzed. There are currently 3 groups of people. You and I are one team, that couple and that little girl are one team, and the remaining ones are the bald man and those 2 ants. Those 2 ants are unlikely to be the killers. Physical strength is an issue, and based on last night's situation, they were sitting together, so they must know what each other is doing. Since they never suspected each other, they wouldn't be the ones who did the killing. As for that bald uncle, I can't determine yet. That leaves only the couple and that little girl. So my main suspects now are that bald uncle and the couple. Peiyu nodded. No matter who the murderer is, someone has pointed the finger at me today, which means the murderer will definitely act tonight. If you die tonight, then my guilt will be confirmed directly. Su-hee looked at him with some surprise. Why do you say that? Even though I am sitting next to you, if I die, you will be the prime suspect. Anyone with a brain should know that even if you are the murderer, you wouldn't do such a stupid thing. This seems more like someone else leading. Peiyu shook his head helplessly. Those people already fully suspect me now. If something happens to you tonight, no matter what I say, no one will believe me. Su-hee nodded, feeling a bit worried. I won't really die tonight, will I? Peiyu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, after dark tonight, switch positions with me. Su-hee widened her eyes. Are you trying to draw the fire away from me? What if something happens to you? And isn't the rule that we can't move after dark? Peiyu sighed, explaining helplessly. I won't have any accidents. Secondly, who told you that we can't move after dark? Su-hee earnestly explained, the rules say we can't move or make noise after dark. And the boy who was killed on the first night died because he moved. And when that female crew member asked me to help her pick up the head, wasn't it because I didn't move that I wasn't killed? You got half of it right. First, it is true that between dark, we can't move or make noise. But moving and mobility are not the same concept. Second, that female crew member didn't kill you not because you didn't move, but because you followed Rule 2. Su-hee thought carefully. Rule 2 seems to be not to make direct contact with the crew member. So helping her is making contact? Su-hee asked, realizing something only later. Whether talking to the crew or helping her with tasks, it all creates a connection with her. Soo-hee nodded, looking at Pei-yu with admiration. As mealtime approached, Pei-yu walked ahead and said to Soo-hee, "Go back first. Remember to do as I said tonight." Soo-hee agreed and quickly followed him. After yesterday's lesson learned, everyone acted quite obedient today after the crew distributed the meals, each opening their own food to eat. Although what was inside looked nasty, if they didn't finish it, death was waiting for them. Today, Soo-hee's luck was about the same as yesterday. She still got a box of spoiled rice. Curiously, she turned to look at what Pei-yu had in his box. When Pei-yu opened the box, the food inside was some relatively fresh rice and vegetables. Soo-hee felt her teeth ache unbearably. Why does his luck always seem so good? She looked at the spoiled rice in her own box with some melancholy. With a helpless sigh, she resigned herself to eating. Zhou Lingling opened her box and saw pieces of bloody raw meat. She immediately frowned and instinctively gagged. In the next second, she did something that shocked everyone. Zhou Lingling called out to the crew member who was about to walk past. "Hello, could you please help me exchange for another meal?" Hearing her words, everyone in the train cast surprised glances at her. Zhou Qinqin beside her anxiously tugged at her sleeve. But Zhou Lingling just smiled at her, giving a reassuring look. In the next moment, the red-clad crew member approached her with a smile, pushing the food cart. "All right, dear passenger, I will exchange your meal right now." Saying this, she took a box from the cart and handed it to Zhou Lingling. Zhou Lingling took it without any pressure and opened it to find fresh rice and vegetables inside. Everyone immediately looked at her with envy. Among the envious looks, Pei-yu's gaze was one of deep understanding. It was as if he had figured something out, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Because of what happened last night, everyone was moodless today and didn't want to wander around. After finishing their meals, they quietly leaned back in their seats. A group of people isolated Soo-hee and Pei-yu, gathering together to discuss something in low voices. As night was about to fall completely, that group moved closer to the front, creating considerable distance between them and Soo-hee and Pei-yu. Seeing that the time was about right, Soo-hee felt increasingly nervous. Will things really be okay tonight? With me here, you won't die. Pei-yu simply said calmly. Time slowly passed into the evening, and the moment the lights went out, Pei-yu switched places with Soo-hee. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Time passed slowly, but Soo-hee felt nothing unusual. Just when she thought the murderer wouldn't act tonight, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly pulled her thoughts back. Someone was coming this way. Chapter 11, The Assassin Strikes Again. Soo-hee felt her heart skip a beat. In the deathly silent train car, every sound was crystal clear, but the faint footsteps slipped away in her ears. Thump! Thump! The only sound in Soo-hee's ears was her own heartbeat. Just when she thought she was imagining it, a sudden whoosh pierced the air beside her. She instantly widened her eyes, feeling something cold pressed against her face, aiming straight down towards her. The world before Soo-hee went dark, intensifying the fear in her heart. Just as she was about to stand up, a pair of strong hands suddenly gripped her shoulders. In an instant, the coldness that was pressed against her disappeared without a trace. Huff! Soo-hee took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the unease at the bottom of her heart. Beside her, Pei-yu seemed to notice her emotional change. He lifted a strong and warm hand and gently patted Soo-hee's shoulder. Just as Soo-hee was beginning to relax, a faint metallic smell suddenly filled her nostrils. The heart that had just begun to relax tensed up again immediately. Pei-yu can't be injured, right? This thought spiraled in her mind, adding more urgency to her already restless heart. So, she instinctively extended her hands and slowly turned to feel around on Pei-yu's body. After searching repeatedly, she found no dampness on her hands. Soo-hee finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the hand that had been reassuring her on the shoulder suddenly froze. After a while, Soo-hee realized that her actions were inappropriate. Before she could react, Pei-yu suddenly pulled her wandering hands away from his body. Before her eyes was darkness, Soo-hee could not see Pei-yu's expression, but she felt her face burning hot. In the following time, both of them quietly settled into a harmonious silence. As Soo-hee was drowsy, a faint sound of breathing floated into her ears. The sound was very weak, almost fleeting. Soo-hee yawned, thinking she was imagining things, and she fell into a deep sleep against the chair behind her. She did not know how long it had been, but suddenly a bright light woke her up sharply. As she opened her eyes, she met Pei-yu's calm gaze. "Good morning." Soo-hee yawned and unconsciously said a sentence. Pei-yu glanced at her faintly. "You seem quite relaxed. If it weren't for me last night, you'd be a corpse today." Hearing his words, Soo-hee's yawning mouth abruptly stopped. She immediately closed her mouth and turned to look at Pei-yu, her eyes filled with lingering fear. "By the way, I forgot to ask you, are you hurt? Last night I smelled a faint metallic scent. Did it come from you?" Upon hearing her question, Peiyu seemed to recall something embarrassing. His expression became slightly unnatural, and after a moment, he cleared his throat and said, "I'm fine, last night someone did come. He initially tried to attack me, but after I cut his wrist, he turned his attention to you." He spoke without a ripple in his voice, but Sui noticed the discomfort on his face. She also cleared her throat a couple of times, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, I didn't mean to touch you last night, I was just worried that you were hurt, so I was checking." By the end, Sui's voice became quieter and quieter. Peiyu was silent for a while before awkwardly replying, "I'm not a little girl, I'm not th." Upon seeing Li Qi injured, the people around him instantly turned into a chaotic mess. What happened? How did he come here? Wasn't it said that the killer is? The middle-aged woman abruptly closed her mouth halfway through her question. She glanced nervously at Peiyu, her eyes full of caution and fear. Seeing the injured Li Qi, Sui suddenly remembered what Peiyu had just said. "Peiyu, didn't you just say that you cut that person's arm last night?" Peiyu's gaze now fell on Li Qi. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, his tone still devoid of any emotion. Hearing his words, Sui instinctively wanted to stand up from her seat. But Peiyu grabbed her wrist forcefully. "Why are you pulling me? Shouldn't we tell them the killer is Li Qi?" Peiyu only firmly yanked Sui back into her seat. He said nothing, merely coldly watching the chaotic scene ahead, softly saying, "It's not the right time yet." Sui's originally excited heart slowly calmed down after hearing his words. Although she didn't understand why they still needed to wait, she had come to feel that Peiyu was a reliable person over these past few days. So, she nodded at Peiyu and stopped talking. On the other side, seeing that Peiyu made no move, a few people directly grabbed the injured Li Qi, fiercely approaching. "Is it you? Did you stab Li Qi?" Zhou Qin shouted at Peiyu while holding Li Qi. Peiyu only gave her a cold glance but offered no response. Seeing him ignore her, Zhou Qin became even angrier. She instinctively wanted to step forward and pull Peiyu up, but was tugged back by Zhou Lingling beside her. "Sister, it's very dangerous." Zhou Lingling, like a frightened little deer, nervously glanced at Peiyu, then quickly lowered her head. Hearing her reminder, Zhou Qin regained some of her rationality. She pointed at Peiyu and angrily shouted, "You beast! We have no grudges against you, why would you act like this?" Hearing her words, Peiyu's face slowly cooled down. He stood up from his seat, coldly staring at the woman in front of him. "I will say this again, I did not kill him. I have no interest in hurting this injured man beside you. If I wanted to kill you, there wouldn't be another living person in this carriage." The woman wanted to curse again, but seeing Peiyu's icy gaze, she fell silent. At this moment, Zhou Lingling cautiously stepped out from the crowd, standing in front of Zhou Qin. "This big brother, you keep saying you didn't kill anyone, do you have any evidence?" Her voice revealed weakness and fear, but her words were purposefully sharp. Peiyu found her quite amusing. "Then what evidence do you have to prove you didn't kill someone?" Hearing Peiyu's counter-question, Zhou Lingling's body unconsciously tensed up. At that moment, Zhou Qin pulled Zhou Lingling behind her. "So you only dare to bully a child, huh? She is just a child, even if you give her a knife, she could never kill anyone." Hearing her words, Peiyu's eyes were filled with sarcasm. He looked at Zhou Qin as if she were a dead person. Yet in the end, he no longer spoke and returned to his seat. "I don't care. You must give me an explanation for Li Qi's injury. If you see it's better to take the initiative." Seeing a group of people approaching with fierce expressions, Peiyu still had no expression on his face. He slowly took out a folding knife from his pocket and played with it in his hand. "Oh, that's quite unusual. Today I want to see how you plan to kill me." Seeing the situation was not good, so he immediately stood up from her seat and quickly walked outside, standing in front of Peiyu. "Don't go too far. Why do you always assume it's him whenever something happens? Even if it's a trial, you need evidence." The crowd looked at her standing in front of Peiyu, their eyes filled with mockery. "If he doesn't kill you for now, you should be thankful? Just wait and see. He's just afraid of becoming the target, otherwise, he would have acted by now. Truly brainless." Qinzhou looked at Sui with cold eyes, her tone sharp and biting. Sui suppressed her inner anger and injustice, glaring at the woman in front of her. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you're that clever? If you were really that smart, how come you didn't notice he was injured when he was sitting next to you yesterday?" Sui pointed at Li Qi, whom she was supporting, also glaring at her angrily. Qinzhou was momentarily speechless by her words. Just as she raised her hand to slap Sui, the train, which had been speeding forward, suddenly stopped. The previously dim window outside suddenly lit up with a flash of white light. The aggressive crowd immediately halted their actions. At that moment, the long silent broadcast sounded again. "Dear passengers, the train has arrived at Ghost Fortress Station. Please exit the train immediately if you need to get off. Sui turned to look outside the window, only to notice that the outside was still full of trees. However, those trees had long since withered, and the light outside had a faint blue hue, appearing somewhat eerie. Finally, the train has stopped, can we get off? The childish voice of Zhou Lingling rang in everyone's ears. The bald man, who reacted first, showed a glimmer of joy on his face. It stopped. Finally stopped. I missed it last time, this time I'm getting off no matter what. The two middle-aged women standing nearby hesitated as they looked at the scenery outside the window. But, the rules don't say. Don't start with the rules. Didn't he break the rules last time too? Look at him, isn't he still living well now? The bald man interrupted the middle-aged woman irritably. The middle-aged woman thought for a while but still felt somewhat conflicted. Zhou Lingling, however, looked at the scenery inside. But the train has only just stopped, what if we miss it? Will there be another stop ahead? Her words completely awakened the restless hearts of the crowd. The middle-aged man abruptly pushed aside the two middle-aged women and quickly rushed toward the train's open door. Upon hearing Zhou Lingling's words, the two middle-aged women exchanged determined glances and nodded, racing towards the bald man's direction. As they watched everyone leave, a flicker of struggle flashed in the eyes of Qin Zhou and Li Qi. Ah! Just as Zhou Lingling was about to say something else, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside the train. The 5 people inside the train instantly snapped back to reality, turning to look out the window. Upon seeing the scene outside, they all couldn't help but gasp in horror. They saw the bald man, who had just jumped off the train, suddenly have his legs chopped off by a male attendant wearing a white uniform. Bright red blood gushed out from his severed thigh, quickly staining the ground. His eyes bulged wide, almost popping out of their sockets, his screams faded away, growing softer until they completely vanished. The man struggled painfully on the ground for a while, and finally stared with a pair of blood-red eyes, slowly gasping his last breath. Next to him, 2 middle-aged women, seeing this tragic scene, were so frightened that their legs went soft, collapsing onto the ground. Dear passengers, you have not followed the rules. The male attendant said softly, then slowly walked towards the 2 middle-aged women still sitting on the ground, holding a long knife. The 2 women seemed to just realize what was happening. They exerted all their strength, awkwardly getting up from the ground and staggering towards the train. Help! Help! Save us! Please, save us! The 2 women stretched out their hands towards the few people sitting in the train with terrified eyes. Just when they were about to rush into the train, the male attendant suddenly raised his knife and chopped off both of their calves. Ah! The bodies of the 2, which were still running, instantly froze. Following that, they came crashing down towards the train before them. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red, and the 2 women began to writhe in pain on the floor. In a little while, their eyes bulged as they gasped for breath. Dear passengers, the violators have been judged. Please follow the train rules, and I wish you all a pleasant journey. The broadcast suddenly announced this, pulling everyone back to reality. At this moment, the attendant outside wiped the blood off his face. He raised his head and flashed a strange smile at the few people sitting in the train. When Sui saw his face, she immediately froze. He was the male attendant who had stopped her when she was about to board the train. She took a deep breath but felt that the male attendant's eyes were fixed intently on her. Sui stiffly turned her head to look at the train window, and as she turned, she bumped into the male attendant's face. His face was still dripping blood, and a strange smile hung on his pale face. He opened his mouth and said something to Sui, but she couldn't hear clearly before the train started moving again. Chapter 13, Answers. Aren't you leaving? Do you still want to rely on this dying man and the child you mentioned to kill me? Sui was still immersed in the recent fear, when suddenly she heard Peiyu's sharp words. Beside her, after hearing Peiyu's words, Zhou Qin's face flashed with anger. But a moment later, she snorted coldly and helped Li Qi and Zhou Lingling to sit back down. Thinking of the tragic fate of those who got off the train and the 5 people who remained on it, Sui swallowed hard, a hint of despair in her tone. Peiyu, do you think we will die here? Hearing her words, Peiyu revealed a faint smile. Are you afraid? Sui thought carefully for a moment, then nodded and shook her head. If I said I wasn't afraid at all, that would be a lie. I haven't been to college. I haven't been to many places, there are still many regrets. But if I say I'm very afraid, it seems that's not quite right either. Peiyu chuckled and patted her head. Don't worry, I told you, you won't die. Sui lowered her head, although she knew Peiyu was strong, based on the current death toll, it was just a matter of time before she and Peiyu would meet the same fate. For the time that followed, the 5 people in the carriage fell unusually silent. After they had lunch, Peiyu suddenly asked Suhi to accompany him to walk a few carriages forward. Though Suhi was very puzzled, she still went with him. The 2 wandered to the deepest part of the carriage. Finally, Peiyu stopped at the 9th carriage. Sui hurried to catch up with him, feeling a bit confused. What made you suddenly think to come and take a look? Peiyu looked at the deep carriage ahead and said lightly. Do you remember last time when we went to the 12th carriage? Did you meet anyone when you came back? Suhi carefully thought for a moment. At that time, Jo-chin didn't have such great hostility towards us. When we came back, it seemed we saw her and Li-chi. That's right. It seems that they were the only two there. We didn't see Zhou Lingling. Peiyu nodded and said, they must have been together. Since we only saw those two in the carriage and didn't see Zhou Lingling as we walked forward, there could be only one possibility. So Zhou Lingling was in the 9th carriage, we just didn't see her. Suhi said eagerly. Peiyu nodded. Looking at the empty carriage, Sui's gaze suddenly fell on the bathroom at the end. Right. It's so spacious here, if she was sitting in a seat, we would definitely see her. Since we didn't encounter her when we came, it just means she was in the bathroom. Peiyu nodded and quickly strode into the bathroom with his long legs. Sui stood behind him, somewhat puzzled. So when you said to take me for a walk, you just wanted to go to the bathroom? Peiyu was speechless but ultimately said nothing. With a creak, he pushed open the old iron door. The bathroom was very narrow and completely dark, there were no lights or any light at all. As soon as they walked in, both felt extreme discomfort. Watching Peiyu disappear into the darkness, Sui opened the iron door slightly to let some light from the carriage in. She had hardly waited at the door for a few minutes when Peiyu came out holding an old notebook. He brushed the dust off it and opened the first page, revealing a familiar photo. Sui took a glance and was suddenly shocked, her eyes widening. Isn't this the little girl in the red dress? Didn't you take her notebook? How could it be here? Peiyu shook his head and handed over the notebook he was holding. This isn't that notebook, it's another one. You'll know once you flip through it. Sui hesitated but suppressed her inner fear and took the notebook. June 3rd, today, the broadcast suddenly announced that the rear carriage was open. Mom told me to wait for her in my seat while she left with some uncles and sisters. June 4th, Mom found a doll in the rear carriage and stuffed it into my arms. She said this doll could protect me and told me to take good care of it. June 5th, tonight, after dark, something strange happened in the carriage, there were odd sounds. Mom, sitting beside me, also became very anxious. June 6th, everything in front of me is so dark. Suddenly, Mom beside me let out a muffled groan. She pushed me away while telling me to hold the doll tight. I ran in the dark for a long time until there was no more sound behind me. June 7th, this morning, I returned to the carriage. But I only saw Mom covered in blood. Other brothers and sisters in the carriage seemed to have gone mad, they actually turned on their companions. I was so scared and didn't know what to do. June 8th, yesterday, Mom helped me escape that carriage. But when I opened my eyes this morning, Mom was already gone. I don't know where she went, I miss her so much. Suhi frowned, deep in thought. So this should be what happened between the last notebook, no wonder I said why a few days went missing in the middle. I thought nothing strange happened in those days, so she didn't write in her diary. It seems she had 2 diaries. Peiyu nodded and took back the notebook from her hands. Do you remember what was written in the diary? The girl's mom gave her a doll, and that night, she ran in the dark but didn't attract the attendant. This clearly shows that the doll is a very important prop. Suhi nodded, but there was still some confusion in her heart. But at that time, we didn't find the doll mentioned in the notebook in carriage 12, and this notebook was found in the bathroom. So where is that doll? Did you forget the thing that has been killing people in the dark these days? Upon hearing Peiyu's reminder, Sui suddenly realized. Oh. Right. I almost forgot about this. So the killer is indeed someone from our team, and the only person who has been to this bathroom is one person. Zhou Lingling. After Suhi said these 3 words, a cold sweat broke out on her back. She, a teenage girl, would she really dare to do it? Peiyu sneered. Ha, in the face of death, there is nothing a person can't do. Suhi's brows furrowed tightly. But why would she do this? What benefit does killing someone bring her? Peiyu said indifferently. Now, everything is clear. As for why she killed, you can ask her directly. After saying this, before Sui could react, he took long strides and walked forward. Sui realized and struggled to keep up behind him. Sui ran, and just after catching up with him, a piercing scream suddenly rang in her ears. Ah! Li-chi! Upon hearing the scream, both of them changed their expressions, and immediately, they both stepped into carriage number 7. As soon as they rushed in, they saw a horrifying scene. At this moment, Li-chi, who had been sitting next to Jo-chin, had his upper body soaked in blood. And his head had also rolled off, rolling onto the ground. The red-dressed attendant standing in the middle still wore a smile on her face. Dear passengers, you've broken the rules. She slowly said, then bent down to pick up the head from the ground. Then, the attendant walked back to Zhou Qin's side, raised her hand, and tried to pull the headless corpse that was slumped against the seat. Seeing her trying to drag away her boyfriend, Zhou Qin's eyes instantly widened. She instinctively wanted to reach out to stop her, but when the words came to her mouth, she swallowed them hard. In the end, she watched as the red-dressed attendant slowly dragged Li Qi's body by his arm. A long trail of blood immediately appeared on the floor, making Suhi, who was standing on the other side, feel a cold chill in her heart. Although she was scared, Suhi still walked a few steps to Zhou Qin's side, frowned, and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Qin trembled, and instinctively tried to speak, but when she turned her head and saw that it was Suhi, her expression immediately turned vicious. "What does it have to do with you? You came here to watch the joke, right? Get lost. Get lost." Suhi was confused by her scolding. She was about to say something, but before she could, Peiyu had walked a few steps to her side and pulled her behind him. He looked down at Zhou Qin, who was sitting in her seat, and spoke loudly. "Don't take the pain caused by your stupidity out on others." Hearing his words, Zhou Qin raised her bloodshot eyes and stared at him fiercely. "It's all your fault. It's you, you beast, who killed Li Qi." Peiyu was directly amused by her words. "That's an interesting thing to say. I wasn't even here earlier, and now I'm being blamed for something out of nowhere." He paused for a moment, then his gaze turned cold. "But then again, some idiots can only vent their anger on others. I bet even if they were killed, they'd still desperately protect the killer." Hearing his words, Zhou Lingling, who had been sitting quietly, originally about to comfort Zhou Qin, froze with her hands in the air. Then, she turned her head, glaring at Peiyu with her bloodshot eyes. "Big brother, why do you always target me? Is it just because I said you had a knife on you?" "But this is clearly the truth." Peiyu watched her with crossed arms, intrigued. "Oh? Then why do you want to mislead a group of fools? Is it because you feel guilty after killing so many people?" Hearing Peiyu's words, Zhou Qin, who had been sobbing, suddenly stopped. It seemed she suddenly thought of something, then turned to stare intensely at Zhou Lingling beside her. "Why did you ask Li Qi to switch lunch just now?" Her questioning made the tears on Zhou Lingling's face tremble. But a few seconds later, she still stared with red eyes, looking innocent as she shook her head desperately at Zhou Qin. "Sister, how can you doubt me? I just wanted brotherly to eat better food. Only then can he get better soon. But why is it that when you switch the food, nothing happens to you?" This time, Zhou Qin did not immediately let go of her suspicion, but narrowed her eyes and continued to question. Zhou Lingling struggled for a long time, and finally said with a look of grievance. "Sister, I told you, I don't know why. Maybe it's just that my luck is a bit better. Do you suspect me over such a small matter?" Just as a hint of doubt flashed across Zhou Qin's face, Peiyu suddenly interrupted them. "Of course you can switch. And you can switch dozens of portions, after all, you have killed enough people to fill your stomach." Hearing his words, not only Zhou Qin and Zhou Lingling were stunned, but even Suhi, who stood behind him, looked confused. She pulled at the corner of Peiyu's clothes. "Peiyu, what do you mean by that?" Peiyu still wore a cold smile, looking down at the two seated girls. He loudly said, "Under special conditions, things can be exchanged." "But what exactly are these special conditions? Now you should know, right?" All three fell silent for a few seconds, and eventually, it was Zhou Lingling who spoke up first. "No. Stop slandering here. The person you killed was obviously you. Now you want to push it onto me. You keep saying I've killed many people, then tell me, how did I kill them? How could I possibly have such great ability?" Peiyu still had a smile on his face. "You certainly don't have such great ability. That's why you can only act like a dark rat, daring to move at night." Zhou Lingling's face was filled with panic. She wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Zhou Qin beside her. She looked up at Peiyu, suppressing the pain in her heart, and asked directly. "But she doesn't have a knife, and she can't move at night." Only then did Peiyu take out his notebook and waved it around in front of everyone. "If I'm not mistaken, you still have that cloth doll in your pocket." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Chapter 15, It's All Your Fault. Zhou Qin was the first to react. She directly grabbed Zhou Lingling's sleeve with one hand and pulled at her clothes with the other. Before Zhou Lingling could resist, she pulled out a not-so-big cloth doll from her pocket. The doll looked strange, its hair made of a few strands of yarn, and its mouth sewn with a few red threads. At this moment, the doll still had some bloodstains that had not dried. Seeing this, Peiyu just smiled, then said slowly, "Do you remember the man who died the next morning? When he tried to get up to teach you a lesson, wasn't he looking for a knife? But he didn't find it and said his knife was lost. So where exactly is his knife?" His words were suggestive, and after finishing, he showed a gentle smile to the already sweating Zhou Lingling. Hearing his words, just as Zhou Lingling was about to stand up and run, Zhou Qin beside her grabbed her wrist. She firmly pressed Zhou Lingling back into her seat. Then she suddenly tore off a white canvas bag hanging from her body. After rummaging around inside for a while, she pulled out a very small short knife. And on that knife, there was still fresh blood that had not yet dried. Clang! With a sound, the knife in Zhou Qin's hand fell to the ground. He shook his hands and pointed at Zhou Lingling, but Zhou Lingling thought she was going to attack her, so she was scared and immediately stood up and withdrew several steps. She stood in the middle of the corridor, looking nervously at everyone. Why do you want to harm Li Qi? Why do you want to kill so many people? Have I treated you badly? Have I treated you badly? Zhou Qin also stood up, facing Zhou Lingling, with bloodshot eyes. She sternly questioned her. At this moment, seeing that everything had been exposed, Zhou Lingling's panic slowly faded away. She looked at the hysterical Zhou Qin and slowly curled her lips into a cold smile. You treat me well? Are you talking about these past few days when you allowed me to follow you like a dog? How ridiculous. Or do you think I should be grateful for that? What do you think you are? Zhou Qin was so angered by her words that she struggled to catch her breath but couldn't say a word. Hearing her words, Sui also frowned. She walked a few steps to Zhou Qin's side and coldly looked at Zhou Lingling, saying, no matter what, she has protected you these past few days. She has unconditionally believed in you. Besides, everyone in the car has no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill? Hearing her words, Zhou Lingling suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Protect me? How ridiculous. Do you think she protects me for any other reason? It is just to show her sense of justice. This person can be me, or someone else, or even a dog by the roadside. After laughing, she coldly looked at Su-hee, her voice full of resentment. You say you have no enmity with me? That is just your self-righteousness. When my brother got into trouble, why didn't you save him? Everyone sat high above. No one was willing to lend him a hand. I could only watch him get his head chopped off by that woman. His death was caused by you. You should pay for my brother's life. Hearing her words, Su-hee was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of the little boy who was beheaded on the first night. No wonder she always felt that the little boy's eyes seemed to be looking for someone. It turned out he was Zhou Lingling's brother. While she was thinking about this, Pei-yu suddenly spoke up. You keep saying that it was us who killed your brother, but what were you doing at that time? You were just hiding in the corner like a rat, not daring to utter a word. What right do you have to blame others? Hearing his words, Zhou Lingling suddenly went mad and pointed at them, shouting. Shut up! You shut up! It was you that killed my brother. It was you! Looking at her crazed appearance, Pei-yu was not afraid. Instead, he suddenly laughed. Ha, you speak so righteous. Now you say this only to find an excuse for yourself. You did not take care of him, nor did you help him. You watched him get beheaded but had no expression afterwards. Yet in the end, you blame a group of strangers. Don't you think you are laughable? You say it is for revenge, but in reality, isn't it for your own selfish motives? He stared straight at Zhou Lingling. If I'm not mistaken, your hidden rule should be, kill everyone here and you can live. Hearing his words, all of Zhou Lingling's expressions suddenly froze on her face. She held her neck high and stared hard at Pei-yu. Shut up! Shut up! After shouting this, he suddenly rushed toward Pei-yu like a madman. Pei-yu only slightly turned to the side, easily dodging her attack. At that moment, the bloody dagger on the ground was picked up by Zhou Qin. With red eyes, she glared fiercely at Zhou Lingling, her voice filled with murderous intent. I don't care who you kill. But why did you harm Li Qi? Since you killed Li Qi, I will kill you. After saying this, she charged straight at Zhou Lingling with the dagger in her hand. Zhou Lingling was shocked and instinctively turned to run. But Zhou Qin, overcome by fury, was not someone she could escape from. Sure enough, in a moment, Zhou Lingling was caught by Zhou Qin, who yanked her hair back. Seeing Zhou Qin had lost her sanity, Zhou Lingling quickly softened her tone. Sister! Sister, listen to me. Brotherly really wasn't killed by me. Didn't you see? The one who killed Brotherly was that attendant. After catching her, Zhou Qin's emotions suddenly calmed down. After quietly listening to everything Zhou Lingling had to say, she raised the knife without hesitation, and with a thrust, it stabbed into Zhou Lingling's heart. Zhou Lingling, who had been talking non-stop, became frozen in place. Blood gushed from her open mouth in large amounts. Seeing this bloody scene, Sui couldn't help but step back 2 paces. In just a few minutes, Zhou Lingling had been stabbed by Zhou Qin until she was like a diced piece of meat. The blood flowing from her body stained the entire floor, the bright red blood winding its way across the smooth floor, slowly flowing to Sui's feet. Sui quickly stepped back 2 paces to avoid the blood. At that moment, Zhou Lingling also lifted her bloodied face, fixing her stare on Su-hee. And you? Why didn't you say anything when you clearly knew everything? Why did you wait until Li Qi was dead to reveal the truth? Holding the bloody dagger in her hand, she stepped on the sticky blood on the ground, slowly walking towards Soo-hee. Soo-hee was alarmed, stepping back and stuttering, "Jo-chin, calm down a bit, the person who killed Li-chi isn't us, it has nothing to do with us. Besides, even if we say the killer is Zhou Lingling, you wouldn't believe it." "Shut up. Shut up. It's your fault. It's because you didn't speak that Li-chi died." She rushed towards Soo-hee, gripping the bloodied knife, suddenly speeding up. Soo-hee's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. She retreated several steps until finally bumping into Pei-yu. Seeing Jo-chin, covered in blood with a knife in hand, charging closer, he remained calm. He pulled Soo-hee behind him, then took out a folding knife from his pocket. Watching him ready himself, Soo-hee quietly asked, "Pei-yu, are you going to hurt her?" Pei-yu waved the dagger in his hand, and just as Jo-chin was about to reach them, he suddenly put the folding knife away, grabbing Soo-hee and running desperately backward. Soo-hee was dazed as he pulled her along until finally, she shouted, "Weren't you going to harm her? Why are we running now?" Pei-yu casually tapped her head. "I cherish my life." After saying this, he grabbed Soo-hee's hand and ran toward the 12th car. Just as they were about to enter the darkness, Pei-yu suddenly stopped. And behind them, Jo-chin showed no sign of stopping. Seeing that crazy woman getting closer, Soo-hee wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling worried, "Are we really going to be stabbed by her?" But Pei-yu, looking calm, started counting, 5, 4. Soo-hee looked at him in disbelief. "What are you doing? Is it the countdown to death?" Pei-yu didn't speak, just stared at Jo-chin, who was rushing towards him, continuing to count, 3, 2, 1. After finishing the last number, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps rang out behind Jo-chin. Chapter 16, Revenge. Go to hell. By this time, Jo-chin had reached Soo-hee's front, raising the sharp knife in her hand, and thrusting it straight at Soo-hee. Soo-hee instantly widened her eyes, instinctively stepping back 2 steps. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps was already right next to her ear. Thud, thud, thud. With the sound of footsteps, the lights in car number 11 suddenly turned blood red. Everyone was startled by the sudden change, and Jo-chin was also momentarily stunned. During this brief moment of hesitation, the source of the footsteps finally reached everyone's front. When Soo-hee saw who it was, she nearly couldn't hold back a shrill scream. Because the person was none other than Zhou Lingling, who had just been killed by Jo-chin. At this moment, there was a bloodied hole in her chest, red blood staining her clothes. Her hair was disheveled, hanging in front of her forehead, and her scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Jo-chin through the black hair. At this moment, Soo-hee's legs had softened to the point where she could no longer stand up. She collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling. "Jo-chin, you need to turn around." She said this with a quiver, staring fearfully behind Jo-chin. Seeing Soo-hee like this, Jo-chin only sneered disdainfully. "Heh, you want to play tricks when death is at your door? Of course, I'll turn around, but only after you're dead." After saying that, her face became fierce, and she once again lunged towards Soo-hee with the knife in her hand. Soo-hee, terrified, tightly closed her eyes, but after a long time, she didn't feel any different. After waiting for a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes and saw Pei-yu standing in front of her. You're not dead?" Jo-chin swallowed her saliva, her tone trembling. What's going on?" Soo-hee stammered. Hearing her voice, Pei-yu turned around. He extended his hand to Soo-hee, his tone still calm. "Let's talk after you stand up." Soo-hee grabbed his hand and stood up. She stood side by side with Pei-yu, staring at the absurd scene before her eyes filled with confusion. It seemed Pei-yu noticed the doubt in her eyes, so he slowly spoke while watching Jo-chin being chased by Zhou Lingling. Zhou Lingling was indeed killed by Jo-chin just now. "So, the one standing before me is a ghost?" Soo-hee asked cautiously. Pei-yu nodded. "That's one way to understand it. Do you know why I didn't fight Jo-chin earlier? Because here, if you kill a teammate, the teammate will quickly turn into a vengeful spirit and return to kill the one who killed them." Soo-hee nodded but suddenly remembered something. "Then why hasn't anyone sought revenge on Zhou Lingling after she killed so many people?" Pei-yu smiled faintly, turned his head to look at Soo-hee, and slowly said. "To seek revenge, you first have to know who killed you, right? They all died in the darkness, without even knowing who the killer was. How can they seek revenge?" Soo-hee finally understood and nodded. Stay away. Why can't you leave me alone after you're dead? Get away." While cursing angrily, Jo-chin waved the short knife in her hand at Zhou Lingling. But strangely, when the short knife touched Zhou Lingling, it passed right through her body, as if the person before her didn't exist at all. Jo-chin stared in shock at the scene before her. Before she could react, Zhou Lingling suddenly showed a sinister smile. She extended her bloodless, pale arms. A hand grabbed Jo-chin by the neck, and then slowly lifted her up. Let go. Jo Chin struggled desperately, but after a while, her face turned bright red, and her consciousness began to blur slowly. At that moment, she saw Soo-hee and the other person standing across from her, and a spark of hope suddenly flashed in her eyes. She reached out her hand toward Soo-hee, her eyes filled with tears, and her tone turned pleading. Save me, please. Soo-hee instinctively took a step back, frowning as she looked at Jo Chin not far away, her voice full of confusion. Is she sick? Just now, she wanted to kill us, and now she also imagines we can save her. Pei-yu looked at the miserable scene before him and let out a cold smirk. These people are always like this. When something happens, they push all the blame onto others, and when they are in danger, they naturally think others should help them. This world has always been this way, and you will see more people like this in the future. Soo-hee nodded, looking away and no longer watching Jo Chin ahead. At this moment, Jo Chin, who was being choked, also saw that neither of them intended to help her, and a flash of resentment crossed her eyes. But that resentment in her eyes didn't last long before Jo Lingling, standing before her, made her roll her eyes back. Within minutes, she stared wide-eyed and gasped her last breath. Seeing that the person in her hands had no breath, Jo Lingling carelessly threw her down like trash. Then she lifted her blood-red eyes and stared fiercely at Soo-hee and the other. In the next second, she stepped heavily toward the two of them. Soo-hee immediately realized her intent, her heart racing, and she grabbed Pei-yu's hand, trying to run backward. But after 2 steps back, she couldn't pull Pei-yu at all. Soo-hee became anxious, her voice inevitably tinged with urgency. What are you doing? Hurry and run. If she comes over, we're finished. Pei-yu's face remained calm. No rush, I bet she can't kill us. Soo-hee couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. I bet 50 cents, she can kill us both the moment she gets over here. Just then, as the two were tugging back and forth, Jo Lingling had already rushed in front of them. She stared intensely at them, a pleased smile emerging on her face. Then, she raised her hand to grab Pei-yu. Soo-hee was shocked and desperately pulled Pei-yu. But Pei-yu remained indifferent, calmly pulling Soo-hee behind him. Jo Lingling's face flashed a fierce look. Just as her hand was about to grip Pei-yu's neck, those pale hands slowly became transparent the moment they were about to touch him. Seeing this, Jo Lingling's face showed a moment of dazed surprise. In Soo-hee's astonished gaze, Jo Lingling's face gradually filled with unwillingness. In the end, her body slowly turned transparent until it completely disappeared before them. Seeing that they were finally safe, Soo-hee let out a sigh of relief, almost collapsing to the ground. But Pei-yu was quick, pulling her back up. After stabilizing herself, Soo-hee took a few deep breaths to push down her fear. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and instinctively glared at Pei-yu. Why didn't you say we would be fine earlier? Her eyes were full of grievance, and her tone was not particularly good. Pei-yu didn't get angry, maintaining a calm expression. Because I wasn't sure either. Soo-hee held back her impulse to beat him. What a lie. If you weren't sure, you would have run away long ago. Though very dissatisfied, she only dared to grumble internally. Soo-hee took a couple more deep breaths to calm her emotions. Looking at the empty carriage, Soo-hee felt somewhat disappointed again. Now there's only us left in the carriage. In the midst of his unfinished sentence, Pei-yu took the lead and stepped forward. Let's talk about it after we go back. Soo-hee replied and hurried to catch up with him. When they returned to the train carriage, a suffocating stillness greeted them, mixed with a heavy, oppressive smell. Everything was terrifyingly silent. Soo-hee's face was filled with worry, while Pei-yu appeared relaxed. The two sat back in their original seats. Soo-hee turned to look out at the pitch-black window, contemplating how to escape from this place. Just as she was lost in thought, Pei-yu suddenly broke the silence. Soo-hee, do you trust me? He asked this out of the blue, catching Soo-hee momentarily off guard. Once she regained her composure, she instinctively nodded at Pei-yu. I do. Hearing her answer, a hint of joy flickered on Pei-yu's face. He reached into the pocket of his coat and took out a thumb-sized longevity lock, holding it out to Soo-hee. Soo-hee naturally accepted it. The longevity lock was silver and glimmered softly under the light. Put it on. Though Soo-hee didn't understand why he was giving her a longevity lock, after a moment's thought, she placed it around her neck. Chapter 17, Leaving. The following days passed peacefully, but during this time, the train stopped once again. Dear passengers, the train has arrived at the station of Endless Hell. Please exit immediately if you are getting off. As the announcement echoed, the train slowly came to a halt. Looking at the red lights flashing outside, Soo-hee showed no signs of emotion. Perhaps the memory of the 3 people who had their legs broken still lingered in their minds, so neither of them showed any intention of getting up. The train stopped for a few minutes before finally moving forward slowly. To avoid boredom, Soo-hee made small talk with Pei-yu beside her. What do you do outside? You seem smarter than anyone on this train. Pei-yu replied nonchalantly, I'm a drifter. Hearing this, Soo-hee was taken aback. Then she looked at Peiyu's flawless handsome face and the expensive-looking coat he wore and said, "I don't believe you. Not to mention you look entirely unweathered, just look at your coat. The fabric and workmanship are obviously expensive. If you call yourself a drifter, then wouldn't I be worse than a beggar on the street?" Peiyu chuckled lightly and slowly nodded. "You're right, so tell me, where do you generally beg on the street? Once we get out, I'll definitely come support your business." At his words, Sui almost choked on her own spit. She shot him a resentful glare, but then slowly deflated. "Do you think, can we really get out of here?" Peiyu raised his hands and gently ruffled her ear-length hair. "I told you, I will take you away from here." Sui slapped his hand away and hurriedly fixed her hair, which he had messed up. "Do you know that casually touching a girl's hair is quite rude?" Peiyu nodded knowingly. "I know, so do you have a boyfriend?" At his question, Sui froze for a moment while fixing her hair. Once she came to her senses, she lowered her hand and looked at Peiyu somewhat speechless. "Why does the gap between your first and last sentences need to be so big? Do you want to take a leap across the Mariana Trench?" Peiyu shrugged casually. "So, do you have one?" Sui glared at him. "Of course I don't. I just finished my college entrance exams this year. How would I have that much time?" A hint of a smile flashed across Peiyu's face. He looked at her knowingly. Got it, little sister." Sui gritted her teeth, and suddenly thought of something, then looked at Peiyu with a face full of smiles. "What about you? With a face like that, you must be very popular with the girls outside, so do you have a girlfriend?" Peiyu only replied calmly, "No." Sui laughed as she patted his back. "Got it, a single young man." Hearing the last four words, there was a hint of gritted teeth in Peiyu's voice. "I'm 23 this year." Sui's face still had a smile. Got it, a 23-year-old single man." Peiyu. He gritted his teeth but ultimately said nothing more. Seeing his defeated expression, Sui couldn't help but laugh happily. In fact, she had guessed from the very beginning that Peiyu didn't have a girlfriend. Because with his sharp tongue, if he had a girlfriend, she would have surely been driven mad by him long ago. The two teased each other, easing Sui's initially tense mood. At that moment, a female attendant in red pushed a food cart over. After serving lunch to the two, she pushed the cart away. Sui opened the lunchbox in front of her and unmistakably smelled the aroma of fresh food. Strangely enough, ever since there were only her and Peiyu left in the carriage, the lunch she received had turned into normal dishes. Sui thought that perhaps it was because there were only two people left that the chance of getting normal meals had increased. She didn't think much of it and quickly finished her meal. The following days passed quietly for 2 more days until the train stopped again. "Dear passengers, hello, the train will soon arrive at Fengdu Station, please prepare to disembark." Hearing this announcement, Suhee, who had been drowsy, was jolted awake. She yawned and was about to go back to sleep when Peiyu suddenly tugged at her sleeve. "Sui, tomorrow around noon the train will stop again. If I'm not mistaken, it should stop at Ghost Gate Station. Let's get off together then." At his words, Sui instantly became alert. She sat up straight, looking at Peiyu with great excitement. "So we can return to the real world?" Peiyu was silent for a moment, then nodded. Sui became thrilled right away, but just as she was excited for 2 minutes, she suddenly remembered what happened last time. "But last time they got off midway, weren't they attacked by that male attendant who cut off their legs? Can we really get off tomorrow?" Peiyu just stared at her and asked once again a question like before. "Suhee, do you trust me?" Sui didn't hesitate and replied, "I do." Peiyu nodded, "Then listen to me. If tomorrow the stop is indeed Ghost Gate Station, I will take you off together. No matter what I say then, you must listen." Suhee nodded. Although she still felt a bit worried, she knew this was the loss. As the white light outside got closer, Sui's heart jumped to her throat. Just when the two were about to rush out, the attendant in red suddenly stood at the door with a strange smile. Suhee was startled and looked at Peiyu, who was holding her back. Peiyu frowned but didn't stop his footsteps. When they reached the door, Peiyu suddenly kicked the attendant with all his might. His kick was so powerful that the red-clothed attendant stumbled back 2 steps. Seizing this opportunity, Peiyu pulled Suhee and dashed forward. Once Sui crossed the door, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of her. It became very bright outside. Although there was no sunshine, it felt like a bright day in gloomy weather, giving a feeling of living after a near-death experience. Just as Sui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly saw a group of people standing not far from the train. Those people stood expressionless, staring intensely at them as they ran. When Sui recognized their faces, she couldn't help but gasp. Those were the people who had already died on the train. Sui saw familiar faces, and also noticed a male attendant standing in front of that group of people. Noticing Sui's gaze, he smiled at her, his face ghostly pale. "This passenger, wouldn't it be good to stay here forever?" He said this casually, and then followed the group towards Soo-hee and Pei-yu. Soo-hee was shocked. If Pei-yu hadn't been holding her, she might have collapsed in fright. Pei-yu also noticed the group chasing after them, but there was no emotion on his face. He pulled Soo-hee and ran across the open grass for 5 or 6 minutes, until Soo-hee finally saw a white archway about 50 meters ahead. That white archway was illusory yet full of life, giving a sense of hope to survive. Pei-yu pulled her tightly forward, getting closer to the white archway. Just as they were only 2 or 3 meters away from that white archway, the group suddenly caught up behind them. They reached out to grab Pei-yu, but he easily sidestepped them. Yet, dodging one pair of hands didn't mean safety from dozens of others. That group was like evil spirits from hell, eager to drag the living down. As the door was only 1 meter away, Pei-yu suddenly shouted at Soo-hee. "Run!" Then he suddenly let go of Soo-hee's hand and pushed her towards the white light door. "Pei-yu!" Soo-hee shouted in panic. She had no time to react before she fell towards the door behind her. She could only watch Pei-yu disappear before her eyes. Upon seeing Soo-hee tumble toward the light door, a smile finally appeared on Pei-yu's face. He slowly opened his mouth to say something, but Soo-hee couldn't hear anything. She slowly fell backward until everything before her turned dark, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 18, Is it a dream? Miss? Miss? Wake up. Soo-hee only felt someone tapping her shoulder, her mind blank. After her eyelids trembled, everything before her became clear. Seeing she woke up, the attendant in red continued, "Miss, the train has arrived at the station, you can get off now." After realizing who was in front of her, Soo-hee sat up straight, uncontrollably shrinking back. "Why you, how are you here? Didn't I already get out?" Noticing her panic, the attendant was also startled. She awkwardly withdrew her hand and then managed to squeeze out a smile at Soo-hee. "Miss, did you have a nightmare? Please calm down. It is very safe here. I have no ill intentions, just want to remind the lady that we have arrived at the station." Soo-hee stared at her suspiciously for a moment, and her fear in her heart slowly faded away. She turned to look at the bright surroundings and the serene moonlight outside the window, confirming that she was now in the real world. Soo-hee took a breath. Just as she was about to apologize to the attendant in front of her, she suddenly thought of something. "Excuse me, have you seen a boy in a trench coat, about in his 20s? He's about 1.8 meters tall and was sitting next to me, have you seen him?" However, her words utterly confused the attendant. She frowned and thought for a moment, then finally squeezed out a smile. "Ma'am, you have been alone since you got on the train, there have been no other passengers beside you." Soo-hee stood up, clearly agitated. "How could that be? He was sitting right beside me. You must be mistaken. Did he get off already?" Her bizarre reactions truly frightened the attendant. The attendant stretched out her hands, trying to soothe Soo-hee. "Ma'am, please calm down, you were indeed sitting alone after getting on the train. Did you have a nightmare?" Hearing her words, Soo-hee froze in place. Nightmare? So all of that was a nightmare? As she pondered this, a sudden white light shot in through the window. Soo-hee squinted and turned her head, and there she saw her mother. Her mother was holding a flashlight, illuminating the area and anxiously urging Soo-hee. At the moment she saw her family, Soo-hee's eyes immediately turned red. She nodded at the middle-aged woman outside the window, then grabbed her backpack and rushed down the train. "What's wrong with you, child? Why are you so late this time? If you don't get off, the train will leave." However, Soo-hee ignored her chatter and directly hugged her. "Mom! Mom, I missed you so much I almost couldn't come back." Her voice was choked with emotion as she threw herself onto Lin Fengxian. Lin Fengxian was frozen in place by her reaction. Although she didn't know what had happened, she still raised her hand and gently patted Soo-hee's back. Soo-hee held her tightly and babbled for a while, slowly calming down. "All right, it's okay, not doing well on the exam doesn't matter. We can just repeat a year." Hearing Lin Fengxian's comforting words, Soo-hee finally showed a hint of a smile. Thankfully, she had finally returned to the real world. Later, Soo-hee was taken back home by Lin Fengxian. Once home, Lin Fengxian went to the kitchen to cook dinner, while Soo-hee's father, Zhao Wu, sat in the living room watching TV. After greeting them, Soo-hee tiredly returned to her room. She lay flat on the bed, staring at the pure white ceiling, but her heart felt a bit melancholic. If everything she had experienced before was a dream, that would indeed be a very happy thing, but Pei-yu. Thinking of Pei-yu, Soo-hee felt lonely again. If those strange experiences were dreams, then did Pei-yu also not exist? Thinking that the sharp-tongued yet reassuring person might not exist in that world, Soo-hee felt a strange sadness in her heart. Everything in the dream might be fake, but Pei-yu absolutely cannot be fake. How could such a distinct character possibly be a dream? But if he is real, then the dream must also be true. Thinking about this, Soo-hee couldn't help but shiver. Blood, slaughter, human calculations. These were enough for her to take several days to recover. No matter what, Sui still planned to go to the train station tomorrow morning to look for Peiyu. Just as she was pondering these thoughts, suddenly came Lin Fengxian's voice from outside the room. Xiaohe, it's time to eat. Sui responded and forcibly pushed down the strange thoughts in her mind, opening the door and rushing out. Sui sat at the dining table, feeling very happy at that moment. In the warm home were her own parents, and on the table lay steaming hot dishes. She looked down at the food on the table. But as she saw the food clearly, Sui couldn't help but gag. Seeing her unusual reaction, Lin Fengxian hurriedly patted her back, her tone filled with worry. What's wrong, my child? Why are you suddenly gagging? Sui pointed at the table full of meat, suppressing her nausea and said. Mom, why is there nothing but meat today? Not even a plate of vegetables? Hearing her words, Zhao Wu, who was sitting nearby, explained. Your mom said you were coming back today after your college entrance exam, so she specially went to the supermarket to buy a lot of meat. It's just to celebrate you. Sui forcefully held back her disgust, frowning at the platters of meat on the table, and said. But it doesn't have to be all meat, right? Not even a plate of vegetables? She wasn't picky, it was just that now every time Sui saw this meat, she would think of the bloody scenes on the train. Seeing her unusual demeanor, Lin Fengxian gently touched her head with concern. Are you sick? Didn't little he used to love eating meat the most? Sui, suppressing her nausea, stood up from her seat. As she staggered toward her room, she shouted back at her parents. Mom and Dad, I really have no appetite today, you eat first, don't mind me. After saying that, she opened her door and rushed in. As soon as she entered the room, Sui covered her mouth and quickly ran to the window, opening it and taking a few deep breaths of the outside air to suppress her nausea. She paused by the window for a moment, but suddenly a wave of drowsiness hit her. In that terrifying world, Sui had stayed for many days, her mind always on high alert. Now that she relaxed, she felt sleepiness wash over her. Sui yawned, walked directly to her bed, pulled back the covers, and lay down. Almost as soon as she lay down, Sui fell fast asleep. But her sleep was not peaceful. In her dreams, Sui was constantly entangled by those bizarre things. She even dreamed of that attendant in red. When she again bent down to pick up the head on the ground, she surprisingly found herself picking up the bloody head. The moment she touched the head, the attendant in red suddenly showed a strange smile. Dear passenger, you have violated the rules. After saying this, before Sui could react, she swung the long knife in her hand straight at Sui. Ah! Sui screamed, jolting awake from her bed. After wiping the cold sweat from. But there was no response. Creak! Creak! At that moment, a sound of crunching bones suddenly echoed in Sui's ears. Chapter 19, Eating Meat. Sui felt her blood run cold from head to toe. In an instant, all kinds of bloody and terrifying thoughts raced through her mind like a revolving lantern. Who? Who is there? She trembled as she called out, but received no response. Creak, creak. That sound of crunching bones erupted again in Sui's ears. She could no longer maintain her facade of calm. She suddenly burst into the room and slammed the door shut with a bang. After rummaging around the room, Sui finally found an old-fashioned flashlight. She gripped the flashlight tightly and, trembling, walked to the door, bracing herself mentally before yanking the door open. The door creaked open. The bright light of the room stood in stark contrast to the pitch black outside. Sui trembled as she turned on the flashlight and cautiously stepped outside. She moved step by step towards the source of the sound. Taking a deep breath, Sui suddenly shone the flashlight towards the sound of crunching. In the next second, she saw a gray-black rat. At that moment, the rat was clutching a bone still dripping with some meat and was greedily gnawing on it. Seeing the light approaching, it lifted its red eyes and fixed its gaze on Sui. Although it was just a rat, Sui couldn't help but take a couple of steps back upon seeing its eyes. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the familiar sound of crunching returned to her ears. This time, the crunching was even louder. Sui's heart, which had calmed down, rose back to her throat. She carefully stepped around the rat and slowly made her way to the living room. Tap, tap, tap. Her footsteps sounded starkly out of place in the quiet night. Once she reached the living room, Sui saw no signs of anything unusual, but the crunching sound seemed to be even closer. Sui frowned, pondering in confusion, when suddenly a terrifying thought struck her. Could it be? In the kitchen? With this thought, Sui turned and slowly walked toward the kitchen. Creak, creak. The closer she got to the kitchen, the clearer the sound of crunching became. After mentally preparing herself enough, Sui suddenly pushed the door open. Creak. The door opened, and the light from her flashlight fell into the kitchen. When she finally saw what was inside, the flashlight slipped from her hand and clattered to the ground. The source of the sound turned out to be her own parents. They were squatting in front of the refrigerator without a care for appearances, and the terrifying crunching sound continued to come from their mouths. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Her voice interrupted their eating, and they both turned to look at Soo-hee, almost simultaneously. Upon seeing their faces clearly, Soo-hee could no longer hold back and screamed in terror. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." She saw that the middle-aged couple still held some gnawed bones in their hands. Those bones were long and thin, smeared with blood and flesh, yet Soo-hee could not help but think they didn't look like animal bones. Upon noticing Soo-hee, they simultaneously opened their bloody mouths and said to her, "It's Xiao-hee. Come eat with us." Soo-hee trembled and rushed to the door. She desperately turned the doorknob, but couldn't open the door in front of her. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. "Xiao-hee, where do you want to go? It's dangerous outside. Come eat with us first." Those two ghostly voices sounded almost simultaneously, causing Soo-hee to tremble all over. She slowly turned her head and saw her parents walking towards her, smiling, holding pieces of dripping raw meat in their hands. "Mom, Dad. What happened to you? What are you doing?" Soo-hee shouted desperately at the two people in front of her, her voice trembling. Yet, their faces still wore smiles, repeatedly urging Soo-hee to come and eat. With gritted teeth, Soo-hee pushed the person in front of her away and then dashed towards her room. Just as she was about to rush in, the two people suddenly lunged at her from behind. The woman suddenly pounced towards her, grabbing Soo-hee's ankle. The cold touch made Soo-hee shiver involuntarily. "Little he, why aren't you listening? Come eat your meal." Seeing the blood-covered man quickly approaching, Soo-hee bit her teeth and kicked the person in front of her away. Breaking free from her hold, Soo-hee rushed into her room without hesitation and immediately locked the door. Soon, loud knocks echoed from outside the door. "Little he, why are you being so disobedient? Open the door and let Mom in." Soo-hee began to tremble all over, stepping back until she stumbled and fell to the ground. Even as her mind was on the brink of collapse, a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind her. Soo-hee was startled and turned around quickly to see a familiar handsome face. "Pei-yu." After crying out, she scrambled up from the ground and tightly embraced him. Hearing the increasingly loud knocking outside, Pei-yu said nothing and gently patted Soo-hee's back, saying, "They will come in eventually, you need to come with me." Soo-hee nodded, holding onto Pei-yu's hand tightly. Pei-yu pulled Soo-hee directly to the window. Looking at the door that was swaying on its hinges, he urgently said, "There's a rope up there, you go down and wait for me." Soo-hee's home was a two-story cottage. The first floor was usually used for storage while her room was on the second floor. Although the height of the second floor wasn't terrifying, looking down would still send chills down anyone's spine. Staring at that swaying door, Soo-hee gritted her teeth and agreed. Holding onto the rope extending from the window, she bit her teeth and climbed down step by step. Once she stood firm, Soo-hee quickly shouted to the second floor. "Pei-yu, I'm down. You hurry up and come down." Pei-yu wasted no time, he held onto the rope and quickly descended. Once he stood firm, he walked over to Soo-hee, took her hand, and directly jumped into a black car parked by the side of the road. Once inside, he immediately stepped hard on the gas pedal. Soo-hee took a moment to recover in the car. She looked at Pei-yu driving beside her, her mind swirling with questions. What is going on? Why did my parents suddenly change? And when did you get out? How did you find me? Pei-yu did not rush to answer her questions, he was focused on driving and calmly said, "This is not the time for questions. I need to take you to the safe place first." Seeing his serious expression, Soo-hee didn't ask anymore, nodding her head and looking out the window. The city that once should have been bustling and noisy now appeared desolate, almost no lights in the homes, aside from the dim streetlights on the side of the road. Soo-hee began to doubt the reality of this world. Did I really get out? Still trapped in a strange space, unable to escape. The car drove for half an hour in the dark night and finally came to a smooth stop in front of a milk tea shop. "We've arrived." Pei-yu said this and got out of the car first, then opened the door for Soo-hee. After getting out of the car, Soo-hee looked up at the brightly lit milk tea shop in front of her. In front of her stood a huge glass door, and above it was a colorful sign. It only had 5 words. "Worry-free milk tea shop." Soo-hee turned to Pei-yu with some confusion. "You want to take me to drink milk tea?" Pei-yu did not reply. He walked to the glass door first and pushed it open. "You go in first, and I'll explain to you later." Soo-hee didn't say anything more and jogged towards him. As soon as she entered, Soo-hee saw a man in his 20s, wearing a black apron, with a neat buzz cut and muscles everywhere, making milk tea at the counter. Upon seeing Pei-yu, the man quickly put on a big smile. "Brother Pei, you're back." Pei-yu nodded lightly and said to Soo-hee, "Make her a drink first." The man quickly responded and then turned to Soo-hee with a pure smile on his face. "Sister, you must be the new one Brother Pei came to pick up." By the way, what flavor of milk tea do you like? Sui stared blankly at everything in front of her, struggling to process it all. Chapter 20, What's going on? Sister, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? The man called Suhi again a few times before she snapped back to reality. She awkwardly scratched her head and said to the man in front of her. Sorry, I spaced out. As for the milk tea, do you have chocolate flavor? The man smiled and confidently raised the cup in his hand, saying, as long as it's a flavor the sister wants, even if I don't have it, I can make it for you. Suhi thanked him. She was beginning to doubt if she had fallen into a huge dream. No matter how she looked at it, everything that happened tonight seemed very strange. First, her parents suddenly changed appearance, and then Peiyu suddenly appeared from her home. Then he took her to this untrustworthy milk tea shop. How to put it, in Sui's eyes, she was now 99% sure that she hadn't woken up yet. After all, who has seen a city as silent as a dead city? Who has seen? Sui looked up at the giant, milk tea guy. She immediately shivered at her own thought. Forget it. Milk tea guy or not, this man in front of her looked tough. If she angered him, one slap could take her out. Sui shrank her neck and withdrew her gaze. After you get your drink, come upstairs to find me. Peiyu said this to Suhi and then stepped up the stairs at the corner. Suhi replied and quietly stood in front of the milk tea counter. After about 5 minutes, the strong man finally finished making a cup of milk tea. He handed the milk tea to Suhi with a big smile on his face. Here, sister, your milk tea is ready. Sui awkwardly received it, glanced at the man in front of her, and subconsciously asked. Thank you. By the way, big brother, how much is it, and where is your shop's QR code? As soon as she said it, not only was Sui stunned, but even the man in front of her was taken aback. The air was quiet for a few seconds, and finally, the man broke the silence with a big laugh. Ha ha. Sister, what are you saying? Of course, I won't charge you for the milk tea I made. By the way, my name is Chen Zhuangli, so don't call me big brother anymore. I'm only 21 this year, if brother Pei hears it, I'll be done for. In the end, he could only mumble the last sentence softly, too afraid to say it out loud. Sui quickly nodded at him, and with a slightly awkward smile, turned to look at the shop's decorations and said. By the way, brother Chen, this milk tea shop is pretty good. The decorations inside are obviously the kind young people like. Chen Zhuangli scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he said. Well, actually this milk tea shop belongs to brother Pei. I'm just responsible for making the milk tea here. A look of astonishment flashed across Sui's face. Brother Pei opened this? I didn't expect him to be a milk tea enthusiast. While Sui was lost in thought, Chen Zhuangli suddenly spoke up, bringing her back to reality. By the way, miss, you can go find brother Pei now. If you wait too long, he might get unhappy. Only then did Suhi react. She thanked Chen Zhuangli and grabbed the milk tea on the table, rushing toward the corner of the stairs. By the way, miss, what's your name? I just got caught up in chatting. Sui stopped in her tracks, told him her name, and quickly ran up to the second floor. Upon hearing Sui's name, Chen Zhuangli whispered in confusion. Sui, that name seems to be one brother Pei mentioned once when he was drunk. Sui quickly reached the second floor, but looking at the 8 closed doors in front of her, she felt a bit lost. All of these doors are closed, so which room is Peiyu in? As she wondered, the innermost room suddenly swung open. Immediately, a girl around 11 or 12 years old bounced out from inside. Seeing Suhi, the little girl showed a look of confusion. But after a moment, it seemed she suddenly remembered something and revealed a sweet smile to Suhi. Sister, are you the new person that brother Pei came to pick up today? Seeing that she recognized her, Sui also crouched down, smiling and nodding at her. Yes, little sister, can you tell me which room brother Pei is in? The little girl smiled at her, then raised her hand to point to the first room on Sui's right. Sui nodded at her, patted the little girl on her head, and then stood up to knock on the door in front of her. After the little girl pointed her the way, she happily went down the stairs. Sui waited at the door for half a minute before it was opened from the inside. As soon as the door opened, Sui saw Peiyu wearing a black pajama. His hair was still slightly damp, and he held a towel in his hand, drying his hair. When he saw Sui, he opened the door a bit more and said while walking in, "Come in." Sui's face showed a hint of awkwardness, but after a moment, she suppressed her discomfort and stepped inside. As soon as she walked in, Sui saw a black tea table and a genuine leather sofa. On the left side of the living room was a large floor-to-ceiling window, through which she could see the night view below. Peiyu had already sat down next to the tea table, and Sui walked a few steps to sit beside him. If you have anything you want to ask, you can ask now. His voice was still calm, revealing no emotions. Sui nodded and asked all her doubts openly. Is the world we are in now still the original world? Why did my parents suddenly become like that? Peiyu looked out the window, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. This is the real world, but not entirely. You can understand this place as a blend of reality and the strange. During the day, everything in this world seems normal, but when it hits midnight, everything changes, including your friends and family. Except for one type of person, that is the chosen ones. A hint of sadness flashed in Sui's eyes. She punctured the milk tea in her hand and took a sip. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally accepted this reality and then asked, "How did you get out after I left last time? Are you hurt? And how did you find me tonight? After you left, all the strange things from that world came rushing out. I exerted some effort, so I was a few minutes slower than you. As for being hurt, do you want to personally check?" Hearing his words, Sui couldn't help but choke on her milk tea. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed violently a few times, and Peiyu looked at her and smiled, raising his hand to pat her back. "Why such a big reaction?" "I was just joking." Sui rolled her eyes at him. "I thought you became cold and distant after coming out from the door. I didn't expect you to still be the same." She silently mumbled that in her heart. After catching her breath, she continued to ask, "You still haven't said how you found me." Peiyu signaled with his eyes and looked at Sui's neck. "Do you remember the longevity charm I gave you on the train? You can understand it as a lucky charm. I added a locator inside it." Sui only then remembered that she was wearing such an item around her neck. She looked down at the longevity charm on her neck and then nodded in realization. No wonder she thought she had such good luck on the train after putting it on and could always get fresh food. Turns out this charm had such a function. She stroked the longevity charm on her neck, then withdrew her hand and turned to see the pitch black outside the window. "So what's going on in this world? What about the train I got on? Are we going to stay here forever?" After a long silence, Peiyu suddenly spoke. He countered her question with another question. "Do you still have memories from before?" Hearing his words, Sui paused, almost instinctively wanting to answer yes. Peiyu seemed to know what she was about to say. He turned to look at Suhi, his face serious as he asked, "Do you remember your friends from elementary school to middle school to high school? Besides your parents, do you remember anyone you met in the past?" Hearing him, Sui felt her mind go blank. She frantically searched her memories for what Peiyu said, but her mind was empty. A rush of cold sweat suddenly broke out on Sui's back. Chapter 21, Lost Memories. It seemed like she really had lost those memories. In her subconscious, all Sui could remember was that she had just finished her college entrance examination that day and then embarked on her journey home. Aside from that, all the experiences of her past life had turned into a blank sheet. An extremely horrifying feeling slowly spread from Sui's heart. I think I have amnesia." Hearing her words, Peiyu showed no surprise on his face. He picked up the tall glass on the table, swirling the red wine inside, his tone unexpectedly calm. "That's right, not just you now, all the chosen ones have lost their past memories. This situation is very special, because the chosen ones have not completely lost their memories. Most people remember their names, whether they have parents, what happened the day before encountering the strange. As for past memories, it's just a blank sheet." He put down the wine glass and fixed his gaze on Suhi. "Now, I can answer your earlier question. The world we are currently in is not the real world. But compared to the strange world, this is already the best choice. Whether we can leave or not depends on choices in the future." Suhi frowned, looking at him in confusion. "Choices in the future. What does that mean?" Peiyu continued, "You can understand the strange events here as a brand new other space. Completing the task and coming back alive counts as completing one task. But now, based on what we know, we will go through a total of 12 games before we have a chance to return to the real world." Sui frowned and nodded, "So I can say I have completed the first task, and there are still 11 more to go." Peiyu shook his head at her. "Not quite, you still have 12 more games to go. What happened on the train can only be considered an introductory assessment. Only those who survive are qualified to enter the first round of games." Suhi was a bit shocked. "So everything I experienced on the train can only be regarded as a preliminary elimination round?" Peiyu nodded non-committally. Sui thought carefully for a moment, then looked up at Peiyu again. "From your experience, you don't seem like someone who has gone through the first elimination round. But why are you in the first round? What number game are you currently experiencing?" Peiyu lazily leaned back on the sofa. "I am indeed not a first-time elimination round's chosen one. So far, I have completed 6 games and am waiting for my 7th game to start. The reason I returned to experience the first elimination round is to find something inside." Suhi looked at him in confusion. Peiyu continued, "Do you remember the doll that Zhou Lingling got? It is a pretty good item. I didn't find it the first time I got on the train, so I wanted to go in and get the doll out." Sui nodded in understanding but then pondered and felt something was off.
So according to you, can you choose which game to participate in at any time?
Pei-yu shook his head.
You can only move forward by completing the previous games. Whether you enter the game or come out, you are still on that train. Do you still remember that only cars 7 to 12 were open at that time?
So, cars 1 to 6 are where the player's heading to the next round board, and when you want to complete the 7th game, you can directly take the 7th car because by that time, the chosen ones from your period cannot have any new arrivals.
Sui felt a bit lost. This is too complicated. If it weren't for you, I might have been eliminated in the first round.
At this point, Sui paused.
Then she looked at Pei-yu and asked seriously, since you say it is a game, what happens if you die in the game? Is it okay in real life?
Pei-yu raised his hand and patted her head.
If it were really that easy, then no one would be scrambling to survive. If you die in the game, you can never come back.
Hearing his words, a hint of sadness flashed in Sui's eyes. Although I am not familiar with those people on the train, seeing them all dead still feels a bit sad.
You said if I had told them the hidden rules I knew back then, could I have saved more lives?
Pei-yu looked at her disapprovingly, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. There were so many people on the train, but each person had their own hidden rules. No one would be foolish enough to reveal their hidden rules.
Doing so would only lead to their own doom. Sui's brows furrowed tightly. What kind of reasoning is this?
Pei-yu rubbed his forehead, his tone laced with helplessness.
Do you remember the rules you told me on the train?
If I had stopped any strange person and said I know your hidden rules and revealed my rules, you would immediately be judged.
Sui stared wide-eyed.
Pei-yu touched her head, his tone revealing a bit of helplessness. So next time, don't reveal your own hidden rules.
That would just hand someone a knife.
But at that time, the rules didn't say anything about this.
Sui stared with wide eyes as she said. Pei-yu tapped her on the head. Rules are not all-encompassing, some things are mentioned, some are not. That's why the death rate in the game is so high.
Sui felt cold sweat streaming down her body, she patted her chest and looked at Pei-yu with more gratitude in her eyes.
Thank you, if it weren't for your reminder back then, I would have become a corpse by now.
Thinking about it, Sui felt she had been a little too emotional just now. Suddenly she thought that what the teacher said was not entirely correct.
You are still too naive.
Pei-yu said this very lightly. This time, Sui did not refute him. After a long silence, Sui thought of a very crucial question.
By the way, how did you know the train stopping points and when we could get off last time?
Pei-yu's face showed a hint of fatigue. Nevertheless, he looked at Sui and replied seriously. The stops were the Resurrection Station, Ghost World Fort Station, Hell Station, Fengdu Station, and finally the Ghost Gate Station. These 4 stops, from back to front, are the destinations that are said to lead to the underworld after death. While on the train, the stations stopped from back to front, representing a journey from death to life. So I guess that getting off at the final Ghost Gate Station is the last, and also the only point of survival. Sui was stunned, and finally gave him a thumbs up.
You are amazing. If it weren't for your knowledge of these things, we probably wouldn't have made it out.
Pei-yu shook his head. He rummaged in his pocket and finally pulled out a piece of yellowed paper, handing it to Sui.
Sui opened it and saw the words inside.
In the place of life and death, from death to life. Seeing the words, Sui thought for a moment, her eyes gradually widening.
Isn't this a hint for surviving on the train? Pei-yu nodded and took the note back. Hints for survival can be found in any corner of the game.
This is the key to surviving in the game, but we will find all sorts of hints in the game.
Only by finding the most crucial one among many complicated hints can there be hope of survival.
Sui nodded, realizing she had learned too much tonight. Her mind was a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Sui had no more questions, Pei-yu picked up a black key from the coffee table and handed it to Sui.
From now on, you will live here. This is the key to the room next to mine. I've told you everything you wanted to know, it's late, so go back and rest.
Sui nodded and took the key from his hand. As she was about to leave, Pei-yu added.
By the way, tomorrow morning I will introduce you to the people here. From now on, this will be your home.
Hearing the word home, Sui felt her eyes welling up with tears. After a long silence, she turned back to Pei-yu and said earnestly.
Pei-yu, thank you. Pei-yu smiled, go back and rest. Thanks doesn't just mean saying it. You can slowly repay me in the future.
Sui nodded and slowly stepped out. After leaving, Sui used the key to open the adjacent room. She turned on the light and walked in slowly. It was very clean, mainly with warm yellow tones. The layout of the room was similar to Pei-yu's. After washing up, Sui opened the bedroom door and walked in. In here, Sui finally did not have nightmares, she slept soundly, feeling at peace.
Chapter 22, Siblings. Early the next morning, Soo-hee was awakened by a knock on the door. She quickly put on her clothes and put on the shoes by the bed, took a few steps to the door, and pulled it open. As soon as the door opened, a little girl with 2 ponytails poked her head in. "Sister, Pei-go asked you to come down for breakfast." Soo-hee recognized her as the little girl who had pointed at her yesterday. She crouched down and patted the girl's head, replying, "Got it, you go down and wait for your sister, I will come down after I wash up." The little girl nodded, wobbled, and ran away. Looking at the girl's back, Soo-hee smiled, feeling that she was very cute. After quickly washing up, she went straight downstairs. When she reached the bottom, Soo-hee saw a pale yellow table. At this moment, Pei-yu was sitting in the main seat, next to him sat 2 boys around 16 or 17 years old. One boy wore a white shirt, with his head lowered and a very indifferent expression on his face, showing no emotions. Sitting beside the boy was the little girl who had come to call Soo-hee in the morning. Seeing Soo-hee come downstairs, Pei-yu patted the spot to his left. "Sit here." Soo-hee nodded and walked over to sit on Pei-yu's left. The few of them sat quietly, no one broke the silence. Just when Soo-hee felt a bit awkward, Chen Zhuangli came over with a pot of steaming seafood porridge. He had a hearty smile on his face. "Are you starving? You can eat now." He placed the seafood porridge on the table and casually found a spot to sit down. Seeing everyone gathered, Pei-yu broke the silence. "Yesterday, we welcomed a new teammate. Let's get to know each other." Soo-hee smiled first at the little girl sitting across from her. "Hello, little sister, my name is Soo-hee." The little girl looked at Soo-hee with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Sister Soo-hee, my name is Chindani, this is my brother. Can I come to your room to have you help me tie my hair in the future?" Hearing the little girl's innocent voice, Soo-hee smiled. "Of course you can come find me anytime if you need help." Soo-hee then turned her gaze to the boy beside the girl. The boy glanced at Soo-hee and replied in a flat tone. "Chen-shoi, Dongi can be a bit noisy sometimes, hope you can understand." Soo-hee nodded to him, feeling that this boy was very cold. At this time, Chen Zhuangli let out a hearty laugh. He placed a bowl of porridge in front of Soo-hee, speaking with a natural familiarity. "Ha, Sister Soo-hee, I don't think I need an introduction. Just so you know, I'm the chef here. If you want something to eat, you can tell me directly." Soo-hee smiled back at him. "Thank you, Brother Chen. At first, I thought you were a boxer or something. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be such a good cook." Chen Zhuangli scratched his head in embarrassment. "I used to be a chef, and after coming here, I continued with my old hobby." Soo-hee chatted with the two in front of her for a few moments, and they quickly became familiar with each other. Pei looked at an empty spot not far away and said to Soo-hee, "That was Chumo's spot, but she is currently playing the 4th game. When she comes back, I'll introduce her to you." Soo-hee nodded. Finally, they all quieted down, and after finishing breakfast, each returned to their own rooms. However, Chen Zhuangli stayed on the 1st floor. Soo-hee was puzzled as to why he didn't go back to his room when she saw a customer walk in to buy milk tea. Then came a second, a third, and a fourth. Soon, the milk tea shop was filled with people. Soo-hee was quite surprised. She had originally heard Pei-yu say that this world would change after midnight. She thought it wouldn't be very lively, but did not expect this milk tea shop really would sell milk tea. Watching Chen Zhuangli busy by himself, Soo-hee felt a bit guilty. She originally wanted to help him, but Chen Zhuangli said Soo-hee was not familiar with the milk tea making process and refused her assistance. Soo-hee had no choice but to apologize to him before returning to her own room. But when Soo-hee pushed open the door, what she saw was Pei-yu. He was wearing a black sports outfit, quietly sitting on the sofa. Seeing him, Soo-hee walked over with some confusion, then sat down beside him and asked, "Is there something wrong, Pei-gu?" Hearing her address him, Pei-yu's body stiffened slightly. He turned to look at Soo-hee, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing laughter. "Didn't you always call my name? Why suddenly you're being polite?" Soo-hee said earnestly. "It seems you are the leader here, I see others calling you that, so it should be okay for me to call you that too, right?" Pei-yu was silent for a long time, but did not say much more. After a moment, he looked at Soo-hee again. "Your next game should open in more than 10 days, at that time, that train will appear again." Soo-hee nodded in understanding. Pei-yu continued, "But before your next game opens, I have to leave for a few days to handle something." Soo-hee looked at him with some doubt. "Do you need me to go with you?" Pei-yu shook his head. "Not yet, wait until later when you fully understand the game rules before we talk about it." Soo-hee nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "So the game becomes more dangerous as it goes on?" Pei-yu nodded. "Generally speaking, the knockout rounds in the first round of the game will not be too difficult, the death conditions will also be very harsh. The further you go, the more hidden rules there are, and the death conditions will be much looser. If you're not careful, you could get killed. Sui stayed silent for a long time before lightly responding with an Peiyu raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist, then stood up. Time is almost up, I won't be here for the next few days. If you have any questions, you can go find Qin Zhuangli. After speaking, he took a few steps to the door, opened it, and walked out. Watching his back, Sui felt a surge of complex emotions in her heart. After Peiyu left, Sui realized that because she had come in such a hurry last night, apart from the clothes she was wearing, her room was completely empty. She sighed and subconsciously thought about going outside to buy a few sets of clothes. But when she reached the door, Sui suddenly remembered that she was broke now. In the past, she was a student. When she ran out of money, she would just ask her family for more and never had to worry about living expenses. But now the family situation had changed, and she was still a student with no money, which put Sui in a very awkward position. Just when she felt a bit at a loss, someone knocked on her door. Sui instinctively opened the door and looked down to see Qin Dongyi standing outside. The two little buns at the back of her head were a bit messy now. Seeing Sui, she showed a sweet smile. "Sister, can I come in?" Sui was a bit startled. After realizing, she quickly brought the little girl inside. "Of course, I just told you before that you can come to me anytime if you have questions." While speaking, she led Qin Dongyi to sit on the sofa. After sitting down, Qin Dongyi dug into her little pocket and then took out a card, handing it to Sui. "Sister, this is from Peigu, he asked me to give it to you." Sui took the card with some suspicion. After taking a look, she realized it was actually a bank card. She stared blankly at the card in her hand, momentarily caught off guard. "Peigu said this is your living expenses. The password is the date when sister took the train for the first time." Sui finally looked up at her. "Dongyi, besides giving you this card, did Brother Pei say anything else?" The little girl thought for a moment, then said, "Brother Pei seemed to also tell me. If he directly gave the card to sister, sister might feel awkward, so he asked Dongyi to give it to sister." Sui, feeling somewhat touched, tightened her grip on the card. "Brother Pei just went out. He said he had something to do, but I don't know where he went. Does sister not know that Brother Pei takes on some jobs when he has free time? I heard Brother Pei say that this job makes a lot of money." Sui looked at her in surprise. "What does taking on a job mean? Does he have a job here?" Chapter 23, Earning Money at the Cost of Life. "Sister, don't you know? Brother Pei brings new people into the game during his free time. As long as he ensures the newcomers come out alive, they can earn a lot of money." Hearing her words, Sui's brows tightly furrowed. "But isn't it very dangerous in the game?" Qin Dongyi's little face was full of admiration. "But Brother Pei is really amazing. Anyone he brings in will definitely come out." Hearing her, Sui nodded, but still felt a bit worried. No matter how capable Peiyu was, he was still just an ordinary person. Earning money this way was still somewhat too dangerous. Qin Dongyi seemed to see Sui's concerns. She grabbed Sui's hand and said, "Sister, don't think too much. Brother Pei has been here for nearly 5 years, and usually, the jobs he accepts aren't too dangerous." Though Sui understood what she said, she still felt uneasy. It seemed that Qin Dongyi noticed her distraction. She tugged at Sui's hand and pointed at the 2 pigtails on her head, saying, "Sister, can you help me tie my hair? My brother is so unreliable, he never ties my hair well." As soon as Chen Xioi was mentioned, the little girl's face showed some anger. Sui was brought back to reality by her words. She touched the 2 pigtails on the little girl's head and smiled as she agreed. Though Sui had lost her previous memories, she was able to quickly help Qin Dongyi tie her hair based on her touch. After tying her hair, the little girl insisted on taking Sui out for shopping. The many snacks by the roadside easily caught the attention of a 12-year-old girl. Soon, both their hands were filled with all kinds of treats. After a while of shopping, Sui also persuaded the little girl to accompany her to the store to buy a few outfits. After buying the daily necessities she needed, Sui looked at the card in her hand, lost in thought. Since coming out, she had been using this card. Today, she probably spent around 1 or 2,000, yet the card still had money. She was now curious about how much money was actually on this card. After thinking about it, Sui still went to the bank. She wanted to check how much money was on the card so she could pay Peiyu back once she started earning her own money. However, upon hearing the number reported by the staff, Sui nearly dropped everything in her hands. It was Qin Dongyi, who tugged at her sleeve, that helped her regain her composure. 500,000. There's actually 500,000 on this card. Sui has never seen this much money in her life. She carefully placed the card in her pocket, then weakly walked out of the bank. Looking at the things in her hands, Sui felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. So much money. Based on how she saved after graduating from university, it would take her decades to save this much. Thinking of this, Sui tugged at Qin Dongyi beside her and quietly asked, "Dongyi, is Brother Pei always so generous?
The little girl took a bite of her creamy ice cream. I don't know, I just know that Brother Pei seems to make a lot of money. My brother sometimes takes on jobs to make money.
Sui suddenly became very interested in their way of making money.
Although making money with your life is dangerous, looking at the terrifying profit, it is still worth the risk. She calculated in her mind that when she becomes a bit stronger, she could take jobs herself, and then slowly save money to pay back Peiyu. After that, it was almost dark, and the two quickly returned to the milk tea shop. At this time, it was dusk, and there weren't many people in the store. As soon as they walked into the store, Chen Doni dashed up to Chen Zhuangli.
The little girl pointed at the lemons inside and said, "Uncle Chen, I want a cup of lemonade, please add ice." Chen Zhuangli tapped her on the head and corrected her, "Little Doni, you are not listening again, right?
How many times has your brother told you, I am only 21 this year, don't call me uncle, call me brother?" The little girl stared at him with her big round eyes.
"Got it, Uncle Chen, hurry up."
Chen Zhuangli helplessly covered his face, he couldn't say much more. Soon, he made 2 cups of lemonade and handed them to Su He and Chen Doni. After getting what she wanted, Chen Doni grabbed Su He and bounced up the stairs again.
In the following days, Sui kept searching for information online, reviewing what she had learned before. To prevent not being able to enter university later, she could take the exam again. On the morning of the 11th day, Peiyu suddenly returned. His face didn't look good, and he was also exuding a sense of fatigue. As soon as she saw him, Sui instinctively wanted to greet him. But he just nodded at Sui and quickly went into his room. Watching his hurried departure, Sui felt a little worried. After staying in her room for a few hours, the door was suddenly knocked on. Sui opened the door and saw Peiyu standing outside. He seemed to have just taken a shower, his hair was still a bit damp. He was wearing a neat coat. Seeing that the visitor was Peiyu, Sui quickly brought him into the room. With a worried look, Sui asked Peiyu, "Why did you take so long to come back? You look unwell, are you hurt?" Peiyu only shook his head. "I'm fine, I just came out of a game and I'm a little tired." Sui frowned as she looked at him, then got up to pour a glass of warm water, placing it in front of him. "Drink some water first, your face really looks bad." Peiyu picked up the water on the table and drank it all in one go, then leaned back on the sofa. He closed his tired eyes but still spoke to Sui. "If I'm not mistaken, your first round of the game will come in the next few days, I will go in with you, so don't be afraid." Sui looked at his weary state, feeling very worried. "But right now?" "I'm fine, just need some rest, but I will definitely accompany you for the first round." Peiyu interrupted her directly. Seeing his determined attitude, Sui didn't say much more. "In the next few days, if you suddenly feel like going out, be sure to call me." Hearing his words, Sui nodded. Peiyu reminded her a couple more times and then quietly leaned back on the sofa. Looking at his pale face, Sui sighed and went to the bedroom to bring a quilt to cover Peiyu. Before long, a steady breathing sound rang in her ears. She moved quietly around the house, then went downstairs to cook a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, bringing it back to the room. Then Sui continued to check study materials online and home. The sky gradually darkened. Finally, close to 2 o'clock, the sleeping Peiyu finally woke up. With him awake, Sui quickly placed the porridge, which she had reheated several times, in front of him. "Just brewed, you can make do with a little." "Thank you." Peiyu didn't say anything after the thanks, he took the porridge and started drinking. In the pause while he was drinking porridge, Sui originally wanted to ask him more about what he encountered in the game these days, but at that moment, a strong feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Looking at the dark sky, Sui suddenly had a thought. "I want to go outside and take a look." As soon as this was said, Peiyu, who was drinking porridge, froze. He quickly put down the bowl in his hand and walked a few steps to Sui's side. "I'll go with you." Sui nodded, then went to the door and opened it. The two quickly made their way downstairs, and Sui walked a few steps along the road in front of them when the scenery suddenly changed. With a train's rumble, that old train stopped right in front of them again. At that moment, Sui also came out of that strange state. She looked at the old train in front of her, and a strange feeling arose within her. "Get on the train." Peiyu, standing behind her, spoke first. Sui nodded, and then she got on the train with Peiyu. They went directly to the first carriage. As soon as they entered, Sui noticed that it was almost full of people. She and Peiyu found 2 empty seats and sat down. Looking at the densely packed people in the carriage, Sui felt a bit surprised. "There are so many people here, way more than the last time I boarded." Peiyu explained, "The number of people in the elimination round won't exceed 20, but in the first round of the game, all the survivors will gather together to head to the next game site." Sui nodded. At that moment, the familiar announcement sound rang out again on the train. "Dear passengers, hello, welcome aboard train A781. The next stop is Bloody Campus Station. We wish all passengers a pleasant journey."
As soon as the announcement finished, the train slowly started moving. Watching the scenery rush by outside the window, Suhi knew that the challenges waiting for her had arrived.
Chapter 24, The First Game, Campus.
While Suhi was in a daze, Peiyu suddenly asked,
"Did you bring your phone?"
Suhi blankly shook her head. Before encountering these strange events, she was just a student who had just finished taking her college entrance exam. Now, there was indeed a computer in her room, but she had never thought of buying herself a phone. Seeing her reaction, Peiyu was not surprised at all. He rummaged in his pocket and took out a phone, handing it to Suhi. "Take this. In this game, we may not be able to stay together all the time.
If we get separated, we can communicate using the phone."
Suhi hesitated for a moment before accepting the phone. Looking at the phone in her hand and recalling the 500,000 in her card, Suhi looked at Peiyu beside her and said seriously, "By the way, about the 500,000 in your card for this phone, once I can make money, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible." Hearing her words, Peiyu was silent for a long time. He seemed not very happy. Suhi noticed his suddenly cold expression and felt a bit bewildered. Seeing he was unhappy, Suhi didn't know what else to say, so she put the phone away and remained silent. The train traveled for about a day, and just as Suhi felt herself dozing off, the announcement suddenly rang out. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at the destination, Bloody Campus Station.
Please exit the train immediately."
As the announcement rang out, the train gradually came to a stop.
Suhi snapped back to attention in an instant.
When the doors opened, the other passengers on the train also started to get off one after another. After Suhi and Peiyu got off the train, what they saw was a rundown iron gate.
Looking through the iron gate, it was a very ordinary school.
A circle of walls over 3 meters high surrounded the school. Inside the teaching buildings, some of the plaster was slowly peeling off, looking quite old. The environment around was very empty. Apart from a few dead trees, it was just a ground full of dry grass, and the color of the sky was strange, as if stained with blood, making one feel chill. At this time, seeing everyone gathered at the school gate, an old man with a stooped back slowly opened the iron gate in front of him. Accompanied by a harsh screech, the iron gate was slowly pushed open. The old man raised a pair of murky eyes to survey the crowd in front of him.
"You are the new students this semester, right? Come in."
His voice was very hoarse, like a windbag with a leak, making it quite uncomfortable to listen to. Upon hearing his words, the group of people standing at the school gate stopped talking and marched in together. After Suhi and Peiyu entered, they found that the school was not very large. Looking around, there were a total of 6 buildings. In front of everyone was an old teaching building, and on the left were 2 adjacent buildings, one labeled comprehensive building, and the other seemed to be a cafeteria. On the right side were 3 vertically aligned buildings.
The first building was the girls' dormitory, the second was the boys' dormitory. As for the last building, there was actually nothing written on it. While Suhi was observing the surrounding environment, a loud announcement suddenly echoed in her ears.
"Please, new students reporting this semester, gather in Class 3 of Senior Year 1 on the 2nd floor of the teaching building." This announcement could be described as deafening, causing everyone to involuntarily frown. After exchanging a glance with Peiyu, Suhi nodded. The two walked side by side straight towards the teaching building. They were the first to enter the classroom and sat down side by side in the front row. After that, students continued to come in one after another, just filling all the seats in the classroom. Suhi glanced roughly and estimated that about 40 to 50 people had come in this time. Just after the last person took a seat, a sound of high heels approaching the door suddenly rang out. Hearing that familiar sound, a wave of fear unconsciously rose up in Suhi's heart. In her mind, she recalled the flight attendant she had seen last time. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by footsteps getting closer, a young woman dressed in a tight skirt and wearing a black hat walked in. The woman looked to be in her 20s, she was very beautiful, but her face was completely devoid of color. After entering the classroom, a stiff smile suddenly appeared on her face.
"Welcome everyone to number 11 middle school.
From now on, I will lead you to continue your studies here, and I will now read the school rules to everyone. 1. Classes start at 6 in the morning and end at midnight. Please maintain good habits and never be late, no matter what happens.
2. Teachers will randomly check students' homework daily. Please follow arrangements and remember to complete after-class assignments.
3. Teachers in the school will absolutely never wear white when entering the classroom. If students see a teacher in white entering the classroom, please ignore any of her requests until a teacher in black enters the classroom. 4. When a teacher is teaching, students must remain quiet. If any student makes a sound during class, angering the teacher, no matter what happens, the school will not take any responsibility. 5. There will absolutely be no children in the school. If you see a child in school, please ignore them and pretend you cannot perceive their existence. 6. During class time, no matter what happens, you cannot leave the classroom. If you leave the classroom without permission, there will be consequences. 7. Please unconditionally obey the teacher's arrangements.
No matter what the teacher requests, students must strictly comply. 8. Absolutely no food is allowed in the classroom. If students see food in the classroom, please leave immediately until everything returns to normal. 9. Everything in the school has two sides, please be careful to discern. After reading these rules, everyone's faces displayed various expressions. Sui took out her notebook from her bag and recorded the rules one by one. The woman raised her head, smiling at everyone, her voice revealing a hint of stiffness. The above are the rules of our school. Students, please strictly comply. Today is your first day of registration, so there are no classes today. You may go to the dormitory to rest later. After saying this, the woman's smile remained on her face as she turned stiffly and walked slowly to the classroom door, leaving. Seeing her leave, the others in the classroom finally dared to speak. A girl in a purple short skirt tugged on her companion's arm. It seems everything is normal here. She said there are no classes today, so let's head back to the dorm. Her companion nodded, and the two girls left hand in hand. Another group was formed by more than 10 men and women. Among them, a middle-aged man in his 30s became their leader. Remember what I told you, no matter what hidden rules you find, tell me immediately. The group surrounding him immediately agreed. One girl in her 20s looked at him cautiously and asked, "Brother Chen, can you really take us all out?" Seeing someone doubting him, the middle-aged man immediately slammed his hand on the table. He glared at the girl, cursing, "How many times have I told you? If you listen to me, I will definitely get you all out. If you question me again, get out now, I don't have time for you." The girl forced a smile on her face, quickly agreeing. The man looked around, and when he found he had the most people among this group, a proud smile appeared on his face. He stood up from his seat, pushed aside those blocking his way, and walked onto the podium. "Everyone, quiet down. You should have heard the rules just now, but I want to tell you that besides the rules mentioned earlier, there are many hidden rules. If you find hidden rules, you must share them, only then can we live to get out." He cleared his throat, a smug smile on his face, and continued, "My name is Chun Hu, and I have already experienced 2 rounds of the game. This is my 3rd game, so I should know everything about it better than most people. I can guarantee you that if you become my team member now, I will ensure that all of you can survive and get out." Hearing his words, some newcomers who knew nothing showed eager expressions. At this moment, a bright and cheerful male voice interrupted him directly. Chapter 25, Dormitory Rules. "Oh? What makes you think you can take others out? Is it your mysterious confidence? Or that not-so-smart brain of yours?" The man who spoke slowly stood up, and he shouted to everyone in the classroom. "I advise everyone not to easily believe what others say here, otherwise, you might not even know how you died." Everyone's gaze immediately turned to him, and Sui also looked at him with curiosity. The man appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. He wore a black hat and was dressed in casual sportswear, giving off a somewhat rogue vibe. Hearing his words, Chen Hu, who stood at the podium, immediately burst into a furious rage. "Watch your mouth. Do you believe I can kill you right now? You say I'm not qualified? Then I want to ask you, how many games have you finished?" The man only smiled when he heard him. He sat back down and brushed a strand of hair from his forehead with one hand. "If you had the guts, you would come and kill me now. As for how many games I've completed, you're not qualified to know." Anyone with a bit of experience knew that one could not kill randomly in the game, otherwise, the killed would immediately turn into vengeful spirits. Chen Hu clearly understood this too. He pointed at the man for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Seeing him so angry that he couldn't speak, the man simply ignored him. He stood up from his chair and pulled a man of similar age next to him. "Let's go, let's check out the dormitory first." The man nodded somewhat awkwardly and stood up to follow behind him. Just as the two were about to reach the door, a few eager newcomers wanting to join Chen Hu blocked their way. The leading girl hesitated for a while, finally mustering the courage to ask. "Excuse me, can we join you?" The man gave her a faint glance and then revealed a cheeky smile. "Girl, just forget it. I don't have much energy to help newcomers, nor do I want to put you in danger. Instead of huddling together for warmth, you should think of ways to survive and get out." After saying this, he stopped caring about the girl in front of him and left the classroom with the man behind him. Watching the backs of the two leave, Sui tugged at Peiyu beside her. "He doesn't look like a newcomer, he should be an old hand like you." Peiyu just glanced at the man's back lightly, then broke into a faint smile. Just a peacock that loves to flaunt itself, no need to pay him any attention. Hearing this, Sui looked a bit confused. "What does a flaunting peacock mean?" Peiyu didn't answer, he stood up from his chair and while walking outside said to Sui, "Let's go check the dormitory first." Sui nodded and followed in his footsteps. Minutes later, the two arrived at the girls' dormitory first. Peiyu couldn't go in, so he helplessly told Sui to contact him by phone if she needed anything. Sui nodded and stepped through the glass door in front of her. As soon as she walked in, she saw a striking sign that stood out because the words were all in bright red. Sui walked over to take a look and found it written with rules. Welcome to the girls' dormitory. New students, please familiarize yourselves with the following rules before finding the dorm manager to assign your room. 1. The dormitory opens at 5:30 a.m. and closes at 6 a.m. It opens again at 12 a.m. and closes at 1 a.m. New arrivals must remember the time, as being late will not be entertained. 2. The dormitory is a standard 4-person room. If a 5th person appears, please ignore her and do not let her know you have discovered her presence. 3. This is a girls' dormitory, please do not bring boys inside. If boys are brought in, the consequences are your own responsibility. 4. The water in the dormitory is clear, but if you find the water turns blood red, please stop using it immediately and leave the dormitory to report the situation to the dorm manager. 5. There will be no women in red clothing in the dormitory. If you see a woman in red, please keep your distance and report it to the dorm manager. 6. The dorm manager will only check the dorm once a day. If there's a second check, do not open the door and act as if nothing happened. 7. The dorm manager does not like to be disturbed. After reading these rules, Sui took out her notebook from her backpack again and recorded them one by one. She put the notebook back in place. Knocked on the dorm manager's door beside her. After knocking, Sui stood at the door waiting for about 2 minutes, before the door slowly opened from the inside. Although it was daytime, the inside was pitch black, with not a glimmer of light. Soon, a middle-aged woman dressed in white slowly walked out, trembling. Her hair was somewhat gray, and her skin was dry and wrinkled like tree bark. You must be the new student, here's the key to room 207 on the second floor. Her voice was ethereal, carrying a weight that seemed extremely mismatched for her age. Sui felt a chill in her heart. She quickly took the key and thanked the person in front of her. The woman said nothing more, retreated back into her room, and closed the door again. It was only when Sui reached the second floor that she suddenly remembered, she hadn't even stated her purpose, so how did she know she was a freshman? Moreover, Sui noticed that the other students at this school weren't wearing uniforms, so there was no way for her to be differentiated by their clothing. With much confusion in her heart, she forcibly suppressed her inner fear. She used the key in her hand to open the door to room 207. As soon as the door opened, Sui was hit by a damp, moldy smell. She frowned, forcing herself to suppress the nausea in her heart as she walked in. Sui turned on the light on the wall and saw the appearance of the room. The beds in the room were stacked, with the upper bunk for sleeping and the lower bunk just a table. There were already made bed linens, and Sui randomly chose a bed on the left and climbed up. The blanket on top seemed a bit damp, and as she reached out, she felt a sticky sensation. She endured the discomfort in her heart, pulled the blanket off, and draped it over the side of the bed to air it out. Just staying in the dorm for 2 minutes, Sui felt a violent churning in her stomach. She covered her mouth, opened the door, and rushed out. Sui bent over in the hallway, gagging for a long time. Are you the new junior? I have tissues here, wipe your mouth. As Sui was retching, a gentle female voice suddenly rang in her ear. Sui looked up and saw a long-haired woman in a red dress. The woman was very beautiful, especially her eyes, which were big but lacked luster. Sui instinctively wanted to take the tissues from her hand, but as her hand reached halfway, she suddenly froze. A thought about Rule 5 flashed in her mind. Women in red should not appear in the dorm. If seen, please ignore her and report immediately to the dorm manager. Sui suppressed her underlying fear and put her hand down again. What's wrong? Are you feeling better? The woman still looked at Sui with concern, asking. After Sui steadied herself against the wall, she turned and walked away. Why don't you respond to me? Why don't you respond to me? She directly opened the glass door in front of her and walked out. Inside the dormitory room, she held a long knife tightly in her hand. Her murky eyes stared fiercely at Sui's back from behind the window, and after her hand dropped when she just saw Sui, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Sui quickly walked to the bottom of the boys' dormitory, standing still waiting for Pei-yu. She waited for 2 minutes but still did not see anyone come down. Just as Sui was about to take out her phone to send a message, Pei-yu happened to walk down from upstairs. Seeing Pei-yu, Sui instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She walked a few steps to Pei-yu's side and told him about the incident she just encountered. Chapter 26, Cafeteria Rules. You did very well, but next time, if you encounter something uncertain, you can tell me on your phone, and I'll help you think of a way. Sui nodded at Pei-yu, then recounted the rules of the girls' dormitory to him before asking. By the way, are there differences between the rules of the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory? Pei-yu thought for a moment before replying. In comparison, the rules on both sides are almost identical. Based on your experience just now, one rule trap has already been ruled out. Sui nodded and then pondered whether there were any contradictory points in the rules she just heard. Are you hungry? While she was thinking, Pei-yu suddenly asked this question. Sui looked up at him in surprise. Ah. I think I am a little hungry. Are you hungry now, Brother Pei?
Peiyu did not answer directly. He took a few steps forward and said to Sui.
Let's go to the cafeteria first.
Sui nodded, jogging to catch up with him.
The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria.
As they got closer, Sui smelled a fragrance of food. She was momentarily stunned, even developing a strange thought that this place was no different from the school in reality.
However, after a few seconds, Sui dismissed this thought.
The two walked slowly inside and were greeted by rusty iron tables and chairs.
At that moment, perhaps because it was not mealtime yet, the cafeteria was completely empty.
As they walked a few more steps inside, they saw a very noticeable sign, with bright red letters just like those in the girls' dormitory.
Sui went over first and earnestly read the rules on it. Welcome new students to the 11th middle school this semester.
From now on, students will dine here, but for the sake of everyone's safety, please be familiar with the following rules. 1. This cafeteria only provides lunch and dinner, and is not open at any other times. If you see the cafeteria open outside of the set times, please pretend you saw nothing and immediately turn away.
2. This cafeteria only has a first floor, and there will definitely not be a second floor.
3. This cafeteria only provides pork, beef, and other livestock meats, and there will never be a third type of meat. 4. This cafeteria encourages thrift. If there are leftovers, please pack them up and take them away.
Do not waste food.
After Sui recorded the rules one by one, she turned to Peiyu beside her. Brother Pei, it seems like this time the rules are much more than last time.
Do you have any clues now?
Peiyu thought for a moment before saying. So far, it seems that some of these rules are interconnected. As for the others, we'll have to wait a couple of days to find more hidden rules to know.
Sui nodded. So where do we go next?
Peiyu looked at the watch on his wrist and said lightly.
Didn't you just say you were hungry?
It's just afternoon now, and the cafeteria is open.
Let's go eat something first.
Sui couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Although she was indeed a bit hungry, thinking of some things mentioned in the rules, she involuntarily recalled some not-so-good memories. Peiyu took a few steps forward, but he noticed that Sui did not follow him. What's wrong? He turned his head and asked Sui. Sui swallowed and walked a few steps to his side, whispering. Brother Pei, I feel like everything here has a strange vibe.
If possible, let's not eat.
After all, whenever Sui thought about the terrifying and bloody scenes she saw on the train last time, she felt a bit nauseous. However, Peiyu stared at her seriously and said. We still have to stay here for more than 10 days. No matter how unappetizing the food is, we must eat it, or we might starve before we even leave. Hearing his words, Sui paused, and after careful consideration, she suddenly realized how ridiculous her earlier thought was.
Yeah, no matter how weird it is here, we still have to eat.
Otherwise, we'll starve before we get out. Sui lowered her head, feeling a bit hot in the face, her voice tinged with embarrassment. I get it, Brother Pei. I was just thinking too simply. Seeing Sui like this, a strange feeling surged in Peiyu's heart. It was as if he had bullied a child, and combined with Sui's drooping head and slightly lost tone, it stirred up something strange within him.
He coughed twice and then said. Don't call me Brother Pei in the future. I don't know when you became so polite.
Sui lifted her head and glanced at him, mumbling softly.
Isn't it because everyone else at the milk tea shop calls you Brother Pei?
I think it's not good for me to call you by your name directly, plus our teacher also said, eating from someone's hand. Peiyu looked at her, somewhat amused. You've forgotten everything neatly, but you remember your teacher's words clearly. Sui whispered, of course, I still want to take the postgraduate entrance exam in the future. Hearing her words, a smile flashed across Peiyu's face. He reached out and touched Sui's short hair. All right, little sister, let's think about surviving here first. As for your exam, we can talk about it when we get out. Now, let's go eat. After saying that, he walked ahead. Sui looked sadly at his back and rearranged her short hair. Vague youth. How many times have I told you, don't mess up my hair? Hearing her words, Peiyu finally felt at ease. This is more like Sui, otherwise, she's been too cautious these past few days, which feels very strange to Peiyu. The atmosphere between them returned to the way it was at the beginning. At this moment, a large group of students also surged toward the cafeteria. Sui and Peiyu casually took 2 trays, served some rice, and went to the window to get some vegetables. They both didn't linger in front of the meat dishes for too long. After all, after experiencing such things last time, no one had the appetite to eat meat now. After Sui finished getting her dish and was about to leave, the ant at the window reminded her to pay. Sui was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment, a trace of embarrassment crossed her face. I didn't expect that, just like outside, you also have to pay to eat here. She mumbled softly, about to take out her money, only to discover that her only bank card was not brought in. Just as Sui felt her cheeks growing hot, Peiyu took out a card to pay for her.
Sui felt a bit embarrassed and simply walked over with her tray to find a seat. Pei-yu quickly sat down next to her. Sui turned to look at the person beside her, her tone full of surprise. So, you also have to pay to eat here? Pei-yu nodded. In most cases, the rules here run the same as in the real world, but breaking the rules is a different story. Sui nodded, but doubts began to fill her heart. So where did the money we paid them go? Did they save it in the bank of heaven and earth? Hearing her wild imagination, Pei-yu couldn't help but laugh. Well, I don't know. Why don't you go ask? Sui couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Although I'm not very smart, I can't be that foolish. They exchanged a few more playful jabs, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. The meal didn't take too long. Although Sui found the food here bland, even somewhat tasteless, it was much better than last time. After finishing her meal, Sui initially planned to return to the girls' dormitory, but when she reached the door, she found it locked. Remembering the rule that the door wouldn't open until midnight, Sui sighed and could only stroll to the school playground with Pei-yu. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and she couldn't see a single star. The moon was red, hanging high in the sky, dangerously emanating a strange charm. Walking in the red moonlight, Sui remembered something and turned to Pei-yu, asking. By the way, you said last time that people here only remember what happened the day before they came. So what did you do before? Sui had made many assumptions about Pei-yu's identity, like a doctor or a teacher, but in the end, none of them seemed quite right. Hearing Sui's question, Pei-yu remained strangely silent for a long time. Just as Sui was about to ask again, he finally spoke faintly. I don't know. Chapter 27, Oddball. Sui took a moment to process this before turning her head, confused, to look at him. What do you mean? I don't know? Pei-yu looked up at the red moon in the sky, his face showing no expression. Seeing that he wasn't talking anymore, Sui assumed he didn't want to share and decided not to ask further. The two waited outside for a long time until midnight arrived. Pei-yu walked Sui to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. Just as she was about to go inside, he suddenly called out to her. Remember, no matter what happens, tell me immediately. Sui nodded, don't worry, I definitely will. Pei-yu reminded her a few more times before he hurriedly turned and walked away. After he left, Sui turned and entered the girls' dormitory in front of her. She went up to the second floor and opened the door to room 207. After turning on the light, she glanced around and noticed several unfamiliar bags on the other three beds. At a glance, Sui knew those bags belonged to other newcomers. After quickly washing up on the balcony, she was about to get into bed when the closed iron door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Sister Yu, I'm a little scared. Will we really be okay? A sharp female voice interrupted her words directly. Shut up. Everyone is already scared, and you keep asking questions. At this rate, you'll scare us to death before any ghost can. Exactly. Wanlan, Sister Yu said that as long as we follow the rules, we can definitely survive and go out. As these three voices grew closer, Sui walked in from the balcony. As soon as she entered, she saw three girls in their 20s. The girl in the middle had a somewhat sharp chin, making it clear she wasn't easy to get along with. The other two were on her left and right. The left girl was a bit plump, and the right one was slightly shorter and thinner. The woman in the middle narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Sui the moment she saw her. So, you are our roommate? Let me make it clear, even though we live together now, if anything happens to you in the future, we absolutely won't help you. After all, here, surviving on your own is the most important. Sui looked at her calmly, showing little emotion in her eyes. Understood. Seeing she only said those two words. Sun Yu continued. Hey, since we are living together, we will inevitably run into each other. Let's get this straight, what's your name? Sui glanced at her without speaking first, instead asking, since you asked for someone else's name first, shouldn't you show a little sincerity? Sun Yu pouted her lips, somewhat unwillingly saying, I'm Sun Yu, the short and awkward one is Wang Lan, and the chubby one is Chen Jiao. Sui nodded and softly said two words. Su-he. After saying this, the three of them had no further interactions. Su-he was the first to climb up and lie on the bed. Although the blanket still had a moldy smell, it was already much better than the initial dampness. She took out her notebook to study the rules written inside. Below, the three began to wash up. After washing up, Wang Lan and Chen Jiao climbed onto their beds and lay down. But Sun Yu claimed she had to go to the bathroom. There was no bathroom in the dormitory, but there was one at the end of the hallway on each floor. Sun Yu left for a long time, probably about half an hour, before she ran back, panting. As soon as she barged in, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Sui frowned at the sudden noise, turning to look at Sun Yu standing by the door. The other two were also startled by the abrupt sound. Sister Yu, what happened? Chen Jiao was the first to ask. Sun Yu's face was pale, trembling all over.
Just now, when I was coming back, I saw a woman in a red dress in the hallway.
She even asked if I needed tissues.
Upon hearing her words, Suhi involuntarily thought of the woman she had encountered at noon. While everyone was silent, Wang Lan quietly said, Rule 5 seems to say, if you see a woman in a red dress, you have to ignore her and report this to the dorm manager.
Hearing her, Sun Yu glared at her angrily. Of course, I know that. But that woman was just in the hallway. If I go out now, who knows if I'll run into her.
Wang Lan shrank her neck and lay back down, no longer speaking. As Sun Yu was about to go find the dorm manager to explain, Suhi stopped her.
Wait a minute.
Sun Yu's foot, which was about to step forward, froze in place. She turned her head and glared at Suhi, her tone full of impatience.
What's wrong? What do you want to say?
Though Suhi felt a bit uncomfortable being glared at, she still shared what she had encountered and her own speculation. Upon hearing her, Sun Yu hesitated obviously. But the rules say, if you meet a woman in a red dress, you must report it to the dorm manager.
What if there's a death condition triggered if we don't say anything?
Suhi sighed and tried to soften her tone. I can only say, I didn't follow the rules, and I'm still fine now. Sun Yu scoffed and rolled her eyes at her, muttering. Who knows if it's fine or if the time hasn't come yet? Hearing this, Suhi furrowed her brows tightly. She only didn't want to let someone die for no reason but didn't expect her well-intentioned warning about the rules to bring her a curse instead. Suppressed her annoyance, she turned back and seriously looked at the rules in her notebook again. Hey! Since you dare to say that, if I don't go report to the dorm manager tonight and something happens, can you take responsibility? Upon hearing this, Suhi almost laughed in anger. She originally just wanted to kindly remind her, but now Sun Yu wanted to push all the risks onto her. She coldly glared at Sun Yu, who stood at the foot of the bed with her arms crossed, watching her. I'll say it again, I'm just kindly reminding you. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Whether you believe it or not. It's all your own choice. Hearing her words, Sun Yu directly rolled her eyes. You want to bring out nonsense you can't even guarantee yourself to harm others. Suhi ignored her and seriously observed the rules in the notebook. Although Sun Yu said this, a trace of fear still rose in her heart. After hesitating for a long time, she ultimately didn't dare to go down and find the dormitory supervisor. Around midnight, someone knocked on everyone's doors. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, inspection time. A sharp yet slightly hoarse voice rang out from outside. At this moment, Sun Yu, who had not yet gotten into bed, opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the dorm supervisor, with murky eyes and a hunched back, slowly walked in. She glanced at everyone indifferently and then slowly walked out. Seeing her leave, Sun Yu quickly locked the door, then stopped thinking about it and climbed into bed. Not knowing how much time had passed, Suhi, who had already fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened by a loud knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inspection. Open the door. Everyone was instantly awoken and sat up. At that moment, Sun Yu exploded like a startled cat. She sat on the bed, pointed at Suhi, and directly scolded. You said we couldn't go down and find the dorm supervisor, right? Now look. She's back again. Suhi was completely confused by her bizarre logic. At this time, Sun Yu had already gotten out of bed and walked a few steps to the door, intending to pull open the iron door in front of her. Seeing this, Suhi hurriedly shouted to her. Stop. Sun Yu immediately frowned. She turned her head to look at Suhi with hatred and scolded. Are you done yet? One mishap is enough, what? Do you want to trap me a second time? Suhi's gaze instantly turned icy. But thinking about how if she opened the door now, she would be in trouble too, Suhi could only suppress the anger in her heart and got out of bed with her. Is your brain full of mush? Didn't you forget what Rule 6 says? The dorm supervisor only checks once. If there's a second inspection, pretend you didn't hear anything and don't open the door. Hearing her words, Sun Yu turned around and looked at the other two who were still in bed for confirmation. Seeing both of them nodding at her, she took a few steps back. Still, she crossed her arms and stared at Suhi, her eyes filled with hatred. Isn't it all because you wouldn't let me report to the dorm supervisor that this happened? You better pray nothing happens to me tonight, or I'll haunt you as a ghost. Suhi shot her a cold glance and stopped speaking, turning to climb back into bed. Early the next morning, before dawn, Sun Yu woke up first. After waking up, she called Wang Lan and Chen Jiao to wake up as well. You two come with me to explain the situation to the dorm supervisor. Though hesitant, the two of them didn't dare to say anything and followed her out. This time, Suhi only watched her back and didn't say anything. Sun Yu was about to die. This was the only thought in Suhi's mind at this moment. Chapter 28, Confirming Suspicion. Sister Yu, why don't we just not go? Yesterday Suhi said there's no need to report. Wang Lan said cautiously.
At this moment, Sun Yu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around and slapped Wang Lan hard. Wang Lan was stunned by the slap, covering her face and looking at Sun Yu in disbelief. "Sister Yu, what are you doing? Why did you hit me?" Sun Yu stared at her fiercely. "Do you dare to mention that fool? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been so anxious." "Yes, Wang Lan. You are the dumbest among us three. Whatever Sister Yu says, you just do it. How can that be right?" Sun Yu snorted coldly and was the first to walk ahead. The two behind her saw this and said no more, quickly jogging to catch up. Soon the three of them arrived at the dormitory manager's door. Looking at the rusty iron gate in front of them, Sun Yu raised her hand and knocked on the door without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. "Is the dorm manager there? Please open the door." Sun Yu stood at the door boldly, her face full of impatience. After waiting for about half a minute, just when Sun Yu was about to curse, the iron door in front of her finally opened a crack. A murky eye was fixed on Sun Yu standing outside the door. Sun Yu was startled and took a step back, looking at the eye stretching out from behind the door. Her impatience immediately vanished. I just came to report that last night I saw a woman in a red dress in the hallway," she. Before Sun Yu could finish, the door was suddenly yanked open from the inside. The hunchback dorm manager came out holding a knife more than a meter long, slowly walking forward. The knife made a harsh scratching sound against the floor, instantly sending chills down the spines of the three. Her murky eyes were filled with greed as they looked at Sun Yu. "I don't like being disturbed." After saying this, she lifted the long knife in her hand, slowly moving closer to Sun Yu. Sun Yu was instantly scared, her eyes wide open, and she instinctively wanted to turn and run. But at that moment, it was already too late. In the split second she turned, the dorm manager's knife was raised high. Maybe due to her old age, the knife she held was only at the level of Sun Yu's waist. In the next second, a cold glimmer flashed, and the knife directly cut through Sun Yu's waist. Ah 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 ah. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Sun Yu's upper body fell to the ground. At this moment, she hadn't completely lost consciousness, her eyes wide open, almost about to pop out of their sockets. In just a few seconds, the ground was covered in blood. The two people who were originally standing next to her were also affected. Now, they were both covered in fresh blood, turning into two bloody figures. Sun Yu still hadn't completely lost awareness. She stretched out her hand and grimaced at Chen Jiao beside her, saying, "Help, help me." Saying this, she supported her upper body and wanted to crawl to Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao's eyes widened in horror. She desperately backed away. "Don't come here. Don't come here. You are almost dead. I can't help you. Can't help you." After saying this, it seemed like she could no longer bear the bloody scene, and struggling to get up, she rushed towards the staircase. Seeing her leave, Sun Yu reached out toward Wang Lan next to her. At this moment, Wang Lan's face had lost all color, she trembled all over and fell to the ground. As Sun Yu opened her mouth toward her, Wang Lan stepped back desperately. Then, in a panic, she scrambled to her feet and ran in the direction where Chen Jiao had left. The two stumbled all the way back to their dorm room. But because they were too panicked, the front Chen Jiao slammed the door against the wall, making a loud noise. Sui had just gotten off the bed at this time. She was washing up, and upon seeing the two covered in blood, there was not much emotion in her eyes. Almost simultaneously, the two who rushed in saw Sui's expressionless face, and in the next second, the fear on their faces turned into hatred. "Sui, you damn well knew it would be deadly if we went down. Why didn't you tell us?" Chen Jiao glared at Sui with red eyes. Wang Lan also quietly echoed, "Yes. After all, we live in the same dorm, how can you be so cold-blooded?" A cold smile suddenly appeared on Sui's calm face. She looked at the two blood-soaked people in front of her and felt it was ironic. "Did I not tell you? Yesterday I made it very clear to Sun Yu, but did you listen? Now that something happened, you push all the blame onto me." Hearing her words, a hint of guilt appeared in both of their eyes. Sui ignored them and directly pushed them aside, walking toward the door. As she left, Wang Lan whispered, "So what if she said it? It's no big deal. And she clearly knew there would be a death but didn't stop us, she's really cold-blooded." When Sui reached downstairs, the hunchback dorm supervisor was dragging the blood on the floor with a worn-out mop. Upon seeing Sui, her murky eyes stayed fixed on Sui's face. Sui glanced at her lightly and then turned her head away. Watching Sui's departing back, the dorm supervisor's eyes filled with unwillingness. After leaving the dorm, Sui sent a message to Peiyu and stood in place waiting for him. About 5 minutes later, Peiyu came down from upstairs. As soon as he saw Sui, Peiyu frowned. He reached out to smooth Sui's somewhat messy hair and, seeing her dark circles, asked, "What happened last night? Why do you look so disheveled?" Hearing his question, Sui sighed and recounted what happened yesterday. After finishing, Sui felt a bit melancholic. "I clearly explained all the pros and cons to her, but she just wouldn't listen. Now that someone has really died, the other two are blaming everything on me. Upon hearing her words, Peiyu's face showed little emotion. He led Sui forward while coldly saying, "Such things are very common in a strange world. When I first entered here, I was just like you are now, always thinking that if I said everything I knew, I could save many people, but I underestimated this place. Due to others' deceit, I almost died here. Life is at stake, one wrong step could lead to death. So wanting a completely unfamiliar group of people to trust you is impossible." He paused here, his gaze towards Sui becoming more complicated. "But you are an exception. Sui. Can I interpret that as you saying I'm foolish?" Peiyu smiled and shook his head. "You are just too naive. Everyone, when first facing this cruel world, always hopes to move others with their sincerity. But in the end, you will find that the most worthless thing here is honesty." Sui nodded and fell silent. The two soon arrived in the classroom. By then, it was already 5:30, but the classroom was still somewhat dark. Sui and Peiyu found their original seats and sat down. Looking outside as the sky gradually turned blood red, Sui suddenly asked, "Since you know sincerity is cheap, if you encounter the same thing again, would you still show your sincerity?" After a long silence, Peiyu finally answered, "People don't come into this world with evil in their hearts. Moving from one stage to the next always takes a process." Sui nodded, repeating, "Yes, it always takes a process." She knew she couldn't just stand by watching someone about to fall into a trap, knowing that triggering that rule would lead to death. Sui understood she wasn't a hero, but she also couldn't bear to watch others die without doing anything. She sighed and made plans for the future. No matter if others believe it or not, she would still remind those who needed it. As for whether others believe or not, that was no longer her concern. By 5:50, 2/3 of the people had already arrived in the classroom. Wang Lan and Shen Zhao arrived at that moment, having changed into new clothes, their faces washed clean of blood. They sat in the middle, a little further back, and threw a disdainful glance at Sui when they saw her. Sui ignored them, solely focused on pondering the rules. Time passed slowly, and at 5:55 p.m., the familiar woman in a tight dress walked in. Chapter 29, Overtime. Just as she stepped closer to the classroom, the last boy in the class rushed in, panting heavily. As he was about to walk to his seat, the woman behind him suddenly called out coldly, "Stop right there." The boy turned around, looking confused at her. "Teacher, it's only 5:55 p.m., I'm not late." The woman smiled at him, her face full of affection. "I'm sorry, student, you are late." With that, she pointed at the clock hanging on the wall. The time on the clock read 6:01 p.m. Sui was shocked. She quickly grabbed Peiyu's hand to check the time on his watch. 5:55 p.m. At that moment, the boy also looked at his watch with a shocked expression. After confirming the time was 5:55 p.m., he said to the woman in front of him, "Teacher, the clock up there must be broken." The woman continued to smile brightly. "Student, you are late." Then she elegantly clapped her hands at the door. In the next moment, a young man entered, holding a long knife, dressed in a clean school uniform. He looked coldly at the boy standing in the aisle, dragging the knife as he expressionlessly walked towards him. The boy instinctively backed away, but after 2 steps, his head fell with a dull thud. The boy didn't even have time to scream, dying inexplicably in the classroom. The others who witnessed this were all in shock. A few who were psychologically weaker had covered their mouths and started crying. Sui frowned tightly. There are still 5 minutes left. What exactly went wrong? Meanwhile, the young man, seeing the boy dead, began to drag his body slowly out of the classroom. The woman in the hat walked back to the podium. Her face still held a smile, but Sui felt that her smile was very sinister. "Don't worry, students, it was just a small incident. Next, we will go move the textbooks." She looked at the few boys sitting in the classroom with a cheerful expression. "You 3 stand up first and go bring the textbooks in." The ones she pointed to were 3 boys sitting a little further up in the middle. Hearing the woman's words, they hurriedly stood up from their seats. After hesitating, they all involuntarily thought of Rule 7. Please unconditionally obey the teacher's arrangements. No matter what requirement the teacher proposes, students must strictly abide by it. Seeing them all stand up, the woman at the podium smiled and continued. "The textbooks are on the first floor, you 3 go bring them up for me." The 3 boys stopped talking and walked towards the classroom door. Just as they were about to exit the classroom, Sui suddenly thought of Rule 6. "No! Wait!" she exclaimed in her heart, instinctively wanting to stand up from her seat. Just as she was about to get up, Peiyu suddenly pulled her back fiercely. Sui turned her head, looking at him in confusion. Peiyu didn't speak, just shook his head at her. Suddenly, Sui recalled Rule 4, not allowed to make a sound. At that moment, the 3 boys had already walked out of the classroom.
Accompanied by a scream, a lot of blood suddenly splattered on the two windows near the corridor. The bright red blood flowed slowly down the smooth glass, making the person sitting by the window shiver. At that moment, the atmosphere in the classroom was filled with fear, but it was so quiet that no sound could be heard. The companions of the three boys had already covered their mouths and cried out loud. The woman on the podium showed a satisfied expression when she saw they had died outside. She waved to the young man standing at the door. The young man entered with bloodied hands, carrying a stack of books. After placing the books on the podium, he slowly backed out. The woman elegantly handed out textbooks to the others sitting in the classroom. After receiving the textbook, Sui instinctively opened the pure white cover in front of her. As soon as she opened it, Sui saw a line of small print on the first page. The teacher must not lose the attendance register. In the next second, the words on the cover disappeared without a trace like a mirage. Sui remained calm on the surface. She took out her notebook and jotted down that sentence. Seeing that everyone had received their textbooks, the woman took a blue folder from her black bag. Alright, now that the textbooks are in your hands, let's take attendance first. Saying this, she called out the names of everyone in the classroom. After finishing the roll call, the woman put down the folder in her hand, picked up a book from the podium, and started the lesson. Sui flipped open the book in front of her, but found that there was no table of contents. The woman on the podium asked them to turn to the second page, and upon seeing the content, Sui widened her eyes in shock. What was written was actually about how to properly extract brain matter. After seeing the accompanying illustrations, Sui instinctively felt nauseated. She covered her mouth tightly to control her impulse to vomit. The illustrated content was very strange, not resembling cow or pig brains. Sui had never seen that kind of brain matter, and the lengthy descriptions of its uses and processing reminded her of many unpleasant memories. Noticing her abnormal reaction, the person beside her, Peiyu, turned his head and looked at her with concern. Sui bit her lip, turned her head, and smiled at him to show that she was fine. In the classroom, the expressions of the others also suddenly became ugly. In the following hours, everyone endured great torment. Until noon at 12 o'clock, when the class dismissal bell rang. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing the bell, the woman also packed her books, picked up her bag from the table, and directly left the classroom. As soon as she left, the classroom instantly descended into chaos. Several girls in Chen whose team had already started to sob softly. Chen-gu, can we really be okay? So many people died this morning, I'm so scared, woo woo woo. Although Chun-hu was also quite frightened, he still held on and kept calm at that moment. He glanced at the girl in front of him and scolded, "What are you crying for? Didn't I say, as long as you obey, you won't die? You all tell me the hidden rules you just saw." Hearing his words, everyone in the team immediately spoke about the hidden rules they had just seen. Seeing the situation over there, Sui couldn't help but frown. He was deceiving a group of newcomers to reveal hidden rules, yet he himself showed no sign of concern and was bossy toward others. Recalling what Peiyu had told her before about how hidden rules could be used to kill, Sui suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She had originally wanted to remind that group of people, but suddenly remembered that the slightly arrogant young man from yesterday had already told them. But that group of people remained unmoved. Just as Sui was pondering these thoughts, a figure suddenly blocked her way. "Oh, not bad, old Pei, I can actually see you in such a low-level game. This person next to you is your client, right?" Hearing this familiar voice, Sui looked up and saw the young man from yesterday, full of swagger, now followed by a somewhat refined man wearing glasses. Peiyu glanced at him with indifference, his tone neither cold nor warm. "Not as good as you, Zhao Kongke, who is the center of attention wherever you go." The man in front of him coughed twice and then leaned closer to Peiyu. "Alright, old Pei, stop mocking me. How about it? Have you considered collaborating with me? As long as you cooperate, we can leave within 3 days." Peiyu gave him a faint glance. "Oh? How do you want to collaborate?" The man in front directly ignored Sui, pulling Peiyu up from where he was sitting. "It's not convenient to discuss cooperation here. Let's go eat first and talk while we eat." Peiyu was dragged along and shook off his hand with a look of disgust. He turned to Sui and said, "Let's go, let's eat first." Sui nodded and followed him out of the classroom. The four of them talked as they walked forward. The somewhat cocky man was actively trying to strike up a conversation with Peiyu, but Peiyu hardly paid him any attention, instead asking Sui if she had any new discoveries along the way. Seeing this, the man in front suddenly made a strange sound. "TSK TSK TSK. Old Pei, the way you're treating this girl shows she's not your client, she's your new team member, right?" Peiyu cast him a faint glance but did not deny it. The man in front smiled and pushed the quiet man beside him forward. "This one too, he's someone I've recently taken a liking to, let's get to know each other." "Hello, I'm Chen Feng." Sui smiled faintly at him. "My name is Su He."
Seeing Sui say her name, the cocky man pulled Chen Feng behind him and shamelessly charged in front of Sui. Ha, little sister, my name is Zhao Kongming, feel free to come to me for help in the future. Sui looked at him, forcing down the urge to laugh. Your name is quite special, but it doesn't really seem to suit you. Kongming made Sui think of Zhuge Liang at first, but this person looked rather not so smart. Seeming to see what Sui was thinking, Zhao Kongming looked at Pei Yu with some bitterness. Did you corrupt her? How come even a little girl has a tongue as sharp as yours? Pei Yu gave him a faint glance. Have you never thought that maybe it's just you who's naturally unlikable? Zhao Kongming. The rest of the way, Zhao Kongming kept quiet. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the cafeteria. Su He, like Pei Yu, only took a few vegetarian dishes, as she really had no appetite for meat dishes. Zhao Kongming did the same as them, not even glancing at the meat dishes. But Chen Feng was different from the other three. He first took a few vegetarian dishes like Zhao Kongming but suddenly stopped when he reached the meat dish stall. We can't eat vegetables all the time, right? Where will we get our protein? After saying this, he tried to step over there. Zhao Kongming's expression suddenly turned cold as he grabbed Chen Feng's arm. What are you trying to do? Chen Feng looked at him in confusion. I want to get some meat dishes. Zhao Kongming's previous playful demeanor vanished instantly. He looked at Chen Feng with cold eyes. I've always told you to remember the rules, did you memorize them to a dog's stomach? Chen Feng looked at him dazedly. Zhao Kongming didn't explain much but pulled him to sit next to Su He and Pei Yu. When they saw Su He and the others, Zhao Kongming's face lit up with a smile again. Old Pei, as long as you consider cooperating with me, I guarantee I can get you out within 3 days. Pei Yu raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. Why don't you tell me your plan first? Zhao Kongming leaned closer to Pei Yu's ear and whispered. How about you first reveal the hidden rules you know, and then I'll share what I know, and we exchange. Before he finished speaking, Pei Yu suddenly sneered. Ha! Your words might fool newcomers, but do I look like an idiot? Zhao Kongming laughed and patted Pei Yu's shoulder. Old Pei, what are you talking about? We've known each other for so many years, do you still not trust me? Pei Yu patted his own shoulder. I don't trust you. Zhao Kongming felt a bit embarrassed. He straightened up and shifted his gaze to Sui. Little sister, quickly persuade your boss. As long as we trust each other and reveal the hidden rules we know, we can definitely make it out alive. Sui glanced at him coldly. First of all, I am 19 this year, don't call me little sister. Secondly, since it was you who proposed cooperation, why don't you show some sincerity first? Hearing her words, Zhao Kongming's expression nearly froze on his face. He didn't expect Su He to be so smart, but then realized it made sense. After all, she was someone Pei Yu had his eye on, so she couldn't be any less capable. Zhao Kongming shrugged, revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Psyche, old Pei, after so many years, you still don't trust me. Forget it, forget it. Since I proposed cooperation, I will share one of my hidden rules with you. He leaned closer to Su He and Pei Yu, speaking softly between them. Rule 7, absolutely wrong. Upon hearing his words, Sui's brows furrowed. Strictly speaking, Rules 6 and 7 indeed contradict each other. On one hand, it says to fully obey the teacher's arrangements, and on the other, it says not to leave the classroom. So when the two contradict, which should one believe, Rule 6 or Rule 7? Combined with the 3 boys who died this morning, Sui found these 2 rules even more confusing. Those 3 boys followed Rule 7 but broke Rule 6, yet they still died. However, if what Zhao Kongming said is true and Rule 7 is wrong, then everything makes sense. After listening to him, Pei Yu didn't show much emotion. He pushed Zhao Kongming, who was blocking him and Su He, aside, and elegantly resumed eating. Zhao Kongming chuckled and returned to his seat. He looked at Pei Yu with anticipation. Alright, I have now shared one hidden rule with you, it's your turn to reveal one. Su He nodded, about to share her own hidden rule, but Pei Yu suddenly grabbed her wrist. He put down his chopsticks and looked steadily at Zhao Kongming. Thanks for your sharing, but we don't know any hidden rules. Hearing his words, Zhao Kongming instantly stood up from his seat. He stared at Pei Yu angrily, his voice suddenly rising. Old Pei, you are too ungrateful, aren't you? Didn't we agree on cooperation just now? Pei Yu looked at him and smiled. It was you who said you wanted to cooperate, when did I agree? Zhao Kongming pointed at him but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Pei Yu stopped talking. He pulled Sui up from her seat. Sui carried her meal and sat down again with Pei Yu at a different table. Zhao Kongming glared at his back for a long time, and finally snorted coldly before sitting back down. On the other side, Su He. After sitting down, she tugged at Pei Yu's sleeve. Pei Yu, it seems you are familiar with Zhao Kongming, but your attitude towards him is a bit strange. Pei Yu explained lightly, he is the leader of another organization. A few years ago, I had some dealings with him, but this person is not simple, his mind is very deep, so we don't have much interaction. Su He nodded, feeling that Peiyu was right. After all, a person who can become a leader is certainly not an ordinary character. Just as the two were eating, a sudden wave of screams erupted in the cafeteria. Suhi immediately put down her chopsticks and turned to look around. At that moment, over a dozen people who had been eating well suddenly clutched their stomachs and started foaming at the mouth. Their faces turned deathly pale, and their features twisted together, looking extremely painful. Ugh! The food is poisoned. Poisoned. A man, clutching his stomach in pain, shouted this sentence before slowly collapsing to the ground. Then came the second person, the third person, the fourth. In just a few minutes, a large number of people had fallen in the cafeteria. The once lively cafeteria was now thrown into chaos. Suhi felt a chill in her heart. She frowned and looked at the food on the table. Suddenly, she noticed that Peiyu was still eating, and she was shocked. She grabbed his chopsticks and threw them on the ground. Peiyu, stop eating. It seems there is poison in this food. But Peiyu's face showed no significant expression. He glanced at the fallen people and said to Suhi, calm down first. Let's see what is different between the food those who collapsed had and ours. Hearing his words, Suhi managed to calm down a bit. She stood up to observe the food of the fallen people. After examining for a while, Suhi frowned tightly. It seems they all had meat dishes. Peiyu nodded. Do you remember Rule 3 in the cafeteria rules? Suhi nodded. This cafeteria only provides pork, beef, and other livestock and poultry meat. There will never be a third type of meat. In an instant, Suhi's eyes widened, and her face turned pale. So the third type of meat refers to... She didn't finish her sentence, but at that moment, both of them understood. So the meat in the cafeteria is all third type meat, there is no pork or beef at all. That meat cannot be eaten, Suhi said in horror. Peiyu nodded. By now, most people had already left the cafeteria, leaving only bodies unable to close their eyes on the ground, and a few people who were barely holding their emotions together, including Zhao Kongming sitting nearby. Then, from the kitchen, an old man in a white sanitary gown slowly walked out. He glanced indifferently at the people still standing and expressionlessly began to load the fallen bodies onto a cart, pushing it away unsteadily. Chapter 31, Anatomy Class. Seeing the old man, Suhi felt a wave of nausea in her stomach. She covered her mouth and couldn't help but gag. Peiyu sighed and patted her back. Here, such things are common, you need to learn to get used to it slowly. Suhi said nothing. She took a long time to suppress the nausea in her heart. Let's go back to the classroom, Suhi said in a low voice. Peiyu nodded and supported the somewhat weak Suhi as they slowly left the cafeteria. After they returned to the classroom, they waited for more than half an hour. It wasn't until 2 o'clock that the class bell rang again. At this moment, the classroom that had been full now had over 10 empty seats. Almost the moment the bell rang, the woman from the morning walked in again. But this time, she held a human skeleton and a sharp knife in her hands. The skeleton in her hand looked faintly yellow, and the bone texture was very clear. Everyone knew that the model she was holding was not a real model. Good afternoon, classmates. Next, we will have an anatomy class. Please turn to page 101 of your textbooks. Suhi followed the instruction and opened the book. As soon as she did, she saw a gruesome image. She bit her lip tightly to suppress the terror rising in her heart. The teacher only has a skeleton, and now we are missing a live model. I really don't know what to do. She glanced at everyone with a smile, then placed the knife in front of a girl in the first row. The girl trembled in fear, large tears rolling down her cheeks, but she didn't dare to make a sound. How about this? The teacher will play a game with everyone. We will count down from 1 minute, starting from the front row, and whoever has the knife after 1 minute will figure out a way to find a live model for the teacher. How does that sound? Everyone fell silent, no one dared to speak. The woman said no more. She walked a few steps to the podium, looked at the clock on the wall, and said coldly, "It has begun." As soon as she finished speaking, the trembling girl suddenly threw the knife to her deskmate. Her deskmate immediately reacted and passed the knife to the person behind them. Facing the sharp knife, everyone acted as if they had seen a hot potato. It took less than half a second for them to throw it away aggressively. After 20 seconds, the knife reached Suhi and Peiyu's side. Peiyu and Suhi were the last ones. Suhi took it, but Peiyu immediately snatched it and then turned around to pass it to the person behind. The person behind seemed not to expect Peiyu to pass it to him. He hesitated for only half a second before quickly accepting it and started to pass it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the last number was called, the knife landed right in front of a young man with yellow hair in the middle. He stared hard at the knife on the table before he trembled and picked it up. His expression was painfully filled with sorrow, as if he would cry at any moment. At this moment, the woman on the podium turned around, looking at the man with a hint of a smile on her face. This student seems to be very lucky. Next, you need to find a live model for the teacher. You can choose to do it yourself or let your desk mate do it. The young man's desk mate was a middle-aged woman, and upon hearing the woman's words, she couldn't help but shudder. The young man closed his eyes and thought for a long time before suddenly opening them wide, a hint of killing intent in his gaze. His eyes were red as he fixated on the middle-aged woman beside him, his voice carrying a decisive tone. "I'm sorry." Saying this, he grasped the sharp knife on the table. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman abruptly stood up from her chair. She took 2 steps back and desperately shouted at the young man in front of her. "Listen to me. I know a hidden rule. The hidden rule says that Rule 7 is not necessarily correct. That means we don't have to listen to this crazy woman. You need to calm down." Hearing the woman's words, the redness in the young man's eyes gradually faded a bit. His hand holding the sharp knife was still trembling, and tears rolled down his cheeks. "Are you serious? You're not lying to me?" The woman nodded and earnestly replied. "I swear, I'm not lying to you. The rules are on the first page of the textbook, but they vanish in an instant. You must have seen your own rule, right? You believe what I say, don't you?" Hearing her words, the young man nodded. The sharp knife he was holding slowly dropped down, and in the next second, it clattered to the ground. Seeing this, the woman standing at the podium's expression slowly turned cold. "Dang, dang, dang." Accompanied by a loud sound of high heels echoing in everyone's ears, the woman elegantly walked slowly down from the podium to stand in front of the two. She bent down, picked up the sharp knife from the ground, and then smiled at the two in front of her. "You two have violated the rules." As soon as her voice fell, the young man and the middle-aged woman instantly widened their eyes. Taking advantage of this gap, the woman suddenly grabbed the middle-aged woman and stabbed her heart with several thrusts of the knife. Bright red blood immediately gushed out, staining the woman's face and turning her black tight dress into a black-red color. Seeing this, the boy was so scared that he fell to the ground, sitting down. After dealing with the middle-aged woman, the woman in black, with high heels clicking, walked step by step toward the boy. "Don't come over. I didn't break any rules. I didn't." The woman's face twisted back into that strange smile. She didn't speak, but the next second, her figure suddenly flashed and she was directly behind the young man. Before the young man could react, she raised the knife in her hand and stabbed it straight through his throat. "Ugh, ugh." The man struggled in pain on the ground for a while, then stared wide-eyed, motionless. The woman put the knife away, walked to the classroom door, stood inside, and clapped her hands. The next second, the familiar young man walked in. The woman pointed at the young man's body on the floor and said, "Drag this one away, leave the other one for me." The young man said nothing, walked to the body, and slowly dragged it away. The woman moved the middle-aged woman's body to the podium, then began to start her class. Sui listened attentively on the surface, but her mind was spinning, wondering what rules the two people had violated. The woman triggered Rule 4, but what about the young man? Was it Rule 7? That didn't seem right either, because Zhao Kongming had said that his hidden rule was Rule 7, and it was absolutely wrong. Unless, there's another possibility, which is that Zhao Kongming lied. But if that were the case, then Rule 7 and Rule 6 would contradict each other, so what exactly was going on? Sui thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any answer. The next few hours were very torturous for everyone. It was not only mentally torturous, but also visually torturous. Since it was anatomy class, the middle-aged woman's body was directly dismembered into many pieces by the woman in black. Bright red blood flowed all over the classroom floor, some students were gagging, but didn't dare to make a sound. Everyone's faces became increasingly pale, and by the end, it seemed like they were on the verge of fainting at any moment. Until the sky outside gradually darkened, and time silently reached midnight, 12 o'clock. The bell rang again, signaling the end of class. The woman picked up her textbooks and roll call book, and slowly walked out of the classroom. Everyone, as if drained of their energy, collapsed onto their desks. Sui also slumped onto the desk, a hint of despair in her eyes. It was only the first day, and so many people had died. Those bloody and terrifying scenes kept flashing in her mind, almost driving Sui to the edge of a breakdown. Peiyu's face remained calm, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such things. Sui's head turned toward the outside, until the familiar voice rang in her ears. "What's wrong? Little sister, are you scared?" Sui turned her head weakly, and gave him a tired glare. "Big, old youth, don't tease me at this time, I have a few questions to ask you." Peiyu seemed to know what she was going to say. He stood up and walked 2 steps outside before saying, "Let's go, we'll talk after we get outside." Sui nodded and climbed up from her seat. Peiyu took Sui to the boys' dormitory downstairs and told her to wait for him before going up. Sui didn't know what he was going to do, so she could only wait for him in place. After about 2 minutes, Peiyu came down from upstairs. He stuffed a fruit candy into Sui's hand. Sui was a bit surprised. "Did you bring candy when you came in?" Peiyu patted her head. Yeah, but I don't eat it, it's for my little sister. This time, Sui didn't tease him, she just put the candy in her mouth, and the sweet fruit flavor burst in her mouth, clearing some of the gloom in her heart. Let's go back to the dormitory, I will tell you what you want to know later on my phone. Suhi nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 32, Patterns. When Suhi returned to the girls' dormitory building, she didn't rush upstairs. She stood in front of the glass door in the lobby, watching people come and go. Until 12:55, the old and frail dormitory supervisor finally walked out of the duty room. She hunched over, slowly walking to the glass door and locking it with a heavy iron lock. Just after the door locked, two young girls ran up, panting. They stood outside, anxiously banging on the glass door, and after looking around, fixed their eyes on Suhi inside. Suhi instinctively wanted to help, but just as she tried to step forward, the dormitory supervisor suddenly turned her head, staring intensely at her. Her eyes glowed in the deep night, resembling a wild beast in the forest, ready to tear Suhi apart at any moment. Suhi swallowed nervously and didn't dare to move. At that moment, however, a huge shadow suddenly flashed outside the glass door. The shadow was over 2 meters tall, very sturdy, but didn't look human. Just when Suhi intended to take a closer look, she heard a series of shrill screams from outside through the thick glass door. Ah! Don't come over! Woo woo! As Suhi was confused, a massive shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two girls, and when it got closer, Suhi finally saw what it was. It looked like an oversized hunting dog, and under the eerie red moonlight, its eyes emitted a dim red glow. Long drool hung down to its mouth, looking sticky and disgusting. Roar! It roared at the two girls and, without hesitation, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, biting down on the upper bodies of the two girls. The screams vanished, and Suhi heard the sound of bones crunching in her ears. She covered her mouth and trembled, running back to the dormitory unsteadily. As Suhi hurriedly entered the dormitory, Wang Lan and Chen Jiao looked at her with scrutinizing eyes. Seeing Suhi unharmed, Chen Jiao sighed directly, her tone full of, "Oh. Some people actually say that I caused someone's death. Then I really don't mind being the only living person left in this room. You say I have the ability to cause one person to die, what about two?" Chen Jiao's face turned pale and flushed, she moved her lips but ultimately didn't dare to say a word. Suhi coldly looked at the two people lying on the bed. "The days to come, you either get along well, or I will personally send you down to meet Sun Yu." The dormitory instantly fell silent, even the sound of breathing seemed so prominent. Suhi no longer spoke, she withdrew her gaze, took a few steps to the balcony, intending to wash her face with water. Just as she turned on the faucet, a stream of bright red liquid flowed out from the pipe. Suhi frowned and instinctively took a few steps back. The bright red liquid spread over the floor, creating a terrifying and creepy scene. Suhi swallowed hard, stepped forward, and turned off the faucet. After contemplating for a while, she took out her phone to inform Peiyu about the situation. Almost the next second, Peiyu replied to her message. "Don't be afraid. If you get any on yourself, just wipe it off. There's no need to tell the dorm manager. If anything else happens, let me know at any time." After replying with an okay, Suhi put away her phone. Peiyu's solution was similar to what she thought, so he didn't dwell on it any longer. She randomly found a dry towel and wiped off the red liquid on her body. Just as she was about to get into bed, she suddenly heard an extremely desperate scream from above. "Ah! Why is it like this? I want to go home. I want to go home. Wah! Why do I have to stay here? Can you come down from the balcony first? Just wait a few more days, maybe we'll be able to get out. Yes, yes. Can you please calm down? We've worked so hard to survive until today. No. I will die. Sooner or later, I will die. I don't want to stay here, I want to go home." Accompanied by a chaotic sound of footsteps and a scream, a dark shadow suddenly flashed in front of Suhi. Immediately after, bang! A living person crashed directly onto the concrete ground below the dormitory. The upstairs was thrown into chaos, it seemed that someone peered down, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! She died. Covered in blood. Suhi swallowed hard, not daring to look downstairs. Her previously calm heart began to race wildly at this moment. It was too suffocating here. The place was filled with bloody and violent scenes, someone couldn't bear it and jumped off. Thinking of the words that person said before dying, Suhi felt immense pain in her heart. Yes. Sooner or later, I will die. Just as this thought surfaced in Sui's mind, she felt a cold sweat break out, and suddenly pulled herself out of that strange state. No. Suhi, calm down. Don't let others affect your emotions. Trust Peiyu, you will go out with Peiyu. She constantly consoled herself in her heart. Taking a few deep breaths, Suhi finally regained her calmness. She stepped heavily and lay back down on the bed.
After thinking it over several times, Sui took out her phone and informed Pei about the earlier incident of someone jumping off. This time, she waited about 30 seconds before Pei-yu replied. Soo-hee, do you trust me? Seeing this familiar question, Soo-hee was momentarily stunned. Last time, Pei-yu had also asked her this question. Without hesitation, Soo-hee replied with 2 words again. I trust. The next second, she received Pei-yu's message. Okay, I will definitely take you out, but it might take a little more time. Just wait for 7 more days. Soo-hee replied, I believe you. The sense of security returned to her heart, and Soo-hee suddenly felt that everything here was nothing more than that. Her heart, which was originally floating and insecure, seemed to have found a landing point. As her mind became clear again, Soo-hee suddenly thought of the question she wanted to ask Pei-yu during the day. By the way, you just said you know what I want to ask. Now that I'm in the dormitory, can you tell me? After waiting for about a minute, the other side finally replied with a long message. Zhao Kongming lied, Rule 7 is not completely wrong. The death of that boy today is the best proof. However, what he said is also not entirely incorrect. Remember, there are no absolute rules. For example, during the last elimination match, the administrator told me to commit suicide with a knife. In situations like that, rules can be ignored. But if it's selective, like the strange situation in the classroom today that gave that boy 2 choices, as long as a player has a chance to survive, that rule stands. Therefore, it must be obeyed at all costs. Do you remember what that girl said back then? She said her hidden rule is that Rule 7 is not necessarily correct, that's what she meant. On the first day, the reason those 3 boys died was that they violated Rule 6. In that unavoidable situation, if they ignored Rule 7, they could have survived. Seeing this explanation, Sui suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder on the first day they entered the school, the last rule was, everything here has 2 sides. The mentioned duality refers to rules being both true and false, right and wrong. Finding the wrong one among the complex rules is not easy. Thus, hidden rules seem so important. Sui suddenly became curious about what Pei-yu's hidden rule really was. She wanted to ask directly but felt it wasn't appropriate. After much thought, Sui ultimately decided not to ask Pei-yu about his hidden rule. Suddenly thinking of the lying Zhao Kongming, all her goodwill towards him turned into hatred. Zhao Kongming was indeed not a simple character, he even concocted such a false hidden rule to deceive both herself and Pei-yu. Sui pondered his motives and immediately understood. He must also be uncertain, right? So he wanted to make Pei-yu and herself scapegoats while also testing if his guess was correct. What a scheming person he was. Chapter 33, Hidden Rules. Early the next morning, Sui stood at the bottom of the boys' dormitory at 5 o'clock. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Pei-yu also came down from upstairs. Are you okay? Upon seeing Soo-hee, Pei-yu instinctively asked. Soo-hee nodded and smiled at him. I'm fine, let's go. We should head to the classroom first. Pei-yu nodded and pulled Soo-hee along. After all, no one knew if today's time would start a few minutes earlier again. Around 5:10, the two arrived at the classroom. Perhaps because of what happened yesterday, about 1/3 of the students were already present in the classroom. Soo-hee felt a bit bored, so she placed her hand in the drawer, fiddling with the only textbook there. After a moment of rummaging, her hand suddenly found a hard piece of paper. Soo-hee frowned, feeling puzzled, and slowly pulled out the piece of paper. It was a very small crumpled piece of paper, about the size of half a fingernail, covered in a layer of dust and yellowed, suggesting it had been here for a long time. Soo-hee cautiously unfolded the paper, and in the next second, she saw a line of small text. When Rule 8 occurs, Rule 6 is invalid. In the blink of an eye, the words on it disappeared without a trace. Soo-hee squinted her eyes, seriously pondering what the phrase meant. Everyone waited for more than 10 minutes until the clock on the wall struck 6. Soo-hee pulled over Pei-yu's watch, and only then found out that the time on it was 5:50. She seemed to have found some kind of pattern. The next second, the class bell rang, and a short-haired woman walked into the classroom. The woman was wearing a black suit, and beside her she was holding the hand of a boy about 5 or 6 years old. At the instant she saw the child, Soo-hee's pupils suddenly shrank. When the two came closer, Soo-hee then noticed that the child was holding a lump of raw meat still covered in fresh blood. His pair of deathly pale small hands gripped the meat tightly, and the bright red blood slowly flowed down along his fingertips onto the ground. The boy's mouth was also covered in bright red, making people extremely uncomfortable to look at. When she saw that boy smack his lips and take a bite from the raw meat in his hand, alarm suddenly blared in Soo-hee's mind. Was what he was clutching in his hand considered food? Good morning, classmates, I am your new teacher. Next, I will read out everyone's names one by one, please stand up when you hear your name. After speaking, the woman bent down and rummaged through the roll call list in the bag she carried with her. While she was searching for the roll call sheet, Soo-hee suddenly saw a ring of white inside her sleeve.
She instantly widened her eyes, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. Sui looked more carefully, and then found that under the black suit, the short-haired woman on the podium was wearing a white shirt. Rule 3, in the school there will absolutely never appear a teacher wearing white clothes. If you see a teacher wearing white, please ignore them and refuse all of their requests until a teacher wearing black clothes enters the classroom. While Sui was thinking about these things, the woman on the podium read 5 or 6 names, then suddenly said, Sui. Sui did not move, just stared straight at her. The smile on the woman's face slowly faded, and she repeated once more. Sui. Sui still did not respond. At this moment, the other people in the classroom all began glancing around secretly. Just as Sui was hesitating, outside the window suddenly flashed a huge black shadow. Sui's mind instantly thought of that man-eating monster she had seen last night. She thought again about the contents of the note, and the next second, Sui suddenly yanked up Peiyu beside her and ran out of the classroom like crazy. At the same time, Zhao Kongming also pulled Chen Feng and left the classroom. The other people in the classroom were all dumbfounded, until the second, third, fourth. In just a few minutes, only a dozen or so people were left in the classroom. At this time, those few whose names had just been called also subconsciously wanted to rush out of the classroom. But as soon as they reached the doorway, they were cut into 2 halves by a young man standing outside. At the same time, the school's broadcast suddenly sounded with a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Until the last number was read, there were still a dozen or so people sitting in the classroom. At this moment, Suhi and the others had already run to the bottom of the teaching building. She looked up through the window and saw the scene inside. That monster from yesterday, like a hunting dog, suddenly rushed into the classroom, followed by heart-tearing, lung-splitting screams. Ah! No! We clearly are the ones who followed the rules. You should go kill that group of people outside. From upstairs came a series of crashing and banging sounds. After a short while, the wailing inside the classroom gradually faded, leaving only windows covered in blood. At this time, among the people outside, a man suddenly raised his hand and carefully asked. You all just now should have also seen the note, right? No one spoke, all became quiet, which was taken as agreement. At this moment, only a little more than 20 people were still alive. While there was still a chance to speak, Sui tugged on Peiyu's sleeve and asked in a low voice. What is going on? Why were 3 rules suddenly triggered? And also, everyone received a note with a warning. What is going on with that? Peiyu explained, when the triggered rules reach or exceed 3, the living players will receive a hint. This is to ensure that they are not completely wiped out. Suhi nodded. No wonder she felt that everyone's reactions today were strange. The crowd stood outside the door for another 5 minutes. Until a woman in a tight dress yelled down at the crowd below. Students, you can come to class now. The crowd immediately fell silent and slowly returned to the classroom together. As soon as Sui walked in, she smelled a strong scent of blood. There were no bodies on the ground, but the walls, glass, and even the seats were all covered in blood. Everyone seemed to have entered a hell on earth, a place filled only with pain, slaughter, and death. Some people could no longer hold back and started to vomit, so he suppressed the overwhelming nausea and sat back down in her seat. Next, the woman began to teach again, and everyone started a new round of torment. After several hours of class, the woman in black surprisingly did not kill anyone during this time. Just before the class was about to end, the woman standing on the podium suddenly smiled meaningfully at everyone. I have an after-class assignment for you. During the afternoon class, each of you must find a living creature to serve as a specimen for our dissection lesson. Remember, it just has to be alive. As soon as the words fell, a dead silence descended in the classroom. Moments later, the bell rang to end class. The woman packed her textbooks and strolled out slowly. Watching her back, Sui furrowed her brows. What she just said was very meaningful, the fact that it just had to be alive included people. She wanted everyone to turn on each other. Sui's heart raced like a stampede, but Peiyu stood up and reached out his hand to her. Let's go eat first. Sui snapped back to reality and took Peiyu's hand. You clearly understood we should leave the classroom earlier this morning. Why did you wait for me to react before bringing me with you? Sui asked, confused as she turned to Peiyu. Peiyu smiled lightly. I just wanted to see how long it would take you to figure out what to do next if I didn't tell you. Sui suddenly felt a bit awkward. Aren't you afraid that if I'm really foolish and take no action? Peiyu raised his hand and lightly tapped her head. If you were really that foolish, you would have died in the elimination match long ago. You wouldn't even have the chance to meet me. Sui slapped his hand away. The two of them playfully bantered as they walked into the cafeteria. After getting their food, as Sui was about to follow Peiyu to find a seat, she accidentally caught sight of a long, unclear staircase in the corner. The staircase was very long, making it hard to see what was at the top. Just as Sui was filled with curiosity, she suddenly saw a woman walking out from the staircase.
The woman smiled at Soo-hee and reached out her hand towards her. In an instant, Soo-hee felt as if she had lost all awareness, and her whole body began to feel drowsy. She was very curious about what was up there. Soo-hee slowly stepped towards the staircase. Chapter 34, Second Floor. Soo-hee, come up and take a look. There is a way to leave here, come up and see. A deep and seductive voice echoed in Soo-hee's mind, constantly swirling around. Suddenly, a strange thought grew in her heart. As long as I go up, I will find a way to leave this place. She walked slowly, step by step towards the mysterious staircase. Just as Soo-hee was about to step onto it, she suddenly felt a burning sensation around her neck. Instinctively, Soo-hee frowned, and her previously blank mind regained clarity in that moment. Soo-hee looked down and saw the silver longevity lock hanging on her neck. In an instant, a powerful force suddenly pulled Soo-hee backward. Bang! With a loud crash, Soo-hee was slammed flat onto the ground. But strangely, she felt no pain at all. While she was puzzled, a helpless voice came from beneath her. Little sister, maybe you should get up and stop daydreaming. Otherwise, you're going to crush me. Soo-hee immediately realized that she was lying on top of Pei-yu. Her face turned red, and she scrambled to get up. Pei-yu sighed and then asked, what happened to you just now? Why couldn't you be woken up, and kept walking toward here? Hearing his words, Soo-hee was surprised. She quickly turned around and pointed to the staircase entrance she saw. Didn't you see it? There's a staircase here. As soon as she finished speaking, Soo-hee saw a familiar face at the end of the stairs. Sun Yu. Soo-hee cried out in surprise, instinctively taking 2 steps back. At that moment, Sun Yu, standing at the end of the corridor, had no color in her face. She stared at Soo-hee with hatred and was about to step down the stairs, but an invisible barrier forced her to stop. At the same time, many heads poked out from the dark and lightless staircase. Upon seeing those people, Soo-hee immediately collapsed onto the ground. Those people, they were all dead. There were the 3 boys who were killed on the first day, the 2 girls swallowed by monsters outside the dorm room, and the 10 or so people just killed. More than 20 pairs of eyes were staring at Soo-hee. Soo-hee was on the verge of fainting from fear. Pei-yu stood beside her, confused, turning to look in the direction Soo-hee was pointing, but he saw nothing. The next moment, he suddenly remembered something, and his face darkened. Pei-yu took a few steps forward, blocking her view. Then, he shouted at her, Soo-hee. Don't look. Stay calm. Don't let them affect you. Soo-hee's gaze slowly shifted to Pei-yu's face. Pei-yu. She took a few deep breaths and closed her eyes. When Soo-hee opened her eyes again, the staircase had completely disappeared. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and stood up, holding on to Pei-yu. Just now, the staircase, there were people, all dead people. Soo-hee's voice was still trembling, and the fear in her eyes had not completely faded. Pei-yu patted her shoulder and said in a deep voice, have you been seeing those things killing people often lately? Soo-hee thought carefully. Besides the cruel killings she had to face in the classroom, things were still bleak when she returned to the dorm. Indeed, as Pei-yu had said, she had often encountered eerie killings these past few days. Soo-hee nodded, turning her head in confusion to look at Pei-yu. How did you know? Could it be that I can see those things and that they are related to this? Pei-yu nodded. If you stay in contact with the eerie things for a long time, your mental state will be affected by them. Over time, your mind will slowly break down. Soo-hee sighed with a bitter face. I don't know why my luck is so bad. It's like wherever I go, I run into those things. Pei-yu patted her shoulder comfortingly. Let's eat first, or it will all get cold. Soo-hee suddenly remembered that when she had been affected earlier, she had still been holding a food tray. Seemingly seeing through her thoughts, Pei-yu smiled and pointed to the 2 trays on the table. I already placed it for you. Don't waste food here. If you spill it on the ground, you'll have to eat it all. Soo-hee sighed with relief. After she nodded, she sat down in the chair with Pei-yu. She casually picked at her food but suddenly thought of Sun Yu she saw earlier. By the way, Pei-yu, you said if someone is killed here, the person who is killed will quickly turn into a vengeful ghost. If that person's death has nothing to do with others, and she only has resentment against the living, will she come back to take revenge? Pei-yu looked at her with some confusion. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Soo-hee sighed and recounted what happened between herself and Sun Yu to Pei-yu again. After hearing her words, Pei-yu just sneered coldly. Ha! Don't worry, that's her own fault. Even if she wants to come back for revenge, she won't have the chance. To come back for revenge, she must be killed by a player in person, and she must clearly remember which player did it, so she would have the qualification for revenge. Only then did Soo-hee nod in relief. By the way, do you remember the homework that woman assigned to us? She asked us to find a living specimen, but here in this school, it seems there are no other living beings except for humans. Just as Peiyu was about to speak, a female voice suddenly said, Su-hee. So you are here? Sui felt puzzled and turned her head to see Chen Jiao and Wang Lan following her. Chen Jiao had a smile on her face, but her eyes were full of scheming. Seeing her, Sui's tone immediately turned cold. Have I not made myself clear enough? Or do you want to test whether I can do it? Upon hearing her words, Chen Jiao's face stiffened for a moment, but then her face shifted into a smile again. Oh. Su-hee, that was all in the past. Let's just wipe the slate clean. Now we have all thought it through, Sun Yu's death is indeed not your fault. We were wrong in the past, and I'm here to apologize to you now. Looking at her suddenly changed attitude, Sui still had no expression on her face. She didn't believe a dog would stop eating poop. The only possibility for today's situation was that they needed something from her. Just say whatever it is. Su-hee said somewhat impatiently. Chen Jiao sensed her impatience, and a crack appeared in her facial expression. She held onto her smile tightly and simply squeezed in next to Sui. Sui rolled her eyes in silence. Just as she was about to curse, Chen Jiao directly leaned close to her ear and started talking to herself. I want to cooperate with you. Do you remember what that woman said this morning? She told us to find living things in the school for her to use as specimens. Just now, Wan Lan and I wandered around the school, and besides humans, there are no other living things. Sui looked at her with a cold smile. So, what do you want to say? Chen Jiao leaned closer to her ear and said cautiously. We can cooperate. Aren't there many players? Each of us three can take one, it's just right. Sui stood up directly from her seat, staring down at Chen Jiao. Your life is life, but others' lives are not? Just last night, you wished I would die, and today you come looking for cooperation. Are you brainless, or do you think I'm brainless? Seeing Sui openly say it, Chen Jiao's face turned red and pale. She stood up in anger and pointed at Su-hee, yelling hysterically. Do you think I want to cooperate with you? It's just that those idiots are too timid. Acting all righteous, but when you caused Sun Yu's death, I didn't see any conscience from you? Before Sui could say anything, she had already grabbed Peiyu beside her and pointed at Sui, shouting loudly. This handsome guy, you must not be fooled by her. A girl from our dorm was killed by her on the first night. I advise you to stay away from her. Peiyu turned his head and coldly glanced at her. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder, suddenly laughing coldly. Ha! Why do you think I am a good person? Your suggestion just now is quite good. If I and this little sister share you and the woman behind you, it seems just about right. Chapter 35 Living Creatures. Chen Jiao was so scared that she took 2 steps back. She glanced nervously at Su-hee and Peiyu, then grabbed Wang Lan beside her and ran away. Seeing her leave, Su-hee returned to her seat. Peiyu reached out and touched Su-hee's head, smiling at her. I didn't expect this little sister to be quite impressive. Your cursing skills are quite good. Su-hee slapped his hand hard. I can't compare to the older youth's sharp tongue. If I had half of his skills, those two wouldn't dare to come and talk to me at all. Peiyu smiled and pulled back his hand. The unpleasantness that just happened gradually became unimportant between their brief exchanges. What she just said about finding living creatures is indeed a problem. Have you thought about what we should do? Su-hee asked Peiyu. Peiyu's face still showed little expression. Let's eat first. After we finish eating, I'll take you somewhere. Su-hee nodded and stopped speaking. The two quickly finished the food on their plates, and Peiyu grabbed Su-hee's hand and wandered around the school. Seeing him looking left and right, Su-hee felt confused. You've been looking for something all the way. So what exactly are you looking for? Peiyu didn't answer, still glancing around. After passing a patch of dried grass, he suddenly stopped. He pulled Su-hee over and soon pulled out 2 plastic bottles that were already covered in moss. Hold these first. Peiyu directly shoved the bottles into Su-hee's hands. Though curious, Su-hee took them. After finding the bottles, Peiyu pulled Su-hee towards the boys' dormitory. He directly led her to the back of the boys' dormitory building, and Su-hee saw a small pond at first glance. The pond was not large, its water shimmering a gentle green glow, looking as if it would dry up at any moment. Su-hee looked at the pond in surprise, but after a moment, the light in her eyes dimmed again. There is water here. But it seems there are no fish. Peiyu nodded, a smile appearing on his face. There are indeed no fish, but I didn't bring you here to find fish. Su-hee looked at him in confusion. Peiyu didn't say anything more, squatting down to search through the damp soil around the pond. After a while, he waved a black worm in front of Su-hee. Su-hee looked at him expressionlessly. Seeing her reaction, Peiyu smiled. Aren't you scared of worms as a girl? Su-hee weakly rubbed her forehead.
Do you think a worm is scarier, or is a ground full of broken bodies scarier?
Peiyu paused, then a smile appeared on his face.
I forgot, you are not like ordinary girls.
Sui stopped talking, directly taking the worm from his hand and putting it into one of the bottles. Seeing Sui immediately understand his meaning, Peiyu raised his hand to touch her head. Sui dodged, pointing at Peiyu's muddy hand.
Why don't you wash your hands first? Peiyu nodded thoughtfully, then seized the chance when Sui wasn't paying attention, wiping the dirt on her face.
The bottle in Sui's hand immediately made a crunching sound as she squeezed it.
Peiyu. How old are you this year? Is this really necessary?
Peiyu shrugged at her. I'm only 23, still quite young.
Sui charged towards him.
Then today I'll make you 32 first. Two people playfully tussled in place, and the previously lifeless environment became less frightening. Peiyu suddenly grabbed Sui's hand, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. It was as if everything happening right now had happened before. He forcibly suppressed the odd feeling in his heart and glanced at his watch.
It's getting late, let's head back to the classroom.
Sui nodded and suddenly pulled on Peiyu's shirt to wipe the dirt from her face. Peiyu looked at her with a hint of amusement, but in the end, he said nothing. The two quickly made their way to the classroom. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom was unusually strange. As soon as they walked in, the remaining people in the classroom stared at them with eyes that gauged prey. Faced with those gazes, Peiyu merely gave them a faint glance, causing them to immediately lower their heads in a guilty manner. There were still more than 20 people in the classroom, besides Peiyu and Suhi, who looked relaxed. Two others were different from the rest. These were Zhao Kongming and Chen Feng. Zhao Kongming was bored, flipping through his textbook, occasionally turning his head to chat with Chen Feng beside him. Sui glanced at the two of them and then looked away. Time passed quickly, and soon the class bell rang again. The woman walked in, as timely as ever, in her high heels.
She still wore a smile on her face and loudly asked at the podium. Did you complete the homework I assigned?
The classroom was dead silent, very quiet. The smile on the woman's face grew wider, and after rummaging through her bag, she took out that familiar short knife. She stepped forward, walking to the front row of girls, and gently bent down to speak to one of them.
Did you find the living thing the teacher wanted?
The girl trembled all over. She stammered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Seeing her silent, the woman turned her gaze to another girl sitting inside.
And you?
The girl also started to tremble, not daring to speak. The woman wasn't angry, instead, she threw the short knife in front of the two of them.
The teacher has always been very understanding of you. So now, I will give you both another chance.
Whoever kills the other with this knife first, the one who survives will have found the living creature, and the teacher will not hold her responsible. Upon hearing her words, the two girls, who had been trembling, suddenly stopped, and their eyes gleamed with a red light.
Almost at the same moment, they both lunged for the broken knife on the table. Let go. I still don't want to die. Please, let go. No. No way. I must get out alive. I don't want to die here.
The situation quickly became chaotic as they fought desperately for the short knife. The woman stepped back a few paces, watching them with a smile. Sui squinted at the farcical scene, feeling somewhat puzzled. The strange thing here most wants the players' lives. This woman could directly kill everyone here. Why does she have to go through this? Sui pondered for a moment, and suddenly a thought appeared in her mind. Peiyu once said that the strange thing cannot wipe out all players at once, so her goal is to ensure maximum death rate by letting players kill each other.
How smart.
Sui couldn't help but admire in her heart.
The two girls seemed to have fought over the knife for about 5 minutes.
Finally, the knife fell into the hands of the girl sitting outside first. She suddenly closed her eyes and recklessly plunged the knife into the other girl inside. Blood splattered everywhere, and the girl quickly fell into a pool of blood.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Woo-woo.
I just wanted to live.
I'm sorry.
The woman stopped talking. She raised her hand to the girl who was still alive, making a shushing gesture. The girl immediately shut her mouth in fear. The woman ignored her.
She picked up the bloody knife from the ground and walked towards the next table of people. Did you find a living one?
The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The woman smiled and threw the dagger among them. Another brutal fight broke out, and only one person survived. However, compared to the two girls at the first table, the survivor was unusually calm. He wiped the blood from his face, sat back down in his place, his eyes filled with numbness. Next was the second table, then the third table, then the fourth. Until the woman stood in front of Wang Lan and Chen Jiao. Wang Lan was so scared that she grabbed Chen Jiao's clothes, her eyes filled with pleading. Chen Jiao shot her a cold glance, then forcibly pulled Wang Lan's hand down from her wrist.
You also don't have a living one, right? The woman asked again. After a moment, the two women said nothing. The woman threw the blood-soaked dagger in between them. Wang Lan and Chen Jiao almost simultaneously grabbed the dagger. Sui sat not far away, watching this farce, with a vague expression in her eyes. Chapter 36, Mutual Slaughter. Chen Jiao and Wang Lan almost simultaneously grabbed the dagger, and in the next second, they fiercely fought for it. Wang Lan tightly gripped the blade, the sharp knife already cutting her palm to pieces, yet she still didn't let go. Wang Lan, let go. Let go of me. Chen Jiao desperately tugged at the handle, gritting her teeth, staring at Wang Lan. Chen Jiao, can we discuss this? Let's both let go together, and no one should take the knife, okay? Wang Lan begged, her teeth clenched tightly as she looked at Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao's eyes also showed a hint of struggle. After a long silence, she said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I'll count to 1, we'll let go together." Wang Lan nodded at her, her features twisted in pain. 3, 2, 1. After counting to the last number, Wang Lan indeed let go with a sudden force, but Chen Jiao abruptly seized the dagger. Wang Lan looked at her in disbelief, her eyes filled with terror. She kept retreating, her voice trembling. "Chen Jiao, what are you doing? We are teammates. Don't you remember? We are teammates." Chen Jiao tightened her grip on the short knife, and at that moment, her eyes began to glow red. "I'm sorry, Wang Lan. Only one of us can survive, I don't want to die, so..." Before she could finish, she thrust the short knife towards Wang Lan's heart. Wang Lan was startled and staggered back a few steps, barely dodging. However, Chen Jiao's face hardened, and then she turned around again, stabbing fiercely at Wang Lan's neck in her shocked gaze. With a squelching sound, the sharp blade pierced through flesh, and blood sprayed out. Wang Lan's eyes went wide, and she wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, blood surged out. Chen Jiao held her trembling hand with the other hand and pulled the dagger out forcefully. At this moment, Wang Lan could no longer bear the weight of her body, and with a thud, she fell straight to the ground. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't want to die." As Wang Lan took her last breath, she stared fiercely at Chen Jiao, slowly lifting a hand to try to grab her. I won't let you go." After repeating these words intermittently, her hands drooped suddenly, but her eyes remained wide open. Chen Jiao stood there, holding the blood-stained knife, at a loss, her whole body trembling. The woman looked at her, revealing a smile. She took the knife back from Chen Jiao's hand and walked toward the next table of people. One by one, the players met the same fate. In the midst of their self-destruction, the classroom soon turned a bright red. The woman always watched them fall, her interest never waning, until she slowly approached Zhao Kongming and Chen Feng. "You don't have any living creatures, do you?" she asked as if it were routine, and almost immediately, she was ready to throw the knife between the two. However, Zhao Kongming just smiled at her, then pulled out a tiny glass bottle. "Teacher, we actually have living creatures." At his words, the smile on the woman's face froze. The next moment, a smile blossomed anew on her face. She took the glass bottle from Zhao Kongming's hand, opened the lid, and looked inside. Upon seeing what was inside, her expression slowly darkened. "I said I want living creatures." Zhao Kongming smiled faintly at her. Did the teacher not also say that any living creature would do? This ant was freshly turned up from the lawn, and it's still full of life. The teacher wouldn't go back on her word, would she? The woman gritted her teeth, put the glass bottle away, and walked toward the next table with the knife. Seeing that the two of them did not turn on each other, those who had just killed their own desk mates shot them resentful glances. The remaining tables, seeing how effortlessly those two escaped the fate of self-destruction, wore expressions mixed with green and red. Some had even started searching the ground for insects. Unfortunately, the tables surrounding Zhao Kongming didn't have such good luck. Until the woman arrived at the row where Su-hee and Pei-yu were seated. At that moment, the two girls behind Su-hee and Pei-yu instantly regained their focus. They both crouched down, quickly looking for any crawling insects on the ground. Su-hee noticed their movements. As she turned her head, she spotted two little bugs crawling on the wall. Without saying anything, Su-hee simply grabbed the two bugs. Then she turned her head, just in time to meet the eyes of the two girls behind her, shaking her hand at them. The two immediately understood, quickly rising from the ground. Su-hee placed the two bugs on their table before turning her head away. Moments later, the woman walked up to the two girls. The two girls trembled as they handed the bugs to the woman. A few cracks appeared on her face as she turned her head, glaring fiercely at Zhao Kongming and Chen Feng. Su-hee and Pei-yu had also escaped self-destruction using the same method. At that moment, there were still 15 people left in the classroom. From initially being packed full, it had become empty in just the span of 2 days. The classroom was thick with the scent of blood, and everyone's expressions were stiff. The woman slowly walked up to the podium, opened the book in front of her, and began a new round of torment. Perhaps because so many had died today, the woman didn't trouble the remaining few for the next couple of hours. The sky outside gradually darkened. You clearly know that bugs can replace lives. Why don't you say it? Why just watch one by one die? Why didn't you tell me? Why? Suhi looked up and coldly glanced at her. I told you, would you believe it? Her question made Chen Jiao freeze in place. Suhi looked at her and continued to speak. On the first night, I told you the trap rules I risked my life to get, but did anyone believe me? Not only did you not believe me, but you even blamed Sun Yu's death on me. On what grounds do you think I would be foolish again like last time? Hearing her words, Chen Jiao only froze for a moment and then raised her head, gripping Sui's shoulders tightly. It is clearly your fault. It's all your fault. You know everything but not a word you are willing to say. Since you have caused our deaths, then you should die too. After saying this, she made a move to grab Sui's neck. Suhi was startled and for a moment did not react. Pei Yu, standing next to her, suddenly kicked Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao staggered back a few steps and ultimately could not stand still, landing hard on the ground. She stared at the two of them with hatred in her eyes. I will not let you go. Pei Yu took out a folding knife from his pocket, looking down at Chen Jiao sitting on the ground with a cold smile. Oh? How do you plan to not let me go? But since you said so, it is indeed a hidden danger. To prevent a mad dog from biting people in the future, I suppose I should deal with this mad dog now. After saying this, he held the folding knife and pretended to take 2 steps forward. Chen Jiao's hatred instantly turned into fear. She immediately jumped up from the ground and desperately ran towards the back of the classroom. Pei Yu coldly glanced at her and then put away the folding knife, pulling Sui's hand and leaving the classroom. The two had just reached the bottom of the teaching building when they were stopped by Zhao Kongming. He smiled, but it was a laugh that did not reach his eyes, looking at Pei Yu with a familiar tone. I didn't expect it, old Pei, you're quite smart. Turns out we think alike. So, how about it, time is running out, are you considering cooperating with me? Pei Yu pushed him away with disdain, his tone filled with sarcasm. So how do you want to cooperate with me? Is it by using a fake rule you made up, putting our lives on the line for your experiment, or are you going to make up a hidden rule again, wanting us to be your stepping stone? Chapter 37, Sui, I don't believe you can't see me. Zhao Kongming froze in place. After a few seconds of reaction, he squeezed out a smile, his tone relaxed. Oh, old Pei, how could you think of me this way? I was also tricked by someone else. But that grandson who tricked me is dead now, just consider this a fart. Pei Yu stared at him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Kongming, if you can live to go out of here this time, I will personally visit you. After saying this, he pulled Suhi and bypassed the person in front of them. Pei Yu took Suhi to the bottom of the girls' dormitory and looked at her seriously. Tonight, it shouldn't be peaceful in the dormitory. If anything happens, send me a message at any time. Remember, today, no matter what you see, act as if you don't see it. Suhi nodded seriously in response. Don't worry, I understand. But the boys' dormitory probably won't be any better, you take care too. Pei Yu nodded and then watched Suhi walk into the girls' dormitory. After Suhi finished washing up, Chen Jiao returned. She glared at Suhi fiercely but did not dare to say anything more. Just when Suhi was about to go to bed, the dormitory door was suddenly knocked on. She felt a bit puzzled but still opened the iron door in front of her. As soon as the door opened, a familiar voice fell into her ears. Hello, thank you for what you did during the day. Suhi opened the door completely and saw that the two girls outside were the ones she had helped at noon today. In the next moment after hearing their voices, Suhi suddenly realized they were the roommates of the girl who jumped off that night. At that time, when the girl was about to jump, these two girls had persuaded her for a while, and because of this, Suhi had developed a better impression of them. She smiled at the two girls in front of her and then said, It's okay, it was just a coincidence that I could help you then, no need to take it to heart. The two girls awkwardly brushed their hair and then spoke a bit shyly. Because there are only the two of us left upstairs. The dorm is a bit empty, and I saw that only 2 people seem to live here, so can we stay in your dorm? Hearing her words, Suhi was also stunned for a moment. She thought carefully for a while and confirmed that the dormitory rules did not state that they couldn't switch dorms. Moreover, right now, only she and Chen Jiao were in the dorm. Chen Jiao's attitude toward her was also very bad, so having 2 more people might ensure her safety better. Thinking of this, Suhi nodded and let the 2 girls in. Sure, there are still 2 empty beds in the dorm. But the original owners of those 2 beds have been killed. As long as you don't mind. The girl standing in front quickly waved her hand at Suhi. We know, it's fine, we don't mind. After speaking, she paused, then smiled at Suhi and reached out her hand. Hello, I'm Chun Chang, and this shorter one is my sister, Chen Li. Suhi also shook her hand. Suhi. The few of them introduced themselves a few sentences. Then they each cleaned up and went to bed.
After waiting for a while, the hunchback dormitory supervisor came in, looked at everyone, and then left. About an hour later, just as Suhi was dozing off, sudden loud knocking on the iron door erupted.
Bang! Bang!
The iron door was being knocked on rhythmically by something outside, making everyone in the dorm feel uneasy. Suhi turned over, not intending to pay attention. The others also lay quietly on their beds, with no one making a sound.
The intense knocking was extraordinarily clear in the quiet night.
Suhi initially thought it would leave after a while, but the knocking continued for more than 10 minutes. Suhi frowned, sat up from her bed. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from outside the door.
Chen Zhao, open the door! Open the door! How could you lock me outside? Aren't we teammates? Chen Zhao, open the door!
This voice was sharp and very familiar. Because it was the voice of Wang Lan, who had just died in the morning. At the same time, hearing the voice, Chen Zhao immediately sat up from her bed. She looked in horror at the iron door, mumbling to herself.
No! I'm not your teammate. I didn't mean to kill you. It was that woman who forced me. It was all her fault.
She trembled all over, curled up in the corner of the bed, her eyes filled with terror, fixated on that iron door.
Bang! Open the door, Chen Zhao. It's so dark outside, let me in.
Listening to the noisy sounds in her ears, Suhi suddenly remembered a sentence Pei Yu had said.
Those killed by players will turn into vengeful spirits in a very short time and come back for revenge.
She recalled that meaningful smile the woman had when watching other players kill each other during class. On Suhi's back, a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out. So she had planned this all along. She never intended for the players to survive. If she can't let the players die in a group, then those killed by the players can. If no one had thought to use bugs instead of lives at that time, everyone would be dead tonight. As Suhi was thinking about this, the sound coming from the door suddenly grew louder. Clap! 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 Chen Zhao, if you don't open the door, I'm coming in myself, that sharp, wailing voice said. At this moment, Chun Sheng and Chen Li also sat up. In the darkness, Suhi gave them a glance, raised her finger, and made a silencing gesture. The two sisters immediately reacted, nodding at Suhi. Almost in the next second, that already shaky iron door was slammed open from the outside with a bang. Bang! The iron door crashed down with a deafening noise. Accompanied by a flash of red light, a figure stood straight at the doorway. Chen Zhao, why did you kill me? Do you know how much it hurts when a knife stabs into flesh? The dormitory was terrifyingly quiet, except for Wang Lan's plaintive questioning. Everyone's breathing became almost imperceptible. Suhi slowly lay back down, closing her eyes again. Wang Lan then took steps toward Chen Zhao's bed. The dormitory had no light, but one could faintly make out a huge cut on her neck, from which blood was steadily oozing. Wang Lan's complexion was very pale, her eyes gray and lifeless, looking like a corpse. At this moment, Chen Zhao had already crawled under the quilt, trembling all over, despairingly crying. Woo woo! It wasn't me. I didn't want this. It was that woman who forced me. She forced me. Wang Lan directly stopped at her bedside, then, covered in blood, crawled step by step to Chen Zhao's bed. And just then, Wang Lan's previously plaintive questioning voice vanished. The dormitory became eerily silent, and Chen Zhao realized this, immediately stopping her crying. She wiped her face with tears in the quilt, only hearing her own pounding heartbeat. Could it be? Wang Lan forgot to leave? As she pondered this, the quilt on her body was suddenly yanked away forcefully. Chen Zhao abruptly raised her head, only to see a dead face with a giant hole in the neck, still dripping blood, and lifeless gray eyes staring right at her. Ah! Get away, get away! She was so terrified that she lost her mind, suddenly standing up from the bed and desperately kicking at the face before her. Wang Lan let out a chilling laugh, then reached out with her pale hands to grab Chen Zhao's ankle. When a knife pierces flesh, it really hurts. She let out a wailing scream, dragging Chen Zhao down to the floor. Bang! With a sound, Chen Zhao fell directly from the bed to the ground. Before she could scream, someone had tightly grasped her neck. You're innocent, but am I not? I believed you, but you deceived me. You deserve to die. Accompanied by this wailing rage, Chen Zhao was slowly lifted up. Her legs kicked desperately, and the bones of her neck creaked under the pressure. She struggled for a few minutes until her complexion turned purple, her eyeballs nearly popping out, until she was completely still. Wang Lan tossed her body aside like garbage. Then she raised her gray eyes, staring intently at Sui's bed. She crawled step by step to Sui's bedside, a smile creeping onto her lips. Her eyes fixed on Suhi, who lay with her eyes closed. Suhi, I don't believe you can't see me. In chapter 38, ignored, at this moment, Wang Lan glared at Suhi with a terrifying glare. Suhi suddenly opened her eyes wide. Ha ha ha.
Soo-hee, you saw me, didn't you? You heard me, didn't you? But Soo-hee ignored her, then turned over and took out her phone. Something happened in the girls' dormitory. Those who were killed have turned into vengeful spirits and come back for revenge. Chen Jiao is dead, and Wang Lan is standing next to me, talking to me. Soo-hee calmly sent a message to Pei Yu, seemingly unaware that someone was behind her. The moment Soo-hee saw Wang Lan burst through the door, she thought of Rule 2. Rule 2, the dormitory is a standard 4-person room. If you see a 5th person in the dormitory, please ignore them and do not let them realize you know about their presence. Soo-hee knew clearly in her heart that she wanted to use Rule 2 to kill herself. Thinking about her last experience facing the woman in red, Soo-hee felt a bit more confident about this challenge. After thinking this through, Soo-hee's fear gradually faded away. The next second, Pei Yu replied to her message. The boys' dormitory isn't doing well either. Follow Rule 2, just don't communicate with her, and it will be fine. Don't be afraid. Seeing the last 3 words, Soo-hee smiled because she guessed right, Pei Yu was thinking the same as her. On the other side, seeing Soo-hee actually smile, Wang Lan's anger grew even more. What are you laughing at? Can't you see me? Why won't you talk to me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Her shrill voice made Soo-hee's ears ache, so she squinted her eyes, put down her phone, and silently plugged her ears. You can clearly see me, so why are you ignoring me? Why are you treating me like this? Speak. Say something? Soo-hee kept holding back, but finally, after being bothered to the point of annoyance, she simply sat up. Seeing her finally react, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Wang Lan's eyes. She quickly revealed her ghastly appearance from when she died, then her figure flashed and she lunged right in front of Soo-hee, staring directly at her. Soo-hee felt a chill in front of her, and when she looked up, she saw a face with lifeless white eyes. Soo-hee was genuinely startled but managed to maintain her calm on the surface. The next second, Soo-hee yawned, pulled her blanket, and lay back down. She quietly closed her eyes as if she didn't realize she was in a terrifying world. Her entire being radiated a sense of peace. Seeing her repeatedly ignore her, Wang Lan was completely enraged. She let out a piercing scream, then her figure flickered and lunged toward Soo-hee's neck to choke her. Though Soo-hee was terrified inside, she still maintained her calm. Just as Wang Lan's hand was about to touch Soo-hee's neck, her entire body began to dissipate. No! No! I haven't killed her yet. In this unwilling roar, her form gradually became transparent until she finally disappeared into the night. Soo-hee breathed a sigh of relief. After a few minutes, Pei Yu walked down from upstairs. He quickly came to Soo-hee's side, looking at her with some concern. It seems like you're not in good shape. Have you not been resting well these days? Soo-hee nodded and weakly said. It's already late when classes end, I have to get up at 5 the next day, and I'm not sleeping well at night. I feel like if I stay here any longer, I'm going to lose my mind. Pei Yu touched her head and said gently. Let's wait a few more days, in a few days, we can go out. Soo-hee sighed but merely nodded. The two of them didn't say much more and walked towards the teaching building. As they passed the cafeteria, Soo-hee suddenly caught a whiff of a strange aroma. Do you smell something strange? She suddenly grabbed Pei Yu's hand and asked. Pei Yu frowned, looking at her with confusion. No, do you smell something strange? A silly smile appeared on Soo-hee's face involuntarily. I'm so hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria first. At her words, Pei Yu froze for a moment. Since she arrived here, Soo-hee has never had a good appetite, yet today she actively suggested going to the cafeteria. After saying this, Soo-hee didn't wait for Pei Yu to agree and started walking towards the cafeteria herself. Soo-hee, wait. We can't go to the cafeteria now, it's closed. Before he could finish, Soo-hee had already reached the cafeteria entrance. The door was wide open, everything inside was pitch black, as if it were a black hole enticing people to draw near until it completely swallowed them. Pei Yu's gaze trembled uncontrollably, he suddenly remembered Cafeteria Rule 1. Soo-hee, wait. We can't go to the cafeteria right now. He hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Soo-hee's wrist, looking at her anxiously. But Soo-hee seemed to completely ignore what he said and started to struggle hard. I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. Soo-hee kept repeating this sentence, her eyes hollow but a smile on her lips. Soo-hee, calm down. We can't go to the cafeteria now. Calm down, Soo-hee. Pei Yu grabbed Soo-hee's shoulders and began to shake her. But Soo-hee seemed unresponsive, still smiling, repeating that she was hungry. She struggled desperately, almost breaking free from Pei Yu's hold. Soo-hee, wake up. Wake up. He held onto Soo-hee tightly, shouting anxiously. But Soo-hee remained unmoved, feeling a force holding her back. She suddenly went wild and bit down on Pei Yu's arm. Pei Yu frowned but still didn't let go. Seeing that this standoff would lead nowhere, he directly picked Soo-hee up in his arms. I'm sorry, I'll explain once you wake up.
After saying this, he disregarded Sui's struggles and carried her directly towards the teaching building. In a realm of darkness, Sui saw her parents. They stood in the familiar house, at the door, waving at her.
Xiaohe, you're back. Quickly wash your hands and eat.
Sui stared at them in a daze, whispering with a hoarse voice.
Dad, Mom.
The light from outside flooded into the room, and on the table were Sui's favorite dishes. Everything felt so reassuring. Just as Sui wanted to step inside, she suddenly felt herself bound by a great force. Panicking, she looked down and bit at whoever was holding her.
But the force didn't weaken, instead, it held her tighter.
Sui struggled desperately, wanting to cross that door. In the next second, she suddenly felt her legs lift, as if someone had picked her up horizontally. Sui was filled with panic in her heart, seeing herself moving in the opposite direction and getting further away from her parents. Her struggles became more intense. Realizing she couldn't break free, Sui clenched her fist and threw a punch at the void in front of her. Until she suddenly heard a muffled groan next to her ear and felt a warm sensation slowly dripping down her fist, Sui finally began to regain her clarity. She looked around at everything, her gray mind suddenly became clear.
No! This isn't the game world. So where am I?
Sui gradually calmed her heart, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened her eyes wide. A burst of white light made her squint, and a sneering laugh rang in her ears. Various noisy sounds exploded around her.
Ha ha ha.
I never expected, old Pei, that you would have a day being punched.
Ha ha ha. Chapter 39, Using the Rules.
Sui stood up, supporting her dizzy head, only to realize she was now standing in a classroom.
Pei was sitting in his seat, holding his nose.
He frowned, and showing rare pain, his handsome face looked pained. Sui turned her head and saw Zhao Kongming laughing next to her. She froze for a moment, then felt a slight pain in her fist. Looking down, she saw her hand stained with bright red blood. Sui immediately understood, and she quickly turned around to support Pei, asking anxiously.
Pei, are you okay? Is everything alright?
Pei covered his nose with one hand and shook it with the other.
I'm fine, it's good that you've woken up.
Sui was very anxious. She rummaged through her pocket and took out a piece of paper, handing it to Pei.
It must hurt, wipe it first.
Seeing that Sui had finally woken up, the smile on Zhao Kongming's face gradually faded. He walked a few steps to Sui's side, looking at her with a sly grin. TSK. I didn't expect this little girl to have such strength. One punch made old Pei bleed from his nose.
You're not an athlete at school, are you?
After handing the paper to Pei, Sui turned her head to look at him and frowned.
Whether I have strength or not, do you want to try it yourself?
Sui squinted at him, clenching her fist.
Zhao Kongming took 2 steps back. Hey, why so violent?
A little girl like you being too violent is not appealing. Sui shot him a cold glare.
No need to appeal to you, it has nothing to do with you.
Zhao Kongming was left speechless by her retort. He scratched his head and sheepishly sat back in his seat. Pei wiped the blood from his nose before looking up at Sui. Sui quickly squatted down, anxiously looking at his nose.
I'm sorry, Pei. I didn't mean to do it just now.
Pei's face returned to its usual indifference.
It's okay, just sit down. Class is about to start.
Sui nodded and sat down. At this time, there were only 6 people left in the classroom. Because yesterday afternoon, anyone who had killed their deskmate was already dead. The classroom was very empty, giving a strange feeling. Everyone waited in their seats for a few minutes until the clock on the wall showed 5:40, when the familiar woman walked in again. She looked at the 6 students seated at the podium, and her eyes held even more amusement.
Good morning, students. Do you remember our anatomy class yesterday? Today I would like each of you to come up and tell me the location of the heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys.
Upon hearing her words, a look of worry flashed across everyone's faces. The woman took out the familiar short knife from her bag and looked at it with some regret, saying,
I'm sorry, stud.
Hearing her words, Sui's brows furrowed tightly. She said to let them find the living body themselves, which meant letting them kill someone. The woman looked at the knife in her hand, glanced at the 6 people, and then her gaze landed on Sui. In the past, the teacher always started from the left. Today, let's break the rule and start from the right. She took out her attendance book from her bag, glanced at it, then casually placed it on the podium, and walked to Sui with the knife in her hand. Sui, you have 2 choices, either use yourself as the living model, or you can let your deskmate come. Hearing her words, Sui's body swayed, her eyes immediately widened, and her brows furrowed lightly. Pei's eyes flashed with a trace of thought. But the woman no longer gave Sui a chance to think. She directly placed the knife on her desk and said, You have 10 minutes. If you can't find the organs the teacher mentioned within 10 minutes, I'll have to punish you. Sui's brows tightened, and she remained still for a long while, not moving at all. At this moment, the remaining 5 people turned their gazes towards her. Zhao Kongming's expression was not relaxed either, since even he hadn't thought of a way to break the deadlock. The other 3 people looked at Su He with a mix of panic and pity in their eyes. Pei Yu looked at Su He. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. Su He, if you don't move, the teacher will consider it as your failure. The woman stood not far away, looking at Su He with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Su He furrowed her brows tightly, thinking for a long time. In the last few seconds, it seemed like she thought of something. Her brows slowly relaxed, and a determined expression appeared on her face. Su He grabbed the short knife. At this moment, she carefully looked at the short knife in her hand. The knife was about 10 centimeters long, and if she used all her strength, it could easily kill a person. She squinted her eyes, observing the dagger, and then looked up at the woman in front of her. Teacher, can I choose you as the living model? Upon hearing her words, the woman's face stiffened. The others also widened their eyes, thinking Su He had gone mad. But the next second, the woman smiled. It's possible, but this student must have the ability to do so. She was reminding Su He that she didn't have the ability to kill herself. Su He, however, just looked at her and smiled faintly, then picked up the short knife and slowly stood up from her seat. Pei Yu was a little anxious. He raised his hand as if to hold Su He, but she turned her head and smiled at him. Su He didn't say anything, but Pei Yu knew she already had a plan. After a brief pause, Pei Yu finally lowered his hand. Su He held the knife in her hand and slowly walked toward the woman. The woman stood still, watching her with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Just as Su He was about to reach her, Su He suddenly changed direction. She suddenly ran past the woman's side and grabbed the attendance book from the desk. When the woman realized what she was about to do, her eyes immediately widened, and almost in the next second, she charged at Su He. Su He was startled and quickly rushed to the classroom door with several quick steps. Give it back to me. The woman let out a rare scream. Su He didn't say anything, but quickly and decisively threw the attendance book out of the classroom. The woman's eyes widened, and without a second thought, she ran out of the classroom. She rushed down the corridor, picked up the attendance book, and hugged it to her chest. The fear in her eyes gradually faded. She turned and looked at Su He, who was standing at the classroom door, her eyes filled with murderous intent. You dare to play me? The woman screamed, holding the roll call sheet in her hand, and charged towards them. Just as she was about to enter the classroom, Su He suddenly heard a loud bang. The woman had exploded right in front of her, alive. Bright red blood spilled everywhere, and Su He stood at the classroom door, watching all of this, slowly collapsing to the ground. Students of Class 3, Grade 1, please note, your teacher has passed away due to personal reasons. For the remaining time, please remain quiet and wait for the bell to ring according to school rules. Hearing this announcement, Su He seemed to come back to life. She leaned against the wall and slowly stood up, swaying as she walked to her seat and sat down. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards her. Pei Yu tapped her shoulder to comfort her. The 2 girls behind them looked at Su He with admiration in their eyes. Zhao Kongming gave Su He a thumbs up, his eyes carrying a hint of unnoticeable admiration. For the rest of the time, the classroom finally quieted down, no more killings, blood, or terror. Everyone felt like fish almost dying of thirst, suddenly entering the sea, and the tense emotions from the past days slowly faded away. Su He calmed down for a long time before suppressing the fear deep inside her. Actually, she wasn't sure if this method would work, but it was the only solution she could think of. The hidden rule she learned was, the teacher must never lose the roll call sheet. And the 6th school rule was, during class time, no one is allowed to leave the classroom under any circumstances, and anyone who does will face judgment. Based on these clues, Su He also remembered how, on the first day, that woman had tricked 3 boys out of the classroom while she stood inside. It was because of these small details that Su He was certain the rules could also apply to the strange things. Chapter 40, Digging for People. For the next while, the 6 of them quietly waited for the bell to ring. A few hours later, the long-awaited bell finally rang. Su He was about to go to the cafeteria with Pei Yu when she suddenly bumped into Zhao Kongming. He suddenly leaned in close to Su He, smiling at her. Little sister, I think you're pretty impressive. How about joining us at morning light? Before Su He could speak, Pei Yu stepped forward and stood in front of her. With a cold face, he looked at Zhao Kongming, his tone filled with a dangerous air. Zhao Kongming, are you looking for death? If you really don't want to live, I see no reason to wait until we go out to settle this with you. I'll deal with you right now. Zhao Kongming took 2 steps back and flashed a flattering smile at Pei Yu. Ah, old Pei, what are you talking about? I just think this little girl has great potential. If she joins Morning Light, she'll definitely be a good seedling. Ha! Whether she's a good seedling or not, what does that have to do with you? She's mine now.
Zhao Kongming put away his usual careless attitude, the smile at the corner of his mouth fading, and his whole demeanor became much more serious. Old Pei, good seedlings aren't just something you talk about. Good seedlings have to be taken. You're welcome to try. Seeing the increasing tension between them, Sui tugged at Pei Yu's sleeve and stepped out from behind him. She coldly looked at Zhao Kongming and said directly, I won't join you. Last time, you tricked me and Pei Yu with a fake rule. If we had really done what you said, we'd probably be dead by now. Sui stared fiercely at the man in front of her. I can never trust someone who almost took my life, and now I've already joined Pei Yu. Even if I hadn't, I would never join you. Zhao Kongming smiled at Sui. Hey, little sister, don't speak so harshly. If you join Morning Light, anything I have will definitely be yours. Sui pulled Pei Yu and walked around him. No thanks, I'm afraid I'll get you in trouble. Watching the two gradually walk away, Zhao Kongming sighed and rubbed his forehead. Ah. If I had known back then, I wouldn't have tricked them. Now, not only have I offended old Pei, but I've also lost a good talent. Su-hee and Pei Yu walked straight to the cafeteria. As usual, they got some food and found a place to sit down. While Sui was eating, Pei Yu suddenly looked at her and said a sentence. Su-hee, you are very smart. What? Sui raised her head, looking at him a bit blankly. Pei Yu put down his chopsticks, looking at her seriously and said. You are the smartest newcomer I have ever seen. You are clever and brave, good at using the rules, and your mental quality is also very good. Hearing his praise, Sui's face unconsciously turned red. She lowered her head, stirring the food in her bowl and whispered. Everything else is pretty good, but my mental quality seems to be lacking. When she saw those bloody scenes, she still couldn't help but feel nauseous and had thoughts of escaping. But every time it happened, Sui would clearly know that many things in this world cannot be escaped from. Hearing her words, Pei Yu looked at her firmly and said. No, Su-hee, you are already doing well. Upon hearing his words, Sui couldn't help but smile. After all, being praised by someone is truly a happy thing. After a few minutes of silence, Sui suddenly thought of the strange control she experienced in the morning. By the way, Pei Yu, what happened to me this morning? Suddenly, my mind went blank, and there was just a strange obsession in my heart. Pei Yu looked at her and explained, do you remember what I told you? Prolonged exposure to bizarre spirits can lead to contamination, and it seems that among those who have died, someone has a strong grudge against you. Upon hearing his words, Sui's fists gradually clenched. She didn't need to think to know it must be Wan Lan and their group. Pei Yu looked at her and casually asked. Do you regret warning them back then? Sui shook her head instinctively. If I had known it was wrong but didn't tell them, and then caused some of them to die, I wouldn't have felt at ease. Although this incident has made me quite unhappy, I wouldn't judge most people because of it. She looked at Pei Yu seriously and said. So, if I encounter something like this again next time, I will still warn them. If everyone has to think about the consequences before acting, that doesn't seem very interesting. Hearing her words, Pei Yu's chopsticks clattered to the table. What's wrong? Su-hee looked at him with some worry. Pei Yu waved his hand at her, hurriedly picking up the chopsticks from the table. He suddenly felt that Su-hee was really very much like his former self. He used to think about helping more people survive with his own abilities, but in the end, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, Pei Yu tightly gripped the chopsticks in his hand. Afterwards, the two remained silent, quietly finishing their meal. After eating, the two returned to the classroom together. Perhaps because the bazaar has already been defeated, everyone was very relaxed. As soon as they sat down, Sui pulled Pei Yu's sleeve and leaned close to him, whispering. Pei Yu, do you think a new teacher will come later? Pei Yu shook his head. Generally, that won't happen. First of all, this is a low-level game. Just like the number of players, the number of bizarre beings is also fixed. If players really kill a bizarre being, then for a certain amount of time, players will be in a relatively safe situation. Su-hee nodded, finally feeling at ease. After waiting for several more minutes, the class bell rang again. As expected, just as Pei Yu had said, the classroom was empty, and everyone was still following the rules inside. In the next few days, no teacher came to the classroom again, and the originally tense atmosphere gradually calmed down. Sui thought she would have to wait several more days to leave here. But one night, just as she finished washing up and was about to go to bed, Pei Yu suddenly sent her a message. Tonight after the dorm supervisor checks the rooms at 3 o'clock, I'll wait for you under the girls' dormitory, you must hurry. Seeing his message, Su-hee was momentarily stunned. But the dorm rules seem to say that the main entrance of the dormitory won't open until 5:30 in the morning. Su-hee sent her question truthfully. In a few seconds, Pei Yu quickly replied. At that time, find a way to break the door open. This is the only chance to leave here, trust me. Seeing the last 3 words, Sui buried all her insecurities. I trust you. After sending those 3 words, Sui packed all her belongings into her bag. Around 1 o'clock, the hunchbacked dorm supervisor finished checking the rooms and left. After she left, Sui quickly got out of bed and walked a few steps to Chun Chang and Chen Li's beds to tell them the news. At 3 o'clock, I will leave the dorm. This is our only chance to escape. Do you want to come with me? Chen Chang and Chen Li hesitated for a moment. But doesn't the rule say the dormitory door won't open until 5:30? Chen Chang asked softly. He nodded. Yes, so I plan to find something hard and break the door open. Upon hearing her words, both of them froze in place. Sui didn't say anything more. After packing her things, she sat on the edge of the bed, checked the time, and then said, You can choose for yourselves. Whether to leave with me or stay here, it's your freedom. After a few minutes of hesitation, the two finally got out of bed. While gathering her things, Chun Chang told Sui, We trust you, we'll leave with you. Sui nodded and didn't say much. Time quickly approached 2:40. Sui stood up directly from the bed, opened the iron door in front of her, and stepped out with the other two. They cautiously made their way to the first floor. The only sound in the dormitory was their footsteps. Sui quickly scanned the area, finally focusing on the fire extinguisher stored in the corner. Without any hesitation, she hurried over and picked up the fire extinguisher from the ground. Seeing this, Chun Chang and Chen Li immediately started looking for one on the stairs. Soon, the two came over, carrying fire extinguishers just like Sui. Chapter 41, Leaving. Are you ready? We must break down this door in the shortest time possible. Sui said loudly to the other two. Chen Chang and Chen Li nodded, standing at attention as they watched the glass door ahead. Sui stopped speaking, picked up the fire extinguisher, and smashed it against the door. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the sound of heavy objects crashing echoed sharply. The three of them desperately pounded against the door, and soon the glass was covered with cracks of all sizes. Just as Sui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, there came the sound of the door being pushed open behind them. Then came the sound of unsteady footsteps. What are you doing? The dorm supervisor's harsh and hollow voice echoed behind them. Sui turned around to see the hunchbacked dorm supervisor walking towards them, whole. Sui swallowed hard and shouted to the two people beside her. Hurry! She's coming! Chen Chang and Chen Li turned to take a look and their expressions stiffened, then they desperately swung the fire extinguisher in their hands. Bang 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 bang. Under everyone's frantic strikes, a large hole quickly appeared in the glass door in front of them. At that moment, the dorm supervisor had already arrived behind the crowd. Run! Sui shouted loudly and almost simultaneously rushed out of the dormitory with the other two. As soon as Sui dashed out, she saw Peiyu running wildly towards them under the bright red moonlight. Upon seeing Sui, a smile of joy spread across his face, and he quickly stepped over to grab her hand tightly, pulling her forward to run. As they raced through the moonlight, Sui worriedly asked, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Peiyu replied loudly, I'm fine. Just like you, I just broke out of a door. Sui nodded in relief. At this moment, there were 6 people running wildly under the moonlight. All 6 of them were making their way to the school gate at the same time. Almost as soon as they left the dormitory, various shadows suddenly surged out from the corner of the school. They were holding long knives and desperately chasing after the 6 people. The group soon reached the iron gate, only to find it locked from the inside. Seeing the shadows behind them getting closer, Zhao Kongming cursed loudly, Damn it! That old bastard is really mean. He was shouting angrily, and the others turned to see the old man standing in the corner's shadow. Zhao Kongming was so furious that he stepped up to the old man, grabbed his collar and said fiercely, You better open the door right now. Or I'll bash you. But the old man only glanced at him indifferently, his face showing no expression. Peiyu frowned at him, then shouted, Come here. This isn't the time to go crazy. We need to find a way to open the door. Zhao Kongming snorted coldly at the old man and tossed him to the ground. Peiyu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and swung down at the old rusty iron lock in front of him. Zhao Kongming stepped up beside him, pounding the iron lock with his fist. Chen Feng sighed and joined the two. Sui started feeling around on the ground and soon found a stone the size of a fist. She handed the stone to Peiyu. Peiyu didn't say a word, grabbing it and desperately smashing the iron lock in front of him. Bang bang bang. After a frantic series of strikes, the old, rusted iron lock slowly started to break away. At that moment, the shadows were already rushing out behind them. Peiyu didn't say anything else, kicked open the iron gate in front of him, and pulled Sui out with him. The other 4 reacted quickly. Almost simultaneously, they rushed out the door as Peiyu kicked it open. They ran another 50 meters, and only then did Sui spot that familiar door glowing with white light. Zhao Kongming and Chen Feng were the first to rush inside, closely followed by Qin Chang and Chen Li.
Seeing that she and Peiyu were also about to reach the door, Sui finally sighed in relief. At that moment, however, the corner of Sui's clothes was suddenly yanked back from behind. She turned her head to see Qin Zhao's pale, ghostly face. "Why do you get to go? Stay here with me," she said fiercely, making a move to pull Sui back. Sui gritted her teeth, letting go of Peiyu's hand, and directly took off her coat. As they were about to reach the glowing door, Peiyu grabbed Sui's hand and pulled her back. He made a move to push her in. "You go first." Sui remembered that he had done the same last time. After gritting her teeth, she turned around and pushed Peiyu in forcefully. "Sui!" Peiyu shouted loudly, and his whole body was swallowed by the light door. In the next moment, Sui stepped in with one foot. At that moment, Chen Jiao rushed over again. She grabbed Sui's arm and tried to drag her out. Sui bit her teeth, raised one hand, and then kicked her. Feeling the force on her arm loosen, Sui immediately ignored the pain and fell directly towards the light door. All she saw was darkness, and then she lost consciousness. "Sui! Sui, wake up! Wake up, Sui!" In the darkness, Sui only heard someone calling her name. She frowned, and after her eyelids trembled, light returned before her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Peiyu's anxious and worried expression. "Peiyu!" Sui weakly called him, then tried to raise her hand to rub her sore head. But as soon as she raised her hand, a sharp pain made her instantly awake. "Ah!" Sui couldn't help but gasp, and she sat up straight. Turning her head, she discovered deep blood scratches on her left arm, which were still seeping blood and looked very terrifying. Peiyu grabbed her wrist, emotions swirling in his eyes. "Knowing it hurts, why didn't you come out first? Do you know how dangerous it was at that time?" His tone was a little harsh, but he tried to remain calm while speaking to Sui. Sui looked at him and felt very wronged. "I know it was dangerous, but if I came out first, wouldn't that leave you there? I didn't want to leave you alone like last time." Hearing her words, Peiyu fell silent for a long time, but did not speak again. He took off his coat and carefully wrapped Sui's bleeding arm. "Let's wait a bit, we will be home soon." Hearing his words, Sui was taken aback, then turned her head to realize she was now sitting on a train. Sui lightly replied and stopped speaking. The atmosphere between them became very stiff. Sui did not speak again, and Peiyu fell silent too. The train moved forward for a few more minutes and finally came to a slow stop. As soon as the door opened, Sui stood up and walked out first. Peiyu quickly stood up and followed her closely. The two walked in silence, neither of them saying a word. After walking a few steps, Sui saw the milk tea shop. She went in first and saw Chen Zhuangli standing at the counter. Seeing Sui, Chen Zhuangli excitedly waved at her, saying, "Sister, you're finally back. Hey, what happened to your arm? Are you hurt? Where's Brother Pei?" Facing his series of questions, Sui felt extremely exhausted. She held her forehead and said lightly, "Brother Pei is behind, my arm is still bleeding, I'm going upstairs to get some medicine." After that, she ignored Chen Zhuangli and went straight upstairs. Once back in her room, Sui shut the door. She took off Peiyu's coat and stood up, looking around the room for the medicine box. Just then, someone knocked on the closed door. Sui felt her head spinning. "Coming!" She shouted towards the door and stood up while holding her head. Sui trembled as she walked to the door and opened it. As soon as the door opened, she saw Peiyu. Brother Pei. She just wanted to ask him what he was doing here when suddenly everything went black before her eyes. Then, she fell directly to the ground. Peiyu was startled, immediately dropping the medicine box in his hand. Taking a few steps forward, he caught Sui. Chapter 42, Sorry. In a daze, Sui felt someone gently lift her left hand. Then came a childish gasp. Hiss. Sui, this is too terrible, right? It's all blood, it must hurt a lot, sister? Donnie, can you go get me a basin of hot water, please? Sui's mind was blank, and after hearing these two sentences, her consciousness slowly faded away completely. Sui did not know how long she had been asleep, but when she opened her eyes, the wounds on her arms were thickly bandaged, and she stared blankly at the pure white ceiling above. You're awake. In the moment she was lost in thought, a male voice, excited yet slightly hoarse, rang in her ears. Sui slowly turned her head and saw a very disheveled Peiyu. His chin had grown stubble, and his eyes were dark and puffy, looking quite messy. This was the first time Sui had seen Peiyu like this. What happened to you? She asked with a hint of worry. Only then did Peiyu realize his current state. He awkwardly turned his head away and said in a hoarse voice. There's porridge on the table, it should be just the right temperature now. You can drink some. After saying that, he clumsily got up from the chair by the bed. I'll go take a shower and come back to see you later. Before Sui could say anything, he fled the room.
With a thud, the door closed again. Looking at the empty room, Soo-hee was momentarily at a loss. She sighed helplessly and propped herself up to slowly sit up. Just as she was about to lift her hand to grab the bowl of porridge on the bedside table, the door was pushed open from outside. "Sister! I heard from Brother Pei that you woke up." Following the voice, Soo-hee saw Chen Dongyi rushing toward her. Soo-hee withdrew her hand and smiled at the little girl standing by the bed. "Yes, Donnie has been very worried about sister these past few days, right?" She lifted her hand to gently touch the girl's two pigtails, looking at her with tenderness. The little girl nodded, then said, "I was really worried about sister. But Brother Pei has been watching over you these 3 days. Brother Pei is even more worried than me." Hearing her words, Soo-hee's hand froze for a moment. Chen Dongyi noticed her change and lifted her big watery eyes to look at Soo-hee, asking, "What's wrong, sister?" Soo-hee shook her head and tentatively asked, "So I fainted for 3 days, and Brother Pei took care of me the whole time?" Chen Dongyi nodded and handed the bowl of porridge from the bedside table to Soo-hee. "Yes, originally my brother and Uncle Zhuangli wanted to take turns watching you, but Brother Pei said your condition was very dangerous, and he couldn't relax. No matter what we said, he wouldn't listen." Soo-hee sighed, scooping a spoonful of porridge into her mouth, her eyes somewhat complicated. She knew that Pei-yu was definitely angry with her. Although at first, Soo-hee felt wrong too. She believed she pushed him out to protect him, yet after that, Pei-yu still blamed her. Soo-hee lowered her head and began to reflect on her own issues. It seemed she had indeed been a bit impulsive. If she had followed Pei-yu's thoughts and stepped out first, maybe neither of them would have been hurt. Soo-hee finished the bowl of porridge with mixed feelings and was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Soo-hee was in a daze, a colorful fruit candy suddenly appeared on the quilt in front of her. Soo-hee looked up in confusion at Chen Dongyi. The little girl gave her a sweet smile and innocently said, "Sister, eat candy. Brother said that when you're hurt, just eat candy, and it won't hurt so much." Soo-hee smiled, reached out, and patted her head. "Thank you, Dongyi." Before she could finish her sentence, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Pei-yu strode to Soo-hee's bedside, then pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Chen Dongyi, who was nearby. "Go find Uncle Chen Zhuangli first, I have something to discuss with your sister Soo-hee." The little girl took the chocolate from his hand and skipped away. Soo-hee looked up at Pei-yu and noticed his hair was still a bit damp. His beard was neatly shaved, and the fatigue on his face had disappeared. He had changed into a clean, tidy black sports outfit. After a long silence, Soo-hee looked at him with some worry and said, "Your hair seems like it's not dry yet, you could catch a cold like this. Why don't you dry your hair first?" Pei-yu casually picked up an apple from the bedside and began to peel it while saying, "It's okay." The two exchanged a few simple words, then fell back into a strange silence. After hesitating for a long time, a voice almost simultaneously came from both of them. "I'm sorry." Soo-hee looked up in surprise at Pei-yu. Pei-yu also looked up at her. They stared at each other for a long time, and finally, Pei-yu cleared his throat a couple of times and unconsciously looked away. Soo-hee smiled and said to him, "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive at that time. If I had listened to you, maybe none of us would have been hurt." Pei-yu's eyes darkened, and after a few seconds, he raised his head and looked at Soo-hee seriously. "I should be the one saying sorry to you. I know you were worried about me, and my emotions shouldn't have been so intense at that time. I'm sorry." After a few seconds of silence, they both raised their heads to meet each other's gaze again. In the next moment, almost simultaneously, they both broke into smiles. Pei-yu handed the peeled apple to Soo-hee. "Let's eat an apple first." Soo-hee took it and took a bite. After a moment of quiet, Soo-hee suddenly thought of something very important. She looked at Pei-yu and asked, "By the way, how did you know the life gate would definitely appear that day?" Pei-yu replied, "I told you before, everyone has their own hidden rules. My hidden rule is that I can only survive by leaving on the 7th day." Soo-hee nodded. "But how did you determine that the life gate would appear at 3 o'clock in the morning?" Pei-yu took off a red gemstone ring from his left-hand ring finger. "This is an item I got in the 5th game. You can think of it as good luck, so every hidden rule I get is related to leaving. When I know the exact time and the life gate is about to appear, I feel a strong resonance." Soo-hee looked at him in shock. "So the strong resonance you mentioned refers to your ability?" Pei-yu smiled and nodded. "It can be understood like that, or you can say that this resonance is related to my item." Soo-hee nodded, her interest in the items Pei-yu mentioned grew significantly. Because they were not only the motivation to survive but also the key to leaving alive. The two continued to discuss some game-related matters in the room when someone knocked on the door from the outside. Chen Zhuangli's rough voice could be heard outside calling, "Brother Pei, sister Soo-hee, it's time to eat." Pei-yu responded and turned to Soo-hee, saying, "You've been unconscious for several days, it's time to eat something good. Dress up, and I'll wait for you outside." After that, Peiyu left the room. Sui put on the shoes by the bedside, casually found a clean outfit, and after dressing, she opened the door to walk downstairs with Peiyu. It was still the familiar table, but this time, in addition to Chen Zhuangli and Chen Dongyi, there was an extra person. The girl looked to be in her 20s, her colorful hair tied into small braids. Then, she tied her hair into a high ponytail at the back of her head. Sui curiously glanced at her, then sat down. Everyone arrived, and Peiyu was the first to look at the girl and say to Sui, "Her name is Chu Mo, and she is also a member of this team. You can get to know each other." Sui nodded, then reached out her hand to Chu Mo with a smile. "Hello, my name is Sui." Chu Mo gave her a faint glance and then shook the hand Sui offered. Chu Mo. After they exchanged names, there was no further conversation. Then everyone started to eat, and Chen Xiaoyi kept taking care of Chen Dongyi beside him, occasionally putting food into her bowl. The most lively atmosphere must have been between Chen Zhuangli and Chen Dongyi. Listening to their interesting exchange, Sui would occasionally chime in with 1 or 2 sentences. After finishing the meal, Peiyu kept everyone behind. He briefly mentioned how Zhao Kongming had caused trouble for Sui and himself in the game, and then stated that they would visit him at morning light the next day. He asked Chu Mo and Chen Zhuangli to go with him, leaving the Chen siblings and Sui in the milk tea shop. Chapter 43, The Visit. Hearing Peiyu's arrangement, Sui was somewhat unconvinced. She raised her hand and said, "He caused trouble for both of us, so I want to go with you to visit him." Peiyu frowned, looking at Sui's arm still wrapped in bandages. "It's not that I won't let you go, it's just that your injury isn't healed yet." Sui smiled. "I can observe how you visit him, and I just won't participate then." Peiyu thought for a moment and finally nodded. Afterward, everyone returned to their rooms. The next day, Sui woke up early, got ready, and went downstairs to the lobby to wait for Peiyu. In a few minutes, Peiyu, Chu Mo, and Chen Zhuangli came down from upstairs. Chen Zhuangli simply made a bowl of noodles for the few of them, and after eating, the 4 left the milk tea shop together. They got into the car that Peiyu used when he first came to pick up Sui. In the car, Chu Mo threw one of the 2 baseball bats she had on her back to Chen Zhuangli. The ride was very quiet, and after more than an hour, the car stopped in front of an internet cafe called Morning Light Club. After Sui got out of the car, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she saw the internet cafe in front of her. Zhao Kongming and Peiyu really have very different hobbies. 2 leaders, one runs a milk tea shop, and the other runs an internet cafe, both quite business-minded. While Sui was pondering this, Chen Zhuangli stepped forward, raised the baseball bat in his hand, and smashed the glass door in front of him. "Call out your leader. Today, our brother Pei wants to visit him properly." After a few seconds, Sui heard a rush of footsteps. Soon, 4 or 5 young men and women rushed out from the internet cafe. A short-haired girl was the first to stand out from the crowd. She pointed at Chen Zhuangli and shouted loudly, "Don't go too far. You come into our territory to smash things, do you really think there's no one in Morning Light?" Another young man stepped out from the crowd. He stood in front of the girl, looking at everyone with a fierce expression. "Everyone, we can discuss things properly, but if you come here and just smash other people's stuff, that's unacceptable." Chu Mo stepped forward a few steps, looking coldly at the people in front of her, her voice icy. "Tell your boss, the leader of Wanyu Milk Tea Shop has come to visit him. Visiting is not done like this. You come in and start smashing things, don't go too far." The woman leading them shouted and turned to lift a potted plant from the ground, ready to smash it down. Seeing this situation, Peiyu stood out from the crowd. He coldly looked at the few people in front of him, then said coldly to the inside, "Zhao Kongming, if you don't come out today, all the cooperation you mentioned will be off." As soon as this sentence came out, a bright voice came from inside the internet cafe. "Hey, old Pei, let's talk things out, there's no need to make it so tense." With the sound getting closer, Zhao Kongming walked out with Chen Feng behind him. He walked a few steps to Peiyu, patting him on the shoulder. "Old Pei, why don't we talk nicely? Why start with violence?" Peiyu removed his hand from his shoulder, looking coldly at Zhao Kongming and said, "Do you remember what happened in the game? How terribly you tricked me." "What? Have you forgotten so quickly?" Zhao Kongming chuckled lightly. "Old Pei, you haven't been here these days, so I thought you weren't angry anymore. This was all a misunderstanding. I've said it before, I was also deceived. If you really can't swallow this anger, I can drag that bastard's body out of the game for you, how about that?" Peiyu coldly glanced at him. "It seems this matter cannot be resolved today." He turned to look at Chen Zhuangli and Chu Mo. "I heard that a new batch of computers arrived at Boss Zhao's place a few days ago. You two go in and give them a good makeover." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhuangli and Chu Mo rushed inside with their baseball bats in hand. The young men standing at the door wanted to stop them, but ultimately hesitated to move forward because of the bats in their hands. Before long, loud crashing sounds echoed from inside the shop. Zhao Kongming's eyelids twitched, his eyes filled with heartache. He gritted his teeth, finally squeezing a smile at Pei. Old Pei, I admit this matter is indeed my fault. I apologize to you now. Just tell me what you want. Stop. Pei shouted inside. Looking at Zhao Kongming, he said. I heard you just brought out a blood bracelet from the 5th game a few days ago. That bracelet seems to be quite a nice item. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Zhao Kongming's eyes. He took a few steps back to maintain his calm appearance. Old Pei, why are you bringing this up for no reason? Pei sneered. You almost got me killed in the game. Now I'm just here to ask for some compensation. This is already showing you enough respect. Today I'll give you two choices, either give me the blood bracelet and apologize, and I will really consider the cooperation you mentioned. Or, I'll smash everything of yours today, and from now on, you and I will be at odds. Zhao Kongming squinted his eyes, remaining silent for a while. Pei smiled coldly, just as he was about to speak to the people inside. Zhao Kongming raised his hand to interrupt him. Alright, old Pei, I can agree to your terms, but you must give me something in return. Pei looked The sounds of knocking immediately stopped. After a while, Chu Mo and Chen Zhuangli walked out from inside. Aside from a bit of dust on them, they had no injuries at all. The two of them snorted coldly at the morning light team member standing at the door, then walked a few steps to Beiyu's side. Zhao Kongming looked at Beiyu, telling him to wait, then turned and went back into the internet cafe behind him. About 10 minutes later, he came out holding a palm-sized wooden box. He handed the box to Beiyu's hands and then said, It's all here. If you are not at ease, old Bei, you can check it first. Beiyu glanced at him coldly and opened the box in front of him. As soon as he opened it, a beautiful bracelet made of red jade caught everyone's eyes. Beiyu touched it with his hand and then slapped the box shut with a pop. He looked at Zhao Kongming and said lightly, As for the cooperation you mentioned, I agree. When the time comes, just come to the milk tea shop to find me. After saying that, he got into the car with the other three. Watching the car of the 4 people drive away, a young man stepped out from the crowd. He held his swollen face, angrily pointing at Beiyu's car and said, Boss, why do you listen to him so much? They are bullying us. Zhao Kongming's face immediately darkened to the extreme. He turned around and slapped the back of that man's head with a pop. Stop talking nonsense. Can you defeat those two? That man is a boxing champion. That woman can't even be beaten by me. If you have the ability, stop them. The man held his head, gritted his teeth, and finally had to lower his head. Zhao Kongming had a sullen face, walking inside while telling Chen Feng, Go check how many machines are broken, fix as many as you can, and order new ones for those that can't be repaired. Chen Feng nodded in response and walked over to start checking the damaged computers. Chapter 44, Giving Gifts. After everyone returned to the milk tea shop, Sui felt a bit tired. She said goodbye to everyone and went upstairs by herself. Just as she was about to sleep, there was a knock on the door. After responding, a small figure squeezed in through the crack of the door. Sister, can you tie my hair for me? Chen Doni looked at Sui and asked. Sui smiled and nodded. She pulled the little girl in front of her and tied her hair up again. Why haven't I seen your brother much in the past few days? She asked casually. The little girl pouted with a hint of fear in her eyes. My brother said he has things to do these days, and in a couple of days he will take me into my 4th game. Upon hearing her words, Sui's hands immediately stiffened. In her eyes, both Qindani and Chen Shui were still 2 underage kids, and letting them experience such bloody and terrifying things was truly cruel. After a long silence from Sui, it was finally Qindani who broke the deadlock with a laugh. Ha, sister, you don't need to worry, my brother is very strong, we will definitely be able to get out. After a moment of silence, Sui finally said, Of course, when you come out, sister will take you out to buy delicious food. The little girl turned and stretched out her small hands towards Sui and said, Then sister, let's make a pinky promise. Sui smiled and agreed, making a pinky promise with the little girl. Just as the two were chatting, suddenly a voice from outside called out, Sui, can I come in? Sui responded and stood up to open the door. When Qindani saw that the person was Beiyu, she called him Beigu and hopped away. Sui brought Beiyu into the living room. She looked at the just closed door and asked. In a couple of days, Donnie's 4th game will start. She and her brother are still kids, just the 2 of them going in. I have some concerns. Peiyu just casually said, when those 2 siblings first arrived, I mentioned to Chen Shui that I could join them in a game that's a bit more difficult, but he refused at the time. Sui frowned, feeling a bit confused. Refused? Why? A complex emotion flashed in Peiyu's eyes. He wasn't comfortable handing his own sister over to someone else. He told me that aside from him, no one would be willing to risk their life for his sister. After a long silence, Sui helplessly said, "But they are just two kids." Peiyu lightly laughed twice. "Don't underestimate Shinshui. He's about to enter the 6th game.
Although he is only 17 this year, he has been here for 3 years.
His experience is richer than most."
Hearing Peiyu's words, Sui was suddenly at a loss for words.
At first, she was considering whether to accompany Chendani into the game.
Now it seemed that if she followed, she would only be a burden. Sui smiled a little, finally feeling relieved. It seems my worries were a bit unnecessary.
Then, she looked at Peiyu again. "By the way, did you come to find me for something?" Peiyu nodded his head.
He fumbled around in his arms for a moment and then pulled out a red wooden box.
"This should help you." Sui took it with curiosity and opened it.
As soon as she opened it, she saw a translucent bracelet that emitted a barely noticeable red glow.
Sui's eyes widened instantly, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Isn't this the one you just got from Zhao Kongming this morning?" Peiyu nodded.
Sui looked at the red wooden box with some confusion.
"Wasn't the bracelet not in this box at first? No wonder I didn't recognize it at first."
Peiyu disdainfully said, "That wooden box doesn't deserve to hold such a valuable item." For a moment, Sui was at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she pushed the box back in front of Peiyu. "Seeing you negotiated with him for so long to get this today, it can't be cheap. Giving me such a valuable item seems inappropriate." Peiyu suddenly gazed at her intently, then chuckled softly.
"Do you really think your life is worth less than this blood bracelet?" Sui instinctively retorted, "How could that be? Of course, my life is more important."
Peiyu slowly pushed the box back in front of Sui. "He was deceiving both of us back then, consider this a compensation for you." Sui remained silent for a long time. She raised her head to observe Peiyu's expression and finally took the box. She opened the box and took out the blood bracelet. When her fingertip touched the bracelet, a warm and cool sensation spread from her finger to her heart.
"Put it on,"
Peiyu said lightly. Sui nodded and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist.
"This should be a very important item. Otherwise, Zhao Kongming wouldn't have been so reluctant."
Peiyu smiled, "Indeed, but you will find out exactly what it does later." Seeing he wouldn't say more, Sui stopped asking and simply nodded lightly. "Your next game won't start for over a month. The gaps between game openings get longer as time goes on, so what are your plans for the coming days?" Peiyu asked. Sui was momentarily caught off guard by his question. In Sui's impression, she had always been at school and seemed to never have thought about what to do outside of school. After a long silence, Sui shook her head honestly.
"I don't know, I guess just browsing the internet and sleeping in a bit." Peiyu smiled and stood up from the sofa, walking outside while saying, "Take a good rest today. In a couple of days, when your injury heals, I will take you out for a while."
Sui hadn't realized what was happening when he directly opened the door and walked out. Looking at the empty room, Sui no longer spoke. She tidied up and went to bed. By dinner time that evening, Chendani and Shinshui both disappeared from the milk tea shop.
Everyone knew they must have entered the game.
Though Sui felt very worried inside, she was powerless and could only silently pray for them.
After dinner, everyone returned to their own rooms.
After washing up, Sui lay on the bed and fell asleep, dreaming sweetly through the night. A few more days passed, and Sui's injuries finally healed. After breakfast that day, she was called to the car by Peiyu. The car drove west until it finally stopped at a bungee jumping point. As soon as Sui got out of the car, she felt something was off. She instinctively wanted to turn and run, but Peiyu firmly grabbed her hand.
Why did you bring me here?"
While pulling her forward, Peiyu replied, "I brought you here to relax." Sui forced a stiff smile.
"This kind of relaxation doesn't sound good. If you like it, I can wait for you up there."
Peiyu stopped and turned with interest, looking at her.
"What's wrong? Are you scared?" Sui instinctively countered, "No. After experiencing so many scary things in the game, what is there to fear in reality?"
Peiyu smiled and looked at her with great interest. "Since you're not scared, come with me." With that, she forcibly pulled Sui up. It wasn't until they both had the ropes around them that Sui's legs began to tremble.
"Peiyu, I'm afraid of heights, you should go alone. I really can't do this."
Peiyu sighed helplessly. "But it's too late, I already paid. And now the ropes are already tied around your waist." Sui took 2 steps back.
"I don't want to play.
I'll just wait for you up there." The teasing on Peiyu's face suddenly vanished. She looked at Sui seriously and said, "Sui, if this were a game and you faced this situation, the only way to complete the mission would be to jump down."
"Are you really going to back out?"
Sui's legs, which had been retreating, froze in place. Peiyu continued, "Don't be scared, I believe in you. We'll jump together." Sui struggled for a long time but ultimately took 2 steps forward. After checking the stability of the ropes, the two of them jumped at almost the same time. Immediately, the whole mountainside echoed with Soo-hee's screams.
Aha!
After finally being pulled back up, Soo-hee felt like her soul was floating.
She looked at Pei-yu resentfully and gritted her teeth. Pei-yu, you brought me here to scare me, didn't you?
Pei-yu wiped the sweat from her forehead and shook her head.
You're too tense, you need to experience something extreme to relax.
Soo-hee didn't quite understand at that moment.
What do you mean? Chapter 45, The Player on the Brink of Mental Breakdown. You still haven't realized it, have you? Ever since you came out of the game, you've been tight as a string.
You're scared of dark places, and when you see meat, you instinctively feel disgusted.
Ever since you got back, you have only been eating vegetarian meals.
Upon hearing Pei-yu's words, Soo-hee froze in place.
Because what she said was true.
She had been sleeping with the lights on every night and avoiding meat dishes as much as possible during meals. Pei-yu dried the sweat from her forehead, walked over, and pulled Soo-hee up from the ground.
Let's sit over there for a while. He led Soo-hee to a grassy spot, and they sat down side by side.
I haven't told you something, 1/3 of the players can safely come out of the game, but after they do, their mental state collapses, and they end up in a mental hospital.
Soo-hee lowered her head, the emotions in her eyes unclear.
Pei-yu continued, this kind of situation is not uncommon. At first, players might not even realize it, by the time they notice something is wrong, it's often too late.
He looked at Soo-hee and added, most people will cry when their spirit is heavily damaged, and often, the quieter the person, the greater the trauma in their heart.
This situation is called hidden trauma, and you are the most typical example.
Hearing his words, Soo-hee sighed. I always thought I was adapting pretty well, and I never even considered these things. Listening to you, I've realized that ever since I came out of the game, my spirit has indeed been quite low. Pei-yu raised his hand and gently patted her head, then stood up and went to buy 2 bottles of water, handing 1 bottle to Soo-hee. You are indeed very strong. You just habitually suppress your emotions. Compared to most people, you are already doing very well.
Soo-hee opened the water bottle in her hand and took a sip. She took a deep breath, turned to Pei-yu, and smiled.
Thank you, older youth.
But after bungee jumping with you, I really feel much better. It's like all the gloom in my heart has been released. Hearing her call him older youth, Pei-yu sighed, then playfully ruffled her short hair. All right, you've returned to your sharp-tongued self.
Little sister, let me take you for a stroll in the amusement park.
Soo-hee was forcibly pulled up by him.
I'm just saying, how old are you this year, and you're still going to the kindergarten? Of course I don't need to go, but isn't there still a little friend here?
In the end, Soo-hee was pulled into the car.
The two drove down the mountain and arrived at the most bustling amusement park in Liushi City. By this time, it was afternoon, the sun was setting, and everything around them looked golden.
The amusement park was full of children's figures and laughter, and Soo-hee, influenced by the laughter, happily strolled with Pei-yu through the entertainment facilities inside. They rode the carousel, the Ferris wheel, and the roller coaster, almost trying out all the attractions. After playing until they were tired, Soo-hee went to buy 2 ice creams and handed one to Pei-yu. Does the older youth still like ice cream this year?
Pei-yu took the ice cream and leaned closer to Soo-hee, whispering, does that 19-year-old little friend also like ice cream?
The two teased each other for a while, and finally found 2 swings to sit side by side. Pei-yu, wouldn't it be great if this world was always normal?
Soo-hee said wistfully as she looked at the children playing happily in front of her.
Pei-yu chuckled softly. Compared to the game world, this place is already very good.
Living in the moment is good enough.
Soo-hee nodded and a smile returned to her face.
Yeah, living in the moment is best.
If I die in the game that day, there won't be any regrets. Pei-yu shot her a disapproving glance, then raised his hand and lightly patted Soo-hee on the head.
Don't say such ominous things. One day, we will all leave here and return to the real world.
Soo-hee raised her hand to fix her hair and returned the pat to him. Right, but maybe by the time we get out, you'll already be almost 30. Pei-yu smiled and said with interest, that's okay, by then I'll be 30, and you won't be considered a little friend anymore either.
Soo-hee rolled her eyes at him but ultimately didn't say anything else.
She pushed off the ground, swinging her swing up high.
That's fine, by then you'll be an old uncle and I'll still just be an older youth.
Pei-yu chuckled, stepping off his swing and walking behind Soo-hee, firmly gripping her swing. If you keep teasing me, I'll push you to the sky.
Soo-hee obediently closed her mouth. But even so,
Pei-yu still pushed Soo-hee's swing. As Soo-hee swung higher and higher, she was not afraid at all, but laughed out loud. At that moment, the sunset was just right, and the laughter of other children in the amusement park and the scene of Soo-hee and Pei-yu together formed a beautiful picture. The two played outside until dark before heading back to the milk tea shop together. After dinner, everyone returned to their own rooms, and Soo-hee was in a good mood, so she sat by the computer to watch a TV drama. The last few days were quite leisurely.
Besides the daily eating and sleeping, Sui sometimes went out to the mall with Pei-yu. On the fifth night at midnight, everyone had already returned to their rooms to sleep, but suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from outside the milk tea shop. Pei-gu, open the door. Hurry, open the door and save my brother. Boo-hoo-hoo. Hearing this tender voice, Sui immediately sat up from her bed. She quickly got dressed and rushed downstairs. At this moment, Pei-yu was already standing at the door of the milk tea shop. As soon as Sui came down, he quickly opened the door. Sui rushed outside and saw Chindani standing at the door, covered in blood. Seeing this situation, Pei-yu hurriedly rushed over. What happened? Where is Chin Xiui? Pei-yu asked, frowning seriously. Chindani grabbed Pei-yu's hand and pulled him forward. Pei-gu, come here. My brother is here. Hurry and save my brother. Sui took a few steps outside and saw Chen Xiui lying on the ground, his back soaked in blood. The boy's brows were tightly furrowed. His face was pale, and his breathing was very heavy. Pei-yu said nothing more. He directly picked up the person on the ground and rushed into his room. At this time, Chen Zhuanli and Chu Mo rushed over from their own rooms. Everyone in the room immediately sprang into action. Some were boiling water, some were getting scissors, and some were grabbing the first aid kit. Pei-yu first simply cleaned Chen Xiui's wounds and then used alcohol to disinfect them. Chen Xiui had 5 deep claw marks on his back, extending from his shoulder blades to his waist, looking very tragic. Pei-yu quickly applied medicine to Chen Xiui's wounds, and the bleeding finally stopped barely. At this moment, Pei-yu looked at the blood-soaked Chindani beside him and asked, "What exactly happened? How did your brother end up like this?" Chindani wiped the blood off his face and said, sobbing. At that time, the life-giving door had already opened, and 5 or 6 people came out with us. We all lived in a very large room. When the life-giving door opened, all the monsters surged out, and the entrance was very small, so they all squeezed at the door. Because of this, they started fighting. My brother had to protect me and was the last to go out. After a struggle to reach the life-giving door, my brother pushed me in first. By the time I saw him on the train, he had already become like this. Pei-yu frowned and nodded. He looked at Sui beside him and said, "You take Dongi downstairs to change clothes." Sui nodded, crouched down, and picked up the trembling L. Pei-yu nodded. "It's not safe outside now, we have to hold on until tomorrow morning. Let's keep watch over him today, and take him to the hospital first thing in the morning." After saying this, he glanced at Chen Zhuangli beside him. "He has lost a lot of blood and is very weak. You should go make him a bowl of sweet soup." Chen Zhuangli nodded and quickly left. Chapter 46, Arrogance. The next morning, Pei-yu took Chen Xiui to the hospital. Chen Dong originally wanted to go along, but Sui felt she was too young to see such bloody scenes, so she comforted her and told her to prepare some food for Chen Xiui first. The two were busy in the kitchen for a long time, and with the help of Chen Zhuangli, they finally managed to make a little chicken soup, which they brought to the hospital at noon. The hospital was crowded with people. Sui pulled Chindani and asked for a long time before they found Chen Xiui's hospital room. As they reached the door, they heard a heated argument. "You are too arrogant. She is not only your sister but also my teammate. Pei-gu, don't say any more. I will not back down an inch on matters regarding Dongi." Sui stood outside, listening, but Chen Dongi pushed the door open first. "Brother, I came to see you." At this moment, Sui was still holding her hand and could only be pulled inside by her forcefully. Once inside, they saw Chindani leaning against the head of the bed and Pei-yu sitting by the bed, looking pale. When Sui and Chindani entered, the two finally stopped arguing. Sui took Chindani over, placing the chicken soup on the nearby table. "Dongi was eager to see you early this morning. Now that she finally sees you, she is happy." Sui smiled and turned to look at Chen Xiui on the bed. "How are you now? Feeling better?" Chen Xiui nodded slightly. "The doctor treated the wound, it's nothing serious now." Sui nodded. At that moment, Pei-yu, who was sitting by the bed, suddenly stood up. "I'll step out for a moment." After saying this, he strode out of the hospital room. Only when the door closed did Sui withdraw her gaze. She ladled out the chicken soup, and feeling it was warm enough, she handed it to Chindani beside her. "Let your brother eat something first, it's not hot anymore, so be careful." Sui patted her head and warned gently. Chindani nodded and picked up the spoon next to her. Sui reminded her of a few more things and then said to Chen Xiui, "I'll step out for a while and come back. If anything happens, Dongi can come out to call me anytime." Chen Xiui nodded. Only then did Sui leave the hospital room. As soon as Sui stepped out of the room, she saw Pei-yu in the long corridor. He was wearing a black trench coat, quietly standing in the corridor smoking, his emotions shadowy. Sui walked a few steps to his side and patted his shoulder. "What happened just now? You don't seem very happy." Upon seeing that it was Suhi, Peiyu quickly extinguished his cigarette and threw it in the nearby trash can. I had a fight with that kid, Shinshui. I told him that if it really doesn't work, next time, let Chumo, Chen Zhuangli, or me go with them into Chen Dongyi's 5th game for safety. That kid is too arrogant, he always thinks he can only protect Chen Dongyi's safety by himself. Sui smiled and said to him, everyone has their own thoughts, and it's understandable for him not to trust others when it comes to his own sister. Besides, isn't the 5th game for Dongyi still a long way off? Although he doesn't agree now, maybe when the time comes, he will agree. Let's wait and see, he will eventually come around. Peiyu said calmly, I hope that kid wakes up sooner. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a few people brought Shinshui back to the milk tea shop. Though he was no longer in danger, his back injury still hadn't healed. After returning to the milk tea shop, he lay back down on the bed. After dinner, Suhi was about to return to her room when she saw Chen Dongyi and Peiyu in the hallway on the 2nd floor. Brother Pei, I heard about this morning. My brother was just too worried about me. I'm sorry on behalf of my brother, please don't be angry, okay? As Suhi walked over, she heard Chen Dongyi's youthful voice. She lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. Peiyu just looked at her and said lightly, don't think too much. I'm not angry. Go back and rest. Chen Dongyi nodded and slowly left. Once she left, Suhi walked over to Peiyu's side. Looks like this morning's events had a big impact on the girl. Children tend to think too much. It's normal, Peiyu replied calmly. They chatted for a bit before Suhi returned to her room. The following days were quite ordinary. Suhi spent her time eating, sleeping, and shopping, living a simple routine. Until one night, while she was in her room watching a new drama series, someone knocked on the door. Suhi stood up from her computer and opened the door. Peiyu walked in and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Your 2nd game will start in the next few days. Suhi sat down next to him and nodded. Yes, so do you have any plans? Peiyu nodded. I will go with you. After all, you're new here and not too familiar. Suhi nodded, just about to say something more when she suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart. Peiyu, I feel it's so stuffy in the room. I want to go downstairs and have a look, she said, standing up from the sofa involuntarily. Peiyu didn't say anything, just quietly followed behind her. After leaving the milk tea shop, they walked a few more steps until everything around was shrouded in mist. When Suhi regained awareness, an old rusty train was right in front of her. Perhaps it was because she had been living an ordinary life for too long, standing there, she momentarily couldn't react. Peiyu reached out and tapped her on the head. What's wrong? Are you scared? Only then did Suhi come to her senses. She shook her head and said, not scared, just momentarily stunned. Let's go, get on the train first. Saying this, she walked towards the train. Peiyu followed her, and they both got on the train. There were much fewer passengers on this train, only a little over 20. As soon as they boarded, the train began to move. Looking at the scenery rushing by outside the window, Suhi heard that familiar announcement again. Hello, passengers. Welcome aboard train A781. The next stop is Castle Station. Please prepare to disembark if you need to get off. The scenery outside slowly dimmed until completely engulfed in darkness. The train traveled for over an hour, only to gradually stop when it entered a gloomy piece of land. Hello, passengers. We have arrived at Castle Station. Please get off immediately if you need to. Suhi and Peiyu exchanged glances and then got off together. As soon as they stepped off the train, Suhi smelled a very dry odor. The air seemed devoid of moisture, feeling extremely hot, the ground beneath their feet had long cracked, and the clouds in the sky were dark, casting a shadow over the whole world. As the crowd walked a few steps forward, a black old castle suddenly came into view. In front of them was a delicate iron gate, the castle surrounded by a wall over 2 meters high, contrasting sharply with the dry land outside, where vibrant plants flourished inside. While the crowd whispered among themselves, an old man dressed in a tailcoat walked to the gate. He took out the brass key in his hand and opened the iron gate in front of him. Honorable guests, the master specifically asked me to wait for you here. Now that everyone has arrived, please come in. Everyone immediately fell silent, then proceeded to walk into the ancient castle one after another. As Suhi stepped inside, she began to survey the scene in front of her. The ground beneath everyone's feet was soft land, and various plants climbed the surrounding walls, with colorful flowers planted around the yard. The flowers bloomed very vibrantly. As soon as Suhi entered, she smelled a strong fragrance. After passing through the garden, a grand and solemn ancient castle appeared before everyone's eyes. The butler stepped forward first, using the key in his hand to open the archaic brass-colored iron door. After opening the door, he respectfully stepped aside, bending down to the guests with great respect in his tone. Honorable guests, please come in. The master has been waiting in the hall for a long time. No one spoke, they walked in one after another.
As Sui walked in, she stepped onto a very soft red carpet. The entire castle was lit by red candles, with the flame illuminating the whole castle in red light. In the hall, there was a fireplace, and the flames in the fireplace were burning fiercely at this moment. As the guests walked a few more steps forward, they were greeted by a very exquisite and vintage wooden spiral staircase.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my castle. Chapter 47: The Alluring Man.
All the guests, who were originally looking around, were suddenly captivated by this extremely attractive voice. Sui raised her head and saw a man wearing a red coat. He stood on the spiral staircase, his blood-red pupils observing the guests with great interest. The man's hair was slightly curled and extended to his shoulders. His complexion was very pale, showing no trace of blood, but even so, his face was remarkably handsome. Sui turned to take a glance at Peiyu, realizing that he was just as good-looking as Peiyu. The man was only wearing a red coat that was not buttoned, his solid chest exposed in front of everyone. He held a transparent glass filled with half a glass of blood-red liquid. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my castle as guests. For the coming time, I will treat you in the most honorable way.
Next, let my butler explain some important matters here.
After speaking, the man, barefoot, leisurely walked up to the second floor.
At that moment, the butler, dressed in a tailcoat, also walked up to the guests.
First, he bowed to everyone, and then began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, during your stay, the master will welcome you in the most honorable way, but before that, please allow me to briefly explain some important matters.
1. The candles in the castle will never go out.
If a candle goes out, please leave immediately.
2. After midnight, please quietly stay in your rooms.
No matter what happens, do not leave your rooms, and trust that any sounds you hear are merely illusions.
3. After midnight, no matter what, honorable guests must be asleep.
4. There are no twins in the castle.
5. The master does not like to be offended, and the collection room is absolutely off limits.
6. The master treasures the flowers in the garden, please do not harm the flowers easily. 7. There will never be another person in the mirror, please do not believe anything he says. 8. The outside world is very dangerous, please do not leave easily outside the castle.
9. The castle doors will close after 9 o'clock at night.
10. The master does not like foolish people, so please be sure to answer his questions correctly. Everything in the ancient castle has two sides, please discern carefully. After saying these rules, the butler looked at everyone with a smile and said, Esteemed guests, these are the cautions of the castle. Next, I will guide you to your rooms, please follow me. After speaking, the butler went upstairs on his own. A group of people exchanged glances, then quietly followed him upstairs. When they reached the second floor, they saw a long narrow corridor with a room on each side, and the walls were filled with lit candles.
Alright, esteemed guests, you may now choose your rooms to enter.
Suhi and Peiyu exchanged glances, and in the end, they picked two adjacent rooms and walked in. Once there was only the butler left in the corridor, he raised his voice a bit and said to the corridor, Esteemed guests, you may rest for a while. Please come to the first floor for dinner after 8 o'clock. After speaking, he left on his own. Upon entering the room, Sui first noticed a huge window. The window was oval-shaped, looking very vintage. Sui walked over, looked down, and saw a beautifully vibrant rose garden. After glancing at the blood-red roses below, she withdrew her gaze. The room was filled with candles, casting a bright red light inside. The layout of the room was not small. Apart from a vintage iron bed, there was also a bathroom near the door, with a mirror on the wall of the bathroom. Sui casually looked around, then took out her notebook to record the rules she had just learned before leaving the room. She walked to Peiyu's door and knocked on it. A few seconds later, Peiyu opened the door, and Sui greeted him before walking in. The decoration inside was almost identical to the room Sui was staying in.
How is it? Did you notice anything strange?
Sui asked first. Peiyu shook his head after closing the door.
Not yet. Let's rest for now.
As he said, we can observe carefully when we go down for dinner. Sui nodded, chatted casually with Peiyu for a while, then left his room. After returning to her room, Sui felt a bit drowsy, so she lay down on the bed and fell asleep.
Dong dong dong.
Sui was awakened by a ringing sound. When she opened her eyes, she realized it was already dark outside, and she couldn't see anything. She yawned, put on the shoes by the bed, and slowly walked downstairs. In the main hall of the castle, there was a long table set up, covered with all sorts of delicious food. At this time, Peiyu was already sitting at the table, and upon seeing him, Sui naturally sat down beside him. After waiting for about 5 more minutes, the guests from upstairs gradually took their seats. The sides of the table were filled with people, but the main seat remained empty. After a few more minutes, a man dressed in a red robe slowly walked down. He sat down in the main seat, raised his goblet to everyone, and said, Welcome to my ancient castle. Here, I warmly welcome your arrival. After saying this, he raised his goblet and drank the red liquid in one go.
The crowd responded and picked up their glasses from the table. Sui took a sip and found that the red liquid in the glass seemed to be red wine. After putting down his goblet, the host picked up a knife and fork from the table and began to cut the steak in front of him. At first, Sui didn't move, but after seeing Peiyu start eating, she cut her steak like the others. The steak was probably medium rare, with blood still clearly visible inside. Sui forced herself to suppress her discomfort and took a few bites. She finally put down the knife and fork. She casually took a couple more bites of the bread on the table, and just as she was about to get up and leave, the male host suddenly spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know how long the growth cycle of a rose is?" Hearing his words, all the people who were eating stopped their movements. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. Seeing this, the male host smiled and continued, "I will give you 5 seconds. Please make sure to answer within the time limit." After saying this, he began counting to himself. Suhi was startled and suddenly thought of Rule 10. She really wanted to answer, but she had never known any professional knowledge about the growth of roses. At that moment, a sweet female voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. "If I remember correctly, the growth cycle of a rose is about 2 years." Sui looked towards the voice and saw a very young, beautiful girl with long black hair. Hearing her words, the male host looked up at her and smiled, then lifted his wine glass and raised it towards her. Congratulations to this guest for answering correctly. The girl smiled back at him and raised her wine glass in response. Seeing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For the next period of time, the male host did not create any more trouble, and everyone ate very quietly. After the gathering, Suhi and Peiyu casually found a quieter place to chat. "I think that male host is not simple. He always seems to have a faint smell of blood," Suhi said, looking at Peiyu with a furrowed brow. Peiyu nodded but showed little expression on his face. The male host is indeed a dangerous person, and this place seems different from other game worlds. Sui looked at him curiously and asked, "How is it different?" Peiyu replied, "In a typical game world, each player is given a personal hidden rule on the first day, but there is none here." After hearing his words, Sui nodded in realization. No wonder she felt so empty inside, it turned out to be because of the lack of hidden rules. "So from now on, our actions here will be more dangerous. Let's follow the rules the butler mentioned earlier," Peiyu said seriously, looking at Suhi. Suhi nodded. The two talked more about the castle, and at 10 o'clock, they returned to their rooms. Thinking about the rule that said she had to be asleep by midnight, Sui went into the bathroom, intending to wash up and go to bed. But just as she finished showering and was about to go out, the mirror, covered in steam, suddenly looked strange. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water suddenly rang in Sui's ears, and she felt a chill behind her, as if someone was watching her intently in the shadows. Sui swallowed hard and slowly turned around. Upon seeing what was in front of her, she stood frozen at the bathroom door, a chill shooting from her feet to her palms. Chapter 48, The Mirror in the Castle. "You can see me, can't you?" The woman in the mirror, wearing Sui's face, smiled at her. Sui swallowed again, stiffly turning away. The words of Rule 7 kept repeating in her mind, pretending to ignore the voice beside her. Taking a deep breath, she stiffly stepped forward, walking towards the bed. "Where are you going?" "I'm you. I'm trapped. Please help me. Please help me." The woman's voice suddenly turned desperate, filling the whole room with her wretched cries. Sui felt her hair standing on end, unable to control it. "Come back. Come back. Look at me. Please, look at me." Suhi, originally about to walk forward, suddenly stopped in her tracks. A wave of immense sadness surged within her heart. It was as if she was mourning for a deceased loved one. "I am you. Please save me. Will you? Save yourself." Sui's mind suddenly became chaotic as she mechanically turned around and slowly walked towards the bathroom. "Save me, myself." She faintly repeated this phrase, her whole being seemed to have lost its soul, with no expression on her face and her movements very stiff. The entire room was terrifyingly silent, the only sounds were the woman's chilling screams and Sui's footsteps. Bang bang bang. She walked step by step into the bathroom, slowly approaching the mirror on the wall. "Yes. Just like that. Save me. Give me your hand." The thing in the mirror pressed against Sui's face, revealing a pale smile. "Give your hand, and you will come out." Sui repeated this sentence and slowly raised her left hand. At the same time, a horrifying scene suddenly appeared before her eyes. The woman in the mirror suddenly extended a slender and pale hand, slowly approaching Sui's left hand. "Exactly. Just like that, give me your hand. Please, give me your hand." Their hands gradually drew closer, and almost in the next second, the woman was about to grasp Sui's hand. At this moment, the red blood bracelet on Sui's wrist suddenly emitted a burst of red light.
With a piercing scream, that hand suddenly retracted back into the mirror. Sui felt a sharp pain in her wrist, she shuddered and abruptly came to her senses. Instinctively, she looked up and saw in the mirror a woman nearly identical to her, with a face filled with terror and crimson. At this moment, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from her eyes, the bright red liquid looked horrifying on her pale face, Sui trembled all over, unable to hold back as she stepped back.
Help me! Help me! I am you! Save yourself!
Sui bit her lip, raising her eyes to search around the bathroom. After a while, however, Sui found nothing useful. In the next second, she clenched her teeth and suddenly tightened her fist.
Damn you!
Sui cursed angrily and directly smashed her fist onto the mirror. Crack! A sound, and the mirror in front immediately sprouted a dense web of cracks from the center. In the mirror, the woman's face began to twist, and Sui's knuckles began to ooze blood. They remained locked in this deadlock for a few seconds, until the woman's figure in the mirror gradually became blurry.
In the last moment before disappearing, she said faintly, "Find the light, you must find the light." After saying that, the pale face completely vanished from the mirror.
Sui could only hear her own pounding heartbeat, completely unaware of what she had just said. After seeing the woman disappear, she breathed a heavy sigh, pulling her hand away from the mirror and sliding down back against the wall.
Until the end, everything fell into silence.
Sui frowned and turned over, only thinking it was a reaction caused by the scare she had just experienced. The next morning, Sui was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. After waking up, she responded and casually washed up before opening the door. Peiyu stood outside, looking at her with some concern. His gaze changed when he saw Sui's injured hand, and then he frowned.
What happened to your hand? Did something happen last night?
Sui nodded and briefly explained what had happened the night before.
Peiyu looked at her with more worry. Have you checked it? If there is glass in the wound, it could get infected. Sui nodded.
I observed it for a bit yesterday, it should be fine.
Peiyu, however, disagreed.
You should take a closer look.
If it gets infected, it would be hard to deal with here.
Sui nodded and was about to speak when suddenly a scream followed from outside the door.
Ah! Someone's dead. Everyone, come and see, someone's dead.
Sui's expression changed, and she and Peiyu rushed out at almost the same time. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around the end of the corridor next to a woman's corpse.
Sui and Peiyu squeezed through the crowd to barely see the situation inside.
On the ground lay a woman's body, her eyes were wide open, seemingly terrified at the moment of her last breath. The woman's body was already starting to stiffen, indicating she had been dead for a little while. Sui observed for a moment but suddenly noticed 2 small holes the size of yellow beans on the woman's neck. She frowned and examined the body more seriously. The woman's eyes were open, and her entire body was extremely pale, even her skin had some wrinkles. It was as if all the blood had been drained from her body. After observing for a while, Sui's gaze fell on the woman's hair. She suddenly felt that this corpse looked somewhat familiar. Squinting her eyes and thinking for a bit, she finally remembered where she had seen this girl before. The girl was indeed the one who answered the castle owner's question last night. She had originally been very beautiful, exuding a lively energy, yet now she lay here dead and pitifully.
Does anyone know her? What really happened yesterday? Someone in the crowd asked first.
No one spoke, and finally, a girl around 17 or 18 years old cautiously replied.
We don't know her name.
It seems she had no companions here, but last night around 10 o'clock, I saw her enter a room.
I don't know what happened afterward for her too.
Just then, Peiyu suddenly asked, Are you sure you saw her enter the room at 10 o'clock last night? The girl who just spoke nodded seriously. I had just come upstairs and happened to see her return to her room. Peiyu nodded thoughtfully without saying more, and everyone fell silent. At that moment, 2 elderly women with white hair walked up from the spiral staircase. They both wore white clothing and had no expression on their faces.
They just blankly passed by the crowd and went to the corpse.
In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the 2 women slowly carried the corpse down the stairs. Once the figures of the 2 women gradually disappeared from view, the housekeeper suddenly came up from downstairs.
He bowed to the crowd and respectfully said, Everyone, the owner invites you all to the first floor for breakfast.
No one spoke, they just cautiously followed him slowly downstairs. The male host had already taken his seat at the head of the table. Upon seeing everyone, he raised his head and gave them a smile. Sui furrowed her brow. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man's smile made her uncomfortable.
Chapter 49, The Second Question.
Everyone took their seats one by one, not a single sound was heard. As Sui pondered which rule the young woman had broken, the master of the castle suddenly spoke up.
Everyone, did you sleep well last night?
A silence fell over the room, not one person dared to speak. The man smiled again, then began counting numbers.
3, 2, 1.
When he reached one, no one spoke. The man smiled, and then picked up the silver fork in his hand, squinting as he observed it.
I don't like stupid people.
With that, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he suddenly raised the fork in his hand and plunged it directly into the temple of a young man seated on his left. Blood splattered, accompanied by a scream. The man, along with the wooden chair behind him, fell painfully to the ground. He wailed and rolled on the floor, but within seconds, he gradually stopped moving. The others were all greatly frightened, seemingly not expecting such an event to unfold. At this moment, the master of the castle wiped the blood off his hands. He elegantly picked up another fork.
Did everyone sleep well last night?
He asked again, then scanned the room with a smile on his face. Seeing no one speak, a young woman, who had been sitting next to the boy, trembling, said,
I slept very well last night.
Her voice quivered, and after speaking, her whole body began to shake uncontrollably. The man gave her a curious glance, then clapped his hands behind him. The butler, dressed in a tailcoat, immediately brought over a wooden chair and placed it beside him. The master of the house clapped his hands towards the girl and said with a full smile, "You are very smart, and very beautiful.
I like you a lot."
With that, he beckoned her with his finger.
Come here, sit beside me.
The girl, like a frightened rabbit, raised her head and looked at him with terror.
Then, without control, she instinctively shrank back.
The man looked at her, and his smile slowly faded from his face.
I'll say it again. You, come here.
The girl was almost in tears. She bit her lip hard, trembling as she stood up from her seat and slowly moved to sit beside the man. The master of the house patted her hair and then smiled again.
Not bad, not bad. I like you very much. The woman forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. The master of the house didn't seem to care. He withdrew his hand and began to eat the breakfast on the table.
The others felt deep fear, none daring to speak. The atmosphere during breakfast was very stiff, and everyone, except for the master, acted with great caution. After what seemed like an eternity, the master of the house elegantly wiped his mouth with a white napkin and then stood up. When he reached the stairs, he turned to look at the trembling girl again.
I really like the red roses in the garden. Maybe you can use them to distract my attention.
After saying this, he gave the girl a suggestive look before turning around and going upstairs.
The man was not unattractive, in fact, he could be described as quite seductive.
Yet, at this moment, the girl looked at his departing figure with no trace of joy on her face.
Next, the butler in the tailcoat opened the iron gate leading to the castle's garden.
Honorable guests, today you may explore the grounds around the castle. But remember, do not leave the castle. The outside world is very dangerous. After saying this, he bowed to the group, then slowly left. Looking at the butler's departing figure, Sui tugged at Peiyu beside her.
Let's go outside and look for clues.
However, Peiyu simply grabbed her wrist, walking upstairs while saying, Let's take care of your wound first. Sui had no choice but to follow him upstairs. Back in the room, Peiyu rummaged in his pocket and finally took out a folding knife. After sterilizing it with a lighter in his hand, he removed the cloth strip tied around Sui's hand. After a careful inspection, he indeed found some remaining glass shards in Sui's finger joints. Seeing the fine beads of cold sweat on Sui's forehead, Peiyu pulled out a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and held it out to her. If it really hurts, you can vent a little, there's no need to hold back.
Sui gritted her teeth and said, It's fine, this little pain isn't anything.
Peiyu then carefully checked Sui's left hand. Once he confirmed there were no remaining glass shards, he rewrapped her hand with the cloth strip. After finishing this, the two finally came out to the courtyard outside the castle. The vegetation in the courtyard was very lush, with numerous vines almost enveloping the entire wall, adding a touch of life to the ancient castle. Suhi and Peiyu stepped over the thorns on the path and arrived at a rose garden behind the castle. The roses intertwined and twisted together, their branches were covered in sharp thorns, but the color of the roses was exceptionally bright, red as blood, making anyone who saw them feel they were breathtakingly beautiful. For some unknown reason, when Sui entered the rose garden, she smelled a very strange scent. As the two were observing around, Sui suddenly noticed a girl beside her. The girl was now on her tiptoes, reaching for those roses, her hands had some wounds pierced by thorns. She looked somewhat embarrassed. Upon seeing her, Sui frowned tightly.
Stop. You can't pick these flowers. Have you forgotten Rule 6?
Sui's sudden voice clearly startled the girl. She instinctively took 2 steps back, and upon seeing Suhi, she shot her a glare.
So what? Didn't you hear that man say he likes roses?
He said that as long as I give him roses, it could distract him, and maybe I could survive. The girl's eyes were filled with sorrow, her tone tinged with a hint of choked emotion. I don't want to end up like that girl, dying inexplicably in the corridor. I want to live, I want to leave this place.
Sui looked at her, sighed, and then said, Haven't you thought that what he said might just be a trap? It's meant to trick you into breaking the rules and then kill you without hesitation. Hearing Sui's words, the girl was clearly stunned for a moment, but the next second, she bit her lip and shook her head. But I already answered his question. That girl from yesterday died inexplicably in the corridor because she answered his questions. I don't want to die. She shouted angrily, then disregarding Sui's advice, she stood on her tiptoes and plucked a rose from the thorny bush. After taking the rose, a smile appeared on the girl's face. She no longer cared about the two in front of her, bypassing them and leaving the thorny rose garden. Seeing the girl's panicked figure, Sui sighed helplessly. Peiyu, however, did not say much. He simply used his dagger to clear the thorns in front of them and said to Sui, "Let's go, let's check ahead." Sui nodded and walked through the thorns with Peiyu. As they walked deeper, they suddenly came upon a graveyard. It was a large open space, curiously devoid of any grass or trees, leaving only desolate ground. Beside each small mound of earth stood stark crosses. On the crosses stood black-feathered crows, who turned their heads and fixed their bloody red eyes on Suhi and Peiyu after hearing a sound behind them. In the next moment, the crows flew towards the two of them. Suhi was startled and instinctively wanted to run back. Peiyu remained relatively calm. He grabbed Sui's wrist and crouched down with her. The crows swooped down, barely missing their heads, then flew back up to the crosses. Only then did Suhi and Peiyu stand up again. Sui sighed with relief but felt a twinge of fear as she gazed at the desolate scene before her. Why are there so many graves here? And those crows seem to not welcome us. How about we just go back? Peiyu squinted as he observed the graveyard ahead. Don't be afraid, those crows pose no threat to us. The more they try to keep us out, the more it signifies there's something wrong here. Maybe there's a key rule to leave. As he spoke, he took the lead and stepped into the graveyard in front of them. Sui swallowed hard, and reluctantly followed Peiyu into the graveyard before them. As soon as Sui walked in, she felt the ground beneath her feet was very soft. The whole atmosphere was gloomy, and fine rain seemed to float in the air, while thick fog suddenly surrounded the graveyard, making it impossible to see what lay ahead. After walking a few steps deeper, Sui felt increasingly uneasy in her heart. Just as she was about to pull on Peiyu's shirt to explain her feelings, in the blink of an eye, the person in front of her suddenly disappeared. Chapter 50, Twins. Peiyu. Peiyu, where are you? Peiyu. Sui shouted loudly in the thick fog. After calling for a while, she received no response. Sui took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Peiyu, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please respond. Sui shouted into the fog before her, clenching her fists tightly, as if to provide herself some comfort. While shouting, Sui slowly took 2 steps forward. Peiyu, can you hear me? Sui took another 2 steps forward. Unknowingly, she gradually walked deeper into the graveyard. When Sui finally realized, all that was left before her were mounds of graves and crosses. She swallowed hard and finally sensed something was wrong. Sui took 2 steps back, instinctively wanting to leave this place. But just in that moment, a cold sensation suddenly clutched at her ankle. Sui froze in place, her body went rigid, and all the hairs on her body stood on end in an instant. She tightly clenched her fists and slowly lowered her head. A withered hand slowly emerged from the ground, gripping her ankle tightly. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, seeing such a terrifying sight, she had no time to wipe the dirt off her hands, and began to climb desperately with her 2 legs. With a crunch, the 2 dry hands broke into 2 pieces again. Sui let out a sigh of relief, just about to climb up from the ground, when 2 pale little hands were stretched out in front of her. Sister, let us help you up first. Sui's mind was blank at this moment. For a while, she didn't react. Then she directly grabbed those 2 little hands and used them to pull herself up. Thank you, she said instinctively. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Sui felt a chill on her back. She slowly raised her head and saw 2 short-haired little girls, around 5 or 6 years old, staring at her with smiling faces. You're welcome, sister, but you have to promise us one condition. Sui glanced at the 2 of them, then turned and began to run. After running for a distance, Sui thought she had shaken off the 2 little girls. She just stopped to take a deep breath. But when she looked up, the 2 twins were standing right in front of her again. Sister, why are you running so fast? At this moment, all Sui could hear was the pounding of her own heartbeat. She took a deep breath, pretended not to see the 2 of them, straightened up, and walked forward. She doesn't believe it, she won't be able to leave this grave today. Last time on the train, I just had to ignore that child, it should be the same this time. Thinking about this, Sui quickened her pace, completely ignoring the disturbances from the 2 little girls behind her. Sister, why aren't you talking? You haven't promised us yet. Sister, since you can see us, why pretend you can't? Sui simply raised both hands to cover her ears. Seeing Sui like this, the twins suddenly stopped in their tracks. In the next second, they directly blocked Sui's path. Seeing that they had stopped talking, Sui lowered her hands and frowned at them. The two little girls smiled at Sui at the same time, their rows of white teeth making Sui's heart race. "Sister, since you pretend you can't see us, you can't blame us." Saying this, the two children's heads suddenly fell to the ground, followed by their limbs, until finally, their entire bodies began to shatter into pieces. In the end, only two heads remained, staring straight at Sui. Seeing this, Sui immediately raised a hand and tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Those two dark eyes blinked at Sui, their mouths opening and closing, surprisingly starting to speak. "Sister, you still haven't promised us." Sui took 2 steps back, then turned left, directly bypassing those two heads. She continued to run for a while, finally stopping when she felt she was almost suffocating. She stood in the cemetery, gasping for breath, when the two twins again flanked her on either side. "Sister, please promise us." After saying this, before Sui could escape again, the two children each grabbed one of her arms and began to pull her forward. Sui's eyes widened in shock, she stared at the twins but didn't dare to say a word. Because she wasn't sure if speaking would count as breaking Rule 4, so she could only pretend to be deaf and mute. As they pulled her forward for a while, suddenly both of them looked up at the sky. "Time is running out." After saying this together, the two little girls exchanged glances, then stopped in their tracks. In the next second, they both let go of Sui and retreated behind her. Sui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she wanted to run forward, suddenly two childish voices came from behind. "Sister, you must find the light by 2 o'clock this afternoon." "We must find the light." The only sounds in Sui's ears, besides the rustling wind, were these two ethereal voices. She ran for another 2 minutes, and finally, that thorny garden appeared before her. Without hesitation, Sui stepped out. Immediately, the mist in front of her gradually dissipated, and she stood back on the thorn-filled grass. She plopped down onto the grass and began to breathe heavily. "Thank goodness I got out. I almost couldn't come back." Sui patted her chest, still feeling uneasy. Once she regained her composure, she suddenly remembered something very important. "Right. Pei-yu. Pei-yu hasn't come out yet." Thinking of this, Sui sprang up from the ground. Almost the next second, she was about to step back into the graveyard before her. At that moment, a vague shadow suddenly appeared in the graveyard ahead. The shadow seemed flustered, as if searching for something. Seeing this shadow, Sui cautiously shouted, "Pei-yu?" The figure in the mist paused for a moment, then rushed towards her. As she looked through the fog, Sui finally saw the person in front of her clearly. She took 2 steps forward in surprise. "Pei-yu. It's really you. I finally found you." Instinctively, she sighed in relief, and before she could react, she was pulled into the person's embrace. "Where did you go? I turned around and couldn't see you anymore." Pei-yu's voice was slightly stern, and Sui was momentarily stunned. "You mean, you couldn't find me just now either?" Pei-yu then let her go, nodding seriously. With a hint of fear, Sui glanced at the graveyard in front of them, then pulled Pei-yu back out again. Once they both reached the grassy area, Sui recounted what she had just experienced to Pei-yu. Upon hearing Sui mention the two twin girls, Pei-yu furrowed his brows and asked, "You saw those two little girls in there too?" Sui looked at him in shock. "So you saw those kids too?" Pei-yu nodded. "I did see them, but I didn't encounter the skeletal hands you mentioned coming out of the graveyard. Also, those two little girls said to me that they would leave after finding the light." Sui's teeth immediately began to chatter. Who knew that even ghosts would pick and choose whom to scare? "They thought I was easy to bully, so they deliberately came to frighten me," Sui said angrily. Seeing her in such a huffy state, Pei-yu chuckled softly. "These things are always like that. The more you fear them, the more they will tease you. Just be braver in the future." Sui nodded. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. Pei-yu glanced at his watch and then pulled Sui up from the ground. "Let's go back. It's already 8 o'clock." Recalling Rule 9, Sui nodded solemnly, then walked back with Pei-yu. Chapter 51, The Disappeared Girl. By 8:20, the two finally returned to the ancient castle. Sui first went upstairs to wash off the mud from her body before coming back down. By 9 o'clock, the familiar sound of the bell rang in her ears again. When Sui sat down at the long dining table again, she noticed one fewer person was present. The person who was absent was the girl who picked roses in the garden at noon today. At first, Sui thought she must have arrived late, but even after everyone finished dinner, she still did not see the girl. The others did not mention the girl, as if they all tacitly understood her fate. However, it was fortunate that the male host didn't make things difficult for everyone during dinner this time. The male host seemed to be in a good mood. At least when Sui looked at him, she found that the corners of his mouth were always unknowingly curled up. It was as if he was very satisfied with the dinner that night. After dinner, the male host went upstairs as usual. Soo-hee and Pei-yu found a corner with relatively fewer people and began to discuss the clues they had gathered that day. So, what did that pair of twins mean when they said we must find the light? Pei-yu thought for a long time, but in the end, he just shook his head. So far, I'm not sure what that phrase specifically means, we'll have to look for other clues tomorrow. Soo-hee nodded and unconsciously said. Why do I feel that the clues in this game are pitifully few, and there are hardly any written clues? Pei-yu also nodded. This is indeed very strange. In a game world with a higher difficulty level, hidden rules are rare, or even absent, this is normal. But this is just a low-level game, and experiencing such a situation is really unexpected. The two thought for a long time but ultimately reached no conclusion. As it approached 10 o'clock, they could only go upstairs and return to their respective rooms. After washing up, Soo-hee lay in her bed and quickly fell asleep. But in the middle of the night, a faint scream echoed in her ears again. That sound was extremely chilling, yet when it reached Soo-hee's ears, it seemed very ethereal and distant. Bound by Rule 3, she had already woken up but dared not open her eyes. She could only listen to that voice exploding in her ears until it finally fell into complete silence. When morning came the next day, the chilling scream still echoed in Soo-hee's mind. After washing up, everyone came down to the first floor for breakfast again. At this time, there were still 17 people left, and together with Soo-hee and Pei-yu, there were a total of 5 women and 12 men. Soo-hee glanced around and found that the number of people was the same as last night and had not decreased. At this moment, Soo-hee felt even more strange about the scream she heard last night. On the first night, she had heard a cry for help, and someone died in the corridor the next day. But last night, she had once again heard that terrifying scream, and yet the number of people had not decreased today. These questions left Soo-hee feeling quite confused. The male host did not mention any more questions, and everyone anxiously finished their breakfast. Finally, like yesterday, the butler opened the big door again and said the same words as yesterday. Soo-hee and Pei-yu were just about to go to the garden to look for other clues when they suddenly heard the sound of several men and women arguing. 2 men and 2 women surrounded the stairway, and one of the boys shouted loudly, "What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Don't you know there are rule traps? This means that those rules are not necessarily all correct. The more he doesn't let us into the collection room on the 2nd floor, the more it indicates there's something wrong with the collection room. It's better to gamble than to die inexplicably here." One girl stepped forward, looking displeased at him. "What you're saying I cannot agree with. Although there are indeed rule traps in those regulations, we still can't determine which one it is at this point. If we rashly go in and trigger the death condition, then who will take responsibility for the consequences?" The boy cast her a disdainful glance. "Damn it, you women are so troublesome. If you're scared, then just admit it. You don't need to be so righteous. I'll go in by myself. Just remember, if I find the key clue, it has nothing to do with you, you stinky woman." Hearing the man's curse, the girl's face darkened instantly. She took a step back and looked at the other two. "I don't want to argue with someone who lacks reason. You two choose for yourselves. Either go to the collection room with him, or come with me to look for clues." The other two also felt torn inside. After half a minute of silence, another girl weakly raised her hand. "Sister Chen, I will go out with you." The other boy thought for a long time and finally stood next to the other boy. "I will go to the collection room with him." The woman nodded at the two boys and then said nothing more, taking the girl out with her. Seeing that they finished arguing, Soo-hee also withdrew her gaze. She and Pei-yu said nothing more and simply left the castle together. Pei-yu guided Soo-hee to retrace the steps they took yesterday, and Soo-hee suddenly felt puzzled. "Are you going to the cemetery again? Didn't we go yesterday?" Pei-yu stopped walking, looked at her, and explained. "I just think what you mentioned yesterday was very strange. Those skeleton hands had no reason to keep grabbing you unless they wanted to tell you something. So today I want to take another look." Hearing his words, Soo-hee began to think seriously. It seemed she really was a bit flustered yesterday, crushing those skeleton hands and running away without paying attention. She felt what Pei-yu said made sense, so she didn't say anything more and followed him forward. They walked for another 10 minutes and arrived back at that piece of cemetery. She and Pei-yu walked inside for a while until they saw the skeleton hands they had crushed yesterday. Amidst the wreckage of those skeleton hands, Pei-yu found a yellowed note. After opening the note, Soo-hee leaned over to take a look. It clearly wrote a line. "At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Count Weisper will leave the collection room." As the two saw this line, the paper in Pei-yu's hand slowly crumbled until it completely fell apart into dust. "It seems there really was a rule here yesterday, you just didn't notice," Pei-yu said lightly. Soo-hee nodded, stood up again, and awkwardly looked at the remaining limbs before bowing. I'm sorry, next time when delivering clues, don't make it so scary. You could just throw it on the ground." At this moment, Pei-yu also stood up from the ground. He jokingly patted Soo-hee on the head. "All right, stop bowing.
Apologizing to him won't fix his broken hand. Sui scratched her head a bit embarrassed. Expressing an apology is still pretty good, after all, he came to give me clues, but I ended up crushing his hand. Pei-yu flicked her forehead. Okay, stop overthinking. Let's go look for other clues in the garden, otherwise, we might end up buried here ourselves. Sui nodded and left the cemetery with Pei-yu. After leaving the cemetery, the two returned to the rose garden. The roses were filled with thorns but bloomed exceptionally bright, red like fresh blood. The two wandered around the garden, and finally, Pei-yu stopped at a piece of freshly turned soil. Seeing him squatting down to observe, Sui felt curious and walked over to ask him. What's wrong? Do you have a new discovery? Pei-yu grabbed a handful of fresh soil from the ground. It seems this has been turned over. After speaking, he started to dig into the soil with his bare hands. Hearing him say that, Sui also squatted down and began to dig into the soil with him. The two dug for 5 or 6 minutes until Sui suddenly touched something cold. She slowly lowered her head and saw a pale hand. At the sight of that hand, Sui almost screamed. She took 2 steps back, trembling as she pointed at the hand and said, "There's someone down there." Hearing her words, Pei-yu hurriedly came over. He carefully observed that pale hand. Frowning, he said, "Her joints are very delicate. It looks like she should be a woman." After thinking for a while, he continued. "This seems like the woman who died on the first day." Chapter 52, Fertilizer for Flowers. No wonder the roses here bloom so brilliantly. So this is the fertilizer. Sui said with some lingering fear. Pei-yu observed for a moment, then covered the body with the soil again and slowly stood up. After brushing the dirt off his hands, he turned to Sui and said, "Let's go, it's all clear now. Let's head back." Sui nodded and walked with him toward the direction of the old castle. As they stepped into the castle, they suddenly heard a startled shout. "What's going on? Why are they lying here? I think I saw them enter the collection room just now, and then I don't know what happened." Hearing the whispers from the crowd, the two quickened their steps and rushed inside. At this moment, the hall was full of people. They were whispering and discussing something in a circle. Sui and Pei-yu ran over, squeezing through the people in front, and finally saw what was in front of them. There were 2 men lying on the ground, their faces pale, eyes wide open, and a mysterious blood hole in their chests. Blood was still oozing from the hole. Almost immediately after seeing them, Sui suddenly recalled the scene she saw when leaving with Pei-yu. These 2 men were the same 2 who were heading toward the collection room just now. But something had happened, and now they no longer had hearts. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. Then, 2 girls pushed through the crowd and rushed to the bodies. "Ah! Jinjia, it's Zhao Ming and them." A short-haired girl covered her mouth and exclaimed. The woman next to her, with a high ponytail and glasses, appeared unusually calm. They broke the rules. Her words were devoid of emotion, even cold. While everyone whispered in disgust, the butler walked into the crowd with 2 elderly women with graying hair. "Take them away." The butler looked at the bodies with a smile, calling for the 2 women. At this sight, a bolder man stood up from the crowd. "So, where are you going to take their bodies?" The butler smiled at the man, his tone light and carefree. "The master said the roses in the garden aren't colorful enough. They can be used as fertilizer for the roses." Upon hearing this, the man who asked the question took a step back, retreating into the crowd, too scared to say anything further. At this moment, everyone looked at the butler with a strange gaze. However, no one dared to speak further. They simply made way for the 2 women, watching as they took the 2 bodies away. The matter didn't last long. After the crowd dispersed, everyone resumed searching for new clues. Just as Sui and Pei-yu were about to go upstairs, the woman with glasses blocked their way. "Hello, sir. I noticed you 2 went toward the garden earlier. Would you be interested in sharing the clues you've gathered?" Pei-yu stopped and coldly looked at her. "You tell us first, what did you find outside?" The woman with glasses lightly smiled at Pei-yu. Sir, you know we're supposed to share the clues. If I start, that might not be very appropriate, right?" Pei-yu crossed his arms and looked at her with interest. "Oh. If I remember correctly, it seems you were the one who suggested sharing first, right? Since you suggested it, shouldn't you speak first?" The woman was suddenly stunned by his words. A few seconds of silence passed, and her face blossomed into a smile again. "We can talk first, but how can you guarantee, sir, that you won't change your mind after we finish?" Pei-yu pulled Sui and was about to walk past her. "I can't guarantee that." Seeing that he was really going to leave, the woman quickly called out to him. "Wait, sir." She hurriedly walked a few steps to stand before Pei-yu, speaking urgently. "The clues we've got suggest that Rule 10 is wrong. Hearing her words, Suhi immediately thought of Rule 10. The master dislikes foolish people, so be sure to answer his questions correctly. As Suhi pondered this, Peiyu suddenly laughed out loud.
Ha! Your lie is rather heartfelt, don't you think? Do you think the person who got a fork stuck in their head died from nothing?
Hearing his words, the woman frowned and said seriously.
Didn't you notice a pattern, sir?
Everyone who answered the master's questions has died. No matter if it was that unfortunate girl on the first day, or the poor girl on the second day, anyone who answered him is dead. Peiyu looked at her. Oh, so what? The woman bit her lip and continued to explain, there can't be a rule that guarantees death in the game, unless that rule is wrong. Peiyu looked at her with a half-smile.
So, you mean to say that when the master asks a question, if you don't answer, he won't kill you?
The woman quietly looked at Peiyu, but sir must understand, if you don't answer the question, the one who dies may not be you. Upon hearing her words, Suhi suddenly frowned. What the woman said wasn't entirely correct.
Because if no one answers, the master will kill the people next to him in order, and even if it's not your turn the first time, what about the second or third?
Clearly, Peiyu thought of this too.
He looked up at the woman and asked, if the first person isn't killed, what about the second, the third?
The woman looked at Peiyu with determination. Sir, trust me.
The master won't ask the same question 3 times in a row.
Peiyu didn't plan to waste more words with her. He pulled Suhi forward and casually said.
Our clue suggests that Rule 5 may not be wrong.
The woman stood there, stunned for a moment. Until their figures completely disappeared from her sight, she clenched her fists and fiercely said.
Rule 5 may not be wrong? Do you think I'm blind?
2 fools just proved this with their lives, and you dare to trick me. Seeing that the woman was genuinely angry, the short-haired woman beside her quickly tugged at her sleeve.
Chinjia, don't be mad.
Anyway, what you said to them just now wasn't true, and besides, we can use those 2 to test the validity of our guesses. Hearing the short-haired girl's words, the woman wearing glasses managed to suppress her anger. She looked in the direction where Suhi and Peiyu had left and scoffed. Humph. What you say makes sense. Using those 2 fools' lives to test if my guess is right or wrong is a decent deal.
I just didn't expect that man to have some brains.
The short-haired girl chimed in a few more words, and only then did the woman's face return to its usual calm. The 2 did not linger and left the castle. On the other side, Suhi and Peiyu arrived at Peiyu's room. After closing the door, Suhi looked at Peiyu and said. Peiyu, I feel that the woman we just encountered is not an ordinary character. We can't trust what she said.
Peiyu simply replied, she doesn't have the ability to deceive me.
Suhi looked at him in surprise.
So you knew she was lying to us?
Peiyu tapped her head with his finger.
Of course I knew. If someone like her could deceive me, I would have died in the game long ago.
Suhi looked at him with some confusion.
Then why did you just tell her the rules we got?
Peiyu crossed his arms and sneered.
Ha! Don't worry, that fool won't believe it.
But the fact that she tricked me won't just pass so easily.
Seeing Peiyu's dark expression, Suhi couldn't help but swallow. Fortunately, I haven't offended him. Otherwise, I might not even know how I died. So where are we going to look for clues next? Suhi asked. Peiyu directly lay down on his bed. No need. Let's rest a bit first. We really walked far today.
Before Suhi could say anything, he closed his eyes. Seeing that he really wanted to sleep, Suhi stopped talking. She stood up, walked to the door, and said.
All right then, I'll go back to rest. See you at dinner.
After saying that, Suhi opened the door in front of her and walked out.
Chapter 53, Falling into Danger.
At 9 o'clock at night, the familiar bell rang in Suhi's ears again. After getting up from bed, she casually tidied her hair and then went down to the first floor. Because yesterday's incident was still fresh in everyone's minds, no one dared to sit beside the main seat. Suhi and Peiyu also sat at the very back. But those who came later weren't so lucky. After all the seats were taken, they could only sit on either side of the main seat. A few minutes later, the Earl of Weisberg, dressed in a red robe, staggered down from upstairs. He did not seem to be in good shape, and even his usual smile had vanished without a trace. Once he sat down, the people who had been talking immediately fell silent. Dinner was eaten in fear, even the sound of everyone's breathing felt so loud. After stuffing a few pieces of steak into his mouth, the Earl of Weisberg suddenly spoke in a deep voice.
Where did you all go this afternoon? What did you do?
His words were like fireworks exploding in a quiet night sky, shattering the already restless hearts of everyone even more. After a second or two of silence, no one answered. The Earl looked up at everyone and then leisurely started counting. 3, 2. Before he finished counting, the people sitting on either side of him began to tremble. Despite their fear, neither of them dared to speak.
Everyone was acutely aware of one thing: anyone who had answered his questions would die the next day. Not answering might leave a sliver of hope, since no one knew which side he would strike first. Until the Earl counted to 1, it remained very quiet, no one spoke. He leisurely picked up the knife beside him, lazily aiming it at the others at the table. "Why is it that no one is answering?" He said this in a casual tone, then pointed the knife at the man on his left. The man immediately trembled in fear, almost falling to the ground. A smile appeared on the Earl's face, and then he turned the knife toward the man on his right. The man's face instantly turned pale, as if he was about to faint the next second. Just when everyone thought he was going to strike the man on the right, he suddenly tightened his grip on the knife and threw it straight out. This scene was unexpected for everyone. By the time they reacted, a chilling S. A knife was deeply plunged into the middle of his forehead, blood slowly streaming down his entire face from the wound. With a bang, the man suddenly fell backward, hitting the ground heavily along with the chair behind him. "Help me! Help! Please, someone save me!" The man covered the knife in his forehead with one hand and reached out to the crowd with the other, his eyes full of pleading. Everyone looked at him with complex expressions, yet none dared to move. Sui stared at the knife sticking out of his forehead, her brows tightly furrowed. Clearly, the human skull is very hard. All of this shouldn't be possible. But how could the world in the game be the same as the real world? Within a few minutes, after struggling for a while, the man slowly gasped his last breath. At this moment, Count Visber picked up another knife and gazed mournfully toward Suhi. "Where did you all go at noon today? What did you do?" Suhi met his gaze, feeling her mind go blank. In that brief moment, she began to sort through the events that had happened. But Count Visber had no intention of giving her this time and continued counting. 3. In the last 2 seconds, the fog in Suhi's mind suddenly cleared completely. Girls. That's right, it's girls. Since the first night, it was girls answering his questions. In this group, boys had already died. But they all died right under everyone's eyes. Or rather, at least everyone knew how they died. But the situation for girls was different, from the girl who died on the first night, to the one who mysteriously disappeared the next day, and to today. Sui squinted at the man seated at the head of the table. His targets were always very clear, aiming to force the girls to answer his questions. And at this moment, the man who had just died was to Sui's left, while to his right sat another man, and counting upwards, the second and third were still men. So now, if she did not answer the question, there was only one way out: death. Just as Count Visber counted down to 1, Sui suddenly spoke up. "At noon today, we went to the graveyard behind the garden to look for something." Immediately, all eyes turned towards her. In those eyes were pity, schadenfreude, and concern. Sui turned to look at Peiyu sitting to her left, shaking her head in helplessness. Peiyu's fists had already clenched tightly. Count Visber smiled at Sui, then slowly said, "Correct answer, you're a very clever person. I like you a lot." His blood-red eyes fixed tightly on Suhi, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. After saying this, Count Visber withdrew his gaze and leisurely began eating the steak in front of him. In the time that followed, everyone was extremely quiet. He did not pose any more questions to the crowd. After finishing dinner, Count Visber turned his head and looked at Suhi meaningfully. "I really like you." After saying this, he turned and slowly went upstairs. As soon as Count Visber left, Peiyu beside Suhi grabbed her hand tightly. "Come with me." Without waiting for Suhi to say anything, he directly pulled her aside. "Why did you answer his question just now?" Peiyu shouted angrily. It was the first time Suhi had seen Peiyu like this. Once she realized it, she comfortingly patted his hand, then helplessly said, "Peiyu, you know better than anyone what the situation was just now. Whether I answered or not, something would happen." Upon hearing Sui's words, Peiyu clenched his fists tightly. "Peiyu, none of us expected him to be so cunning, it's just that this time, I'm the one who's unlucky." Although Sui felt very scared inside, she still tried her best to comfort Peiyu. "Besides, it hasn't reached the end yet. Who knows what will happen? Don't worry, I will be fine." Peiyu suddenly raised his hands and tightly grasped Sui's shoulders. Sui forced a smile and hugged him. "It's okay, it hasn't reached the end yet. Who knows the result? I will be fine." While saying this, Sui patted Peiyu's back. She couldn't see Peiyu's expression, only felt that his grip suddenly tightened as he held her tightly. Until Sui felt she was almost suffocating, Peiyu finally let her go. Silence lingered for a moment, and then he stared at Suhi and said fiercely, "You can rest assured. I won't let anything happen to you." Suhi nodded, "I believe you." Peiyu seemed to be trying hard to calm his emotions. He nodded at Suhi and was about to take off the red ring from his finger. Sui saw his intention and quickly grabbed his hand. "What are you going to do?" Peiyu looked at her with red eyes and said, "I want to give you this ring." Sui firmly grabbed his wrist and said anxiously, Pei Yu. You said it yourself, it's just a lucky charm. Even if it really has protective abilities, what will you do if you give it to me? Pei Yu looked at Suhi with his red eyes. But what if it really has protective powers? None of us knows. Suhi, listen to me, wear it. Suhi sighed, raising her left hand. Pei Yu, this bracelet can protect me, it's enough. Pei Yu stopped his movements, his fists clenched tightly. He remained silent for a while, not saying anything further. Pei Yu, I will be fine. Let's go upstairs and rest, it's almost 10 o'clock. Seeing he wouldn't speak, Suhi had no choice but to pull his hand forcefully and led him to the second floor. Just as Suhi was about to enter her room, Pei Yu suddenly grabbed her hand. Tonight, you will stay with me. Chapter 54, Deception. Suhi was taken aback and didn't immediately respond. What did you say? Pei Yu held her hand tightly, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. You will stay with me tonight. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Suhi looked at his face filled with unwavering confidence, remaining silent for a moment without saying anything. No matter what, you must stay with me tonight. Whatever happens, I will face it with you. He looked at Suhi and said with certainty. At this moment, Suhi also looked up at him and smiled. She nodded, a hint of helplessness in her smile. Since you've made up your mind, I believe you. But at least let me go, I need to take a shower first. Pei Yu's face showed a moment of awkwardness, hesitating for a while, but in the end, he still let go of Sui's hand. In the next second after he released her hand, Sui suddenly pushed him, then bang. She closed the door in front of her. A few seconds. He demanded that after midnight, everyone quietly stay in their own rooms. If the second rule was violated, we would all die, do you understand? Hearing Sui's voice, the noise outside finally quieted down a little. Sui sighed and continued. You should know better than anyone what needs to be done now. Even if something happens, at least you are here. You still have a chance to find a way to avenge me. If we both die, it will really be over. What about you? What if something happens to you? Pei Yu's angry roar came through the door, reaching Sui's ears clearly. She sighed and confidently said, Didn't you forget? I still have the blood bracelet, I won't have any issues. Sui raised her hand to check the watch on her wrist and noticed it was already 11 o'clock. She sighed and called out to the person outside, There's still an hour left, you should go back. If we keep delaying, we won't survive. The person outside fell silent for a long time, and just when Sui thought Pei Yu had left, a hoarse voice suddenly came from beside her. Tomorrow morning. I will come to call you, and we will go down to have breakfast together. Sui wiped her tears and smiled. Okay. She didn't know what Pei Yu was feeling at that moment, only hearing the sound of heavy footsteps slowly leaving. Sui casually wiped her tears and got up from the floor. No matter what, she had to take a shower first. Sui suppressed her emotions and walked into the bathroom. After taking a shower, Sui came out of the bathroom. She originally wanted to write something in her diary, but after thinking for a long time, she ended up writing nothing. Sui felt that if she really died and left nothing behind, maybe Pei Yu would quickly forget her and wouldn't be sad. She neatly put away her notebook and lay down on the bed. After closing her eyes, Sui began to seriously ponder the series of events. The first point to confirm is that I must answer the questions posed by the male master. Otherwise, I will die on the dining table. But even after answering the questions, it doesn't guarantee I will live. This seemed like a deadlock, but Pei Yu had said that there couldn't be a deadlock in the game. So there could only be one possibility, this is not a deadlock, just something hidden that I haven't figured out yet. Sui tried to push down her fear and the messy thoughts in her head, then began to frantically reflect on what had happened in the past days. Those who don't answer the questions will die on the spot, and those who answer will mysteriously die the next day or disappear. This only shows one thing, which is that the male master cannot kill the players immediately after they answer the questions. So tonight is a crucial moment, if I can find the reason behind this, the chances of survival for everyone will double. Among the 11 rules, there are rule traps, so what exactly is the nature of the rules? Sui began to reminisce about those 11 rules one by one in her mind. But after thinking for a long time, she didn't come up with any answers. At this moment, time quietly ticked to 12 o'clock. Sui lay quietly in bed with her eyes closed. Everything around her fell into silence, and her fear grew stronger. At this moment, she could only hear the sound of her heart pounding, besides that, there were the sounds of thunder and raindrops hitting the ground outside. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room through the window. Along with the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, Sui suddenly heard an unsettling noise next to her. It was a very subtle crawling sound, as if some kind of reptile was creeping along the wall. As the sound drew closer to Sui, she could feel what was coming to her getting closer as well. She was carefully sensing this sound when, suddenly, a loud crash of shattered glass rang in her ears. With a bang, It was as if someone had thrown a stone to break the glass. Sui felt a strong wind suddenly blow into her face. Raindrops from outside also seeped in through the crack. The window was not far from the foot of the bed, so Sui could clearly feel that something was opening the window. These sudden sounds almost made Sui's heart leap to her throat. Even though she was scared to the core, she still dared not open her eyes. After a few seconds, a heavy object suddenly fell to the ground with a bang. Bang bang bang. A series of footsteps slowly rang in Sui's ears, and she couldn't help but swallow hard, her fear reaching its peak. As the footsteps drew nearer, Sui suddenly caught a strong smell of blood. The candlelight before her was suddenly overshadowed by a dark figure, and then Sui felt that thing bending down to observe her. That nauseating fishy smell almost made Sui throw up, but she gripped her fists tightly, not showing the slightest sign of abnormality. She felt a chill in front of her, and then a pair of cold hands suddenly tightened around her neck. Sui was startled by this sudden action. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Her hands buried under the blanket clenched into tight fists. Her nails almost embedded into her flesh, barely stabilizing her nearly collapsing nerves. No matter what, I cannot break any rules tonight. The grip on her neck grew heavier until Sui suddenly felt the thumbs of those hands exploring her carotid artery. In an instant, Sui froze completely, and the image of the female corpse she had seen on the first day suddenly surfaced in her mind. At that time, the girl's carotid artery had 2 blood holes, her body colorless, the skin wrinkled as if drained of blood. Thinking of this, Sui felt she was about to open her eyes and jump out of bed to run toward the door. But the moment this thought expelled, Sui instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she thought the thing in front of her would leave, the blanket covering her was suddenly yanked away. Although Sui was dressed, the cold wind pouring in from the window still made her shiver. Then, that icy hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Ah! 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 In the next second, a deafening scream exploded in her ear. Suddenly, she smelled a very foul odor. In the next moment, something jumped out of the window, and her world returned to silence again. The wind and rain outside were pouring wildly into the room. But Sui didn't dare to move at all. She closed her eyes, thinking about whether that thing would come back again. At that moment, Sui noticed that her left wrist, which had been gripped by that thing, was burning hot. She suddenly remembered that this hand was wearing the blood bracelet. This bracelet had saved her for the second time. After waiting about half an hour, besides the sounds of wind and rain, Sui's ears were very quiet. After confirming that the thing wouldn't come back, she slowly sat up with her eyes still closed, covered herself with the blanket again, and then lay back down. In such a frightening environment, Sui actually slowly fell asleep in the second half of the night. When she regained consciousness, it was disturbed by a series of knocking sounds. Sui! Sui! Open the door! Sui didn't know how long the knocking had lasted before she woke up. All she knew was that when she came back to her senses, the person outside had changed from knocking to kicking the door. And the force was getting heavier and heavier. Sui sighed, hurriedly put on the shoes by the bed, and walked a few steps to open the door. As soon as the door was opened from the inside, the person outside froze in place. Sui looked up at him and realized that Peiyu's eyes were filled with dark circles, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Peiyu. Before she could finish her question, the person in front of her suddenly hugged her tightly. He held her so tightly that Sui felt like she was being suffocated. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you are okay, came a trembling voice in her ear. Her heart was very complicated, she could only raise her hand and hug Peiyu back. I told you I wouldn't be in danger, see? I never lie to you. Peiyu didn't speak, he just tightened his grip on her a little more. Just when Sui felt she was about to suffocate, she gently patted Peiyu's back. Why don't you let go first, I feel like I'm about to choke. Only then did Peiyu realize his recklessness and hurriedly let her go. Sui took several deep breaths before she calmed down. What happened to you? Didn't you sleep last night? Sui looked at Peiyu with concern. Peiyu glanced at Sui, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. You don't look so good either. In the next second, Sui suddenly realized that she hadn't washed up yet. She pulled Peiyu, who was standing outside the door, in, closed the door, and rushed to the bathroom to wash her face. When she came out after washing up, she found Peiyu standing in front of the broken glass window. Sui rushed over and pointed at the big hole in front of her, saying, Last night, something unknown crawled in from here, it choked my neck for a while, and just when it tried to grab my hand, it got burned by the blood bracelet and ran away. Sui simply recounted what had happened yesterday. Then, she shared all her guesses with Peiyu. Hearing Sui's words, Peiyu nodded. I told you, you are very smart. After saying that, he gently touched Sui's head. This time, Sui didn't argue with him anymore, just looked at the big hole in front of her in the window, feeling a bit of a headache. I wonder if it can be fixed, that wind coming in is quite cold. Tonight, you should stay with me, Peiyu said calmly. Suhi instinctively wanted to agree, but then remembered Rule 2. But Rule 2 says we have to stay in our own rooms, right?
Peiyu flicked her forehead with his hand.
You tricked me once yesterday, do you want to trick me again today? Wherever you are is your room, just don't come out and it's fine.
Suhi nodded and finally agreed to Peiyu's suggestion.
Okay, it's getting late, let's go downstairs for breakfast.
Suhi took the lead and said. Peiyu nodded, and as he left, he cast a gloomy glance at the broken window. They had delayed for a long time upstairs, and when they finally went down, they found that everyone had already gathered. When everyone saw that Suhi was still alive, they looked at her with surprise and suspicion. Two girls rushed up to Suhi, carefully asking her.
Hi, can I ask how to survive? Suhi was momentarily taken aback.
When she came to, she looked at the girl in front of her. She didn't say much, just shared her guesses and methods with the girl. The two girls looked gratefully at her and hurriedly thanked her.
Thank you.
Once we find other clues, we will definitely share them with you first.
Suhi nodded in response and didn't say anything more.
After waiting a few more minutes, the male lead slowly came down from the second floor. His face was paler than before, and there was an inexplicable dark circle around his eyes. As he passed by Suhi, he shot her a fierce glare. Just as Suhi was about to meet his gaze, the male lead suddenly looked away. He sat back in the main seat and picked up his knife and fork to cut the steak in front of him. His mood seemed very bad, even the smile that usually graced his face had vanished, replaced by a layer of gloom. As he cut the steak, Suhi glanced at him casually. Upon seeing his hand, Suhi quietly looked away. Count Wiseboard had a noticeable burn mark on the web of his right hand, a mark that Suhi was certainly familiar with. It was the shape of her bracelet. Suhi initially thought the male lead had failed last night. She expected him to eagerly ask this morning, but to her surprise, he was very quiet, not uttering a single word. After everyone nervously finished breakfast, he staggered back upstairs. After breakfast, Suhi pulled Peiyu to a less crowded place. I can confirm that the thing that entered my room last night was the male lead. As Suhi was about to explain further, Peiyu nodded.
I know.
Suhi looked at him in shock.
You told me this morning about what happened yesterday.
The only one with a motive for murder in this villa is him, so just now when he came downstairs, I noticed his hand. Suhi nodded and continued, I have a guess now, but I can't confirm it 100%. Peiyu smiled, he seemed to know what Suhi was guessing but looked faintly at the staircase and said. Let's wait, we'll understand more when we go to the collection room at 3 today.
Suhi nodded.
After that, neither of them left the castle, returning to Peiyu's room to catch up on sleep again. By 2:30, they finally got out of bed. After casually tidying her hair, Suhi and Peiyu arrived at the door of the largest room at the end of the hallway together. It was already 3:05, and although there were clues, the two decided to knock on the door first. Peiyu raised his hand and knocked on the door in front of him, waiting for 5 minutes without any response. Only then did he feel relieved and pushed the door open. Chapter 56, The Collection Room. As Suhi followed Peiyu inside, she was immediately hit by a strong, fishy smell. Suhi quickly covered her nose and felt herself gagging. What is this place? How can it smell so? Suhi propped herself up, instinctively voicing her thoughts. But when she saw the scene before her, she froze in place. The collection room was very large, almost 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary guest room, filled with many candles that cast a strange red glow over the space. Even more chilling, the walls of the room. The wall should have been made of mahogany, but what Suhi saw instead was a thick layer of bloodstains, as if blood had accumulated over many years. Suhi unconsciously swallowed, taking 2 steps forward. Before her appeared rows of cabinets, all filled with transparent glass jars containing thick, scarlet liquid. Some looked freshly filled, bright red, while others appeared dark red-brown. Suhi tightly covered her mouth and followed Peiyu, taking 2 more steps forward. After passing through the rows of cabinets, they found a wall filled with tools. Among those tools were knives, hammers, drills, and even something that looked like a juicer. And in front of that entire wall of tools stood a marble chopping board. The board was a deep crimson, looking like it had accumulated years of grime, making Suhi nearly throw up. At this moment, Peiyu was relatively calm, merely frowning tightly. After observing for a while longer, they finally found a wooden door on the left side of the wall. Peiyu pushed open the door and stepped inside first. Suhi covered her mouth and nose and followed him in. Upon seeing what was inside, Suhi couldn't help but gasp, almost screaming. The room was once again filled with candles, and in the flickering light, Suhi saw bodies hanging in the air, already dried up. Among them, there was still a somewhat fresh-looking, 20-something woman. Suhi slowly walked over and took a closer look at her face. This woman was the same girl who had gone missing just 2 days ago after picking roses. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was purple, clearly lifeless. Her body was covered in blood holes large and small, the most obvious being at her carotid artery, with a shocking array of holes. At this moment, Sui trembled uncontrollably. She looked at the scene before her, her eyes glistening with tears. He's not just killing, he's torturing. Peiyu didn't speak, but there was a shadow darkening his eyes. They took a few more steps forward, and Sui's gaze suddenly fixed on a black and white photo. The photo was hanging in the center of the wall, and as Sui approached, she was drawn to the picture of two little girls. The two girls looked about 5 or 6 years old, their smiles innocent, but the photo's colors did not match their lively expressions. Seeing that photo, Sui instantly felt the faces of those two little girls were familiar. When she remembered, cold sweat broke out on her back. Because these were the twins she had encountered in the graveyard that day. Sui swallowed hard and instinctively took 2 steps back. Peiyu, let's get out of here. Something is not right here. After Sui finished speaking, she subconsciously turned around to leave. At that moment, the two little girls in the photo suddenly blinked their eyes. Sui was startled and quickly turned back. In the brief moment when she turned around, everything in front of her suddenly changed. Behind her was no longer the collection room, but an ordinary room. As Sui was in a daze, a sound suddenly came from beneath her feet. Can we really leave here, sister? Sui looked down sharply and found that she was standing on a piece of transparent glass. At that moment, a group of young people were standing in the hall downstairs, and through their conversations, Sui learned that they were the previous batch of players in the game. That group of players went through the same thing. Every day, the male host would pose a question to everyone. If a boy answered, he would become fertilizer in the garden the next day. If a girl answered, she would either die tragically in the hallway or become part of the collection room. And this time, Sui finally saw clearly what kind of thing the male host was. At this moment, a girl was lying on the bed, deep in sleep, and she had experienced the same thing as Sui. The window shattered, and then a long-limbed creature with pointed ears crawled in through the window. Through the creature's blood-red eyes, Sui realized he was the male host. The girl on the bed was scared. She did not have Sui's courage. She opened the door and ran out like a madwoman. And this decision cost her life. The long-bodied creature chased out of the room, gradually driving the girl into a corner of the hallway. Next, in Sui's terrified gaze, his teeth quickly elongated, and then he swiftly grabbed the girl's neck and bit into her carotid artery. Blood sprayed. The girl quickly lost her breath, and the male host casually tossed her corpse in the hallway like trash. After that, such bloody tragedies played out almost every night. Until the number of people in the team became fewer and fewer. Until only that pair of poor twins remained. Sui heard. The rest became fertilizer for the garden. 5 days later, if you can't kill him, you'll end up like us. Finally, Sui spoke. But why are you telling me this? I don't believe you were so kind-hearted. The twins' faces suddenly turned fierce. Why? We want to kill him. Just a little more. Just a little more and we could leave here. He stole our hidden rules. He stole our hope to survive. Shouldn't we hate him? Sui said nothing, instinctively taking 2 steps back. The two twins were completely immersed in their anger, not noticing Sui's movements at all. Seeing they were oblivious, Sui sighed in relief, then suddenly turned and rushed to the door, kicking the wooden door open. As the darkness enveloped her, Sui took a deep breath and straightened her body. Finally awake, and quite fast this time. Sui abruptly turned her head and found Peiyu standing right next to her. He turned to look at the photo on the wall, then back at Sui. Let's go, the master should be back soon. Sui nodded, quickly leaving the collection room with Peiyu. As they exited the collection room, they saw a woman with glasses standing in the hallway. She stood there with her arms crossed, looking at Peiyu and Sui with a half-smile. This is surprising, you two went into the collection room and didn't die. Sui glanced at her faintly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Good dogs don't block the way, please move aside. The woman's face immediately darkened. She instinctively wanted to scold them, but the short-haired woman beside her tugged at her sleeve. The short-haired woman stepped forward, smiling at Sui and Peiyu. Ladies, let's talk nicely. Chen Jia just has a bad temper, we have no other intentions here today. We just want to ask how you managed to come out safely from the collection room? Peiyu looked at her and laughed coldly. Ha! Last time we told you the truth, you teamed up to trick us. What? Have you forgotten so soon? If we had believed you back then, we would have been dead by now, and now you have the face to talk to me? After saying that, Peiyu pulled Sui and walked away. Seeing Peiyu dragging her away, Sui curiously tugged at his sleeve, leaning in to whisper. Peiyu, are you really letting them off that easily? Peiyu just smiled faintly and replied, no need to hurry, just wait and see. Those two fools will end up killing themselves with their own stupidity. Although Sui didn't quite understand his words, she said nothing else and followed him out. On the other side, the two women watched Sui and Peiyu leave, their faces dark with anger. I didn't expect that man to be so sharp-tongued, but at least we confirmed one thing, what they told us last time was true. The woman with glasses nodded and smiled, her eyes full of disdain. Ha! Foolish people will always be foolish, we easily got information from them. She walked a few steps to the collection room door, glancing back at the short-haired girl. Since they could come out safely, we won't be in danger either. Let's go in and look for clues. The short-haired woman nodded and walked in with her. The two rummaged through the collection room but found nothing. The woman with glasses covered her mouth in disgust as she walked to the wooden door. She said to the short-haired woman, "This place is really disgusting, come open this door." The short-haired woman was unwilling, but there was no way out, she could only obediently open the door in front of her. Just as the two were about to enter, a sudden sound of a door opening came from behind them. They turned their heads sharply and saw the Count Weiss staring back at them. At first, there was astonishment on Count Weiss's face, but as he realized, a spark flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled. "Ha ha! The food has come to my door, how lucky tonight. No need for me to think hard anymore." After he said this, Count Weiss's hands and feet began to grow long and strange, and soon his ears turned pointy. Finally, he transformed into a monster. At this moment, the two girls finally reacted. "Run!" The girl with glasses shouted, looking at the door blocked by Count Weiss. She gritted her teeth and dashed into the door behind them. After they rushed in, they immediately locked the door and then began to search for something to barricade the wooden door. In the midst of their busy work, a sharp hand pierced straight through the wooden door and reached inside. Ah! What do we do, Xinjie? He's coming in. The girl with glasses gritted her teeth and had no choice but to pull her back 2 steps. At this point, Count Weiss had already grasped the doorknob. With a click, he pulled open the wooden door. Looking at the two girls, he licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. What luck today! I encountered 2 collectibles all at once. After saying this, he charged directly at the 2 of them. Seeing him almost right in front of her, the girl with glasses gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled the other girl out, pushing her forward. Ah! With a scream, Count Weiss directly grabbed that girl. Taking advantage of the chaos, the girl with glasses rushed out. A piercing scream followed her, soon replaced by curses, until finally, all fell silent. As the door drew nearer, the woman was about to breathe a sigh of relief, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain behind her. She looked down and saw a sharp hand piercing straight through her chest. The woman's eyes widened as she slowly fell down. After Suhi and Peiyu left the collection room, they realized there was still time left. They wandered around downstairs for a bit, and finally simply returned to their room. Thinking about the scene they had just witnessed, Sui pulled Peiyu and asked, "Did you see those 2 twins in the collection room just now?" Peiyu nodded. "Yes, they said the door would appear in 5 days, and if we can't kill the male owner by then, we won't be able to leave." Suhi nodded, her eyes conflicted. "Although they do seem quite pitiful, can we really trust them?" Hearing Sui's words, Peiyu suddenly sneered. "Ha ha! They have nothing to do with being pitiful." Suhi looked at him, puzzled. "Didn't you see their past experiences? In the illusion, they were just 1 step away from leaving forever." Peiyu's eyes were full of mockery. "What are the chances that 2 little kids can survive among a crowd of adults?" Sui thought for a long time and finally just shook her head. In this kind of environment, even the survival rate for adults is less than 50%, let alone 2 children. Peiyu nodded and continued, "What you saw was just what they wanted you to see, 2 little kids who could survive to the end in a crowd. It can't be through brute force. There are many smarter people than them, the only explanation that makes sense is one. They made some kind of deal with the strange things in this world." Sui's eyes widened in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Is there really such an operation?" Peiyu nodded, then slowly said, "When you were in the illusion, you should have seen it too. Everyone was dead, except for those 2 twins. They were not just angry that they were so close to leaving, but because the male lead had deceived them. The deal they made was that those 2 twins used the rules to kill the others, and the male lead wouldn't kill them. But they calculated everything, only to miss one thing. Only by killing the male lead can this game be completed. Only then can they leave here alive." Hearing Peiyu's words, Sui felt all her doubts disappear instantly. At first, she thought something was strange, but her emotions had her mind tangled up, making her feel only pity for those 2 twins. "Now I can basically confirm that the male lead is a vampire." Upon hearing Peiyu's words, Sui also nodded. "At first, I was just guessing, but seeing those things in the collection room just now, I am completely sure." Sui thought carefully and suddenly remembered a crucial question. "By the way, the woman in the mirror and those twins both told us one thing, to find the light. So to kill the male lead, we must find the light, and the light they spoke of should be the sun." Peiyu patted her on the head. "You are very smart, we must find the sun."
The only problem is that in this world, seeing the sun after 5 days of no clear sky makes finding sunlight as difficult as climbing to heaven. Hearing his words, Sui sighed with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, it wouldn't be hard in the real world. But here. Sui turned her head to look out the window at the scenery outside. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe by then, the sun will show up. Pei-yu said calmly. Sui nodded because there was no other way for now. The two rested in the room for a while, and soon it was 9 o'clock. They went downstairs together and took their seats at the dining table first. After waiting a few minutes, most of the players had arrived. However, 2 seats were still empty. After thinking carefully for a moment, Sui realized those 2 women from noon had not arrived yet. But when she saw the male lead, she confirmed that those 2 girls would never arrive again. The male lead seemed to be in a very good mood, a light smile gracing his face. His whole aura felt much more peaceful. Chapter 58, the third question. Sui originally thought that since he had already killed 2 people today, he wouldn't ask any more questions. But unexpectedly, Count West suddenly looked up at everyone after taking a few bites of his steak. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, as if he were about to say something very ordinary. Do you think the roses in the garden are as beautiful as blood? Hearing his words, everyone who had been chewing immediately stopped their actions. Terror involuntarily appeared on everyone's faces, and then panic began to spread among them. Count Wes's crimson eyes swept over everyone lightly, finally landing on a girl seated in the middle on his left. Do you think the roses in the garden are as beautiful as blood? He stared fixedly at the girl, speaking with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. The girl swallowed her saliva, but after a long time, she wouldn't open her mouth to speak. Count West wasn't angry, he simply picked up the knife beside him, his gaze coldly glancing at the 2 men sitting next to the girl. If you don't answer, then there is only. He paused and slowly began to count. The 2 men suddenly understood and frantically shook the girl's arm. Please, girl. Please save us. Don't harm us. Yes, yes. Young lady, please answer. I have a wife and children at home waiting for me. I beg you. Can I kneel before you? After saying this, the man pretended to kneel down. The girl, with a high ponytail, looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, and had never seen such a scene before. In a panic, she grabbed the man's hand, her eyes filled with immense pain. Smack! Just as the man counted to 1, the girl suddenly slapped the table in front of her. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to her. The girl clenched her fist, and finally, gritting her teeth, she said, "The roses in the garden are as beautiful as blood now." Hearing the girl's response, Count Weiss smiled, appearing very pleased. He raised the nearby goblet and lifted it towards the girl. You are very clever, I like you very much. After saying this, he downed the thick red liquid in the cup in one go. Upon hearing his praise, the girl trembled all over, her expression filled with fear, as if she would cry out in the next moment. The other 2 men, seeing that they were no longer in danger, also breathed a sigh of relief. After that, everyone relaxed, the only one with a complicated mood was the girl. After finishing dinner, Count Weiss was the first to leave. As Sui and Pei-yu were about to find a quieter place to discuss, Sui's hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. She turned her head and found that it was the girl who had answered the question. Sister! Sister, I beg you, save me. You are the only one who can survive, I don't want to die yet. Please save me. She looked at Sui with tearful eyes, her tone filled with desperation. Sui looked at her, her feelings very complex. In the end, she still reached out and grasped the girl's hand, pulling her to a less crowded place. Calm down a bit first, listen to me, you just need to remember that after midnight tonight, no matter what happens, you must not open your eyes, do not speak, even if it feels like the end of the world, you cannot leave the room. Upon hearing Sui's words, the girl wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Sui sighed as she looked at her, seriously explaining everything she knew. Just as the 2 were talking, a female voice suddenly interrupted them. Xiao Yu. So you are here. You scared me to death, I thought you were so frightened that you ran out of the castle. Following the voice, they saw a girl about the same age as the other girl, the only difference being her hair was not tied up but fell naturally behind her. Sui looked at her several times before realizing that this girl was the one who had come to ask her questions in the morning. Seeing that they were friends, Sui reminded the girl once more before she left with the long-haired girl. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, at most, I will stay with you tonight. Listening to the sounds of the 2 gradually fading away, Sui also withdrew her gaze. At this moment, Pei-yu, who had been standing silently behind Sui, finally spoke up. Do you think that girl can survive? Upon hearing his words, Sui smiled at him. She should be fine, after all, I've already told her everything, as long as she does what I said, nothing will happen. Pei-yu did not speak, only withdrew his gaze. Let's go, let's head back to the room to rest. After saying this, he took a few steps forward. Sui didn't say much either, just jogged to catch up with him. The two returned to the room together, and after washing up, the issue of how to divide the bed became a problem due to their different genders. Sui scratched her head, thinking that since it was her room that had a problem, she took the initiative to say, "Pei Yu, I can just sleep on the floor." After finishing, Sui first returned to her room and then moved all the bedding over to create a simple makeshift bed. Even when she planned to sleep, Pei Yu forcibly pulled her onto the bed and then lay down on the makeshift bed. Sui looked at him with a bit of embarrassment. The floor should be very hard, right? How about I sleep on the makeshift bed instead?" Pei Yu glanced at her with a teasing smile. "Forget it, little sister, sleeping on the floor is easy to get sick, let me take that instead." Sui smiled back at him and mimicked his tone, saying, "The older youth has a bad back and legs, if you get rheumatism, I won't be responsible." Pei Yu looked at Suhi with a mixture of laughter and tears and finally simply sat up from the makeshift bed. A 23-year-old older youth can definitely withstand the cold better than a 19-year-old little sister. Little sister, you should worry about yourself. If you kick off the blanket in the middle of the night and get a fever, you'll be crying for a shot the next day. Hearing his words, Sui directly walked to the side of the bed and sat down. That wouldn't happen, after all the bed is warmer, but the older youth sleeping on the makeshift bed might not be so lucky. After exchanging a few playful jabs, the atmosphere slowly became cheerful. Around 11 o'clock, Sui still felt a bit uneasy about Pei Yu. "Seriously, the floor should be quite cold, how about I sleep on the floor instead?" Pei Yu smiled. "No need, the place you made is quite warm." Sui tried to persuade him a couple more times, but seeing that she could not change his mind and that it was getting late, she couldn't say much more and lay down on the bed. Perhaps because Pei Yu was by her side, Sui slept especially sweetly that night. The next morning, she was awakened by a scream. Along with a scream from outside the door, everyone who had been sleeping inside scrambled out of bed in a panic and rushed to open the door. Pei Yu was also awakened by the noisy sounds outside. Neither of them wasted any time. After quickly putting on their shoes by the bed, they went out together. As soon as they stepped outside, a group of people gathered at the end of the corridor came into view. Seeing this scene, Sui felt a strong sense of déjà vu, and an ominous feeling surged in her heart. She and Pei Yu walked over, feeling a strange tension rise within her. Upon reaching the end, Sui saw a female corpse. Her skin was wrinkled. Her face was extremely pale, and most importantly, there were 2 blood holes in her carotid artery. In an instant, Sui froze in place. At that moment, the girl with long hair from yesterday suddenly pointed at Suhi and shouted loudly, "Everyone, look! It's this wicked person who killed Xiaoyu." Hearing her words, the crowd quickly turned their attention to Suhi. "Suhi St. She has no grudges or resentments with me. Why would I harm her?" The girl gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger as she looked at Suhi. "Right. Xiaoyu obviously has no grudges with you. Why did you take such a harsh action against her?" Suhi frowned at her. "You keep saying that I harmed her. So I want to ask you, what evidence do you have to prove that I harmed her?" Upon hearing her words, the girl immediately became agitated. She pulled a few men beside her, pointing at Suhi and shouting loudly, "Everyone saw that you talked to Xiaoyu yesterday. You deceived her. You are alive and well, but Xiaoyu followed your words and ended up dead. Can't this prove that you harmed Xiaoyu?" Hearing the girl's words, the men around her echoed, "Yeah. We really saw you talking to this girl yesterday. And what's strange is, why are you still alive? This girl did what you said but died. This can only mean you told her lies." Suhi wanted to argue with them, but Pei Yu pulled her back behind him again. He looked at the group of people before him and sneered coldly. "Ha! When you need help, you beg others humbly, but when something goes wrong, you push all the blame onto others. You really have no shame." Upon hearing Pei Yu's words, the expressions of the few people immediately turned gloomy. As they were about to retort, Pei Yu looked at them again and said, "I'm curious, according to your logic, does that mean that from now on, as long as someone dies, anyone who spoke to them is the murderer? My friend did talk to her yesterday about how to survive, as for whether she followed those words, only she knows." After saying this, Pei Yu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the people in front of him. "Or if you are so curious about how she died, why don't you go underground and ask her now?" After speaking, Pei Yu cast a cold glance at everyone and then dragged Sui away. The girl watched the backs of the two leaving, her fists clenched tightly. Pei Yu sat down at the long table first and turned his head to ask Sui, "This is already the second time you've encountered something like this. If there's a next time, will you still help them?" Sui remained silent for a long time before saying, "Actually, when I told her the clues yesterday, I thought about it. This might happen. I just still believe what my teacher said is true. He said people should help each other, only then will this society seem less cold.
After a long silence, Sui continued faintly.
But now I'm starting to not believe what she said.
Peiyu glanced at Suhi and noticed the darkness in her eyes. His expression immediately changed.
He stretched lazily and then casually remarked.
Little sister was indeed right yesterday.
I really am getting older. After sleeping on the floor for a night, my back actually hurts a bit.
Hearing his words, the dimness in Sui's eyes gradually faded. She turned her head and looked at Peiyu with some concern.
I was just joking yesterday, you're not really hurt, are you?
Peiyu supported his waist, his brows tightly furrowed.
I do feel something wrong now, I think my back might be broken.
Looking at the painful expression on his face, Sui grew worried and reached out to massage Peiyu's back.
Don't scare me, does it really hurt that much?
Peiyu was about to speak when a sharp and sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind.
Oh, I found it strange why someone would unconditionally shelter a murderer. So it turns out you two shameless people are a couple. How shameless? You dare to be affectionate in a game world, not afraid that you might wake up next to a corpse the next day?
Upon hearing her words, Peiyu's face darkened to the extreme.
He was about to stand up when suddenly he heard a loud slap on the table beside him.
Sui jumped up abruptly, turning to look at the woman behind her, her eyes filled with hostility.
What did you just say? The girl glanced at Sui with disdain, then said. What? You have the face to do it but not to be talked about by others? Weren't you just flirting with a pretty boy in the game world? But this pretty boy is blind, picking you, a killer.
Hearing her words, Sui's face darkened as she slowly walked up to her.
I advise you to shut up, you can talk about me, but don't drag others into it. The woman scoffed at Sui, then said. I just said, how strong can he be? Isn't he just a pretty boy?
With a loud slap, the entire room fell silent. The woman covered her face, looking at Sui in disbelief.
How dare you hit me? Who do you think you are?
After saying this, she instinctively raised her hand to hit back.
Sui was not weak, so she firmly caught the woman's hand.
She gripped the woman's hand tightly, suddenly pulling her to the left.
In the next moment, the woman fell awkwardly to the ground.
I told you, you can say what you want about me, but don't bring others into it.
If you think that slap wasn't hard enough, you can keep talking.
The woman sat on the ground covering her face, glaring at Sui, as if she would get up and kill her in the next second. At this time, the group of men upstairs slowly made their way down. Seeing the scene in front of them, a few self-righteous men emerged from the crowd, pointing at Sui and shouting.
You're just a girl, isn't it a bit much to bully her like this? You've already harmed her friend.
Now you're still bullying her. If you keep being unreasonable, don't blame us for hitting a woman.
Sui looked up at him, intending to say something, but Peiyu slowly stood up from the dining table.
He walked behind Sui, flexing his fingers, looking at the man in front of him with a half-smiling expression.
You said, you want to hit whom?
Peiyu was about 1.91 meters tall, and with his strong body, he stood behind Sui, exuding a strong sense of pressure. The man glanced at Peiyu, then took a couple of steps back, forcing a smile and saying,
Buddy, I was just talking casually, didn't mean anything, don't get me wrong.
Peiyu glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the other men.
You better just be talking, otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't return everything you said to you.
The man dared not say anything further, chuckled awkwardly, and quietly sat back down at the table. Seeing him leave, Peiyu pulled Sui's hand, bringing her back to her seat. After that, the remaining players quietly sat down around the table, no one daring to say another word. After waiting for about 2 more minutes, Count Visber slowly walked down from the second floor. The red in his pupils seemed even brighter than usual, his whole demeanor exuding a cheerful quality. Breakfast was quite peaceful, with no questions asked, and no one felt nervous. After finishing breakfast, everyone began to explore the castle individually, intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Suhi and Peiyu. In the eyes of others, the two of them now looked like a pair of bullies. Although the long-haired girl was still unwilling, she dared not do anything as Peiyu was next to Suhi. Everyone wandered in the castle for a few hours, and then the time slowly came to evening. When the familiar church bell rang again, Suhi and Peiyu went downstairs together. Once the players were gathered, Count Visber slowly took his seat at the head of the table. He casually took a couple of bites from the food in front of him, and then suddenly looked at Suhi with a smile that seemed more like a sneer.
How many days do you all think you can still live?
Hearing his words, everyone immediately became alert.
Count Earl Weiss picked up the knife beside him and slowly pointed it at Peiyu, who was next to Sui. In the next moment, he turned back to Suhi, and his eyes clearly held a hint of threat. Does anyone want to answer? Chapter 60, Coercion. Suhi immediately raised her head and stared hard at him. At that moment, Peiyu also noticed Count Weiss's gaze. He clenched his fists, slowly lifted his head, and looked at Count Weiss without fear. Just as Suhi was about to speak, Peiyu suddenly reached out and held her hand. He turned his head and shook it at Suhi.
Sui looked at him and sighed helplessly, struggling deeply inside. Although she really knew how to survive, the girl who died this morning still cast a shadow over her. Moreover, given the current situation, the male host should not question her twice. At the table, besides herself, there was also another girl. Sui turned her head to look at the long-haired girl, her eyes slowly narrowing. Count Weiss, however, no longer gave them any time to think, but instead contemptuously played with the knife in his hand and then looked at Sui. 3. As Count Weiss was about to count to 1, Sui gritted her teeth and slowly began to speak. How long we can live has never depended on ourselves, but rather on you, the male host. Upon hearing Sui's response, Count Weiss slowly put down the knife in his hand. He raised his head and looked at Sui with a smile. Congratulations, you answered correctly. You are very smart, and I like you very much. This was the second time Sui heard him say he liked her. Compared to the horror of the first time, she felt a bit more understanding now. After saying that, Count Weiss picked up the goblet in front of him and raised it towards Sui in the air. Sui expressionlessly picked up the glass beside her and returned the gesture. At this moment, the expressions of the people at the table varied. Some were relieved, some worried, some terrified, as Sui scanned those faces. Finally, her gaze landed on the long-haired girl. The girl was also looking at Sui. Upon seeing her gaze, a sly smile crept across her lips, her eyes full of triumph. She curved her lips in a smile towards Sui, raised her glass at her from a distance, and slowly said 4 words. You're dead meat. Sui glanced at her indifferently and then shifted her gaze away. At that moment, a strange guess gradually took root in her heart. The dinner went relatively quickly. After finishing, Count Weiss was the first to go upstairs. Sui and Peiyu found a quieter corner and began discussing what to do next. Today's question was clearly aimed at me, so I must answer it. I have to go back to my room tonight. Sui said to Peiyu earnestly. Peiyu's expression was dark and unreadable. After a moment of silence, he coldly replied. Actually, you didn't need to answer his question just now. If he really wanted to attack me, I'm confident I could kill him first. Sui was momentarily taken aback by his words. After a moment, she frowned and looked at Peiyu seriously, saying, Peiyu, don't gamble with your life. Have you forgotten what happened to the man who killed the attendant in the test game? Peiyu, however, looked up at her firmly, his voice full of confidence. Don't worry, I won't be as foolish as him. When I say I'll kill him, I mean I'll thoroughly finish him off. Sui. She raised her hand and patted Peiyu's shoulder. All right, now is not the time to talk about these things. The most important thing right now is to get through tonight. Seeing Peiyu remain silent for a long time, Sui spoke her guess aloud. Today, the male lead's behavior is very strange. He is openly using you to threaten me, as if he knows we are acquainted, but this is very abnormal. Sui was about to continue speaking when Peiyu interjected. There is an insider among the players. Sui nodded. Just like those twins, and I can basically confirm who that insider is now. Peiyu answered directly. It's that long-haired woman. Sui nodded again and continued. At first, I didn't understand why that girl would die. I had clearly told her everything. But the next day, she inexplicably died in the corridor. But later, I suddenly thought of something. This time, Peiyu did not rush to answer, but looked at Sui with some confusion. Seeing that he finally remained silent, Sui smiled and continued. That day, after the girl asked me something, she took her upstairs. I seemed to hear her say she wanted to share a room with that girl. Sui's eyes gradually narrowed. At the time, I thought they were just good friends, so their relationship was better, but the next day, that girl was dead. So, I couldn't help but start to suspect her. That night, they were in the same room. If something terrifying really happened, they should have left the room together, so not just one person would have died. But strangely, the next day, the other girl was completely unharmed and pinned all the blame on me. This is very strange. Peiyu suddenly sneered, his eyes cold without a trace of warmth. Ha! That woman colludes with the male lead time and time again to harm us, yet she dreams of getting out of here. If he can escape this game, then I don't need to be the leader anymore. Sui looked at him, knowing he might have a plan. She remained silent for a long time and ultimately did not ask. Sui habitually glanced at the clock and only then realized it was almost 11 o'clock. She pulled Peiyu and walked upstairs while saying, Let's go upstairs. It's almost 11 o'clock, and tonight is bound to be restless. After going upstairs, Sui set her bed back up. Just as she was about to close the door, Peiyu insisted on giving her the ring on his finger. Sui initially agreed, but just as Peiyu was taking off the ring, she suddenly locked the door. Outside the door, Peiyu realized what happened and gritted his teeth, urging Sui to open the door. Sui spoke to him several times, and only at 11:30 did Peiyu leave. Sui casually washed up and then lay back down on her bed. The window still leaked air, making Sui feel an uncomfortable chill that was hard to shake off.
Perhaps due to the immense psychological pressure, Sui lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. Time passed second by second, and soon it reached midnight. Accompanied by the sound of scratching on the wall, which rang in Sui's ears again, her drowsy mind instantly became clear. The next second, with a loud bang, a huge object suddenly fell to the floor of the room. As footsteps approached, the firelight in front of Sui was once again covered by a shadow. Bang! 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 All Sui could hear W. In an instant, all sounds vanished. But the quieter the environment became, the stronger the feeling of unease surged within Sui. In a flash of fire, she could clearly feel a pair of eyes fixed intently on her. She desperately wanted to open her eyes and see where the male lead was now, but thinking of the girl's death earlier that morning, Sui forcefully suppressed this thought in her heart. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew sharply across Sui's cheek. In the next second, her neck was suddenly gripped tightly by someone. A chilling breeze, cold to the core, suddenly drew near her ear, followed by a voice that made her skin crawl. "You're not asleep yet, are you?" Upon hearing the male lead's voice, Sui was momentarily stunned. She took a sharp breath, realizing that the male lead no longer needed to hide his true nature. The next second, the pressure on Sui's neck grew tighter, almost to the point where she could be killed in the blink of an eye. Just as Sui's consciousness began to fade, the pressure on her neck eased slightly. "Last time, you were lucky enough to escape, but tonight, you must die." The male lead's voice coldly whispered in her ear, and then, Sui suddenly felt a withered hand brush across her cheek. "Tonight, I'll give you two choices. Either be obedient and become my meal, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Sui's hand, buried under the blanket, clenched into a fist. Her nails dug into her flesh, which was the only thing that kept her somewhat conscious. Chapter 61, You Won't Survive Tonight. "I don't like food that looks too miserable, so while I'm still patient, you better hurry up and make your choice." A surge of immense fear rushed through Sui's heart. She knew clearly that the male lead would not let her go easily tonight, but why should she do as he wished? A wave of complex emotions began to switch back and forth inside Sui's heart, one side full of terror, while on the other, she felt a strong desire to resist him to the very end. The male lead waited for a few minutes, but saw that the person lying on the bed still hadn't made a move. The next second, the hand gripping Sui's neck suddenly loosened. Then, the shadow that had been so close suddenly disappeared from in front of her. She instinctively furrowed her brow, and a stronger feeling of unease began to spread throughout Sui's heart. The next second, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of Sui's eyes. It was as if she thought of something terrifying, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Since you're so disobedient, there's no need to care about the appearance of tonight's meal." Bang! 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 A series of footsteps rang in her ears. The next second, Sui could clearly feel the male lead stopping at the foot of the bed. Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, a sudden sharp pain shot through Sui's left calf. The male lead gripped the knife tightly, stabbing it straight into Sui's left calf. In an instant, Sui's whole body spasmed with pain, and she instinctively tried to get up and run, but when she remembered the gruesome deaths of those girls, she gritted her teeth and dared not move. "You're smart. You should know what choice to make." The male lead's cold voice echoed in the room. At this moment, beads of cold sweat had already appeared on Sui's forehead. She had no idea what this monster would do next, and this uncertainty made her feel even more terrified. The male lead stood at the corner of the bed for a long time, yet Sui still made no move. He gripped the knife in his hand and began to twist it back and forth on Sui's calf. A piercing pain engulfed Sui's entire body, and at that moment, she felt her calf had completely snapped, yet the agonizing pain of that fracture was still so vivid within her. Tick tick. A warm liquid slowly flowed down Sui's calf and dripped onto the floor below her bed. Sui gritted her teeth tightly, fully aware that if this continued, she would either be tortured to death by the monster in front of her or bleed out until she was gone. He couldn't kill her directly, but he could make her life so miserable that death seemed sweet. In an instant, Sui pushed down all thoughts in her heart and started frantically thinking about what to do now. Last time, the male master had initially grasped her neck, then he had touched the bracelet on her wrist, and after being injured, he panicked and fled. This time, the male master clearly had gained some experience. He didn't dare come near the bracelet on her wrist, so what should she do this time? As she pondered this, the male master suddenly pulled out the knife that was stuck in his calf. Tick. 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 The sound of blood flowing on the ground became faster, and Sui's head began to spin. Today's food really doesn't listen. Since that's the case, you can't blame me. After saying that, he slowly walked towards Sui's right side. Sui furrowed her brow tightly, trying to ignore his threat. Suddenly, she realized that if she wanted to survive tonight, she had to do the same as last time and injure the male master. Only then could he possibly leave through the window. So her only hope of survival now was to throw the bracelet at him. But could she move now? Sui's mind began to frantically recall the 12 rules. Among them, the most important one was that she must be asleep after midnight and must not leave the room. So, there was no rule saying she couldn't move. Besides, last time, after the male master left, she had indeed moved and even pulled the quilt. After thinking this through, Sui decided to take a gamble. If she couldn't injure the male master and make him leave tonight, she would become a corpse by the next day. With that thought, Sui suddenly took off the bracelet from her wrist. As the male master raised the sharp knife again, aiming to stab her right calf, Sui, eyes closed, threw the bracelet with all her might based on her instincts. If she missed the male master this time, then her last sliver of hope would be stripped away. Sui silently prayed in her heart, and the sound of her racing heartbeat drowned out everything else. Along with the sound of the blade falling to the ground, a foul stench rushed into her nostrils, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Ah 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 ah. Hearing this scream, Sui couldn't help but laugh. As this shrill scream echoed, a series of chaotic footsteps suddenly filled her ears. Then, something jumped straight out of the window. Sui immediately breathed a sigh of relief and lay back down on the bed. After taking several deep breaths, she realized her calf was still bleeding. After much thought, she finally closed her eyes and sat up again. Then, Sui took the jacket beside her and tore it into a long strip of cloth to tightly wrap around her calf. She didn't know how serious her injury was, but judging by the amount of blood she had lost, the situation was quite grim. In the second half of the night, whether it was due to the loss of too much blood or not, Sui began to feel drowsy and sleepy. The next morning, when Peiyu knocked on her door again, he received no response. Sui. Sui. Can you hear me? Sui. Peiyu's brows furrowed tightly, and a strong feeling of unease spread throughout his heart. He shouted loudly for several minutes, but there was still no response from inside. Peiyu gritted his teeth and began kicking the door frantically. He didn't know how long he had kicked, but the rickety wooden door was finally kicked open. As soon as he rushed in, Peiyu smelled a strong metallic scent of blood. He rushed a few steps to the bedside, and what greeted his eyes was a pool of blood at the foot of the bed. By now, the blood had congealed together. It seemed to have dried up, but the red color was still very eye-catching. He rushed to the head of the bed and then noticed that Sui was lying on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. Her lips were very pale, and her brows were tightly knitted together. Peiyu's hands trembled as he reached under Sui's nose. After feeling a faint breath, Peiyu's hands heavily dropped onto the bed. He almost trembled as he helped lift her from the bed, and then began shaking Sui. Sui. Sui, wake up. Sui. At first, Sui didn't respond. After Peiyu called for more than 10 minutes, the person in front of him slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Peiyu, Sui was momentarily confused. Peiyu? Why are you here? As soon as she spoke, Sui realized her voice was very hoarse. Seeing that she had woken up, Peiyu sighed heavily and immediately went to fetch water to help Sui casually wipe her face. When Sui put on her shoes, Peiyu saw a large bloody hole on her left leg. The cloth wrapped around it had been stained bright red with blood, looking extremely horrifying. Peiyu's fist clenched tightly, and a strong killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Noticing his abnormality, Sui pulled at the corner of his clothes. Peiyu, calm down first, it's not the right time yet. One day we will take revenge. Peiyu stood still for a long time, clenching his fist tightly. Finally, he took a deep breath, came back to Sui's side, and rewrapped her wound. Then, he carried Sui downstairs. At this moment, the other players had already gathered. The long-haired girl's joy turned into dissatisfaction when she saw Sui. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. After all this, you're still alive. She glanced at Sui and said disdainfully. Before Sui could speak, Peiyu coldly looked at her. Of course, she's fine, but you're about to die. The girl turned her head to look at Peiyu, then hurriedly closed her mouth, not daring to speak again. Chapter 62, Breaking Promises. Everyone waited for a few more minutes, and then Count Vis slowly came downstairs from above. When he walked in front of Sui, his blood-red eyes stared at her as if he was about to swallow her alive in the next second. Sui also sensed his gaze, and she lifted her head to look back at him. Sui reached up to touch her wrist, her eyes showing no emotion. After noticing her movement, Count Vis fearfully averted his gaze. He walked a few steps to the main seat, sat down, and picked up the knife and fork to begin eating his breakfast. The breakfast was eaten in complete silence. Count Vis didn't ask any more questions, and everyone's uneasy hearts slowly calmed down. The only difference was the long-haired girl, who, after noticing Count Vis frequently glancing at her, couldn't help but tremble violently. After breakfast, Peiyu carried Sui back to the room. After placing Sui on the bed, Peiyu walked to the window and stared into space. Seeing his back, Sui spoke, breaking the silence. Peiyu, what are you thinking about? Hearing Sui's words, Peiyu still stood by the window without moving. I'm thinking about how to kill the man and that woman.
Hearing his emotionless voice, Sui furrowed her brows and said seriously. Peiyu, you need to calm down first. I've told you, we'll take our revenge sooner or later, but not now. Upon hearing her words, Peiyu suddenly turned around to look at Suhi. He had a faint smile on his face, and the gloomy aura around him suddenly disappeared. I know, so I won't do anything. Don't worry. Seeing his attitude change suddenly, Sui's brows furrowed even deeper. Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Peiyu took a few steps and stood beside her, bending down to rub Sui's hair. Don't worry, I never lie to children. Sui couldn't help but roll her eyes, raising her hand to slap Peiyu's hand away. I'm talking about serious matters. Can you be more serious? Peiyu withdrew his hand and casually sat down beside Sui. Don't worry, I know, don't be concerned. Seeing that he wasn't joking, Sui let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Peiyu quietly said, I won't do anything, but that woman won't survive tonight. Sui didn't hear what he said but suddenly thought of something very important. By the way, Peiyu, when you came into my room this morning, did you see the blood bracelet on the floor? Thinking about the bracelet that saved her life, Sui nervously swallowed. Yesterday, in such a panic, she had thrown the table directly at the man, not knowing if it had broken. Peiyu nodded, fumbled through his pocket, and then took out a blood-red bracelet and handed it to Sui. Sui took it and looked at it, only to find that although the bracelet was still intact, its bright red color had faded slightly. Luckily. It's lucky it's not broken. If it weren't for this bracelet yesterday, I would probably already be a corpse by now. But, the color seems to have faded a little. Upon hearing Sui say she almost became a corpse, the emotions in Peiyu's eyes grew much more complicated, but seeing Sui staring at him for an answer, he still smiled at her and replied. Every tool has a limit to its usage, maybe 5 times, maybe 10 times. The color fading means it hasn't been used much. Hearing Peiyu's words, Sui tenderly placed the bracelet over her heart. This bracelet is truly a treasure, it seems I need to use it more carefully from now on. Peiyu just stared at her without speaking. Time quickly passed, and it was soon 9 o'clock in the evening. As the huge bell rang in Sui's ears, Peiyu carried her downstairs again. After they sat down, the other players also gradually arrived. When the long-haired girl saw Suhi, the emotions in her eyes were very complicated. Suhi just gave her a faint glance and immediately read many emotions in her eyes. Fear, unwillingness, and even resentment? Sui just glanced at her and immediately turned her gaze away. She still didn't quite understand, how could the woman, who had been plotting against her and even almost caused her death, now look at her with so much resentment? This thought flashed through Sui's mind for a moment and then gently floated away. After waiting for a few more minutes, Count Visber slowly walked downstairs. His steps were even a bit unsteady, and the red tint in his eyes had faded a lot, almost transparent. As soon as he sat down, he picked up the red liquid in his wine glass. Drink it all. Fresh red liquid lingered at the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out his tongue to lightly lick away the crimson stain. This scene was exactly seen by the long-haired girl. She trembled even more, instinctively shrinking her neck. Sui did not pay attention to her anymore. Instead, he picked up the knife and fork on the table and began to eat the food before him. At this moment, Count Weiss's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to die for me? Clang! A sound rang out as someone's cutlery fell to the ground. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound, looking at the long-haired girl. The girl was trembling terribly, almost about to faint at any second. Her face was very pale, and after noticing everyone's gaze, she managed to force out a desperate smile, then hurriedly bent down to pick up the knife and fork on the ground. Count Weiss glanced at her indifferently, his expression extremely cold. Are you willing to die for me? He stared directly at the girl and asked. The girl swallowed hard and immediately averted her gaze, no longer looking at him. Count Weiss smiled, picking up the nearby knife and targeting a boy sitting beside the girl. That boy noticed his movement, his eyes widened, and he desperately shook the long-haired girl. Please. I don't want to die. Please don't harm me. The girl frowned and shot him a glance before shoving him away. Count Weiss smiled again, suddenly stabbing the knife forward. Swish. The knife plunged straight into the center of the man's forehead. The next second, he widened his eyes. Then, his entire body fell backward. He struggled on the ground like a dying prey, fighting for a long time before slowly losing his breath. The next moment, the butler, along with 2 elderly servants, carried the corpse out. Count Weiss smiled and then aimed the knife at the long-haired girl. Are you willing to die for me? At this moment, the girl's face had no trace of blood, her body trembling violently, and her breathing had become unusually rapid. She stared at the male host, her eyes filled with disbelief. 3, 2. As he was about to count to 1, he gripped the knife tightly, pretending to stab the girl. The girl's eyes widened instantly, and she suddenly shouted loudly. I don't want to. I don't want to. Why?
Why are you untrustworthy? Why don't you kill her? With red eyes, she pointed abruptly at Soo-hee. Soo-hee frowned tightly and shot a glare at the girl. Count Weiss lowered the knife in his hand, his lips curling into a faint smile. I'm sorry, this guest, you answered incorrectly. He slowly stood up and walked toward the girl. The girl's eyes widened, her whole body softening as she collapsed from the chair to the ground. Without time to think, she quickly scrambled up from the chair and tried to run forward. Count Weiss, however, did not speed up, just looked at her with a faint smile, then leisurely snapped his fingers. In the next second, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the girl. The girl's eyes widened, she turned and wanted to run. Count Weiss suddenly reached out his hand and directly grasped her by the neck. How can you be untrustworthy? You clearly said you wouldn't kill me. Although the girl was being choked, she still glaringly looked at him, her voice strained. Count Weiss squinted at her, his eyes filled with disgust. You are the stupidest person I have ever met. If I had known you were this stupid, I should have chosen your friend and killed you that night. After saying this, in front of the horrified gazes of everyone, he slowly took the girl's neck and went upstairs. Chapter 63, One Must Die. After hearing the conversation between the two, even the dullest person understood what was going on. A few men turned their heads and glanced apologetically at Soo-hee. But Soo-hee simply gave them a faint glance and said nothing. Once the male host went upstairs, he never came down again. After everyone finished dinner, they sat in the same spot waiting for a long time, yet the male host still did not appear. Around 11 o'clock, everyone finally left the first floor one by one. Tonight, there was no danger, and Soo-hee was still injured, so she stayed in the same room with Pei-yu again. Pei-yu originally wanted to sleep on the floor, but after Soo-hee thought for a long time and confirmed that the bed was big enough for two people to lie down, she called Pei-yu to the bed. At first, Pei-yu was unwilling and repeatedly emphasized the differences between men and women, but after Soo-hee assured him that she wouldn't touch him, he gritted his teeth and said, Of course, I know you won't touch me, but aren't you afraid I might touch you? Soo-hee looked at him, both amused and helpless. Do you think you would? Pei-yu fell silent for a long time but said nothing in response. Finally, in a strange silence, he climbed onto the bed and lay down beside Soo-hee. The two lay on the same bed, yet neither spoke a word. However, Soo-hee could sense that Pei-yu seemed very uneasy. Pei-yu, you really don't need to be so stiff. If you're really worried, I can swear to the heavens that I won't touch you. Pei-yu turned his head and gave Soo-hee a long look. Noticing his gaze, Soo-hee raised 3 fingers and said, I swear, Soo-hee will never touch. Before she could finish, Pei-yu suddenly interrupted her. You can shut up. After saying this, he turned away, facing his back to Soo-hee. Seeing that he was finally not so stiff, Soo-hee finally kept her mouth closed. After lying for a long time, Soo-hee still couldn't fall asleep. She looked at the ceiling and said, Pei-yu, are you asleep? After a long silence, Pei-yu replied softly, no. Seeing that he was just as restless as she was, Soo-hee sighed and spoke her worries out loud. Tonight, the last girl died too. So tomorrow, the male host's only source of food will be me. This time, Pei-yu responded quite quickly. Don't worry, he can't touch you. Soo-hee smiled, thinking Pei-yu was just comforting her, but she still followed his words and lightly responded, After a long silence, Pei-yu's voice suddenly sounded in Soo-hee's ear. Does your leg still hurt? Soo-hee felt it for a moment and then answered seriously, it hurt quite a bit at first, but now it seems to hurt less. Pei-yu said, if you wait another 2 days, your wound will get infected. Besides, the wound is very deep, almost piercing your calf. Soo-hee blinked, it did hurt quite a bit at that time, but waiting another 3 days should be fine, right? This time, Pei-yu didn't say anything further. Seeing him silent, Soo-hee thought he had fallen asleep and began to move cautiously. She turned over, closed her eyes, and slowly fell asleep. Soo-hee had a dream. In the dream, she did not go through the bizarre events. After finishing her high school entrance exams, she boarded a train and safely returned home. After that, she unexpectedly got accepted into the university she desired and began her college life. Like other college students, Soo-hee started attending early classes, eating at the cafeteria, and meeting many new classmates. In the dream, Soo-hee forgot about Pei-yu's existence, but everything in the dream was so smooth and exactly what she desired. Yet Soo-hee still felt like something was missing. Her heart always felt empty, as if she had lost something very important. She thought left and right, but couldn't remember what it was. Until that day, after finishing her morning class, Soo-hee was about to return to her dormitory when the sky suddenly turned blood red. Immediately, everything changed, the teaching building became dilapidated, and a strong odor of blood surged into Soo-hee's nostrils. An exceptionally sharp scream echoed in Soo-hee's ears, nearly shattering her eardrums. Soo-hee crouched down and tightly covered her head, trying to ignore the piercing screams. In the next moment, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Soo-hee! Soo-hee! Wake up! Sui gasped and sat up straight. Before her, there was a bright light. The candle flames in the room suddenly vanished, replaced by sunlight? Sui's mind was in a daze. She didn't react for a moment. At that moment, Peiyu rushed to her side anxiously, grabbing her hand. Listen to me, the male host is dead, the candles in the room are out, and now I will carry you out. Hearing his words, Sui instinctively glanced around the room. At that moment, she realized that all the candles that had filled the room were extinguished. When Sui looked back at Peiyu, she found his face was pale, covered in sweat, and there was a faint smell of blood on him. Sui frowned, instinctively wanting to ask Peiyu what was happening. But Peiyu saw her thoughts and quickly crouched in front of her, anxiously saying, Get on. I will carry you out first, and afterwards, I will explain. Though confused, Sui chose to trust Peiyu. She climbed onto Peiyu's back, and he swiftly stood up, kicking open the wooden door in front of them. He led Sui through the corridor and quickly reached the first floor. Sui then discovered that the once candlelit castle was now filled only with the brightness of the sun. All the candles had gone out, and it looked very eerie. Looking at the scene before her, Sui suddenly recalled Rule 1. The candles in the castle will never extinguish. If they do, all guests must leave immediately. As she pondered what was happening, Peiyu kicked open the front door and rushed outside with her on his back. As soon as they left the castle, Sui squinted in the blinding sun. For some reason, she could always smell a faint scent of blood in the air, but she didn't know where it was coming from. Almost in the next second after they left the castle, all sorts of ghosts surged out from within. Among them were dead players and the woman Sui had seen in the mirror. In an instant, everything buried in the garden or graveyard broke ground, tightly following them. Accompanying these ghostly entities were a few scattered players chasing after them. Sui had no idea what was happening. She was in a stupor as Peiyu carried her out of the garden. After leaving the castle, Peiyu quickly ran dozens of meters ahead, and a bright light gate appeared before them. At that moment, the things behind them were closing in quickly. In the next second, Peiyu charged through the gate with Sui. Before them was pitch darkness, and Sui fell into unconsciousness again. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself sitting on a speeding train. Sui instinctively moved, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her left leg. She cried out in pain and looked down at her leg. At that moment, the cloth wrapped around her wound had turned blood red and looked very disturbing. Sui didn't pay much attention to it, but instead shifted her gaze to the seat beside her. In the next moment, Sui saw Peiyu, who still had not woken up. His clothes seemed to be torn by something, and bright red blood almost soaked half of his body. Sui immediately widened her eyes and cautiously reached out to pat Peiyu's other shoulder, which was still intact. After a long time, Peiyu finally slowly woke up. His face was extremely pale, but when he saw Sui, he smiled with relief. It's good, we are finally out. Even now, Sui was still very confused. Wasn't it said there were still 3 days? Wasn't it said the sun wouldn't shine until 2 o'clock in the afternoon? What on earth was happening right in front of her? She subconsciously wanted to ask Peiyu, but seeing his current state, she closed her mouth. Are you okay? How did it end up like this? Sui looked at Peiyu with a worried face and asked. As she spoke, Sui took off her tattered coat, wanting to wrap it around Peiyu's wounds. But at that moment, Sui noticed that from Peiyu's left shoulder to his waist, there were almost 5 long bloodstains. Chapter 64, Adventure. Sui's hand trembled in the air, yet she dared not let it fall for a long time. Your shoulder, clearly it's like this, yet you still carried me so far. What happened? Although Peiyu's complexion was very pale at this moment, he turned his head and smiled at Sui. It's just a small matter, I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Don't cry. At this moment, Sui realized that she had actually shed tears. She raised her hand to wipe the tears off her face, feeling very awkward as she turned her head away. I'm not crying, it's just, the wind here is a bit strong. Peiyu looked at her with amusement, but seeing Sui ignore him for a long time, he could only sigh helplessly and followed her words, saying, Right, the wind on the train is indeed a bit strong. In the following time, Peiyu planned to chat with Sui about other topics. But no matter how he guided the conversation, Sui just wouldn't respond. Until the train gradually came to a stop, Peiyu naturally paused in front of Sui. Come on, I'll take you home. Sui slowly passed by him and said. No need. After saying that, Sui limped forward slowly, 1 step at a time. While she was biting her lip and struggling to move forward, suddenly, someone just picked her up. Sui instantly widened her eyes and instinctively struggled. Peiyu sighed helplessly and increased his strength a bit. Don't move, if you do, my wound will burst open. Hearing his words, Sui immediately stopped struggling. Peiyu quietly carried her forward for a long time. Until they almost reached the milk tea shop, Sui finally spoke. You clearly had a plan, why didn't you tell me anything? Her voice was muffled, as if she was trying hard to suppress her emotions. After my wound is bandaged, can I explain everything to you?
Pei-yu's voice was also somewhat hoarse.
Sui did not speak, and the two of them then stepped into the milk tea shop. Brother Pei. You're back.
Chen Zhuangli exclaimed with surprise the moment he saw Pei-yu. But upon seeing Sui being carried on Pei-yu's shoulder, the strong man became somewhat at a loss. He awkwardly turned his head away, pretending to wipe the wall in front of him. Pei-yu glanced at him faintly and took the initiative to explain. Sui's leg is injured and she can't walk. I'll take her upstairs first, you can bring the medical kit later.
Chen Zhuangli immediately agreed. Pei-yu said no more and carried Sui upstairs.
Watching the two gradually walk away, Chen Zhuangli scratched his head, filled with confusion. He clearly could have changed the method. Why did he insist on carrying a little girl on his shoulder?
After muttering softly, he went to look for the medical kit. Chen Zhuanglin quickly arrived with a medical kit to Sui's room. Brother Pei, I found the medical kit.
Saying this, he handed the medical kit in his hand to Pei-yu.
Pei-yu nodded at him and said lightly.
There should be more guests coming now, you go downstairs to entertain them.
Chen Zhuangli scratched his head, replied, and left the room.
Seeing that he wanted to treat her wound, Sui hurriedly spoke to stop him.
I can handle my own wounds.
You should deal with your shoulder wound first. It's quite large, if you don't treat it well, it might get infected.
It's fine.
Pei-yu said lightly, gently rolling up Sui's pant leg, and started treating the wound on her foot. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Sui stopped talking. Throughout the process, the atmosphere between the two was very stiff, and neither spoke again. Only after Pei-yu finished bandaging the wound on Sui's leg did he stand up with the medical kit, walking out while saying, I'll go take care of my shoulder wound first, and then I'll come back personally to explain to you. After finishing, before Sui could say anything, he left directly. Looking at the door that was closed again, Sui sighed and said subconsciously, Sigh. Always worrying about others, but you are a person too. This soft sigh of hers was ultimately hidden in the darkness. After a few more hours, the lights in Sui's room were still on. She stared at the door, wanting to get up and go to Pei-yu's room. But her leg was injured, making it hard for her to stand up. Sui kept staring at the door until she became more and more anxious, wanting to endure the pain in her leg and crawl out of bed. Just then, the tightly shut door was knocked on.
Knock, knock. Sui, are you asleep? Sui was very excited and she instinctively shouted. Not yet.
Through the closed door, Pei-yu's voice came again to Sui's ears. It's late, you should rest, I promise to tell you everything you want to know tomorrow morning. Sui looked at her wristwatch and found that it was already 2 in the morning. After a moment of silence, she replied softly. Good night. After Pei-yu finished speaking, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Sui sighed, turned off the light, lay on the bed, and closed her eyes. That night, Sui seemed to suffer from some insomnia, and it wasn't until late in the night that she fell asleep with heavy hearts.
The next morning, Sui was woken up by a knock on the door. She yawned and instinctively replied. Wait a moment. After saying that, Sui got up from the bed, quickly washed up, and then limped to the door to open it. As soon as the door opened, a giant colorful spiral lollipop appeared in front of Sui. She stood at the door for a long time, unable to react. Until the voice of Pei-yu came from behind the giant lollipop. What do you think? Do you like it? Sui swallowed her saliva, concealed her joy, and then seemingly casually took the giant spiral lollipop. I'm not a child anymore, I wouldn't like these things. Pei-yu smiled and pretended to be annoyed, saying. Sigh. I forgot to ask you, since you don't like it, then I'll give it to Dong-yi.
After saying this, he pretended to snatch the lollipop from Sui's hand. Sui took a step back.
You can't take back what you give away.
Although I'm an adult now, I can still reluctantly accept some childish things.
Pei-yu smiled.
A 19-year-old kid is not an adult. Sui glared at him, a 23-year-old adult is already considered a senior youth. Pei-yu raised his hand and ruffled Sui's short hair. Sui glared at him again and swatted his hand away. The atmosphere between the two quickly became relaxed. After putting away the lollipop, Pei-yu put on a serious face and earnestly looked at Sui, saying, That day, I really didn't want to keep it from you, but your leg was injured. If you moved with me, it would be very inconvenient. Hearing his words, Sui looked down at her leg wrapped in bandages. In the end, she accepted this explanation. After all, she was indeed injured at that time. If she acted with Pei-yu, she could only be a burden. Alright, let's let this matter go. I just want to ask what happened that night. How did the male lead suddenly die? Didn't the life gate appear 3 days later? Pei-yu looked at Sui seriously and asked, Do you remember what the twins said? Sui nodded her head. You must find the light by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you can't kill the male lead 5 days later, even if the life gate appears, you won't be able to leave here.
Peiyu nodded, looking at Soo-hee and asking back. But have you thought about it? Since they knew how to kill the male lead, why did they end up dying in the game world? Soo-hee frowned, and after a long time, she finally answered. Is it possible that, after the twins died, they learned this important information while observing the male lead? Peiyu smiled. At that time, I thought the same as you, until the second time you encountered danger. Soo-hee looked at him, somewhat confused. Peiyu continued, when you faced danger for the first time, I was very worried, so I couldn't sleep at all. But I was also limited by Rule 3. So that night, I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall all night without sleeping. In the second half of that night, I clearly felt that the room seemed a bit brighter than usual for a while, but I was too worried about you to pay attention. However, the next day, I suddenly thought of what the twins said to us for the first time, to find the light. At that moment, I felt that these two things seemed to be connected, but I couldn't fully guess all the answers. But when you encountered danger for the second time, something strange happened. At that time, I was also leaning against the wall, but I didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, I felt a burning sensation on my face. Chapter 65, A Visit. Soo-hee widened her eyes in shock. So that night, you opened your eyes? Peiyu nodded. That night, I thought a lot, from those 11 rules to everything the twins said. There was one sentence they said that touched me deeply. They said the male lead hid the hidden rules. So that night, I boldly had a guess. Rule 3 may have been a trick from the beginning. Its purpose was to prevent players from discovering the truth. As long as you sleep after midnight, you'll never know what will happen at 2 in the morning. Even if you wake up in the middle of the night, you would be too scared to open your eyes and check because of Rule 3. Soo-hee nodded, her brows tightly knit. I used to think that the male lead killed based on Rules 2 and 3. So when he burst into my room, I didn't dare to open my eyes. Now it seems that those people merely violated Rule 2. Peiyu nodded and continued. That night, I struggled repeatedly, but in the end, I opened my eyes. When I walked to the window, I finally saw the scene outside. The sunlight was very bright, just like at noon. I reached my hand outside the window, and felt a very strong burning sensation. It was from that night on that I had a rough guess in my heart. That night, at 2 o'clock, I quietly left the room while you were fast asleep and knocked on the door of the collection room. After luring the male protagonist out, he started chasing me like mad. Later, just as I was about to leave, he grabbed my collar. At that moment, the door was half open. If I didn't kill him, I would be the one to die, so I held onto his hand and charged out of the ancient castle with him. Almost at the moment we touched the sun, his body began to wildly swell until it finally turned into a huge monster, and then he was devoured by the sun right before my eyes, turning into a pile of ashes. Soo-hee frowned at him, her eyes full of disagreement. You had already violated Rule 2, you were too impulsive. Also, I'm curious why, despite breaking the rule, you... Soo-hee didn't finish her sentence, but Peiyu knew what she wanted to express. He smiled and sat down beside Soo-hee, reaching out to ruffle her hair. I knew it was risky at the time, but if I didn't take the gamble, then the next day he would definitely target you. Also, the twins said that the male protagonist hid the hidden rules and even altered them. It was he who first made the mistake. Soo-hee's brows knitted tighter, her eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean the male protagonist violated the rules first? Does the strangeness in the game also have rules to follow? Peiyu chuckled lightly and said calmly, exactly. If the strangeness in the game doesn't follow those rules, then no player could leave the game alive. The owner of the ancient castle is a good example. If I hadn't violated the rules, then there wouldn't have been any sun 3 days later, only death awaited us. So, if in that situation I completely killed him after breaking the rules, then the ultimate winner would be me. Soo-hee stared at Peiyu for a long time without speaking, because she probably understood most of the follow-up events. After a long silence, Soo-hee finally said, anyway, if this happens again, you should not hide it from me. No matter what, we should face it together. Peiyu looked at Soo-hee seriously and said, I know that feeling. Because when you first locked me out, my feelings were just about the same as yours now. Hearing him mention what she had done, Soo-hee embarrassedly turned her head away. Both of their intentions were for each other's safety, but choosing to risk it alone would make the other bear greater pain regardless of the outcome. After a long silence, Peiyu firmly looked at Soo-hee and said, this is the last time. From now on, no matter what happens, I will not deceive you again, and you must not lie to me either. Soo-hee nodded. I have experienced your feelings firsthand, so I promise it will never happen again. Just as the two were speaking, the closed door suddenly got knocked on from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Old Pei, open the door. I'm here to see you. Hearing Zhao Kongming's voice, Peiyu's face immediately darkened. He frowned and took a few steps to the door, opening it. Upon seeing Zhao Kongming outside the door, Peiyu didn't say much but turned around and sat back down next to Soo-hee. Zhao Kongming, however, had a big smile as he followed Pei Yu to the sofa. After glancing at the distance between Su He and Pei Yu, he naturally squeezed in between them, sitting next to Pei Yu. Old Pei, I heard you were injured, how is it? Is it serious? Do you need anything? Su He was sitting on the side, gritting her teeth. For some reason, she now had an impulse to stab Zhao Kongming. On the other hand, Pei Yu noticed that the one coming over was Zhao Kongming and subtly shifted to the side. It's just an external injury, I'm fine. Sun Kongming smiled, then said mysteriously. It's good that you're fine. Well, I've been feeling like my sixth game is coming these days, so. Pei Yu glanced at him lightly and said directly. The promise I made you last time, I will definitely keep. But I have to make it clear to you that any items obtained in the game belong to me. Zhao Kongming quickly nodded his head. Of course. And I wouldn't want to compete with you, old Pei. After saying that, Zhao Kongming murmured softly. I definitely can't compete with you. Pei Yu ignored his murmuring. You should stay in the store for now, but I must explain the situation to you first. There are no extra rooms, so you can only sleep in the hall on the first floor for these few days. Zhao Kongming pouted and reluctantly agreed. After speaking, Pei Yu stood up first. He pointed to the closed door and said, if there's nothing else, you can go downstairs. Chen Zhuangli should have finished breakfast by now. As soon as Zhao Kongming heard there was breakfast, his eyes immediately lit up, and he rushed out. Seeing Zhao Kongming leave, Su He leaned closer to Pei Yu and quietly asked. What were you two talking about just now? Pei Yu smiled. Do you remember what I said when I asked him for the blood bracelet? The cooperation I mentioned was to enter his sixth game together. Hearing Pei Yu's words, Su He frowned. Not to mention the sixth game, even the first game that Pei Yu thought was simple was filled with deathly dangers in Su He's eyes. Do we have to go together? Su He asked. Pei Yu nodded. This time it's not only because I promised him, but also that the blood bracelet can't be used many more times. I want to take this opportunity to find some items for you in the sixth game. Su He sighed deeply and then said. You used the blood bracelet for me, and you said you were going into the game this time also to find items for me. So no matter what, I should go with you. Upon hearing Su He's words, Pei Yu frowned. When we get to the sixth game, the difficulty will change dramatically. The risk of death is everywhere, and I cannot guarantee your safety. So I can't take you with me this time. Hearing this, Su He stood up straight from the sofa. Pei Yu, I don't always need your protection to survive. Although I'm not very strong right now, I can't just let you go on an adventure alone. Pei Yu stared at Su He for a long time, then suddenly stood up, reached out, and gently touched her hair, chuckling softly. Ha ha. Alright. Don't get all worked up, kid. I was just testing your determination. Since you've decided, let's go together. Hearing his words, the frown on Su He's brow slowly relaxed. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. Pei Yu smiled at her, his eyes full of reassurance. I know. Chapter 66, Getting Familiar. After a brief discussion, Su He and Pei Yu went downstairs together. Old Chen. Your cooking skills are simply amazing. Hey. Since you won't earn much here, why don't you come with me? If you come with me, I'll pay you 100,000 a month. Captain Zhao, you should consider where to stay tonight first. If Pei Gu hears your words, Captain Zhao might have to go back to Computer City tonight. As soon as Su He and Pei Yu reached the bottom of the stairs, they heard a conversation between Chen Zhuangli and Zhao Kongming. Su He looked up and saw Zhao Kongming sitting at the table, eating heartily. I didn't expect Zhao Kongming to be so persistent. Always wanting to dig someone close to Pei Yu. Su He was pondering these thoughts, completely unaware that Pei Yu had quickened his pace and walked several steps to sit down in the main seat. As soon as he sat down, he coldly glanced at Zhao Kongming and then spoke up. If Chief Zhao still wants to stay here, it's best to behave a little. If I see you trying to dig away my team members again, I will definitely throw you out immediately. After speaking, Pei Yu raised his head and shot a cold glance at Zhao Kongming. Zhao Kongming let out a dry laugh towards Pei Yu. Ha ha. Oh, old Pei, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Pei Yu stopped talking and slowly withdrew his gaze. At this moment, Su He also sat down in the seat next to Pei Yu. Upon seeing Su He, Zhao Kongming's eyes immediately lit up, and then he picked up the tall glass on the table and raised it towards Su He. Ha ha. Little sister, we meet again. After a few days, you've grown a bit taller. Hearing his words, Su He immediately frowned in displeasure. Su He was not very tall, at 165 centimeters, which could only be considered average among girls, so she had always cared about this matter over the years. Hearing Zhao Kongming's words, Su He secretly rolled her eyes at him, but because she still needed to team up with him in the game, she held back her anger and stayed silent. Seeing that Su He was ignoring him, Zhao Kongming continued, Little sister, rolling your eyes isn't a good thing, you know.
Girls should be a bit gentler and more reserved, just like your sister Chumo. Upon hearing his words, Chumo immediately stopped moving her chopsticks. She looked up and coldly glared at Zhao Kongming, then flexed her wrist. Zhao Kongming gulped at Chumo's action and then let out a couple of dry laughs toward her. At this point, Sui also looked up at him. Chief Zhao is right, however, it's only been a few days since I last saw you, and now it seems I'm a bit shorter than you. Did I shrink? Upon hearing Sui's words, the smile on Zhao Kongming's face suddenly froze. After a long silence, he pointed at Suhi and said to Pei Yu. Old Pei, you should manage your people better. Pei Yu gave him a faint glance. It's indeed my oversight. From now on, you better keep your mouth shut. If you discuss anything outside of the game, I'm going to throw you out. Hearing Pei Yu's words, Zhao Kongming immediately shut his mouth and quietly started eating the food in front of him. Sui also withdrew her gaze, no longer wanting to argue with him. Afterward, everyone remained very quiet. After finishing their meal, they each returned to their own rooms. As Pei Yu was about to enter his room, Sui stopped him in the hallway. By the way, Pei Yu, Zhao Kongming's 5th game should be in these few days. Do we need to stay close to him all the time? Pei Yu looked at Suhi and said, that's not necessary. He's in the living room. If he feels anything, he'll come and tell me right away. Then he paused and smiled at Sui. Don't worry, when it's time to set off, I will definitely inform you. Only then did Sui nod at Pei Yu, for he had never lied to her all this time. After a brief chat with Pei Yu, Sui returned to her room. Once back in her room, Sui quickly washed up and laid down on the bed. She looked at the clean white ceiling, feeling something strange in her heart, as if something was off, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't draw any conclusions. Sui sighed, feeling it was just her being overly sensitive after coming out of the game. That night, Sui slept very soundly. Until the next morning, when she went downstairs for breakfast and saw everyone had arrived, but she did not see Pei Yu or Zhao Kongming. She was very confused, so she pulled over Chen Zhuangli beside her and asked. Brother Chen, why didn't Bei Gu and Zhao Kongming come for breakfast? Where did they go? After hearing Sui's question, Chen Zhuangli clearly hesitated for a moment. It wasn't until Sui asked again that he said, Sister Sui, don't you know? Last night, Bei Gu and Zhao Leader already went into the game. Upon hearing his words, Sui instantly froze in place. At that moment, Xu Mo stood up from his seat and walked in front of Sui. Bei Gu asked me to give this to you before he left. Saying this, she pulled out a folded piece of white paper from her pocket. Sui frowned and stared for a long time, but in the end, she still took the piece of white paper. As soon as she opened it, Sui saw a message. Suhi, this is not that I don't trust your ability. It's just that the 5th game is too dangerous, and you lack experience. It will be very dangerous for you if you go in. I'm very sorry about this, and I will explain everything when I return. After reading the contents, Sui crumpled the paper into a ball and tightly clenched it in her palm. Bei Yu, you liar! Sui shouted angrily and ran upstairs under the puzzled gaze of everyone. Back in her room, Sui threw the paper violently on the ground and then locked the door. She quickly walked to the living room, picked up the teacup on the table, and wanted to smash it. But after thinking for a long time, Sui finally sighed and put the cup down. In the next moment, she seemed to think of something, then suddenly squatted down and pulled out a huge wooden box from under the bed. After opening it, Sui took out a giant colorful lollipop. She raised the lollipop high and was about to smash it down. But after holding it high for a long time, she still tightly grasped it in her hand. After holding the position for almost 2 minutes, Sui tightened her grip and finally took the candy down. After putting it back in the box, she kicked the wooden box forcefully under the bed. You clearly promised me that you wouldn't deceive me anymore. Yet not even 2 days passed and you tricked me again in the name of caring for me. Bei Yu, you liar! I will never trust you again. At this moment, Sui recalled what Bei Yu had said to her a few days ago, and she suddenly found it a bit funny. Sui walked to the living room and sat heavily on the sofa. You say it's for my good. But in reality? Aren't you just afraid I'll hold you back? You always trick me. Bei Yu, you jerk. After scolding, Sui angrily hit the sofa a few times. Once she had vented, she felt something wet on her face. Sui raised her hand to touch it and realized that she had unknowingly started to cry. She frowned and rushed to the bathroom to wash her face. Just as she walked out, there was a knock on the door from the outside. Sister Suhi, are you in there? Chen Doni's childish voice rang out from the door. After responding, Sui opened the door. Seeing Sui, Chen Doni cautiously walked in and quickly pulled out a handful of candies from her pocket, tugging at Sui's clothes. Sui took a deep breath, squatted down, touched her head, and showed her a smile. Doni, don't overthink it. Sister is just a bit angry, it's okay. Sui instinctively shouted loudly. After realizing it, she quickly reached out to touch Chen Dongi's head and softly comforted him.
Dongi, don't be afraid. Just now, your sister was a bit agitated.
The little girl shook her head with a smile.
I know my sister is not happy, it's okay. Chapter 67, You Lied to Me First.
In the brief moment they were talking, there was another knock at the door. Sui sighed, stood up from the ground, and opened the door in front of her.
Outside, Chuemo glanced at Suhi and then walked straight in. She sat down on the sofa in the living room and then looked at Sui, who had followed her in, and said,
Brother Pei told me when he left that when your third game starts, I will take you in.
Hearing her words, Sui frowned. Seeing she didn't speak, Chuemo continued.
Brother Pei asked me to tell you that he might be inside for a longer time this time.
If your game starts before he comes out, I will take you in. If you have any thoughts now, just say it. Sui nodded, sat down on the sofa, and then spoke.
It seems that all of you know Brother Pei will go in with Zhao Kongming, and you all seem to know he lied to me.
Chuemo glanced at Sui lightly and then nodded indifferently. That's right. The fifth game is inherently dangerous. It was a correct choice for Brother Pei to not let you go in.
Hearing her words, a trace of displeasure flashed in Sui's heart. But in the end, she still suppressed her emotions. She turned to Chuemo beside her and said, First, thank you very much for your kindness. Second, I want to tell you, there's no need. Hearing Sui's words, Chuemo's brows furrowed tightly.
What do you mean?
Sui looked at her and continued, What I mean is that I can complete my third game independently, I don't need anyone's help.
Hearing Sui's words, Chuemo's brows tightened even more. But Brother Pei told me to ensure your safety.
Sui smiled at her and then said, Chuemo, I really appreciate your help, but I can't rely on someone to accompany me every time I enter the game.
You can complete it independently, Brother Chen can, and Xiaoyi can too, why can't I?
Hearing Sui's words, Chuemo remained silent for a while and then frowned, saying,
At that time, we each completed 3 games before going in alone.
You have only completed 2 games now, your experience is not enough, and it's too dangerous to go in alone. Sui simply shook her head.
I can't rely on others every time I enter the game to survive, don't worry.
When I go in, I will leave a letter for Pei-yu. So even if I die in the game, it has nothing to do with you.
Hearing her words, Chuemo directly stood up from the sofa. She looked at Sui with displeasure and said, No. Your idea is too dangerous. Protecting you is not only Brother Pei's arrangement but also because we are teammates.
Hearing her words, Sui lowered her head, and after a while, she raised her head again, smiled at Chuemo.
Chuemo, thank you, but...
Before Sui finished speaking, Chuemo interrupted her directly.
Don't say anything, no matter what, I will go in with you.
Hearing her words, Sui sighed helplessly, fell silent for a while, then nodded somewhat helplessly and said,
Okay, Chuemo, thank you.
Hearing her words, Chuemo's brows slowly relaxed. But she still looked at Suhi, seriously saying,
Suhi, the game world is not a joke. If you die in there, you will also die in the real world. So don't be willful.
When your third game starts, you must tell me immediately. Sui smiled at her, and in the end, she still nodded.
Don't worry, I feel you're quite right now. I only have one life, so it's better to be cautious.
Chuemo looked at Suhi for a long time, and after confirming she wasn't lying, said,
Alright, if you have something in the next few days, you can come find me directly. I have something I need to attend to, so I'm leaving now. Hearing his words, Sui nodded.
Seeing her agree, Chuemo lifted his leg and left Sui's room.
At that moment, Shindongi jogged over to Sui. Sister, please don't be mad at Brother Pei, okay?
Brother Pei is just worried about you, the game world is terrifying.
Sister must listen to Sister Chuemo.
Sui smiled and bent down to pick up Shindongi. Alright, I was just too excited before, don't worry, Dongi, I have my own plans.
Hearing her words, Shindongi finally relaxed.
In the following month, Sui's days were quite peaceful. Besides eating and shopping, she spent the rest of her time learning on the computer. Until another half-month passed. These past few days, Sui had been watching from the window every night, looking downstairs. She didn't know what she was expecting, she just hoped to see a figure emerge from the darkness. But after waiting many days, Sui's hopes ultimately fell flat. Until that night, when Sui was about to wash up and sleep, she suddenly had a strange feeling. At this moment, she desperately wanted to leave her room and go out to feel the evening breeze. Sui immediately understood what was happening. She hurriedly grabbed some paper and a pen, wrote a brief note, then opened the door and stepped outside. Thinking of what Chuemo had told her before dinner, Sui stood at her door for a long time, and finally, gritting her teeth, turned and went downstairs. Everyone kept saying she was headstrong, that she should listen to Pei-yu, but Pei-yu had indeed deceived her. And everyone clearly knew he had lied, yet not a single person told her. Though her anger had gradually faded away over the past month, she still couldn't let this matter go.
She knew Peiyu wanted to protect her, but she couldn't always walk forward behind him, nor could she always rely on him for protection, or depend on him every time she entered the game. He wanted to protect her, but in that protection, Sui truly felt a lack of trust. If he really trusted her, he wouldn't leave her behind or lie to her again and again. Sui thought a lot, and finally, with determination, pushed open the glass door of the milk tea shop. She walked forward for a long time, until a mist appeared before her, until the mist cleared and the worn train came back into view. Sui stared blankly at the shabby train in front of her. Every time she had entered with Peiyu, but this time, she was alone. Sui stood in place for a long time, and after regaining her senses, walked onto the train with a determined expression. It was impossible for someone to be with her every time, some paths were destined to be walked alone. Sui pulled back her thoughts and seriously observed the other people on the train. Meanwhile, at the milk tea shop. In the morning, everyone noticed Sui was missing. In an instant, everyone became flustered and began searching for Sui in every corner of the tea shop. But by noon, when Peiyu returned, they still hadn't found Sui. At this point, everyone realized Sui must have entered the game by herself. Peiyu walked in holding a lot of candy, clearly just back from the supermarket. He enthusiastically found everyone and asked where Sui was. Everyone was mumbling, not knowing how to respond. Until Peiyu frowned and opened Sui's room door. Inside, it was empty, very clean and tidy, with only a white piece of paper on the coffee table standing out. Peiyu threw down the candy he was holding, rushed over, and picked up the white paper. Peiyu, I'm leaving first. This time it was my decision alone, don't blame Chumo. You can't always be by my side, and I can't always depend on you. Everyone has their own path to walk, and this time, you were the one who deceived me first. Upon seeing this message, Peiyu's hand tightened, until the letter in his hand was torn in half. The others standing at the door didn't dare to speak, until Peiyu, with a dark face, slowly walked past everyone and exited. After the train roared forward for a while, everything fell into darkness. Until the familiar broadcast sound rang in Sui's ears. Dear passengers, hello. The next stop is Linchi Ancient Town. Please prepare to disembark if you need to get off. As soon as this announcement finished, the train slowly came to a stop. Sui looked at the bustling crowd and slowly walked down with her bag beside her. Chapter 68, Linchi Ancient Town. As soon as Sui stepped down, what greeted her was a very antique ancient city. People were standing in front of an intricately carved stone gate, and the plaque on the gate boldly wrote 3 characters. Linchi Town. While everyone was whispering, an old man, white-haired and leaning on a cane, was slowly walking over from the other end of the street. His clothing was quite strange, neither modern nor like the long robes of ancient times, it looked more like the Republic of China style. The old man had a long silver braid and was dressed in a coarse cloth long robe and jacket. The crowd watched the old man for a few minutes until he finally reached them. Welcome, everyone, to our Linchi town for tourism. I am the village chief. Our Linchi town has a very long history and culture, and in the coming time, I am sure it will bring you a profound experience. After he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in the crowd stood up. May I ask, village chief, how long do we need to stay in Linchi town? Hearing the man's question, the village chief smiled and replied leisurely. Everyone can enjoy 10 days in Linchi town, and after 10 days, our village will send a special car to take you away. After saying this, the village chief's cloudy eyes meaningfully scanned the crowd, then leisurely said, Does anyone have any more questions? Seeing his expression, everyone fell silent. Noticing the silence, the village chief smiled and made a gesture, inviting everyone. Now let me take you to your residence for these 10 days. After saying this, he leaned on his cane and took the lead, walking ahead of the crowd. Sui watched for a long time, and no one moved. She didn't say anything but stepped out from the crowd and followed the old man into the ancient city. Seeing someone take the lead, everyone else slowly followed Sui. Sui followed the village chief, walking straight ahead where there was only one empty alley. On both sides of the alley stood various retro houses. Under those houses, many women and children were standing. Some were washing clothes, and some were preparing dinner. But one thing was certain, when they noticed Sui and the group passing by, they all cast very peculiar glances at them. Those glances were extremely cold, devoid of any emotion, revealing a lot of hostility but also faintly showing a hint of joy. Sui noticed the gazes of the crowd. Her brow involuntarily furrowed. She could clearly sense the unfriendly gazes from those people. The entire village was very strange. It was clearly still daytime, yet the streets were filled with red lanterns. Almost every meter above the street hung a string of bright red lanterns. Even in the daytime, the candles inside the lanterns were lit. And as she passed those lanterns, Sui always smelled a faint fishy odor. This smell was hard to describe, like a mix of eggs and rotten fish, but more like a mixture of grease and decomposing corpses. Amidst these strange gazes and this unpleasant smell, Sui followed the village chief twisting and turning through the alley, finally arriving in front of a large mansion. The mansion seemed to be built of red wood, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall, while everyone stood at the red wooden door waiting for the village chief to knock. Before long, a man dressed in a short coat and wearing a gray hat walked out of the house. The two exchanged a few words, and the man turned his eyes to the crowd. His gaze was curious, full of disgust, but mostly, it was joyful. For some reason, Sui always felt that the looks of these people made her very uncomfortable. The man coldly stared at the crowd for a few minutes, then withdrew his gaze, nodded to the village chief, and opened the large red wooden door. At this moment, the village chief also stepped forward and said slowly, "This is where you will reside from now on, come in with me." Sui nodded and was the first to step inside. The others followed her inside one after another. As soon as she walked in, Sui saw a very spacious courtyard, with trees planted on both sides. Apart from the trees, there was a very large pond, where the lotus flowers bloomed in spectacular colors, making Sui unable to help but take a few more glances. Crossing the courtyard in front of her, the crowd walked over a stone arch bridge and finally arrived in front of an ancient building with 1 room and 2 floors. The village chief did not say much, just led the crowd to push open the door and went in. Once inside, Sui saw some retro furniture, but what caught her most attention was a portrait hanging in the middle of the wall in the main hall. It was a picture of a very beautiful woman. She wore a red wedding dress, and her hair was styled up, but amidst this festive atmosphere, her expression seemed a bit sad. Sui glanced at it and was immediately drawn to the woman in the painting. She stared at the portrait in a daze, unable to pull her eyes away for a moment. In the moment of her distraction, a girl dressed in ancient made attire accidentally bumped into her while carrying a basin of water. Clatter! With a sound, the basin fell to the ground, and the water inside splashed onto Sui's shoes. The huge noise immediately pulled her back to reality, and Sui instinctively took 2 steps back. The village chief, standing in front of everyone, also noticed this side. He furrowed his brow, walked up to the maid, and raised his hand to slap her. "How do you do your job? How dare you splash water on the guests' feet? Do you not want to live anymore?" The girl immediately knelt on the ground, her voice tinged with crying. "I'm sorry. Sorry, village chief. I didn't mean to." Seeing this scene, Sui frowned and hurriedly stepped forward, saying to the village chief, "It's not her fault, I was a bit distracted just now, so please don't make it hard for her, village chief." Hearing Sui's words, the old man glanced at her faintly, then impatiently said to the girl on the ground, "Get lost, don't be an eyesore in front of me." The girl bowed her head and quickly ran away. After the small incident, the village chief shifted his gaze back to the crowd. "Here is the most luxurious guest room of this village. From now on, everyone will stay here, but before assigning rooms, I have a few pieces of advice to give you." Hearing his words, Sui immediately realized he was about to say the rules, so she quickly took out a pen and a notebook from her bag. The village chief then lightly scanned the crowd with his eyes before slowly speaking. 1. Starting today, you can explore this village freely, and you can go anywhere you want, but please don't enter the ancestral hall of Lushi Town. 2. All the villagers in this village are very friendly to the guests, so please do not misunderstand the villagers' intentions and avoid conflicts with them. 3. During the day, you can go to various corners of the village yourself, but at midnight, the doors will be closed. If you have not returned by then, it will be considered as giving up your stay. 4. The pond in Lushi Town is very clean and clear. Please do not pollute the pond. If you see another person's figure in the pond, please believe that it is just your illusion. 5. After midnight, no matter where you see any red, please ignore it, and do not let them realize that you have discovered them. 6. The food provided by this village is absolutely safe. Please do not overthink it. No matter what happens, you must finish the food provided by the village. 7. After midnight, please do not touch anything that can reflect objects. If you disregard this advice, the village will take no responsibility for whatever happens. 8. Apart from the village chief and villagers, everyone you meet cannot be trusted. Remember the village chief's words and do not easily trust strangers. 9. There will be no women in wedding dresses in this village. If you see a woman in a wedding dress, please ignore her and treat it as if nothing happened. 10. No matter when, there will be no changes in this village. If you find that the village suddenly changes, please jump into the water and surface after 3 seconds, returning to land only after everything returns to normal. 11. Please cover the copper mirror in your room with a cloth every night before sleeping. Otherwise, the village will take no responsibility for whatever happens. 12. Everything in this village has 2 sides, so please discern carefully. Chapter 69, Room Assignment. After finishing the rules, the village chief then shifted his gaze to the crowd. The above are the rules you need to follow during your stay. If anyone has any doubts, please raise them now. Hearing the village chief's words, everyone began to think deeply. However, after waiting for a long time, no one spoke up. Just as the village chief was about to speak again, Sui stood up from the crowd. "I would like to ask the village chief, where is the ancestral hall in the village?" As soon as Sui spoke, the audience fell silent.
After a long pause, the village chief gave Suhi a meaningful glance before pointing to his left front and saying,
"The ancestral hall is on the mountain top of Lushi town. If you want to go, just go straight after you leave. It will take about an hour to reach."
Suhi nodded and stopped speaking, returning to the crowd. At that moment, a young man wearing sunglasses smiled faintly as he watched her back. Then, the village chief led everyone upstairs. "There are a total of 15 rooms here. Depending on the number of you, you can choose to live alone or share with others." Hearing his words, Suhi turned her head and glanced around, discovering that there were about 20 to 30 people who entered the game this time. Suhi roughly calculated that, no matter what, there would be a part of the people who had to live together to fit in. At that moment, everyone started to whisper and exchange words. Suhi cast a faint glance at everyone and then walked directly to the village chief, saying, "Please give me a key first, village chief." The village chief glanced at Suhi, then took an iron key from his pocket and handed it to her. After receiving it, Suhi matched it up and then opened the door to the first room on the left. At that moment, everyone who had been discussing suddenly reacted. They all rushed to the village chief, asking him for keys. In just a few seconds, the keys in the village chief's hand were completely snatched away. At this time, most people had gotten their keys, while a few others stood awkwardly to the side. After claiming their rooms, Suhi also walked out, and among the others, there were some who lived with their teammates, while 2 or 3 were left isolated alone. The village chief glanced around at everyone without any response and continued. "This afternoon at 5 o'clock, please gather at the Mufang Pavilion for dinner. Breakfast will be available at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying this, the village chief withdrew his gaze and slowly walked down the stairs with his cane. Seeing that there were no other arrangements, everyone returned to their rooms. On the other side, as soon as Suhi walked into her room and was about to close the door, a pair of large hands suddenly reached in from outside. Suhi's hand, which was about to close the door, froze instantly. She instinctively furrowed her brows and slowly looked up at the person in front of her. Standing before Suhi was a man in his 20s, wearing sunglasses, with a sharp chin that gave off a harsh feeling. "What do you want?" Suhi looked at him and asked blandly. The man smiled a little at Suhi and then casually said, "Little sister, I saw you just asked the village chief where the ancestral hall is, interested in cooperating?" Suhi bluntly replied, "Not interested, please leave, I am going to close the door." After saying this, Suhi pretended to close the door, but the next second, the man pushed both hands into the door gap and forcibly pried it open. Suhi immediately stepped back 2 paces, her brows tightly furrowed, and her tone carried a hint of anger. "Can't you understand human words? I said I'm not interested, please leave my room immediately." The man looked at Suhi with a sneer, then slowly said, "Little sister, it seems you are alone too, and by coincidence, I didn't get a room just now. How about this, we live together, and if any danger arises, I can protect you right away." Suhi gritted her teeth and silently reached into her pocket. "If you can't understand human words, I don't see the need to waste my breath. I'll ask you one more time, will you leave or not?" The man looked at Suhi with disdain, extending one hand to gesture toward her height. "Little sister, don't speak so fiercely, do you want to fight me? I usually don't like to hit women, but if you keep provoking me, then I can't guarantee that." Suhi bit down hard, almost ready to pull out the short dagger from her pocket. As the two were in a stalemate, a rough voice came from the doorway. "Isn't it amusing for a big man to bully a girl? Or do you think this girl is alone and easy to bully?" In an instant, both Suhi and the man in sunglasses looked toward the door. At that moment, a girl dressed in a short t-shirt and tight jeans stood at the entrance. "Suhi? Suhi? Suhi was just thinking about Peiyu. Are you there?" A voice called out to her. Suddenly, she was brought back to reality. She shook her head, focusing her mind again. "Yes, I'm here." She turned and saw Zhao Xiaolan looking at her with curiosity. "What happened? You seemed lost in thought." Suhi smiled faintly. "Just thinking of someone." Zhao Xiaolan raised an eyebrow. "A friend?" Suhi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, a friend." Zhao Xiaolan could sense there was more to it, but decided not to pry. Instead, she changed the topic. "So, what do you like to do for fun?" Suhi thought for a moment. "I enjoy gaming, mostly." Zhao Xiaolan's face lit up. "Me too. What's your favorite game?" "I like adventure games the most. They are exciting." "Nice. We should team up sometime." Suhi nodded, feeling a sense of camaraderie growing. "That sounds fun." The atmosphere between them felt lighter, and both girls started laughing. "By the way, do you want to go for a walk later?" Zhao Xiaolan asked, her smile bright. "Sure. I'd love that." They both felt an unexpected bond forming between them. It's nice to have someone to talk to.
Yeah, it really is. As they chatted, Sui felt a warmth filling her heart. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Life is good, she thought to herself. And with that, the two girls began to plan their little adventure together. Suddenly, the voice of Zhao Xiaolan came to her ears. Ah. I'm here, what's wrong? Sui blinked and came back to her senses. Zhao Xiaolan smiled shyly at her and then said, It's nothing much, I just noticed you spaced out for a moment, and I wanted to ask, what are your plans next? Sui nodded but suddenly thought of the lotus flowers she had just seen in the pond. It's still early, I want to wander around here. Do you want to join me? Zhao Xiaolan almost instinctively nodded without thinking. Of course. I was worried about what to do next. Sui smiled at her but didn't say anything more. The two of them walked to the lotus pond in the middle of the courtyard. Sui walked around the pond's edge, her gaze fixed on the lotus flowers. These lotus flowers bloomed magnificently and looked very full. Among lotus flowers, they were considered top quality, appearing well cared for. After looking around, Sui bent down and squatted by the pond. She scooped a handful of water from the pond and brought it close to her nose to smell. A faint, unpleasant odor suddenly rushed into her nostrils. Sui subconsciously frowned and tossed the water back into the pond. Here, the flowers bloomed beautifully, but the water had a faint green tint, making it seem murky. It was hard to see what was at the bottom of the pond. As Sui squatted there, lost in thought, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly came up behind her and squatted down as well. Did you discover something? Sui didn't look at her but shifted her gaze to the center of the pond. It's strange here, the lotus flowers bloom so brilliantly, and there are plenty of water plants, but one thing is very odd. Zhao Xiaolan didn't perceive any unusualness at all. What's strange? Sui looked at her and said lightly, logically speaking, with such beautiful lotus flowers, the soil here should be very fertile. Fertile land with water should have living creatures, yet I just looked around, and aside from the lotus and a few scattered grass, there are no living creatures here. Upon hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan leaned close to the lotus pond and began to observe carefully. After half a minute, she turned her head back, shocked, and said to Sui, You're right. There really are no living creatures in here. Sui nodded at her and stood up. She began to ponder something with her head down. Sui remained silent for a while, not speaking again. After about 5 minutes, she finally turned and started walking forward. Let's go, let's check the house first. When Zhao Xiaolan heard Sui's voice, she promptly stood up from the pond's edge and jogged to catch up. Sui walked straight toward the courtyard where everyone lived. When she reached the hall, she slowly approached the painting of a woman in a red wedding gown. The woman in the painting sat in a wooden chair, she was very beautiful, and the long red wedding gown she wore was quite vintage. The strangest point was that the red veil, which should have covered her head, now quietly lay at the woman's feet. Sui slowly leaned closer to the painting and began to observe it carefully. When her gaze fell on the red wedding gown the woman was wearing, it suddenly stopped. The color on the wedding gown was very bright, unlike ordinary paint, and compared to cinnabar, it was not as vivid. If one had to compare it, it looked like blood. This guess suddenly popped up in her mind, startling Sui herself. She instinctively took 2 steps back, squinting her eyes to observe the painting in front of her. After scrutinizing it for a while, Sui suddenly discovered that the wedding gown the woman wore seemed to have just been painted. At this moment, it appeared to be glistening faintly with moisture. At the end, Sui's gaze traveled upward, finally landing on the woman's ankle. The woman's delicate little feet were wearing a pair of beautiful embroidered red cloth shoes, and if observed closely, one could see half of her white, tender ankle exposed. Sui took 2 steps forward and suddenly noticed a very faint chain mark on the woman's exposed ankle. The chain seemed ethereal, if not scrutinized carefully, it would be completely invisible. At the sight of the chain, Sui frowned even deeper, slowly raising her gaze along the woman's leg. Finally, when she saw the woman's face, Sui froze on the spot. Originally, the woman's brows were slightly furrowed, and the corners of her mouth were turned down, giving her a somewhat sorrowful appearance. But now, the corners of her mouth had curved up, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness. Sui was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly stepped back several paces. At that moment, she wanted to look away, but she found her eyes fixed on the paper, unable to struggle even a little. Slowly, she watched in horror as the smile on the woman's face became increasingly apparent. Until her bright red lips stretched wide, extending to behind her ears. Sui widened her eyes, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. In the next second, a bright red tongue emerged from that gaping mouth, getting closer to her face, almost touching Sui. Just as she was about to faint from fear, she felt a sharp slap on her shoulder. Sui couldn't help shivering and fell backward. Behind her, Zhao Xiaolan was startled by Sui's reaction and quickly caught her. Sui, what's wrong? Zhao Xiaolan looked at her with concern. Sui took a moment to collect herself before slowly standing up from the ground. She took a deep breath and said, What did you see me doing when you came in just now?
Zhao Xiaolan was a bit puzzled but replied honestly, when I came in, I saw you smiling foolishly at this painting.
I thought you had some new discovery, so I came to ask you.
But I asked for a long time, and you ignored me. Hearing her words, Sui couldn't help but shiver, a chilling wind suddenly rushing from her feet to her heart. Sui turned her gaze back to the hallway, hurrying forward while telling Zhao Xiaolan behind her, don't stay here, let's go upstairs. Seeing her so flustered, Zhao Xiaolan felt curious but didn't dare to ask further and quickly followed behind Sui. The two soon returned to the room. After closing the door, Sui turned to Zhao Xiaolan with a serious expression.
From now on, if there's nothing important, never touch that painting. There's something wrong with it, and absolutely don't look at the woman's face in the painting.
Seeing Sui's serious demeanor, Zhao Xiaolan instantly understood and quickly agreed. After saying this, Sui sat down next to a round wooden table, pouring a bowl of cool water and drinking it in one go. For some reason, ever since entering this game, she had an uncomfortable sense of insecurity in her heart. Peiyu almost drove the car at top speed, heading straight to Zhao Kongming's territory. He directly bypassed the two people at the entrance who were about to stop him and charged right in. At that moment, Zhao Kongming had just returned from the game, and upon seeing Peiyu, he looked stunned for a moment. Once he registered who it was, he hurriedly walked a few steps towards Peiyu, wearing an eager expression, saying, "Oh, Lao Pei, what wind has blown you here?"
But I must clarify first. In the game, I truly didn't take any items, and didn't you see? I didn't even touch any items.
Peiyu's brows tightened together, directly and impatiently interrupting him.
You don't have the ability to hide things right under my nose. I'm here to ask you for a favor today.
Zhao Kongming looked at Peiyu with some confusion and said,
Old Pei, you actually have something to ask of me? I'm quite curious about what you want me to help you with.
Peiyu, however, spoke directly.
Do you have any way for me to enter someone else's game right now?
After hearing Peiyu's words, Zhao Kongming was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook his head firmly.
Old Pei, how could you ask such a silly question? Don't you know better than anyone? To enter someone else's game, you must have the owner personally take you in, otherwise, there's no way.
Hearing Zhao Kongming's words, Peiyu's fists clenched tightly.
Is there really no way?
Zhao Kongming also frowned and looked at him seriously, assuring. I wouldn't dare to lie to you.
And you know this rule better than anyone.
Peiyu tightly gripped his fists, no longer saying anything, and turned to walk away.
Chapter 71 Strange Dinner.
He and Zhao Xiaolan subsequently checked around the yard again, but found nothing.
By this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
While the two were exploring the yard, the old village chief, leaning on a cane, walked in tremblingly from outside the yard. After entering the yard, he gave the two a brief glance and then shouted toward the house in front of him.
Dear guests, dinner is now ready. After 6 o'clock, the food will be taken back, so please come with me now.
Upon hearing his voice, the people who had been in the house all rushed out. He and the other followed the crowd in line behind the old man. The village chief looked at everyone and then, leaning on his cane, slowly walked forward. The crowd slowly followed behind him. About 20 minutes later, after passing through a maze of alleys, the village chief brought everyone to a very large pavilion. The pavilion was made of redwood, looking somewhat aged, and it did not differ much from an ordinary pavilion, the only difference being that it was 4 to 5 times larger than an ordinary one. Surrounding the hall were many long tables, which were placed together to form a long banquet over 5 meters long, while the other 3 sides of the pavilion were also surrounded by long tables, forming a trapezoid shape. After inviting everyone to sit down, the village chief clapped his hands into the air.
The next second, over 20 villagers came over carrying wooden trays.
They handed each person a wooden tray, and after the villagers set it down, so he could finally see what was inside. Inside were some simple foods, a bowl of rice, a dish, a soup, and a plate of greasy meat. As soon as she saw the meat, Sui frowned tightly. In her moment of distraction, many men, women, and children suddenly surged in from somewhere. These men, women, and children were all dressed in coarse linen clothes, and they all rushed into the pavilion and sat down in rows around the outer tables.
At this moment, Sui noticed that even before the crowd arrived, those outer tables were already filled with food.
Sui turned her head and squinted to look. At first glance, those villagers seemed no different from them. But after observing carefully for a while, Sui suddenly noticed some oddities. The villagers all wore an expression of numbness, more precisely, they were expressionless. Her eyes were vacant. It was as if they were following a task, only lighting up when they passed in front of the players. That kind of gaze made Sui feel chills down her spine. From the current situation, the villagers had completely surrounded the players in the middle. When they looked up at the players, they were basically looking at a feast in front of them. In their eyes was greed, but even more so was a kind of hope. At this moment, Sui noticed that the meals among the villagers were all green vegetables, even the staple food was different from what everyone else had. The food in their bowls looked like millet, and the dishes in front of them were almost devoid of any oil.
Strangely enough, those villagers were almost all pale and thin.
They seemed very weak, as if a gust of wind could blow them down. As Sui was lost in thought, the village chief suddenly thumped his walking stick down heavily.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Everyone in the pavilion immediately fell silent, looking up at him in unison.
The village chief hunched over, his cloudy eyes scanned the crowd faintly, and then he slowly said, "Everyone is here, we can start eating now."
As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers at the edge almost simultaneously picked up the chopsticks from the table. Their movements were so synchronized that it made Sui feel a chill run down her spine. Just as the village chief was about to walk over to the outer table to sit, Sui suddenly spoke up.
"Wait a minute, village chief."
The old man immediately stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Sui with a faint gaze.
Sui stared back at him and said calmly, "I just want to ask the village chief, where did that painting of the woman hanging on the first floor of our residence come from?"
Upon hearing Sui's words, the village chief's eyes widened in shock.
Sui keenly caught the fear on his face. However, that fear lasted only a second. The next moment, the village chief adjusted his emotions and replied,
"A few years ago, a painter passed through our village and had a meal here. Since he had no money to pay, he painted a picture to cover the meal." Hearing his words, Sui wanted to say more, but a man's voice interrupted her.
"Hey! You're not scared by a painting, are you?"
Some people are clearly as timid as a mouse but still put on a front to keep others at bay. At that voice, Sui tightly furrowed her brows. Following the sound, she saw a man wearing sunglasses not far away from her. The man also noticed Sui's gaze and smiled provocatively at her. Sui casually glanced at him and then looked back at the village chief who was about to leave. "Village chief, I have another question." Upon hearing Sui's words, the village chief, who was almost at the long table, forcibly stopped and turned to look at her. Sui smiled slightly and said, "I would like to ask the village chief, who was the model for that painting?" Hearing her words, the village chief instinctively frowned, but after a moment, he returned to his expressionless face and said lightly, "This painting was created by a painter who was not acquainted with our village. He didn't inform us of who the woman in the painting is, so I don't know either." After saying that, he turned his head and quickly walked to the main seat at the side of the long table. Seeing that she wouldn't get any more results by asking, Sui also withdrew her gaze and looked at the building in front of her. Everything in this village gave Sui a sense of inexplicable fear. At this moment, seeing the food in front of her, Sui had no appetite at all, only feeling a wave of nausea instinctively. But in the end, Sui still held back her nausea and forced herself to swallow the food in front of her. After dinner, the village chief instructed everyone to return home.
Gizmo led the villagers and took the lead in leaving.
Sui originally planned to go with Zhao Xiaolan to the town streets. But just as the two of them were walking forward, the man wearing sunglasses blocked their way again.
"Humph. I thought you were so powerful. Is just a broken painting enough to scare you like this? Now I'm giving you another chance. As long as you listen to me, I promise you can stay safe here."
Sui took a step back, then looked at him faintly, her voice without any warmth.
"Please move aside."
Instead of leaving when Sui backed off, the man became even more aggressive. He took a few steps forward and pretended to grab Sui's shoulder. Just as his hand was about to reach her, Zhao Xiaolan, who was next to Sui, grabbed his hand.
With a snap,
a loud sound echoed, and the man suddenly screamed in pain.
"Ah!"
By the time Sui reacted, she saw the man hunched over, holding his left hand and crying out in pain. Zhao Xiaolan stepped forward from beside Sui, looking down at him from above.
"You're a grown man. Why do you always have to bully a little girl? This is your last warning.
If you keep bothering her, it won't just be a misstep anymore." At this moment, the man raised his head and shot a vicious look at Sui. Seeing his gaze, Sui suddenly smiled. The next second, she swiftly pulled out a short dagger from her pocket and slowly walked toward the man. When the man saw the knife in Sui's hand, he clutched his injured hand and quickly retreated 2 steps.
"What do you want to do? What do you want to do?"
"I tell you, killing someone here will bring retribution." Sui raised the dagger in her hand, coldly staring at him.
"This is the last time I give you face. If you bother me again, I'll kill you with this knife."
The man originally wanted to curse again, but when he lifted his head and saw Sui's eyes, he immediately swallowed all the words he was about to say. At this moment, Sui's eyes were cold, and her gaze was like looking at a dead person. Seeing the man shrink back 2 steps, Sui sheathed the dagger and pulled Zhao Xiaolan aside.
"Let's go, don't waste time. Let's go see the street first." Chapter 72, Embroidered Shoes.
Sui and Zhao Xiaolan slowly walked through the small path of the town under the light of red lanterns. At this point, it was completely dark, and besides the red glow from the town, the entire world was in darkness. But this was the only red light in the world, which made it even more eerie. Originally, the two were walking carefully, but the next second, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly let out a shrill scream.
Ah! Suhi was startled by the sudden scream and shivered. What happened? She quickly turned around, looking at Zhao Xiaolan with great concern. Zhao Xiaolan's face appeared somewhat eerie under the red light, but Suhi suppressed the intense discomfort she felt. Zhao Xiaolan swallowed, pointing to a fork in the road to their left. Just now there was a woman there. Suhi cautiously followed the direction she pointed to, but all she saw was the red glow on the ground and red lanterns swaying in the air. She reached out and patted Zhao Xiaolan's shoulder, trying to comfort her. I think you must have seen things. Zhao Xiaolan's lips trembled for a moment. She wanted to say something more, but Suhi frowned and looked at her seriously. She then said, You just saw things, don't be afraid. Zhao Xiaolan swallowed and nodded hurriedly. No, I just saw things. Suhi nodded at her reassuringly, continuing to pull her forward. Suhi, do you smell something very strange? Originally, both of them were walking forward nervously, when Zhao Xiaolan suddenly trembled and said this. Suhi followed her words and carefully sniffed, then said. It seems like there is a faint smell of burning paper in the air. Zhao Xiaolan quickly nodded, and soon her voice trembled a little. That's right, it's the smell of burning paper. But this isn't ordinary paper, it seems to be burning ghost money. Hearing Zhao Xiaolan's words, Suhi immediately stopped in her tracks. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew lightly past them. In the next second, all the red lanterns above their heads began to shake. No matter how strong Suhi's mind was, she couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the gentle breeze gradually grew stronger, blowing small stones on the ground that hit Suhi's face painfully. She gritted her teeth and then grabbed Zhao Xiaolan's hand tightly. Run, let's go back. After saying that, Suhi held Zhao Xiaolan's hand and ran desperately forward. The wind was really strong, making Suhi squint her eyes, and she could barely see what was in front of her. She dragged Zhao Xiaolan forward at full speed for a long time, but still didn't see the exit they had come through. We've been running for so long, but we still haven't gotten out. Isn't that a bit strange? Suhi furrowed her brows tightly and instinctively turned her head to ask. However, the next second, she froze in place and couldn't help but scream. Ah. The person she was holding onto was no longer Zhao Xiaolan, instead, it was an old woman with a wrinkled face, hunchbacked, and white hair, holding a bamboo basket in one hand, looking at Suhi with a smile in her cloudy eyes. At that moment, the red light from the lanterns cast upon her face, adding a hauntingly dead feeling. Suhi abruptly let go of her hand and staggered back 2 steps. Who are you? Where is my friend? When did you grab my hand? In the face of Suhi's questions, the old woman continued to look at her with a smile. Just as the two of them were frozen for a few seconds, the old woman suddenly chuckled softly and slowly squatted down. It's time, we need to burn paper for Xiaolu. Suhi frowned as she saw her, wanting to remind her that it was too windy and that lighting a fire was dangerous. However, the next second an unexpected event occurred. The old woman took out a stack of paper money from the bamboo basket and then pulled out a match from her pocket, igniting the paper money in front of her. In the next second, the previously raging wind on the street suddenly calmed down. All the changes happened in just a second, leaving Suhi momentarily unable to react. She stood there dumbfounded, staring at the old woman in disbelief. Xiaolu, don't blame your mother anymore. She had no choice back then. You should rest in peace down there. Saying this, the old woman mechanically took out the paper money from the basket, numbly burning it one by one in front of Suhi. Suhi swallowed, gathering her courage and taking a few steps forward. Old lady, hello, may I ask where this place is? Hearing Suhi's words, the old woman's movements of burning the paper immediately stopped, and she looked up, smiling at Suhi, then said gently. This is Lu Shi Town. Looking at your outfit, you must be from out of town, right? Suhi nodded, seeing that she seemed relatively normal, and then asked. Just now, I think I heard you mention Xiaolu? Who is Xiaolu? Upon hearing Suhi's question, the smile on the old woman's face froze suddenly. The next second, the stack of paper money in her hand fell with a thud. It fell onto the fire in front. The fire that had been roaring slowly began to emit a thick smoke, and then it was completely extinguished. Xiaolu. Xiaolu. I am sorry, my child. Rest in peace. I am sorry. Suhi looked at the suddenly mad old woman in front of her, a moment of shock rendering her speechless. Old lady, what's wrong with you? As soon as Suhi spoke, she regretted it, but it was too late. At the moment she heard Suhi's voice, the old woman suddenly lifted her head and stared intensely at Suhi. Suhi was startled by her gaze, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Xiaolu. Xiaolu. Have you forgiven your mother? You have forgiven me, right? The old woman suddenly shouted, then kicked the basket in front of her and rushed towards Suhi desperately. Suhi immediately widened her eyes, her mind still processing as her legs instinctively ran backward. Xiao Lu. Don't run. Look at mother.
Mother really knows she's wrong.
Will you forgive me?
Sui shouted in despair, stop chasing.
I am not your daughter.
But the old woman seemed to not hear, chasing Suhi with nearly reckless abandon and even gaining speed. Seeing the old woman getting closer and closer, Sui bit her teeth and suddenly thought of something, halting her steps. Just as the old woman was about to grab Sui's wrist, Sui dashed right under her arm. The old woman didn't expect such a move, momentarily stunned in place. Taking advantage of the old woman's daze, Sui quickly dashed a few steps to the overturned basket. At this point, the old woman had regained her senses and turned sharply, rushing back towards Sui. Sui had already picked up the basket from the ground, quickly grabbing several pieces of paper money and using the fire stick on the ground to light them.
Xiao Lu, what are you doing? No, Xiao Lu. Stop. No. I am not Xiao Lu.
The old woman tried to rush forward to grab it, but it was too late. The flames quickly covered all the paper money, until a wisp of blue smoke rose and a strong wind picked up in the town.
No. Don't. Ah.
Accompanied by a piercing scream, the old woman's figure slowly became transparent until she completely vanished before Suhi. Suhi was blown by the strong wind, making it hard to open her eyes, and when everything settled down, she finally saw her surroundings clearly.
Get away. I am not Xiao Lu. You madwoman, let go of me. Suhi. Where are you?
Just as she opened her eyes, the first thing Suhi saw was Zhao Xiaolan flailing her arms in the air. She rubbed her forehead and took a few steps to Zhao Xiaolan, grabbing her and shaking her vigorously.
Zhao Xiaolan. Wake up. It's fake. Wake up.
Sui called her for a long time without any response, ultimately helplessly coaxing, go light the paper money. Zhao Xiaolan froze for a moment, then slowly began to move. Sui waited over 10 minutes before Zhao Xiaolan finally opened her eyes.
Suhi? Is it really you? Suhi nodded, yes, you're finally awake.
In the next second, Zhao Xiaolan hugged Sui tightly, then sobbed and recounted everything she had experienced. Sui comforted her for a while before sharing her own experiences.
So you also ran for a long time with that old woman?
Sui nodded, raising her hand to look at the watch on her wrist. It was already 10 o'clock. Sui quickly raised her hand to stop Zhao Xiaolan's chatter.
Let's go.
This isn't the time to discuss this, let's head back to the lodging first. Now realizing the time was late, Zhao Xiaolan nodded immediately.
Sui didn't say anything more.
She pulled her and started running back. Half an hour later, the two finally returned, panting, to the courtyard where everyone lived. After returning to the room, Sui let out a heavy sigh of relief.
We are finally back.
Seeing Suhi's relieved expression, Zhao Xiaolan curiously asked.
Suhi, what time is Zishur?
Sui answered almost instinctively without thinking.
It's probably between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Why do you ask?
Zhao Xiaolan scratched her head a bit awkwardly.
I thought of Rule 3, but I don't know when Zishur is.
Suhi nodded in understanding.
No wonder you weren't in a hurry just now.
Zhao Xiaolan smiled shyly.
Yeah, thanks to you, I wouldn't even know how I'd die tonight.
Sui originally just smiled, but suddenly, she thought of something, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Seeing that Sui suddenly seemed off, Zhao Xiaolan cautiously tugged at her sleeve.
Suhi, what's wrong?
Sui suddenly stood up from the chair.
Something bad is going to happen. Quickly tell the others the exact time of Zishur.
Zhao Xiaolan was momentarily confused.
Huh? Why?
Sui stared at her and replied, if I hadn't just told you the exact time of Zishur, when do you think it would be?
Zhao Xiaolan said directly, midnight, why? As soon as Zhao Xiaolan finished, she froze in place. It's over. Someone is going to die tonight.
Seeing that she finally understood her meaning, Sui stopped talking nonsense and directly stood up from the chair, walking out while saying,
hurry. It's almost 11 p.m.
If we don't inform the others before 11 p.m., it's over. Zhao Xiaolan followed her, anxious, but somewhat confused about Sui's words.
Suhi, I know you have a good heart, but even if someone really dies tonight, it doesn't seem that serious, right?
Sui said as she walked forward, if it's just the two of us left tonight, how long do you think we can survive? Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly understood. There are still many people now, so the bizarre entities have many choices for killing, so the chance of us being the unlucky ones isn't high, but if there are only two people left. Zhao Xiaolan shivered and immediately quickened her pace.
I understand. I'm with you.
In the next second, she and Sui pushed open the door of the house. As they were about to go out, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. When they saw what was in front of them, both gasped in shock. At the door of their room lay a pair of red embroidered shoes. Under the glow of the red lanterns, the originally red embroidered shoes looked even more seductive, as if they had been soaked in blood.
Zhao Xiaolan swallowed hard and took a step back. Su-He, what time is it now?
Su-He furrowed her brows tightly. Then she raised her hand to check the watch on her wrist.
11 o'clock. In the next second, she suddenly took a step back and yelled. There's no time. Quickly close the door. Zhao Xiaolan immediately reacted, and then she fiercely pulled the wooden door, kicking it hard. With a loud bang, the wooden door was slammed shut again.
Su-He grabbed Zhao Xiaolan's hand and walked towards the bed while saying,
Remember. We didn't see anything just now. No matter what you see later, just pretend you didn't see it. Do you understand?
Hearing Su-He's words, Zhao Xiaolan blankly nodded. The two of them hurried to the bed and almost simultaneously lay down. In an instant, everything around fell silent. Su-He lay on the bed, only able to hear the sound of her own pounding heartbeat. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when Su-He thought they were safe, her gaze suddenly caught sight of a copper mirror placed on the table by the window. Su-He immediately widened her eyes, her heart missing a beat. Rule 11, before sleeping, everyone must wrap the mirror with a cloth, otherwise, whatever happens, this village will take no responsibility. This sentence echoed in Su-He's mind, overwhelming her thoughts. Her eyes were fixed on that mirror, a huge struggle taking place in her heart. No one knew what would happen if she stood up now, and no one knew what would happen if they didn't follow Rule 11. Just as Su-He was in her struggle, the mirror suddenly moved. Accompanied by creepy sounds, a pair of blood-red hands stretched out from the copper mirror. Su-He instantly widened her eyes and almost jumped up from her bed in an instant. If I don't do something now, no one knows what will crawl out of the mirror. This thought suddenly appeared in Su-He's mind, and she hesitated no longer, quickly getting out of bed barefoot. Zhao Xiaolan, lying inside, also sensed Su-He's unusual behavior. She slowly turned her head, cautiously following Su-He's action forward, until finally, her eyes widened in shock. Seeing the hand stretching out from the mirror, Zhao Xiaolan was almost about to scream the next second. At this moment, Su-He also noticed her abnormal reaction and slowly turned her head, making a shushing gesture towards Zhao Xiaolan. Zhao Xiaolan's eyes were wide open, her teeth clenched tight. Seeing her stop moving, Su-He breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head back to look at that hand. Su-He slowly walked to the table, gently picking up the cloth that lay on it. After taking the cloth, she closed her eyes and approached the mirror. Feeling it was about time, Su-He immediately raised the cloth in her hand, ready to cover it. In the next second, a chill like ice suddenly coursed through her wrist. Su-He froze in place, every part of her body trembling uncontrollably. She bit her tongue to keep from screaming.
What do you want to do?
A cold voice suddenly emanated from the mirror. Su-He gritted her teeth, directly ignoring the voice.
What do you want to do? That voice asked again.
Before Su-He could respond, the hand in the mirror elongated further. Su-He focused her mind, her brain racing quickly. The next second, her gaze slowly moved to the other hand. That hand wore a beautiful blood-red bracelet on its wrist. Su-He's panic instantly faded, and she extended that hand toward the mirror. In the next second, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through Su-He's room. The moment the hand touched the bracelet, a lot of black gas erupted. Su-He immediately smelled a foul, rotten odor, and that hand quickly retracted. Seeing this, Su-He decisively covered the mirror with the cloth in her hand. After doing all this, Su-He wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and took shaky steps back to the bed. Zhao Xiaolan said nothing, carefully helping Su-He back to bed before lying down herself. Not long after, as they lay down, Su-He heard screams from other rooms. She closed her eyes and sighed, knowing that the others that night might be doomed. The screams rang throughout the night, and Su-He slept unsteadily amidst the heart-wrenching cries. The next morning, Su-He was awakened by a series of gasps. After a quick tidy-up with Zhao Xiaolan, they left the room together. Chapter 74, Murder. As soon as Su-He and the others ran out, they heard a gasp of cold air. What happened? How could so many people die yesterday?
Yeah. Everything was fine last night.
How did it end up like this today? Searching for the source of the sound, Su-He and the others passed by one room after another. There were more than 10 rooms in total, and 5 people had died last night. Among these rooms, 3 were occupied by single residents, while one had 2 people living inside. The victims met tragic ends. Some were found with hands gripping their own necks, choking themselves to death, while others bled from their noses and mouths without explanation. The more Su-He looked, the heavier her heart became. This was now the 3rd game, and those who survived here were not ordinary characters. The ones who had died last night did so because they failed to cover the mirrors. While Su-He was lost in these complicated thoughts, a sudden scream rang out from the yard.
Ah! Everyone come look over here. A dead person.
Hearing this, Su-He's brows tightly knitted together.
She grabbed Zhao Xiaolan beside her and turned to run outside. Before long, they arrived in the courtyard. In front of them lay a corpse on the ground, its face twisted in horror. The dead man seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, his complexion already turned a shade of blue-purple. The man's death was very strange. His left hand was clenched tightly around his own neck while his right hand was stretched out in a claw-like fashion, as if trying to grasp something. Looking at the scene before her, Sui frowned and took 2 steps closer. After observing for a while, Sui finally concluded that the man must have returned after 11 p.m. last night, unable to reach his room, and thus died here. Although she did not fully understand what had killed him, she could basically confirm that Rule 3 was absolutely correct. At this moment, everyone in the room had rushed out, observing the surroundings, feeling lucky to have survived last night while also discussing the person lying on the ground with some regret. Just as everyone was caught up in their discussions, a heavy sound of a cane suddenly pierced through the crowd's noisy chatter. Thud! 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 This sound was very loud, as if the person with the cane wanted to poke a hole straight into the ground. The murmuring crowd instantly fell silent. In just a few minutes, a frail old man with white hair appeared at the entrance of the yard. He leaned on his cane and slowly walked up to the group. As he passed the corpse lying on the ground, the old man merely glanced at it nonchalantly before withdrawing his gaze and stepping over the body. "It's getting late, please join me for breakfast." After a few seconds, some people began to walk out of the crowd, leisurely following the village head. Just as Sui reached the entrance, she suddenly saw several strong villagers emerge from somewhere. Their movements were quick. Just as Sui turned around, she saw them lifting a body and leaving. There were 2 large gates in the players' shared yard, a front gate and a side gate leading to the back. Those villagers exited from the side gate, completely bypassing the players. Sui watched their movements intently until their figures vanished from her sight. A strange feeling surged within Sui. Whether from the initial testing game or the current one, whenever the eerie presence moved the bodies away, it surely meant nothing good. Recalling the meat she ate yesterday, Sui covered her mouth, instinctively wanting to vomit. She bit her tongue hard to suppress the nausea rising from deep within. After walking for more than 20 minutes, everyone returned to the pavilion from yesterday. Just like yesterday, a group of players sat in the middle while the other villagers sat around the edges. Even their meals were the same as yesterday's. The difference between what the players and villagers ate was like heaven and earth. When the food was served, Sui squinted her eyes tightly, staring at the meal in front of her. After a few minutes, she finally withdrew her gaze, turning to look at the villagers' meals. Under what circumstances would the host allow guests to eat better than themselves? Even demanding guests to finish all their food. The next moment, a terrifying thought suddenly surged into Sui's mind. She took a deep breath twice, barely managing to calm her emotions. Zhao Xiaolan noticed her unease and reached out to pat Sui on the shoulder. "What's wrong with you?" Sui shook her head at her, then forced out an unpleasant smile. "I'm fine, just eat." Seeing that Sui was unwilling to speak, Zhao Xiaolan stopped asking and began to eat her meal instead. After a long inner struggle, Sui finally pushed all those bloody and disgusting images deep down in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her meal. No matter what, she had to follow the rules now, even though everyone knew that there would always be traps hidden among the rules, but until it became clear which one was the trap, it was best to act according to the rules. Having thought this through, Sui swallowed down the food in front of her in a few bites. After breakfast, everyone dispersed. Some returned to their homes looking for clues, while others wandered aimlessly through the streets. Even though Suhi and Zhao Xiaolan encountered that strange old man on the street yesterday, after thinking for a while, the two decided to go back to the streets to take another look. It was still morning, but the sunlight made it very uncomfortable. The two had not walked far before a thin layer of sweat formed on their foreheads. "Suhi, don't you think these villagers are crazy? It's broad daylight, and the streets are filled with lanterns. Now it's such a hot day, it's like we are being roasted on fire." Zhao Xiaolan wiped the sweat from her face and couldn't help but complain. Hearing her words, Sui also wiped the sweat from her face and instinctively nodded. She was pondering the meaning of these lanterns when suddenly she bumped into someone. Realizing she had collided with someone, Sui quickly took 2 steps back, and then anxiously looked down. Before her was a middle-aged woman dressed in coarse linen, with her hair tied up, who had fallen to the ground after being bumped by Sui. The woman's basket contained some green vegetables and eggs. Almost as soon as the basket hit the ground, all the eggs shattered, and the vegetables tumbled onto the street. Seeing the disaster on the ground, Sui felt a twinge of guilt and squatted down to help the woman pick up the relatively intact vegetables. Zhao Xiaolan quickly reacted and hurried over to help. "I'm so sorry, ma'am. I was lost in thought and didn't see where I was going." As Sui picked up the vegetables and apologized, the middle-aged woman simply glared at her fiercely but did not say a word. However, Sui felt a chill run down her back under the woman's glare, and her hands momentarily stopped moving. When she finally came to her senses, the woman had already gotten up from the ground. Not having a good head is one thing. Still blind. The woman mumbled, turning to leave.
Hearing her words, Zhao Xiaolan immediately felt displeased. She instinctively wanted to stop the woman, but Suhi reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist.
Don't say anything, think about rule 2.
Suhi reminded her calmly. Zhao Xiaolan immediately understood, she snorted coldly, and angrily shook off her hand. Seeing the woman about to leave, Suhi hurriedly called out to her.
Aunt, wait a moment.
However, the woman still didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, and continued to walk ahead. Suhi felt anxious and quickly stepped in front of her, blocking her path.
Excuse me, Aunt, I have no other intentions, just want to ask if you know a girl named Xiaolu in this town?
Upon hearing Suhi's words, the woman, who had been very impatient, immediately changed her expression. She widened her eyes, her face filled with fear, and finally swallowed hard, her voice trembling a little.
What do you know about Xiaolu?
Suhi narrowed her eyes and looked at her.
So can you tell me who Xiaolu really is?
The woman stared with wide eyes, stepping back 2 paces.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
She yelled at Suhi, and then tried to rush past her. But Suhi immediately sensed her intention and grabbed her wrist again.
Aunt, I have no other intentions, I just want to ask, who in this town has a daughter named Xiaolu?
The woman started to struggle desperately.
Let go of me. Let go. There is no one named Xiaolu in our town. There's no Xiaolu. You need to let go.
Her voice was filled with trembling urgency, as if she was trying to escape from something. Suhi remained in a standoff with her for nearly 2 minutes but still got nothing. In the end, when she realized she couldn't get any answers, she decided to change her approach and look directly at the woman.
Aunt, I've always been curious about one thing, since you all only eat vegetarian food, why do you serve us meat dishes?
Hearing Suhi's words, the woman, who was still struggling, immediately stopped.
She glanced lightly at Suhi, and then smiled. Because you are guests. So of course, we must treat you well.
Upon hearing this, Suhi's eyes narrowed slightly. If Aunt doesn't tell the truth, then I have no choice but to search for Xiaolu. Now she could see that the woman in front of her was afraid of Xiaolu.
So Suhi decided to press the issue, using Xiaolu to push the woman into telling the truth.
But upon hearing Suhi's words, the woman suddenly struggled even more fiercely. She reached out with her other hand and forcefully pried Suhi's fingers apart.
Get away. Move aside. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. After breaking free, the woman's thin figure quickly disappeared from view. Seeing that
In the end, she gritted her teeth and followed Suhi. After walking for about 10 more minutes, they finally arrived at the intersection where they had met the old man burning paper yesterday. Suhi quickly walked to the place where the old man had burned the paper yesterday, and then squatted down. She carefully observed the ground, but found not a trace of any flames burn.
It seems that last night was indeed just an illusion.
As Suhi was feeling a bit regretful, she lowered her brow and eyes. Just as she was about to stand up and move forward, she suddenly saw a very tiny burnt mark in front of her. That mark was about the size of a fingernail, and if one didn't look closely, it wouldn't be seen at all. Upon seeing that mark, Suhi's eyes immediately lit up. She slowly approached the mark until a small line of text appeared before her.
Take a candle to the ancestral hall.
The line of text almost vanished in an instant. The moment Suhi saw it clearly, it was gone within the blink of an eye. By the time she wanted to look at it again, the burnt mark had suddenly disappeared. Suhi sighed, then stood up from the ground. It seems this is the hidden rule in this game for her. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolan also came over, curiously looking at her. I saw you looking carefully just now. Did you discover something? Suhi thought for a while, and finally just shook her head lightly.
No, let's go ahead and take a look.
Seeing she wouldn't say more, Zhao Xiaolan didn't ask further, nodded, and continued walking forward with Suhi. Peiyu said that you cannot tell others your hidden rules, or else those who know can take your life at any time, Suhi thought. The two walked a little further until suddenly in front of a house, they saw a woman washing clothes. The woman looked to be in her 30s, her hair still black. But her face had a few wrinkles, and her figure was extremely weak, almost as if she would fall with a gust of wind. The instant Suhi saw the woman, she squinted her eyes.
For some reason, everyone in this village looked very thin, including the village head and the children.
Although she was very puzzled, Suhi didn't think too much about it, but quickly walked up to stand in front of the woman.
Hello, I would like to ask if there's a resident nearby with white hair?
She might have been dead for many years. Since the woman was very agitated when Suhi mentioned Xiaolu earlier, Suhi simply changed her question to a more tactful one this time. Sure enough, the moment the woman heard Suhi, she immediately stopped her actions. She looked up and gave Suhi a cold glance, waiting a few seconds before saying slowly. 5 years ago, an old lady lived to the west of the town, not far from here, but she died 3 years ago. Hearing her words, Suhi smiled, then narrowed her eyes.
Then, what about her daughter? Upon hearing Soo-hee, the woman's impatience instantly disappeared. In the next second, she suddenly raised her head and stared fiercely at Soo-hee, yet her whole body trembled slightly. What do you want? Soo-hee looked at her and said calmly, I just want to ask, where is that old lady's daughter now? The woman glared at Soo-hee fiercely, then immediately shifted her gaze away, refusing to speak again. Seeing her like this, Soo-hee smiled slightly, then said leisurely. In that case, I can only go find Xiao. Before she could finish her sentence, the woman suddenly threw the clothes she was holding into the basin. Water splashed everywhere, and Soo-hee pulled Zhao Xiaolan back a step. In the next second, the woman quickly stood up from her chair, glaring fiercely at Soo-hee. Her daughter is dead. She died a long time ago. If you're so curious, you can go down and ask her yourself. Hearing her curses, Soo-hee remained utterly calm, her expression showing no signs of change. On the contrary, Zhao Xiaolan beside her had a flushed face, seemingly greatly angered. Noticing her unusualness, Soo-hee raised her hand and patted her shoulder, lightly saying, Rule 2. Zhao Xiaolan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger boiling inside her. Seeing that the thing she wanted had been asked, Soo-hee did not intend to communicate further with the woman in front of her. She directly ignored the woman's curses and pulled Zhao Xiaolan to turn and leave. The two of them traveled west until they reached the place the woman had mentioned. After rummaging through a cluster of houses, Soo-hee's gaze landed on a somewhat old-looking building. It was a solitary house, looking as if it might collapse at any second, built from wood. It appeared quite vintage. However, this house seemed to have weathered many storms, looking somewhat out of place compared to the others. Soo-hee said nothing more and directly pulled Zhao Xiaolan toward it. Although she knew this house might have been uninhabited for many years, Soo-hee still raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. After waiting for about 5 minutes, there was no response. Soo-hee did not hesitate and directly pushed open the door to the house. As soon as she stepped in, a wave of dust hit Soo-hee's nostrils. She instinctively sneezed twice and then covered her mouth with her hand. The decor in the house was very old, the tables and chairs already showing signs of decay, with a dampness inexplicably permeating the air. Nearly all the furniture had some mold on it. The house was not big, only having one living room and 2 rooms. After casually rummaging in the living room for a while, Soo-hee shifted her gaze towards the 2 rooms at the back. She first stepped toward the room on the left. The room was small, fitting only a wooden bed and a table. After searching inside for a while, Soo-hee finally found a photograph on the table. The photo had already begun to yellow, with a bit of green mold even growing on the corners. It depicted 4 people, a couple in their 20s, with the man holding a boy of about 7 or 8 in his arms, while a slightly older girl stood by the woman's feet. 3 of them smiled, but only the girl's face showed indifference. Chapter 76, The Photograph. Soo-hee. I find this a bit strange. Hearing Zhao Xiaolan's words, Soo-hee turned her head, looking at her with some confusion. Look at this photo, the little girl clearly isn't much older than the boy, yet she's standing on the ground, while the boy in the photo seems far better off in both dress and demeanor than the girl. After hearing her words, Soo-hee nodded. That's right, but we can't conclude anything just from this photo, let's go check the next room. Zhao Xiaolan nodded and together with Soo-hee walked to the next room. The wooden door creaked open, releasing a dampness mixed with a musty smell into their nostrils. Once the smell dissipated, they stepped inside. This room was noticeably larger than the one next door, the most striking feature being a very large wooden bed against the inner wall. The wooden bed looked aged, both the bedding and the bed frame showing strands of green mold. Soo-hee stepped in, glancing casually before her attention was drawn to a makeshift bed in the corner. It was called makeshift because it was merely a few tattered clothes laid on the ground, if not for a pillow placed right in front of them. Soo-hee could not see that it was just a mat on the floor. She took 2 steps forward, then squatted in front of the mat. After rummaging around casually, Soo-hee found a somewhat worn piece of paper under the pillow. Why? On the paper, there was only one line written in bright red ink, and after carefully looking it over again, Soo-hee found no other clues. Oh. I understand what happened now. The old woman was burning paper yesterday while constantly murmuring that she was sorry to Xiao Lu, so Xiao Lu must be her daughter. From the current situation, there should be 4 people in this family, a couple, a boy, and a girl. It's a pity that the old woman did not treat her daughter well. This situation seems to be called preference for sons over daughters. Having a preference for sons from a young age surely won't lead to good outcomes when she grows up, so later on, her daughter must have died in an accident, which is why she suddenly felt guilty. Hearing Zhao Xiaolan's reasoning, Soo-hee stood up from the floor. She looked at Zhao Xiaolan and shook her head, saying calmly, Do you think someone who has favored sons over daughters from the very beginning would suddenly change her attitude? Zhao Xiaolan pondered for a few minutes before replying. It's possible that after her daughter died in an accident, she suddenly remembered what she had done before. So she felt more and more guilty towards her daughter. Soo-hee wanted to say something else, but a strange sound suddenly came from under the bed. He he he. You are so smart. How about you tell me first how I died?
In an instant, both of them froze in place.
Creak. Creak.
A sound of nails scratching would suddenly reach their ears, as if something was trying to crawl out from under the bed.
Speak. Why aren't you talking anymore? Keep going.
At this moment, Sui finally reacted. She grabbed Zhao Xiaolan beside her and pulled her out.
Creak. Creak. Creak.
Just as the two were about to rush to the door, the sharp voice once again reached their ears, as if that thing was about to catch up to them at any moment. Sui gritted her teeth, kicked the wooden door in front of her open, and then pulled Zhao Xiaolan out. After going outside, Sui suddenly turned her head and slammed the door shut. Accompanied by a loud bang, Sui was stunned in place. Because just now, she had seen the face of that thing. A chill shot from her palm to her heart, and after swallowing, she didn't dare to move again. The woman's face often appeared in Sui's dreams because that face was the same as the woman who hung in the main hall where everyone lived. The splendid wedding dress she was wearing suddenly transformed into a tattered dress, loosely hanging on her body, and even her hair was dirty, with her face covered in mud. Sui merely glanced at her, and the terrifying image of the woman deeply took root in her heart.
Sui. Sui, what's wrong with you?
In the next moment, Sui suddenly snapped back to reality. She took a deep breath and shook her head at Zhao Xiaolan in front of her.
I'm fine, just a moment of distraction. Zhao Xiaolan looked at her with admiration in her eyes. You really are amazing. You can still get distracted in such an environment.
Hearing her words, Sui felt a little embarrassed and cleared her throat twice.
Cough. This isn't the time to discuss that, let's go back first.
Thinking about the scare they had just encountered, Zhao Xiaolan nodded without any hesitation.
Sui, do you think I was right just now? Listening to that voice earlier, it seemed like she wanted to hear me talk more.
Hearing her words, Sui helplessly rubbed her forehead.
You seem quite reluctant, how about you go back and talk to her about your thoughts?
Upon hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan's head immediately shook from side to side like a rattledrum.
No, no. I'm afraid if she gets unhappy, she'll kill me. Hearing her words, Sui couldn't help but laugh. So why did that old woman say she was sorry to her daughter yesterday? Zhao Xiaolan asked, confused.
Hearing her, Sui's eyes suddenly turned icy.
Now I can probably confirm two things. First, she doesn't treat her daughter well.
Second, it seems she later did something to wrong her daughter.
That's true, but we still don't know what exactly happened later.
Upon hearing this, Sui stopped in her tracks and began to think seriously. Half an hour later, she finally said to Zhao Xiaolan,
I still want to go to that intersection tonight.
Only those involved know what really happened.
Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock. Sui, are you crazy?
That place almost took our lives yesterday. In response, Sui only smiled faintly.
What if the critical clue was with that old lady? If we miss the key clue just because of fear, then even if we survive, we won't be able to leave.
Hearing her, Zhao Xiaolan frowned tightly. After a long hesitation, she finally said softly.
I'm sorry. Sui, but I'm really a little scared. Sui looked at her and smiled faintly, then said. If you're afraid, then you should go back first. But remember to cover the mirror, so I'll have some help when I return.
Immediately, Zhao Xiaolan nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Sui.
Okay. Sui, thank you.
Don't worry, after I go back, I'll look for clues nearby.
If I find anything new, I will definitely let you know right away.
Sui nodded at her. After they parted, Sui wandered casually around the town, and not long after, she discovered an issue she had overlooked. It seemed there were no young girls in this village. There were quite a few middle-aged women, and she saw several with graying hair, but among these people, Sui did not see a single younger girl. Even children around 7 or 8 years old were hardly seen. Sui noticed only 2 or 3 little girls during her stroll in the town. Moreover, those girls looked gaunt and malnourished, and when Sui cast her gaze at them, their eyes were filled only with fear.
This village seemed to hold some unknown secrets.
Carrying her doubts, Sui walked back to the alley from yesterday. The lanterns overhead were still brightly lit, and the sky was slowly darkening. When it was completely dark, Sui took a step forward and slowly walked into the alley before her.
Tap. Tap. Tap.
In the quiet alley, only the sound of Sui's footsteps remained. The red lantern light stretched her shadow long, and Sui walked back and forth for over 10 circles until a thin mist began to rise before her. Soon, a barely noticeable breeze began to blow. The lanterns above started to sway, and the gentle breeze turned into a strong wind, making Sui squint her eyes.
But in the night, Sui faintly smiled. Chapter 77, The Past. Xiaolu, can you forgive your mother?
Mother knows her mistake, it's mother who is sorry for you.
Can you let go of mother?
As the wild wind gradually calmed, a bonfire appeared in front of Soo-hee. An elderly woman with graying hair knelt by the fire pile, numbly lighting the paper money in her hands.
Xiao Lu. Mother still remembers you when you were little, you were so obedient back then. How did you change now?
As the old woman placed paper money into the fire bowl, she muttered to herself. Soo-hee stared at her intensely and slowly walked over.
Xiao Lu, back then, I was also left with no choice. It's been so many years, you should have calmed down by now, right? Just let me go.
Upon hearing the footsteps, the old woman suddenly stopped her rambling, then raised her head and fixed her gaze directly on Soo-hee.
Old lady, you.
Before Soo-hee could finish, the old woman suddenly widened her eyes, and then with a quick motion, she stood up from the ground. She looked at Soo-hee with great excitement, tears streaming down her face.
Xiao Lu. You finally want to come back to see your mother. You have forgiven me, right? You don't hate me anymore, do you?
Soo-hee furrowed her brow, but the next moment, she suppressed her discomfort and forced a smile.
Yes, I have forgiven you.
Upon hearing Soo-hee's words, the old woman's eyes widened even more. Just when Soo-hee thought her eyes were about to pop out, the old woman suddenly shouted.
Xiao Lu. My Xiao Lu.
In the next instant, blood tears started flowing from the old woman's eyes, her whole eyeballs turned crimson, shocking Soo-hee greatly. Suppressing the fear inside her, Soo-hee managed to smile a bit stiffly.
I have forgiven you. But you have to tell me what really happened back then. Why did you treat me like that?
Upon hearing Soo-hee's words, the old woman, who was still shouting loudly, instantly quieted down. She lifted her sleeve and casually wiped the blood tears off her face, then slowly sank down to the ground.
Back then,
she murmured, before finally unable to hold back and started sobbing.
Back then, the village chief chose you to be the sacrifice.
Although your mother didn't want to at all, the village chief said if you didn't go, your brother would die. Hearing her words, an intense disgust surged up in Soo-hee. So you pushed me out to save your son?
Soo-hee said calmly.
Upon hearing Soo-hee's words, the old woman suddenly stood up from the ground. She rushed toward Soo-hee, walking over while loudly explaining.
No. That's not true. Xiao Lu, please listen to your mother. There was really no other way. Now your father and brother are dead because of you. Please let your mother go, okay? Please let me go?
Soo-hee quickly took a few steps back.
You are already dead.
After she said that faintly, she directly bypassed the old woman and rushed to the basket ahead. As the old woman charged over, Soo-hee ignited the paper money in front of her. In the next second, a fierce wind blew, and the paper money disappeared, replaced by a red lantern above her head. Soo-hee returned to that fork in the road once again. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and took a deep breath.
Thank goodness. I'm finally out.
Oh? So you were talking to yourself at this fork, did you get some kind of clue? A smiling male voice suddenly sounded from behind Soo-hee. Soo-hee's movements immediately froze, and the next second, her eyes narrowed slightly before she turned around.
It's you. Standing not far from Soo-hee was the man with sunglasses from the first day.
Seeing that Soo-hee recognized him, he took off his sunglasses and walked toward her.
No need to be so distant. You can just call me by my name, I'm Lin Yu.
Soo-hee quickly backed up 2 steps cautiously.
Lin Yu, right? It's been a long time, and I've said what I needed to say to you. Why are you still haunting me?
Seeing her so wary, Lin Yu also stopped in his tracks. He whistled at Soo-hee and pushed the sunglasses to his forehead.
How can you be so distant, little sister? I just want to make a friend with you. After all, you're so cute. If someone else sets their eyes on you, it wouldn't be good.
Hearing his words, Soo-hee narrowed her eyes.
I'm not your friend, nor will I ever be. If there's nothing else, could you please move aside?
Hearing Soo-hee's words, Lin Yufei not only didn't move, but instead took 2 steps closer. Little sister, why do you speak so harshly?
You've provoked me time and again, and now you haven't even apologized?
At this moment, Soo-hee's disgust for him reached its peak.
Apologize? Do you think you're worthy of one?
You've provoked me repeatedly, and I haven't even settled scores with you.
Yet, you have the nerve to ask me for an apology?
Hearing Soo-hee's words, Lin Yu's face darkened completely. He stopped pretending and stepped forward, grabbing Soo-hee's wrist with one forceful move. Still so good at cursing. If it weren't for the fact that you look just right to my taste, I would have killed you long ago.
You better be sensible now, it's just the 2 of us here. Do you still think that manly woman will come to save you?
Soo-hee's fist clenched tightly, and she instinctively struggled against Lin Yu's hold, but after a while, she couldn't break free. The anger inside her could no longer be contained, and Soo-hee directly glared at the man in front of her, cursing him loudly.
You better clean up your mouth. If I tell Zhao Xiaolan about how you insulted her, she'll definitely beat you to death. Lin Yu not only wasn't scared, but instead leaned closer to Su He and blew a breath in her ear. Sho, little sister, you must have forgotten. It's just the two of us here. If you die here tonight, how do you plan to report it to her? Hearing his words, Sui's eyes instantly widened. A cold feeling slowly spread from her back to the rest of her body. The power difference between men and women is already huge, and now, with no one else around, there's no way to ask for help. If this man really wants to kill me, I have no chance of resisting. Sui swallowed, and the struggle in her body slowly weakened. No, this isn't the time for arguing. The most important thing now is to survive. Thinking of this, Sui calmed down. She raised her head, gave a small smile to the man in front of her, and said, Lin Yu, you must have forgotten the rules in the game. You think killing me will keep you safe? Don't forget, if you kill me with your own hands, not long from now, I'll come back as a vengeful ghost to find you. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Yu smiled, then reached out to touch her cheek. So, I'm not planning to kill you. I plan to have my way with you first. After saying this, his hand moved down her cheek and seemed about to strip her clothes. Su-hee immediately froze in place. She had never experienced something like this before in her life. After realizing what was happening, she immediately raised her leg and stomped hard on Zhao Yu's foot. With a muffled grunt, Zhao Yu let go of Su-hee. Su-hee seized the opportunity and quickly ran forward. But just after running a few steps, she heard Zhao Yu's voice behind her. Little slut, stop right there. Do you think you can run away? It's still a 20-minute walk to the house. I guarantee I'll catch you before you reach it. Sui ignored his threat and kept running for her life. But just a few minutes later, she felt the person behind her getting closer and closer. Sui gritted her teeth, feeling a bit of pain in her heart. I can't shake him off. Why can't I shake him off? Su-hee's emotions were complex. The next second, she tripped and fell to the ground. As she was about to get up, her hair was suddenly grabbed from behind. Immediately, Zhao Yu pulled her hair and roughly yanked her up from the ground. He looked at Su-hee and narrowed his eyes. The tone was full of malice. Run. Why aren't you running? Go ahead and run. Sui gritted her teeth and stared at him with burning eyes. Smack. With a loud slap, Zhao Yu raised his hand and struck Sui across the face. Sui froze in place, her body rigid. Before she could react, the man in front of her started violently ripping at her clothes. Chapter 78, Either you die or I live. Just as Lin Yu was about to tear Sui's clothes off, she finally snapped back from her panic. In the next second, she suddenly lifted her foot and stomped hard on Lin Yu's foot. Ah! With a scream, Lin Yu instinctively loosened his grip on Su-hee. Sui quickly took 2 steps back, then raised her leg and viciously kicked between Lin Yu's legs. Aya! A scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, rang out in the quiet night, sharp and clear. At that moment, Lin Yu had lost all ability to move, clutching his groin in agony, kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Sui pulled a short dagger from her pocket. You little slut, you dare to kick me. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? His face was twisted in pain, but his voice was still full of threat. Sui stared straight at him, then gripped the dagger tightly, taking slow, deliberate steps toward Lin Yu. In that case, I'll kill you before you get the chance to kill me. Before Lin Yu could react, Sui charged at him, raising the knife and stabbing it directly into his arm. Before Lin Yu could scream, Sui yanked the dagger out and plunged it into his other arm. This time, Lin Yu finally reacted. Clutching his groin, he bent over and staggered several steps backward. You little bitch. You really want to die, don't you? Do you believe I'll? You're about to die. Before he could finish, Sui interrupted him coldly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu quickly looked up at her. At that moment, Sui stood under the red lantern, holding a blood-stained dagger. The red glow cast over her face, making her look like a demon risen from hell. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately shut his mouth. Sui wiped the blood off her face and looked up, staring at him indifferently. Today, either you die or I live. So you must die. At this point, Lin Yu was indeed afraid. He bent down and took 2 steps back, his voice much softer. Su-hee, calm down. You know, killing someone here will bring retaliation. So you can't kill me. Sui stared at him, her eyes calm and emotionless. Today, either I kill you or you kill me. So I choose to send you on your way first. With that, she gripped the dagger tightly and drove it straight toward Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu's eyes widened, and he turned to run. But after only a few steps, his panic caused him to trip and fall to the ground. Before long, Sui was already in front of him. Seeing the dagger about to pierce his body, Lin Yu desperately grabbed the blade. Blood dripped steadily from Lin Yu's hand onto the ground.
The pain twisted his face into a grimace.
Soo-hee, calm down. I was wrong, okay? We're not related. I won't hurt you, just don't hurt me.
Lin Yu gritted his teeth, thinking that all he wanted was to sleep with the girl in front of him, but he never expected her to have a knife. Now, he found himself in a passive, helpless situation.
Soo-hee tilted her head and looked at him. Oh. Not going to happen.
With that, Soo-hee increased the pressure on the dagger, as if she was about to kill him in the next second.
Lin Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, using every bit of strength left in his body, gripping that dagger tightly.
But before 2 minutes had passed, he was defeated. First, because both of his arms were injured, and second, because what he was holding was a bare blade. The piercing pain was enough to make him lose his mind.
The next second, swish. The dagger stabbed straight into Lin Yu's thigh. Aha!
Another wave of heart-tearing, lung-splitting screams burst out. Soo-hee suddenly yanked the dagger out, and blood instantly poured from Lin Yu's thigh, dyeing half of Soo-hee's face red. Soo-hee numbly wiped the blood from her face, the fear in her heart suddenly taken over by a strange emotion. At this moment, there was only one thought in her heart: to kill the filthy man in front of her. The next second, she raised the dagger in her hand, aiming at Lin Yu's heart.
No! Don't! Soo-hee, I was wrong. Soo-hee, I wronged you. I'm low. I'm an animal. Let me go, please? If you kill me, you will get retribution too.
At this moment, Soo-hee only felt herself unusually clear-headed. She had only one thought: to kill the man in front of her. Just as the blade was about to pierce into Lin Yu's heart, a sudden scream interrupted Soo-hee.
Soo-hee!
Soo-hee immediately came back to her senses. She blinked, and turned her head to look at the other end of the alley. Lin Yu also took this chance to panic and crawl forward on the ground. Zhao Xiaolan rushed to Soo-hee in a few steps, grabbed her hand, and began to look her up and down.
What happened? How did it become like this?
Before Soo-hee spoke, her eyes glanced at Lin Yu lying on the roadside.
Was it this animal who bullied you? Zhao Xiaolan asked through gritted teeth.
Soo-hee nodded slightly, her face still without much expression.
He wanted to bully me.
Before Soo-hee finished, Zhao Xiaolan clenched her fist and rushed to Lin Yu in a few steps. The next second, in Lin Yu's shocked eyes, she directly lifted him from the ground, and then, left punch, right punch, violently beating the man in front of her.
Aha! Immediately, the whole alley echoed with Lin Yu's miserable screams.
After about more than 10 minutes of beating, Lin Yu's head had already swollen like a pig's head. If she hit again, he would die soon. Just when Zhao Xiaolan wanted to give him a few more punches, Soo-hee hurriedly grabbed her hand.
Don't hit, if you keep hitting, he will die.
Hearing Soo-hee's words,
Zhao Xiaolan finally dropped her hand in burning anger.
She narrowed her eyes at Lin Yu in front of her, then spat directly onto his face.
Damn thing!
I've warned you again and again not to provoke this girl, but you just don't listen. You're lucky this is in the game, otherwise you wouldn't live past tonight. After speaking, she lifted her leg and kicked Lin Yu hard again. Lin Yu was already half dead from the beating. He instinctively wanted to open his mouth to speak, but when the words reached his lips, they became muffled sounds. His lips were swollen high, unable to even speak normally. Just as Soo-hee and Zhao Xiaolan were about to leave, Soo-hee stopped at the end of the alley. She turned her head, looked at Lin Yu lying on the ground, and said faintly, I will not let you live. After speaking, she and Zhao Xiaolan disappeared into the night together. After returning to the room, Zhao Xiaolan grew angrier the more she thought. She still wanted to go out and beat Lin Yu to death. In the end, it was Soo-hee who raised her hand to stop her. Don't be impulsive. If it wasn't for you stopping me today, I would have been dragged down by that scum. Hearing Soo-hee's words, Zhao Xiaolan patted her back with heartache. I'm sorry, Soo-hee, I shouldn't have left you alone. If I hadn't gone out to look for you when you didn't come back for so long tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing her words, Soo-hee only numbly nodded slightly. The voice still held no emotion.
It's okay, you rest. It's almost midnight.
Zhao Xiaolan looked at her with some worry. After comforting Soo-hee for a while, Soo-hee still had a numb expression on her face.
In the end, under Soo-hee's insistence, Zhao Xiaolan was the first to lie down on the bed.
But Soo-hee walked into the main hall and washed her face. With a blank expression, she washed her face, then dried the water from her face, and stood up from the ground. Just as she was about to walk back, a sudden chill came from her wrist. Soo-hee looked down and saw the blood bracelet on her wrist. In an instant, she froze in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. When she finally reacted, Soo-hee felt a sudden chill on her face. She lifted her hand to touch it and felt her hand was damp.
She had actually cried?
At that moment, it seemed that all the fear, grievance, and anger that Soo-hee had just suppressed exploded out. She curled up on the ground, big tears streaming down from her eyes. Yet despite this, Soo-hee still did not make a sound. She cried on the ground for a while, then wiped her face and stood up. Lin Yu, I will not spare you. Under the bright red light, Suhi said lightly.
Chapter 79, The Ancestral Hall.
The next morning, as the village chief appeared in the yard, all the players gradually came out of the house.
In the crowd, Suhi immediately spotted Linyu, who was wrapped in bandages all over.
Even though he had been beaten nearly to death yesterday, he still stubbornly crawled back from the entrance. At this moment, only his eyes were exposed, and he could barely walk with the support of 2 crutches. Upon noticing Suhi's gaze, he suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Suhi. His pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at Suhi, making her furrow her brows. In his eyes, Suhi sensed resentment, anger, and, perhaps a trace of barely noticeable fear. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolan, who was beside Suhi, also sensed the atmosphere between the two. She suddenly turned her head and stared fixedly at Linyu. Feeling Zhao Xiaolan's gaze, Linyu immediately shivered and quickly avoided her sight. As usual, everyone followed the village chief to the familiar pavilion. The same food, the same villagers, everything remained unchanged. After breakfast, Zhao Xiaolan and Suhi wandered around the street for a while. The villagers seemed to intentionally avoid them, and upon noticing the two's gazes, they just turned their heads and glared at them. Although their rejection left Suhi confused, after strolling around the street a couple of times, she still found some clues. Just as she had thought, there were almost no younger girls in this village. What remained were elderly women with gray hair, or middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s, or those 5 or 6-year-old skinny little girls. So, where had all the young girls in this village gone? After sharing her discovery with Zhao Xiaolan pondered for a moment, then furrowed her brows and said, "Then what do you think? Is there a possibility that all the younger girls in the village have gotten married, so you don't see any young girls in this village?" Hearing her guess, Suhi shook her head. "This guess is unlikely. It's impossible that all young girls in the village got married at the same time. There would at least be 1 or 2 left. But here, I haven't seen a single younger girl, not even those children." Suhi paused for a long while and stopped speaking. However, Zhao Xiaolan continued her words. "Even those children don't look appealing at all.
Even can say it is deformed."
Suhi looked up at her.
Zhao Xiaolan sighed and then said, "Oh. How strange. I wonder when we can go out."
Suhi smiled at her and then changed the topic.
"Alright, let's not talk about that. Let's stroll around, this town is big. We haven't explored 2/3 of it yet." Zhao Xiaolan nodded, and the two walked together into the intricate alleys.
They continued walking in the opposite direction of their entrance to the village. They walked for a very long time until the houses in front of them became sparse, and finally, it turned into a wasteland.
Looking at the empty land ahead, Zhao Xiaolan hesitated. "Suhi, should we continue forward?"
Suhi thought for a moment and firmly nodded. "There is no rule saying we can't leave, let's go, there is still a path ahead, let's take a look." Zhao Xiaolan nodded, steeling her courage to walk forward with Suhi. Their ears were filled with the cawing of crows, and the grass and trees gradually thinned out until it became wasteland in front of them. Everything in front slowly became blurry, and Suhi then realized that unknowingly a thin mist had risen before them.
"Suhi, I'm a little scared,"
Zhao Xiaolan said tremulously. Suhi patted her back and held her hand.
"Don't be afraid, let's keep going and see."
The two bravely walked forward for another 10 minutes. Until the mist began to thin, small mounds appeared before them. Those mounds were about half a meter high, arranged in a rolling manner on an empty plot of land, looking neat and orderly, as if they were deliberately piled up. Looking at the small mounds in front of her, Zhao Xiaolan's fear vanished. She took a few steps forward, casually squatted in front of one mound, and reached out to grab the mud in front of her.
"Suhi, do these look like little volcanoes? They're all connected, it's so amazing."
Before Suhi could respond, she reached out and grabbed another handful of mud from those little mounds.
In the next second, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly touched something very hard.
She immediately stopped, spreading out the mud in her hand. What caught her eye was a very small bone, which didn't seem to belong to any animal. Zhao Xiaolan immediately stopped all movements, swallowed, and trembled a bit.
Suhi, something seems off here." Suhi nodded, looking relatively calm. "Yes, it seems, this is a graveyard." Hearing her words, Zhao Xiaolan quickly took 2 steps back. "Isn't this a bit strange? If it's a graveyard, why are there no tombstones? And they're so close together, how can any normal family have graves this close? Even a couple's grave wouldn't be this close."
After hearing her words, Suhi just smiled.
"This indeed isn't a proper graveyard, it seems, this is a mass grave."
Upon hearing Suhi's words, Zhao Xiaolan froze in place.
Mass grave?" she stubbornly asked again. Suhi nodded, "This really is a mass grave. Only a mass grave would have graves this close, and there must be not less than 100 people buried here, which normal family buries so many good people?"
After hearing Suhi's words, Zhao Xiaolan's face began to take on a strange expression.
In the next second, she plopped down onto her knees. Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. I didn't mean to dig up your graves. I didn't intentionally disturb you. If I've disturbed you, please don't hold it against me, please don't. Seeing her like this, Sui smiled and covered her forehead. Once she finished laughing, she stepped forward and helped her up from the ground. All right, stop bowing. You just dug what you needed to, saying these things now seems useless. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan was on the verge of tears. They won't come to trouble me tonight, will they? Sui looked at her with a hint of amusement. Don't forget, this is a game world, the strange won't let you off just because you bow your head a couple of times. But don't worry, as long as you follow the rules, everything will be fine. Hearing her words, Zhao Xiaolan wore a gloomy face, her fear only growing stronger inside. Although I know you are trying to comfort me, your words seem to make me even more afraid. Sui was suddenly at a loss for words and simply stopped talking. She took a few steps forward to observe the mounds of earth around her. Among these mounds, some had fresher soil that looked recently buried, while others were already growing green grass on top. After Sui bent down and inspected for a while, Zhao Xiaolan slowly stood up from the ground. She cautiously followed Sui, and after observing several mounds, she puzzledly spoke up. Sui, if there is an ancestral hall in this village, why are the dead still buried in a mass grave? It's said that in ancient times, executed criminals or wrongdoers were buried in mass graves, but surely there can't be so many sinners in one town? Hearing her question, Sui merely smiled faintly. In real life, there are rich merchants and poor people, there must be high and low status people here too. Those worshipped in the ancestral hall must be the elite of the town, while we don't know who lies buried here. After all, there wasn't even a tombstone here, nobody knew whether the remains were male or female. Sui continued to observe the gravesite for a long time, but Zhao Xiaolan suddenly ran a couple of steps forward. Before long, her figure vanished from Sui's sight. Sui felt a bit worried and was just about to get up and search when she suddenly heard Zhao Xiaolan's excited voice. Sui! Come quick! There's a new discovery here. Upon hearing her voice, Sui felt relieved and immediately responded, running towards Zhao Xiaolan's direction. A few minutes later, Sui reached the center of the mass grave and saw a huge black pit. The pit was about 10 meters wide, both in width and depth. The strangest part was the charred marks inside. Sui, what do you think this place is? Why is there such a big pit here? And it looks like it has been burned. Sui didn't answer, instead, she bent down to inspect around the large pit. There were traces of burning all around the pit, as if a huge fire had swept through here. After observing for a while, Sui's gaze fell to the bottom of the pit. I'm going down to take a look, you wait for me up here. Let me know if anything happens. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiaolan instinctively wanted to protest. But before she could speak, Sui jumped directly down. The pit was about 5 meters deep. After Sui jumped in, she almost twisted her ankle and staggered a few steps to steady herself. Sui! Are you okay? From above, Zhao Xiaolan's anxious voice came through. Sui replied softly and began inspecting her surroundings. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, with black ashes from burned wood still lying there, and even the surrounding walls of the pit were dark. Sui walked a few steps inside but felt the ground beneath her feet was very soft, so much so that her shoes nearly sank in. She frowned, crouched down, and began to dig at the ground with her hands. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After digging down more than 30 centimeters, all she still saw was black wood ash. Sui looked at her hands, sighed, and finally stopped digging. She walked a bit further in, but suddenly noticed a piece of red cloth on the ground. That red cloth was very eye-catching in this environment, and as soon as Sui saw it, her heart leaped with joy. She picked up the red cloth and observed it carefully. The red cloth was palm-sized, surrounded by burn marks, looking as if it had just been blown out from a fire pile. Sui observed it for a while, then turned the red cloth over. In the next moment, Sui immediately leaned in closer. On the back of the red cloth, there was a message. Save me. Sui froze for a moment, then slowly raised her head to look at the surrounding darkness. There was no one here, and a breath of death lingered. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if it were a dead land. She looked up at the cave entrance again. Clearly only 5 meters away, Sui felt in an instant that she would never get out. A huge panic began to spread in her heart until she heard Zhao Xiaolan's voice. Sui! Sui, how are you? Can you come up? In an instant, Sui snapped back to reality. She quickly lifted her head and shouted, I will come up right away. After saying that, Sui took a few steps to the cave wall and planned to climb up. But just after struggling to climb up 2 steps, she stumbled and fell heavily to the bottom of the pit. Sui instinctively looked up at the top of the pit. A wave of despair suddenly surged in her heart. She suddenly had a feeling that she would be buried here and would never get out. Sui! Sui, how are you? Can you come up? Zhao Xiaolan's voice pulled Sui back to her thoughts again.
She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake those thoughts from her mind.
It's a bit slippery, can you look around for any vines or something? Otherwise, I might not be able to climb up.
Hearing her words, Zhao Xiaolan immediately responded, then Sui heard a rush of footsteps. The light from the top of the pit shone down, Sui gritted her teeth, stood up again, and began to climb up. This time, she climbed relatively steadily. In just a few minutes, she reached the middle part. Just as Sui intended to continue climbing up, a sudden tugging sensation came from behind her. In the next moment, Sui fell down again without warning. With a loud bang, she fell heavily at the bottom of the pit. Thinking of the tugging sensation just now, Sui instantly felt chills run down her spine. At this moment, she was the only one around, and the bottom of the pit was just some burned grass and wood ashes, so what was it that had just pulled her? She swallowed hard and stiffly turned her head to take a look. What met her eyes was still a charred patch of grass and wood. Everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. Sui took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in her heart, and stood up again. Just as she was about to climb up, a layer of fog suddenly rose at the bottom of the pit. The fog in front of her made it impossible for Sui to see what lay ahead. She froze in place, unsure of what to do. Light the fire. Set the fire for me. Don't let her out. As this voice rang in Sui's ears, the fog in front of her suddenly dispersed. She looked up in shock towards the top of the pit, and what she saw were familiar faces. At the forefront was the village chief, his gaze coldly fixed on Sui, as if he were looking at a dead person. Surrounding the entrance of the cave were densely packed villagers, nearly blocking all the light, making the bottom of the pit appear even darker. Sui momentarily did not respond. She took 2 steps forward to see more clearly. But just as she stepped forward, her foot suddenly tripped over something, and then she fell flat on the ground. When she struggled to get up and look down, she found that her feet were already covered in branches and dry grass. Xinshaolu, you have been chosen by the gods to be the new bride. Only by offering you to the gods can Liuxi town have good weather. Your parents have already agreed to this marriage. Why are you struggling here? Hearing the village chief's words, Sui froze in place for a moment. Before she could react, she instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to argue. But just as the words were about to come out, Sui uncontrollably said something completely unexpected. Village chief, I beg you. Let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything. I can make money. I can wash clothes and cook. Please, village chief. The village chief coldly glanced at Sui, his face showing no expression. This marriage has already been agreed upon by your parents. Today, you will marry whether you want to or not. He said, then took the torch from a villager standing by. Seeing this, Sui's eyes immediately widened. She knelt down on the ground and cried out with all her might. Village chief, I beg you. I know my parents sold me to you for 20 taels of silver. Just let me go. Don't say 20 taels, even 30, 50, or 100 taels will do. Please, let me go. I don't want to die. Please, I beg you. The village chief looked at her indifferently, then instructed the villagers beside him. Pour the oil. The villagers responded, and soon brought several buckets of oil, pouring them all over her. Sui's body immediately began to uncontrollably dodge in all directions. Once the oil was all poured, the village chief coldly looked at her and began chanting. Today, Liuxi Town offers this girl as a sacrifice to the gods, hoping that the gods will bless Liuxi Town with good weather, abundant crops, and prosperity. We ask the gods not to refuse. After finishing, with despair in Sui's eyes, he suddenly threw the torch down. In an instant, Sui was surrounded by a sea of flames. Thick smoke rushed into her nostrils, forcing her to bend over and cough uncontrollably. The villagers stood coldly at the cave entrance, watching her with no emotion in their eyes. They looked down from above, and Sui could clearly see their faces through the flames. Each face was full of indifference, numbness, and even a sense of relief. At this point, the villagers could no longer be called humans, they were executioners, even worse than beasts. Before long, Sui's clothes caught fire. The flames burned through the fabric, searing her skin, and an unbearable pain spread throughout her body, making her feel as if death would be a relief. Aha! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest, lasting for a long time. Sui instinctively shifted her gaze to the cave wall, and in a frenzy, she rushed toward it, attempting to climb it with her bare hands. Sui climbed desperately, even though her nails had broken and were embedded in her flesh, and her fingers were already a bloody mess. But for the sake of survival, she kept climbing with all her might. Step after step, just as she was about to touch the ground, a cruel foot suddenly stepped down on her hand. Ah! Sui screamed, the pain was agonizing, but she still didn't let go. Stubborn fool! The village chief snorted coldly, then grabbed a dagger from a villager's hand. He walked up to Sui, raised the dagger, and stabbed it into the palm of her hand. Chapter 81, Resentment. Aha! Sui screamed in pain, instinctively wanting to let go, but another force within her body held tightly onto the soil in front of her, refusing to release it. Seeing this, the village chief crouched down. He looked at Sui coldly, his eyes devoid of any warmth. "Since you are so ungrateful, I can't be blamed for this." After speaking, he raised the dagger and mercilessly struck down at Sui's finger. Ah! A scream tore through the sky, startling the birds and animals to scatter. Yet, Sui still didn't let go. At this point, Sui was in so much pain that she was about to lose consciousness, but in her madness, she still tried to let go. But another force within her body tightly controlled her. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, until Sui's fingers were cut off one by one. When the 6th finger was cut off, she could no longer bear it and fell backward into the sea of fire. Su immediately widened her eyes, filled with fear. Am I going to die here today? Just as Sui was about to fall, a sudden exclamation reached her ears. Sui! Bang! With a sound, Sui fell to the ground. She took a deep breath, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up straight, and immediately raised her hand to carefully inspect her fingers. Thankfully, her fingers were still there. Sui breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the clothes she was wearing. Thankfully, it wasn't that terrifying wedding dress. The intense pain on her body had now disappeared, but Sui's heart was still filled with fear. Sui, what happened to you? I came back and saw you lying on the ground. You scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. Zhao Xiaolan squatted on the edge of the pit, speaking to Sui. Sui patted her chest, trembling as she replied, I'm fine. Sui, what exactly happened? Zhao Xiaolan asked worriedly. Sui suddenly looked up at her, then shouted loudly, I know. I know. Her name is Zhao Xiaolu. She is Zhao Xiaolu? Zhao Xiaolan looked at her with a worried face. Sui, what happened? What exactly happened just now? Sui didn't say anything. At this moment, her emotions were still extremely intense. When Sui came to her senses, she realized that her face was already wet. Sui raised her hand to touch it, and it was all water stains. At this moment, Sui's heart was full of pain. She didn't know if she was crying for the pain she had just seen, or if she was crying for Zhao Xiaolu. What had just happened, she had only experienced it once, and it made her so fearful and desperate. Then, how desperate must Zhao Xiaolu have been at that time? Looking at Sui, who was now a bit crazy, Zhao Xiaolan softly tested, Sui, why don't you come up first? We can talk about it when we get back, okay? Hearing her words, Sui finally pulled herself out of that overwhelming sadness. She wiped her tears away, then nodded randomly, and quickly walked toward the cave wall. Zhao Xiaolan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly threw down the vine she was holding. Sui took a deep breath, gathered her emotions, and finally grabbed the vine. She climbed up step by step, slowly making her way up the cave. Just as Sui was about to touch the cave opening, Zhao Xiaolan, holding the other end of the vine, suddenly widened her eyes and screamed. Ah! Sui, don't look back. Hurry up. Climb quickly. Hearing her words, Sui froze in place and instinctively turned her head to look. But just that one glance was enough to freeze Sui in place. At that moment, the originally flat ground covered with ash and grass suddenly sprouted countless charred hands from below. The hands were like those burned by intense fire, leaving behind nothing but blackened bones. The hands gradually stretched, until they almost reached Sui. Sui took a deep breath, suddenly snapped back to her senses, and pushed her feet hard, jumping upwards. Seeing her come up, Zhao Xiaolan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them turned their heads and saw that those hands were still extending, reaching toward them. There was no time to think, Sui immediately pulled Zhao Xiaolan up and ran forward, shouting, Don't look back, run. Zhao Xiaolan said nothing and desperately ran behind Sui. The two of them ran madly until the desolate scenery behind them began to fade, and ancient buildings began to appear in front of them. Until they ran into the alley, the two of them finally stopped. Sui bent over and took a few deep breaths to avoid suffocating to death. Zhao Xiaolan was also gasping heavily for breath. Both of them were exhausted. Without any regard for their image, they sat down in the middle of the street. Sui, what exactly were those things just now? Zhao Xiaolan asked while panting. Sui took a couple of deep breaths before answering. They should be the girls who were burned to death in that pit. Upon hearing Sui's answer, Zhao Xiaolan froze instantly. She forgot to breathe deeply and turned her head, looking at Sui with disbelief. Sui didn't say much, and after he calmed down, he pulled Zhao Xiaolan up from the ground. Let's go, it's not the time to talk about this. Let's return to the lodging, and I'll explain it to you. Zhao Xiaolan nodded, and together with Sui, they got up and started to walk forward. As soon as they returned to their room, the village chief stepped into the courtyard again. His cane thumped hard on the ground a few times, then he shouted loudly. Dinner is about to start, please follow me. In an instant, everyone in the courtyard surged out.
Suhi and Zhao Xiaolan also followed the crowd outside. Upon seeing the village chief, Sui's eyes were filled with anger. She couldn't understand what kind of a beast of a person could burn a girl alive, and even when she was about to survive, they personally used a dagger to chop off her fingers one by one. What kind of animal could do something like that? Suhi was puzzled. The village chief still had a calm expression. After bringing everyone to the location, he sat down himself. After dinner, Suhi didn't want to stay idle anymore, so she went back to the lodging with Zhao Xiaolan. After closing the doors and windows, and covering the mirror, she finally told Zhao Xiaolan what she saw in the pit at noon. After Suhi finished speaking, Zhao Xiaolan angrily slammed the table. Damn it, are these villagers even human? How can they bear to throw a living girl into a pit to burn her alive? They're worse than beasts. Suhi reached out to pat her on the back. Don't worry, these people will pay the price sooner or later. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiaolan turned her head, looking at her with some confusion. Suhi didn't explain much, but looked at the lantern above and said softly. There are many things we still don't understand. When we go to the ancestral hall tomorrow, maybe we'll find out. Upon hearing that she wanted to go to the ancestral hall, Zhao Xiaolan obviously hesitated. Suhi didn't say much, just reassured her that she would definitely ensure her safety. Seeing Sui's confident expression, Zhao Xiaolan no longer doubted and agreed readily. The next morning, after the two had breakfast, Suhi returned to the house once more. She took down 2 of the lanterns hanging from the beams. After opening the outer cover, Suhi took out 2 short white candles from inside. Seeing that they were white candles, Suhi felt a bit puzzled. She leaned in to sniff and immediately detected a strong, fishy odor. Suhi almost threw up. She took a deep breath and suppressed her nausea. After grabbing the candles, she quickly walked out of the room and immediately stuffed one into Zhao Xiaolan's hand. Put it in your pocket, don't let others see it. Zhao Xiaolan nodded and tucked the candle into her pocket. Suhi didn't say much more and put the other candle into her own pocket as well. Before long, the 2 of them followed the route the village chief had initially mentioned and quickly found the ancestral hall. Before them stood a grand and magnificent building that looked very imposing, with both the pillars and doorframes polished to a shine as bright as new. Suhi hurriedly walked to the doorway, then suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked up and saw the plaque above her head. Liuxi Town Ancestral Hall. After a quick glance, Suhi withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the rows of ranks inside the hall. Just as Suhi pondered her thoughts, a person quietly approached from behind. Suhi, be careful. Before Suhi could turn her head, a great force suddenly came from behind, and she stumbled under her feet, being pushed directly inside. Chapter 82, Stubbornness Unchanged. Ha ha ha. Stinking bitch, you've harmed me so badly, and you still want to live well? Dream on. Now you've already violated Rule 1, I'm curious how much longer you can survive. Suhi staggered forward a few steps before finally steadying herself. Hearing the familiar voice, Suhi turned her head and saw Lin Yu standing at the entrance of the hall with a cane. Before she could speak, Zhao Xiaolan rushed up a few steps. She reached behind Lin Yu, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him in front of her, immediately kicking him. Damn, you think you're special? Coming to trouble Suhi again and again, even a ghost wouldn't be this hard to deal with. What? You couldn't harm her so now you blame others? How shameless. As she shouted angrily, she raised her leg and kicked Lin Yu a few more times. Lin Yu, already injured, suffered new wounds and was immediately knocked to the ground, struggling but unable to get up. Seeing that Lin Yu was about to be beaten to death, Suhi quickly spoke to stop Zhao Xiaolan. Stop hitting him. It's not worth losing yourself over someone like him. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan begrudgingly stopped. She kicked Lin Yu a few more times, then stepped back. At this time, seeing Zhao Xiaolan finally stop, Lin Yu hurriedly got up and stumbled away. Once he was gone, Zhao Xiaolan took a few steps into the ancestral hall. Suhi, this scumbag has bullied you repeatedly, are you just going to let him go? Suhi coldly watched Lin Yu's departing figure, her tone as frigid as if she were speaking of a dead person. He has provoked me repeatedly, I will never let him off easily. I just need to wait for the right moment. Upon hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan still felt somewhat indignant, but she didn't argue further. She snorted coldly and turned to look at the ancestral hall in front of her. Suhi quickly adjusted her mindset and walked a few steps to stand before the central ranking. Those rankings were arranged from many to few, with the one at the top being the largest among hundreds of ranks. Suhi walked over, squinted her eyes for a moment, and after clearly seeing the words on it, she furrowed her brows in confusion. The ranking clearly had several large characters written on it. Grave of the goddess Zhao Xiaolu. Suhi was somewhat puzzled. Clearly, she had seen Zhao Xiaolu being burned to death by the villagers that day. How could her ranking now be placed in the most prominent position in the hall and have become a goddess? After looking at it a few more times, Suhi withdrew her gaze and sighed. No matter how one looked at it, Zhao Xiaolu had indeed suffered far too many hardships in life, so it was only right for her to be honored here now. Thinking of this, Sui took 3 incense sticks from the side, lit them, and sincerely worshipped before the grave. I hope you can be born into a good family in your next life, and never suffer those pains again. After inserting the incense, Sui spoke sincerely. He. It was unclear if it was Sui's illusion, but after she finished speaking, the rank at the back suddenly let out a cold laugh. Sui was just about to take 2 steps back when she shifted her gaze to Zhao Xiaolio's rank. Looking from left to right, she still couldn't find any clues. Sui sighed, then withdrew her gaze. Turned to observe other things in the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was large, and aside from the hundreds of seats in the middle, the rest were paintings carved on both sides. Noticing those paintings, Sui walked over to take a look. The content on them was simple, roughly telling that one year the village was plagued by drought, and the villagers prayed to the heavens for rain, but the heavenly god said that they must offer a young woman from the village before he would bring down the sweet rain. The painting on the left ended here. Sui's gaze then turned to the painting on the right. The content of the painting was connected. In the painting, the villagers placed a beautiful woman on a sedan chair and slowly walked on the clouds to the heavens. After marrying the heavenly god, the girl became a fairy in the sky and lived a prosperous life up there. And because of this, the villagers received rain, and the plants in the village survived. That year, there was a great harvest. Seeing this, Sui couldn't help but sneer. The paintings are as beautiful as a fairy tale, but reality is often cruel. The purpose of these paintings is probably to deceive more young girls, and the fate of those girls can be imagined. Just as Sui was pondering these thoughts, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly called out to her. Sui, come here for a moment, something seems strange. Hearing her words, Sui immediately snapped back to attention and walked a few steps to Zhao Xiaolan's side. The two stopped in front of those seats together. Sui, look, every other seat has a white candle burning in between. Normally, there shouldn't be this many candles, right? And when I got here, I kept feeling that the smell here is odd. Nodding at her words, Sui leaned closer to the candles to sniff. In the next moment, a familiar fishy smell rushed into Sui's nostrils. She immediately stood up straight, choking a couple of times before recovering. There is indeed something wrong here, these candles aren't ordinary candles. Zhao Xiaolan looked puzzled upon hearing this. Not ordinary candles? What are they then? Sui smiled faintly. What they really are, only the village chief knows. Come on, let's go check other places. After saying that, she was the first to leave the ancestral hall. Seeing that she was being vague, Zhao Xiaolan didn't ask further and followed behind her. After leaving the ancestral hall, the two strolled through the alleys of the ancient town. As they passed through the town market, Sui suddenly saw an old man selling candles. His stand was simple, propped up by a wooden board, covered with all kinds of candles, but one thing was the same, these candles were all milky white. Upon seeing the candles, Sui wasted no time and quickly walked over. She casually picked up a piece of candle, observed it closely, and then leaned in to sniff. In the next second, the familiar fishy smell rushed into Sui's nostrils again. She frowned, putting the candle back on the stand. Young lady, are you here to travel? These candles are fresh out of the oven and very new. If needed, they can also ward off evil. The old man lifted his murky eyes and smiled at Sui. Sui looked at him and also faintly smiled back. May I ask, old man, what are these candles made of? The smile on the old man's face did not fade as he casually replied. Of course, they are made of grease, otherwise, how could these candles burn so long and so bright? Sui smiled at him and then asked. I'm quite curious, so old man, what kind of grease are they made of? This time, the old man did not speak anymore, merely raising his head with a grin, looking at her, and after quite a while, a hoarse voice finally echoed in Sui's ears. Young lady. You wouldn't want to know. Sui stared at her for a few minutes, and suddenly, a guess in her heart was confirmed. She forced a light smile, suppressing the nausea inside, and bought 2 sections of candle. Welcome back. The old man said, looking at Sui's departing figure, his face full of smiles. Sui quickly left his stall and immediately handed 1 section of the candle to Zhao Xiaolan. Take this first, and remember, do not take it out. Although Zhao Xiaolan was somewhat confused, after thinking for a moment, she still accepted it and tucked it into her pocket. The two walked a bit further, but were suddenly drawn to a quarrel not far ahead. No. Selling things should have some conscience. Just now you said it was 20, why has it suddenly changed to 30? Yeah. If it weren't for my dear liking this broken necklace, who would care about you? You raised the price like this. Following the sound, Sui and the others took a few steps forward and then saw a young couple arguing furiously with an old vendor. Hearing their words, the old man merely raised his head and glanced at them, then said in a hoarse voice. I sell the goods, so I set the price. Either buy or get lost. Upon hearing the old man's words, the girl angrily pointed at him and shouted. Are you taking my kindness for granted? Aren't you just relying on the fact that I like this broken necklace? I'll tell you today, either sell it to me for 20, or I'll turn your stall over today. Chapter 83, The Conditions to Go Out. Exactly. My dear, I'm putting it straight today, either you sell this broken necklace to her at the original price, or I'm going to turn your stall over today. The man standing next to the girl also spoke arrogantly. Watching their behavior, Suhi frowned. She didn't expect there would be dating in the game, nor did she expect they would ignore Rule 2 and directly confront the villagers. After thinking for a while, Suhi sighed and took a few steps forward to remind them. You two should calm down first, you should think about Rule 2. Hearing Suhi's words, both of them froze in place. After a pause, the man's expression slowly darkened. He seemed to feel that Suhi embarrassed him in front of his girlfriend. Then, he shouted loudly at Suhi. Where did this little girl come from? Get lost quickly. My matters don't need your interference. It's not allowed to conflict with villagers, if I see it, that's clearly a rule trap. Hearing his words, the girl also said. Yeah. I advise you not to meddle, and who would be so kind as you? If you ask me, you just want to disrupt our thoughts and send us to our deaths. Hearing their words, Zhao Xiaolan was about to step forward to argue with them, but Suhi grabbed her wrist. She gave the two a calm glance, said nothing, and turned to leave. Seeing her leave, the two redirected their anger entirely onto the stall owner. Not far from where they were, they began arguing again. In the next second, the stall owner took out an axe from under the stall, then looked at the two with a sinister smile. You offended me first. If that's the case, I'll have to send you on your way. After saying that, he slowly walked up from behind the stall. The two young people were instantly stunned. After realizing what was happening, the boy abandoned the girl and turned to run. The girl also froze in place, trembling all over. The old man merely glanced at the girl, then passed her and quickly chased after the boy. In the boy's shocked gaze, he raised the axe in his hand and brought it down straight towards his head. Ah! This scream of agony drew the attention of Suhi and the others. Suhi turned around and saw a scene that was incredibly bloody. The boy slowly collapsed to the ground, and the girl froze in place, motionless. Soon, a group of elderly women gathered from all directions. One group helped the girl, taking her away, while another group lifted the boy's corpse and slowly walked off. Watching the direction the two groups went, Suhi turned to look at Zhao Xiaolan. You follow that girl, I'll follow that boy. We'll meet in the room later. Zhao Xiaolan swallowed nervously, feeling a bit scared. Suhi noticed her fear and said seriously. Whether we can leave depends on this time. To uncover the truth, we have to pay some price. Zhao Xiaolan took a deep breath, then quickly followed the group of elderly women. Suhi no longer hesitated and quietly followed the other group. The elderly people carried the boy's body, twisting and turning, finally stopping in front of an extremely old building. In front of them was a house made of wood, with almost no gaps except for the door in front. The group of elderly opened the door and walked inside. Looking at the door that wasn't fully closed, Suhi hesitated for a while at the entrance. In the end, her eyes landed on a large pile of firewood inside. Suhi no longer hesitated and quietly entered, hiding behind the pile of firewood. After placing the boy's body down, the group of people walked out. In this quiet environment, Suhi waited. Until the door that had been closed was pushed open again. The village chief and two younger men from the village walked in. Let's start the fire. The village chief said calmly. The two men agreed, walking to a large stove and throwing some firewood inside. After a moment, they lit the fire, and the room was immediately filled with heat. Suhi wiped the sweat from her forehead, staring unblinkingly at their movements. The next second, the two men threw the boy's corpse into a huge pot. The scene that followed made Suhi feel nauseous. About 2 hours later, the two men poured out a thick, sticky white liquid from the pot. What should we do, village chief? The village's candle supply is running out. One of the men asked with a furrowed brow, sounding worried. The village chief looked at him, frowning as well. His cane tapped the ground continuously, making a sharp sound. After a long pause, he sighed and asked. How much does Granny Lee have in her supply? The other man thought for a moment and then answered. Probably less than 500 left. The village chief fell silent again before asking. How many of the tourists who came recently are still here? Hearing the village chief's question, Suhi couldn't help but shiver. Last time, 5 died. 2 more died today. It seems like there are still 15 left. The village chief nodded, then asked, how many women are left? There are still 7 women, they should last until next year. The village chief nodded again. That should be enough. I just wonder if the remaining ones can last until Zhao Shelio's death anniversary in 5 days. Hearing the village chief's words, another young man cursed angrily. TCH. I always said that Zhao Xiaolu should never be reincarnated. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have to do all these dirty deeds. The village chief scolded the man loudly. Shut up. Do you want to die? If she hears you, do you think you'll survive tonight? Tell the villagers not to panic too much. As long as there are candles in the village, Zhao Xiaolu can't do anything to us. Hearing the village chief's words, the two men dared not say anything more and quickly agreed. After tidying up the things in the pot, the three of them opened the door and went out. Just as they left, Sui quietly crept to the door. The door was an old wooden one, and at this moment, it was not locked, so Sui easily slipped out. Once outside, Sui vomited for a long time before she felt better. Only when her stomach was completely empty did she return to her place. She waited in the room for a long time but did not see Zhao Xiaolu coming. Feeling a bit anxious, Sui took out the candle from her arms and looked at it. As soon as she caught a whiff of the foul smell, she couldn't help but gag again. She took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the discomfort in her heart. After waiting for about 5 more minutes, Zhao Xiaolu finally rushed in, panting. As soon as she burst in, she anxiously locked the door, then quickly ran to Su He, her face filled with terror. Su He, hurry up. We have to go. Seeing her like this, Su He remained relatively calm. She poured a bowl of water from the side and handed it to Zhao Xiaolan. Zhao Xiaolan gulped it down in one go, and after taking a few deep breaths, she finally calmed down. I'm telling you, we must leave. Otherwise, it would be better to die quickly. Hearing her words, Sui did not react much. Instead, she casually took a sip of water and asked. First tell me, what exactly did you see? Zhao Xiaolan recounted what she had seen. After following that group of old people for a while, she found that they had carried that girl to the huge pit that Su He and she had discovered that day. The bottom of the pit was already filled with licorice, and after throwing the girl down, all the villagers gathered around the edge of the pit, while the leading man lit the fire. Zhao Xiaolan looked at Su He in terror, then covered her ears. I can still remember how desperately that girl screamed. For the scene she described, Su He was already accustomed to it, so it no longer shocked her. She then explained what she had seen to Zhao Xiaolan. After hearing Su He's description, Zhao Xiaolan's expression immediately turned very ugly. She fumbled in her pocket and took out 2 white candles, then was about to throw them away. Seeing her move, Su He hurriedly stopped her. Don't throw them away. If you want to live, don't throw them. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, and in the end, she reluctantly put the white candles down. Chapter 84, Revenge. Sui looked at Zhao Xiaolan's unwilling expression and sighed. The most important thing now is to stay alive. If you want to survive, hold on to that candle. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan nodded weakly. Sui no longer spoke but extended her hand towards her. Give me the candles that I took from the lantern. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaolan quickly got excited and took out both candles from her pocket. Sui glanced at her indifferently, then took 1 candle from her hand. Remember what I said, if you want to survive, keep those candles safe. Zhao Xiaolan sheepishly put the candle back into her pocket. Sui turned her gaze back and put the 2 candles she had taken out of the lantern back in place. From what she had heard that morning, these candles should have a life-saving effect. It was best not to move them easily. After putting them away, she turned to Zhao Xiaolan and asked, Do you know where Lin Yu is living now? As soon as Sui mentioned Lin Yu, Zhao Xiaolan became furious. She abruptly stood up from the chair, her eyes filled with rage. I know. What's wrong, Sui? Are you going to beat him up? Let's go, I'll go with you. If we don't kill him today, we must at least cut off half of his life. Hearing her words, Sui smiled helplessly. I just asked where he lives, and just hitting him would be too easy for him. Upon hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan nodded and then said. It seems that on the first night, he shared a room with a man, and then the next morning many people died, so he randomly found a room to live alone. Sui nodded and then took a few steps to the door. As long as you know where he lives, let's go, and do something big in his room. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan blinked and nodded. She rushed to Sui, confused, and asked. I seemed to see him wandering on the street when I came back just now, and he hasn't returned yet. If we're going to hit him, it seems like now is not the time. Sui helplessly rubbed her forehead. We have to go before he comes back, otherwise, it will be harder later. Also, why do you want to hit him every time you think of him? Zhao Xiaolan raised her fist and said angrily. Because he looks like someone who deserves a beating. He has provoked you over and over. Hearing her words, Sui just smiled lightly. Just beating him is unnecessary, it's enough to take care of him. After saying that, she opened the door and walked out. Zhao Xiaolan didn't hear Sui's latter half of the sentence, thinking Sui was just too kind. Seeing Sui go out, she quickly followed. Soon, the two arrived at Lin Yu's room door. Looking at the tightly closed door, Zhao Xiaolan eagerly lifted her leg. It's locked, should we kick it open? Sui stepped forward and pulled down the doorknob. Creak. The door opened. Zhao Xiaolan. She awkwardly lowered her leg and followed Sui inside. Sui searched the room for a while, then turned her gaze to the mirror by the windowsill. After a moment, Sui raised a hand to touch it and smiled slightly. Just as I thought, every room's mirror is the same. Then, she lifted the mirror and turned to Zhao Xiaolan and said, Go get the mirror from our room and put it back in place. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan scratched her head in confusion, but she obediently left. Sui moved the mirror to beside the bed, then set it down and squatted beside the bed. She leaned down to look, gripping the chisel in her hand and slowly drilling under the bed. After a brief search, Sui used the chisel to pry open a piece of wood under the bed. She pried another piece, and in front of her appeared a space large enough for a mirror. Sui smiled, bringing the mirror in and then stuffing it into the pit. After finishing these tasks, she put the two wood pieces back on top. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolan also walked in holding the mirror. She placed the mirror back in its original spot in the room as Sui instructed. After Sui crawled out from under the bed, she moved it slightly to adjust it. She then patted Zhao Xiaolan's shoulder, saying while walking out, Let's go, remember to close the door properly when we leave. Zhao Xiaolan responded and followed Sui out of the room. After dinner, Lin Yu limped around the street for a while but found no clues. As night approached, he slammed the wooden stick he held into the ground, cursing as he walked back. Damn! After opening the door, he first found a piece of cloth, then covered the mirror with it, and immediately lay down on the bed. Looking at the ceiling above, he angrily pounded on the bed beneath him. Damn it! Su-hee, you bitch. All I wanted was to be with you. I didn't even get the chance, why do you have to beat me up so badly? Just remember, if it weren't for that damn butch by your side, I would definitely make sure you pay. The room was incredibly quiet, other than his cursing, there were no other sounds. After a while of swearing, he not only didn't calm down, but the fire in his heart grew even stronger. Lin Yu suddenly sat up from the bed, instinctively moving forward. But after just a few steps, Lin Yu fell directly to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he climbed up from the floor and walked to the door, but suddenly froze. If I go check if that dead bitch Sui is dead, that butch would definitely beat me up. Forget it. That bitch has already broken the rules, I don't believe she can survive to see the sun tomorrow. Lin Yu cursed a few more times and then tried to calm his emotions. But looking at the closed door in front of him, he got angry again and kicked the door a few times. Damn it! Even this broken door has to add to my troubles at a critical moment. Not a single door in this broken village is good. It's driving me crazy. He swore a few more times, then looked at the watch on his wrist, realizing it was getting late, so he raised his cane and limped back to the bed to lie down again. Thinking about how Sui would die a terrible death today, his mood became very good. Who told that bitch Sui to go against him? If she had obediently listened to him, he wouldn't have messed with her repeatedly. After all, it's all because that bitch Sui doesn't know what's good for her, she deserves to die. Lin Yu cussed and thought this, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. He yawned, took off his shoes, and lay directly on the bed, ready to sleep. The room was very quiet, only the chirping of insects and the sound of the wind echoed outside. Just as Lin Yu was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from underneath the bed. It sounded like something's nails were scratching the wooden boards, sending a chill down Sui's spine. Lin Yu's drowsiness immediately vanished, and he sat up from the bed abruptly, warily looking around the room. The mirror was covered, the door was locked, and he hadn't broken any rules. Could it be that sound just now came from Sui's room? While he was puzzled, he could clearly feel that something underneath the bed seemed to be scratching the wooden boards. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, then slowly moved to the edge of the bed to put on his shoes. Just as his foot touched the shoe, a pale hand full of long nails suddenly shot out from under the bed. The hand clutched Lin Yu's ankle tightly and immediately pulled him downward. Lin Yu was startled, instinctively kicking at that hand. Get off! Get off! I haven't broken any rules, why are you grabbing me? You should go grab that bitch Suhi. Let go of me. Let go. By this time, the anger in his heart had completely been replaced by fear. He thought of everything he had done and couldn't understand which rule he had broken. But that hand under the bed provided him no opportunity for explanation. With a brutal yank, Lin Yu was pulled down to the ground. He let out a muffled grunt, instinctively wanting to run. But that hand on his ankle held him tightly, refusing to let go. Help! Help! Save me! Save me! Aha! No! Get away! Get away! I haven't broken any rules. Let go of me! Let go of me! Ah! In the next moment, his miserable screams echoed around the room for a long time. Chapter 85: A Joyful Town. The next morning, everyone gathered at the entrance of Lin Yu's room. In the morning, the first person to discover him was a girl. As she passed by Lin Yu's door, she noticed it was wide open, and something seemed strange, so she quickly stepped forward and saw a terrifying scene. Only half of Lin Yu's head was exposed, the rest was completely hidden under the bed. Along the bed's edge, bright red blood slowly oozed out, dyeing the entire floor a deep crimson. When all the players gathered, someone looked down and discovered that his abdomen had been hollowed out. There was a huge hole in Lin Yu's belly, and it was empty inside, his organs completely gone. As everyone gasped and whispered, Sui and Zhao Xiaolan squeezed into the crowd for a glance. Sui coldly gazed at his corpse, her face showing no expression, neither excitement nor fear. She merely took a light glance and then patted Zhao Xiaolan's shoulder. "Let's go, don't look anymore, let's eat first, otherwise, we won't be able to eat later." After saying this, she was the first to push through the crowd and walk out. Zhao Xiaolan stood frozen in place upon seeing Lin Yu's body. She suddenly remembered Sui's actions yesterday and then thought of Rule 11. When she came to her senses, Zhao Xiaolan hurriedly followed and blocked Sui in front. "Sui, are you? Do you think it shouldn't be this way?" Before she could finish, Sui looked at her and casually asked. Hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. After a long pause, she shook her head. "No. He deserves to die, it's just that it was a bit too sudden." Sui said nothing more. She took a few steps forward and then said, "Let's go, let's have breakfast first." Zhao Xiaolan nodded, keeping quiet as she followed Sui. After breakfast, the other players began searching for clues everywhere. Sui and Zhao Xiaolan also took a stroll through the streets. After wandering around, Sui felt there must be something she hadn't noticed at the ancestral hall that day. Finally, she pulled Zhao Xiaolan back to the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was still empty. Sui walked around inside, and aside from the memorial tablets and murals, she still found nothing. At last, her gaze fell upon Zhao Xiaolu's memorial tablet. The tablet was set apart at the front, looking the most extravagant, standing out like a crane among chickens. Sui took 3 incense sticks from the side, lit them, and respectfully bowed, then directly stepped up to the memorial tablet. She passed over the other memorial tablets and picked up Zhao Xiaolu's tablet. After observing it closely for a while, Sui turned the tablet over. "I want freedom." The 5 characters were boldly written at the bottom of the tablet. Sui repeated it a few times, but she couldn't grasp its meaning. So, Zhao Xiaolu wanted freedom. Based on the current situation, her spoken freedom was the key to leaving here. In the next moment, Sui recalled what the village chief had said that day. In 5 days, it will be Zhao Xiaolu's Memorial Day. Could it be that in 5 days is their key moment for leaving here? So, what does 5 days have to do with freedom? After repeatedly murmuring the word freedom, Sui suddenly had a thought. Zhao Xiaolu suffered immense hardships in life. After death, her tablet was placed in the ancestral hall of Lushi town, as if she had become the most respected presence. This situation could only mean one thing. The villagers needed something from Zhao Xiaolu, or perhaps, for some reason, they had no choice but to act this way. The freedom that Zhao Xiaolu spoke of must be to completely leave Liushi town, not just physically, but also spiritually. To understand these questions, she had to meet Zhao Xiaolu in person. After thinking this through, Sui put down the spirit tablet in her hand, then stood back in place, respectfully bowing 3 times and inserting 3 sticks of incense. "If possible, I am willing to collaborate with you." Sui looked at the spirit tablet placed in the highest position, bent slightly, and whispered. This time, she no longer heard the usual laughter in her ears. After that, Sui and Zhao Xiaolu searched carefully in the cafeteria for a while, but they could not find any clues. Until the sky gradually darkened, the two finally returned to their residence. As they passed by the lotus pond and were about to enter the room, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly squatted by the shore and stopped. She had been following Sui, but when she looked down at her reflection in the water, she suddenly froze. The reflection on the water was not herself. It was a woman dressed in a wedding gown, her gown as red as blood, but without a bridal veil. So Zhao Xiaolu could still recognize the golden ornaments on her head. Zhao Xiaolan was mesmerized, but suddenly the woman in the water grinned at her. That smile was incredibly beautiful, so beautiful it seemed capable of washing away all the suffering in the world. Unconsciously, Zhao Xiaolan also smiled back. In the next second, the woman on the water stretched out a pair of pale hands towards Zhao Xiaolan. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolan's mind went blank. She had only one thought, which was to grasp those hands tightly. Driven by this thought, she slowly reached her hand out towards the woman. Just as their hands were about to touch, Sui suddenly shouted at her. "Zhao Xiaolan, what are you doing?" In the next second, Sui rushed forward, grabbed Zhao Xiaolan's hand, and desperately pulled her back. Once away from the water's edge, Zhao Xiaolan took a sharp breath and suddenly came back to her senses. She turned to look at Suhi with a dazed expression. Suhi, just now I think I saw a fairy. Suhi raised her hand and slapped the back of her head. That was not a fairy, that was a grim reaper coming to take your life. Take your candles and go back to your room immediately. Zhao Xiaolan was pulled up in a daze by Suhi, who then pushed her forward. After taking 2 steps, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly reacted. She stopped, turned her head, and frowned at Suhi. What about you? Aren't you coming back with me? Suhi didn't say anything but took out the white candle from her arms and said to her, You go back first, I have things to do. Zhao Xiaolan looked at her suspiciously, still feeling uneasy. Suhi said no more but raised her hand to push her forward. Whether we can survive tonight depends on what happens now. Don't worry, I will be fine. In the end, Zhao Xiaolan was forcibly sent back to her room by Suhi. After sending Zhao Xiaolan back, Suhi returned to the lotus pond. She looked down at the water and softly said, If we collaborate, we can obtain the freedom you desire. As soon as she spoke, the scene on the water suddenly changed. A woman dressed in a wedding gown lifted her exquisite face and smiled at Suhi. Then, she stretched her hand towards Suhi. In the next second, a pale hand with extremely long nails slowly reached out towards Suhi. Suhi was startled and quickly took 2 steps back. In the next second, she fell to the ground. When Suhi got up, she found that the scene in front of her had suddenly changed. The pond was still the same pond, but the environment in the courtyard had suddenly transformed. The lotus flowers in the pond are not as vibrant as now, but have become a bit faint, and the yard is decorated with lights, bustling with activity. Villagers of all ages gather in the yard, their faces filled with smiles. In contrast to this joyful atmosphere, from the brightly decorated room, bursts of a girl's sobs can be heard from time to time. Looking at the different people passing in front of her, Suhi nervously swallowed her saliva. After she swayed back and forth in front of them and confirmed they could not see her, Suhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Following the sound of crying coming from the room, she slowly walked over. Upon entering the room, Suhi saw a girl sitting on the bed, crying so hard that she could barely catch her breath. Next to the girl stood an old woman who was trying to comb her hair. Mother! Please save Linner, Linner does not want to marry. Linner is still so young. Linner will definitely take good care of you and father when I earn money in the future. Please save Linner. Hearing the girl's words, the old woman's eyes immediately turned red. She stopped combing and raised her hand to wipe away her tears from the corners of her eyes, then helplessly said, Linner, my dear. There's nothing I can do. If you don't marry the divine being, next year, Linchi town will face a drought, and everyone in the village will die. Think of your little brother. Think of your father and me. Hearing the old woman's words, the girl stopped crying. She looked up at the old woman, her tone filled with sadness. But mother, who can save Linner? Chapter 86, Cooperation. Watching everything unfold before her, Suhi involuntarily clenched her fists. She knew that everything happening now had already occurred, yet she still desperately wanted to stop it. But no matter how hard Suhi tried, she couldn't touch anyone in the scene. Until she witnessed the girl getting into the bridal sedan. The bridal sedan slowly moved away, and Suhi desperately tried to follow, but was blocked by an invisible wall in the yard. She watched helplessly as the bridal sedan was carried away, until thick black smoke rose from the mountain forest. Soon after, Suhi saw the second girl flash in front of her, then the third, fourth, fifth. Until all the young girls in the village were almost married off in this way. She watched helplessly as all the villagers surrounded every road out of the village. She saw the relatives of those girls, even brothers and younger brothers, tying up the girls' limbs and throwing them onto the bridal sedans. Even the mothers, grandmothers, or younger sisters of those girls treated it all with cold indifference. The number of girls in the village grew fewer and fewer, until only a few malnourished, not very attractive children were left. As Suhi stood in place lost in complicated thoughts, a hollow and cold voice suddenly rang in her ear. You are very smart, which is why I have allowed you to live until now. Suhi immediately came back to her senses and took 2 steps back. In the next moment, a beautiful girl dressed in a bright red wedding gown stood in front of her. The girl looked only 18 or 19, very youthful, and what should have been a pair of beautiful big eyes had turned blood red. For so many years, I have been waiting for a smart person, but unfortunately, everyone who comes here is too foolish, until now I finally see you. The girl stood barefoot before Suhi, her pale feet contrasting sharply against the ground. Is there no other reason besides being smart? Suhi asked lightly, looking at her. Zhao Xiaolu smiled, then suddenly lunged forward, her nose almost touching Suhi's. Of course, it's not just that, I also see your ruthlessness. Hearing her words, Suhi's eyes slightly narrowed. I don't understand what you're saying. Zhao Xiaolu smiled, then straightened her body, standing in front of Suhi as she continued to speak. You killed that disgusting man, do you think I didn't know? Suhi looked at her coldly, her face showing little expression. So you think he deserved to die, don't you? Ha ha ha. Sure enough, you're ruthless. I just like people like you. Sui didn't rush to speak. Instead, after a moment of silence, she looked at her and said, "So, what do you want me to do?"
Hearing her words, Zhao Xiaoliu's expression suddenly changed. The smile on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a very obvious scrutiny.
"Although you're smart, what makes you think I would definitely cooperate with you?" Sui's face showed little expression as she calmly looked at her and said, "You told me everything that happened in the village, and now you're willing to meet me. Doesn't that indicate I'm qualified?" Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiaoliu's scrutiny vanished without a trace.
She casually picked up a wooden chair from the side and sat down, watching Sui with great interest.
"You're definitely not a fool, so now, I don't need to test you anymore."
In the next moment, her originally red eyes suddenly became even more vivid, almost blood red. "This village has rotted to the core. What I want you to do is simple: join me, and let this village completely disappear from the world." Hearing her words, Sui slightly frowned.
"So, what do you want me to do?"
Zhao Xiaolu stared with her blood-red eyes fixed on Sui and said, "In 4 days, it will be my festival day. What I want you to do is very simple: you just need to steal all the candles from the town, or you can make those candles disappear, it's fine. As long as you can remove all the candles in the village by midnight 3 days from now, I will let you and the others leave." Thinking of the red lanterns hanging on the streets, Sui felt a shiver.
"Do you think I can remove all the red lanterns on the streets by myself in such a short time?"
Zhao Xiaolu slowly stood up from the chair, looking very cynic. The scene looked somewhat ridiculous. After running a few laps, Sui could only hear her own pounding heartbeat. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at the girl getting closer and closer to her, gritted her teeth, and started running again.
"So how can I get out of this damn place?"
she thought, grinding her teeth as she ran forward. In the next second, Sui suddenly remembered Rule 10. No matter what, this village will not change. If anyone discovers that the village has suddenly changed, please jump into the water immediately and surface after 3 seconds. Only when everything returns to normal can you come back to the ground. Remembering this, Sui no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and rushed toward the pond in front of her. Splash! With a sound, she jumped straight into the pond. When Sui realized something was wrong, she discovered she had overlooked a very important issue.
"I can't swim at all." Chapter 87, Cooperation.
Sui splashed around in the water, feeling everything from before becoming more and more blurry. In a daze, she suddenly heard Peiyu's voice. "Here, little brat, the chocolate-flavored ice cream you wanted, consider it an early birthday gift for you."
"What? Are you kidding me? An ice cream counts as a birthday gift? This is my coming of age."
Gurgle, gurgle. Sui could never catch the rest of the words, all she could hear were the bubbles constantly around her. Just when everything in front of her was getting darker, as if she were about to sink to the bottom, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist.
"Phew! Finally came up. Cough cough cough."
Sui sat up abruptly, coughing up a few mouthfuls of water before finally regaining her composure.
When did you come out?"
She turned her head to look at Zhao Xiaolan, who was as drenched as she was. Zhao Xiaolan wiped her face and looked at Sui with some anger, shouting,
"How can you still ask me? If I had been a few minutes later, you would have drowned. I know you are amazing, but can you not show off so much? I watched you circle this broken pool several times in the room, and before I could react, you just jumped in. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have drowned here today. You always think of protecting others, but can you take care of yourself first?" She finished speaking in one breath, and for a moment, Sui was stunned, unable to respond. Seeing Sui staring blankly at her, Zhao Xiaolan's momentum immediately weakened. She swallowed, awkwardly turned her head away, but her tone softened a lot. Don't look at me like that. I know you are angry, but what you did just now was really too risky. If I hadn't been paying attention to your movements, what would I have done if you had drowned today? Who would take me out?" She was about to continue talking endlessly when Sui suddenly raised her hand and patted her back. "I'm not angry.
What you said was right, I shouldn't take such risks. But don't worry, I won't die so easily.
I promise I will take you out."
Upon hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xiaolan became a bit awkward. "Don't push yourself too hard. If it really doesn't work, let's take it slow.
You're not a god, you don't have to be so strong about everything."
Hearing her words, Sui felt a bit dazed for a moment. It seemed like what Zhao Xiaolan said was something she had once told Peiyu. Thinking of Peiyu, Sui flashed a complex emotion in her heart, but in the next second, she forcibly suppressed that emotion. Zhao Xiaolan was really very similar to her former self, perhaps she had seen the same purity in her back then. Only then did she agree to continue cooperating with her, but now the facts proved that she had not mistaken the person. She was the first to stand up, and then immediately pulled Zhao Xiaolan up from the ground.
I understand, let's not say too much, let's go change our clothes first, or we might catch a cold. Zhao Xiaolan did not say anything else, and took Sui's hand to stand up. After the two changed their clothes, the sky darkened. At that moment, the familiar sound of a cane echoed in the yard. Suhi and Zhao Xiaolan exchanged a glance and followed the crowd outside. The village chief cast a casual glance at the remaining dozen or so people, said nothing, and slowly turned to walk ahead. The crowd knew what to do and silently followed behind him. Along the way, Suhi thought a lot. To fulfill Zhao Xiaoliu's request, there were two ways. Suhi was already clear in her mind that the first method probably wouldn't work, but she was still unwilling to use the second method. With heavy thoughts, she finished a dinner just like before. The meals were the same as usual, without any changes. Everyone at the table was very quiet, as if nothing had changed, but it seemed that something quietly transformed. While the group was eating, the villagers surrounding them stared at everyone in unison. Their gazes were strange, as if they were staring at a delicious feast, as if they would rush forward to devour everyone in the next moment. After finishing the meal with great difficulty, no one was in the mood to stroll down the street anymore and all returned to their homes. After the village chief left, Suhi observed carefully for a while, and after confirming that there were no villagers around, she shut the door and called all the players together. Hey, young girl, why did you call us all here? If nothing is happening, I want to go back to sleep. A middle-aged woman wearily supported her forehead and said. With her starting, the others began to make noise. Just as Suhi was about to speak, Zhao Xiaolan's rough voice echoed in the courtyard. Since I called you all here, there must be a way to get out. If you want to go out, everyone needs to be quiet. Upon hearing her words, the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Suhi nodded at Zhao Xiaolan beside her, then said. I found a hidden rule in the ancestral hall. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I can guarantee that as long as everyone follows what I say, I will definitely be able to take everyone out in 4 days. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was in an uproar. The once weary faces immediately lit up with excitement as they stared at her. Young girl, hurry up and tell us what the way is. I am almost going crazy staying here. If your method works, I will definitely listen to you. Suhi nodded at him and continued, the method is simple. As long as we can remove all the candles from the town in the next 4 days, it doesn't matter how we do it. If we can all remove all the candles from the town within 4 days, we will have a chance to leave. Wait a minute. You don't think we are fools, do you? Everyone who can survive until today must have grasped some clues. Don't you know that candles here are like talismans? With candles, we might survive a few more days. If we follow your suggestion and remove all the candles, we might not survive tonight. A young girl looked at Suhi and sneered. You are right, but what I mean is that everyone can first remove the candles on the street and leave the ones in the rooms. When the 4th day comes, we will destroy the remaining candles together. Suhi looked at her seriously and said. Yo! You say that nicely, but who knows what your true intentions are? You clearly know how important the candle is in this town, yet you always want us to destroy it. She paused at this point, then sharply looked at Suhi and shouted, You wouldn't have made some kind of deal with the strange forces here, would you? Waiting for us all to die so you can escape. Suhi wanted to explain but didn't know what to say. The hidden rules cannot be spoken. If these people knew she had indeed made a deal with the strange forces, they would believe her even less. Seeing Suhi silent for a long time, the others began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 88, Celebration. I said, how could anyone be so kind? Claiming she wants to take us out, when she really just wants to pit us all against each other to save herself. Exactly. I didn't expect this little girl to have such a malicious heart. Bah! What a terrible person. Listening to the surrounding people shouting insults at her, Suhi hesitated for a long time but ultimately said nothing. You should be grateful that you can't kill in the game world. The girl who spoke before looked at Suhi coldly and said. Suhi raised her head and glanced at her lightly. Just as she was about to say something, Zhao Xiaolan stepped forward to stand in front of her. If you don't believe it, fine. What do you mean by that? Do you want to fight? As she spoke, Zhao Xiaolan moved her neck, lifting her strong arms as if casually stretching. Seeing Zhao Xiaolan's actions, the girl's face immediately turned a mix of green and red. She hesitated for a long time but ultimately stepped back 2 paces. The girl snorted coldly and said to Zhao Xiaolan, cooperating with someone like this, you won't last long either. I can't be bothered to argue with a dead person. After saying this, she snorted and turned to leave first. The rest of the people, seeing the girl leave, all directed their gazes at Suhi. However, Zhao Xiaolan stood in front of Suhi and shot a cold glance at everyone. The people who were still whispering suddenly fell silent and quickly left. Before long, the vast space was left with only Suhi and Zhao Xiaolan. Once everyone had left, Zhao Xiaolan stepped back to Sui's side. She looked angrily at the disappearing figures and said crossly, this is really too much. If they don't believe it, they just don't believe it. Why should they insult others? Sui patted her shoulder lightly, her voice calm. It's okay, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Zhao Xiaolan opened her mouth to retort, but in the end, she remained silent.
Sui did not say more and walked ahead first.
Let's go back and talk, Zhao Xiaolan quickly followed. In the quiet night, everyone had already fallen into a deep sleep. The next moment, a shrill scream shattered the stillness. Ah! Sui suddenly opened her eyes. Just when she thought the scream was just her imagination, a wailing sound came again from her ear. Please. Let me go. Right. I haven't broken any rules. You can't do this. Sui quickly sat up in bed and ran to the window, gently opening a crack. The cold moonlight illuminated the courtyard, where a man was being pulled by two old men, his hands dragged outward. Hearing the man's words, the two old men Sui only felt a flash of white light in front of her, and by the time she reacted the next second, the man who was still struggling had already lost his breath. His eyes were wide open, and his head seemed almost severed, hanging limply on his neck. Sui tightly covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to scream out loud. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolan, who didn't know when she had woken up, cautiously crouched behind Sui, having also witnessed the entire scene. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Sui's outstretched hand. With her full attention, she stared out the window, watching helplessly as the man was gradually dragged away by the two old men. The moonlight was still bright, but the blood on the ground appeared disturbingly vivid. Sui carefully closed the window and returned to sit back on the bed. What is going on, Sui? The one who just killed was not a freak, but a villager from the town. What on earth happened today? Zhao Xiaolan looked at Sui and asked in a low voice. At this moment, Sui's brow was tightly furrowed. First of all, what's most puzzling is how the man even got out. From tonight's situation, he couldn't have lingered outside, because Sui had gathered everyone together tonight, and after it ended, everyone went back to their rooms, no one went outside. Based on the experience of these past few days, the man couldn't possibly be foolish enough to make those low-level mistakes, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until today. So, could it really be that the villagers broke in at midnight and dragged him away? Thinking of this possibility, Sui couldn't help but gasp. If that's the case, the one who could die at any moment might be myself. As this possibility sunk in, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Sui's back. Taking a deep breath, Sui suddenly stood up from the bed and strode to the door. Seeing her movements, Zhao Xiaolan was startled and hurriedly followed her. Sui, calm down. We can't go outside right now. Sui didn't speak but bent down to inspect the wooden door in front of her. This door looked like an old wooden door from the 70s or 80s, with a lock that could only be opened from the inside. According to Rule 3, the door will close automatically after midnight, so we can rule out that man forgetting to lock the door. Therefore, the door must have been kicked open from the outside. But, something doesn't seem right. After thinking carefully, Sui suddenly slapped her own head. Right. If the door was kicked open, such a loud noise wouldn't have gone unnoticed by me. So, the man must have opened the door himself. But if that's the case, then the man violated Rule 3, and whoever took him would only be a freak. After thinking for a long time, Sui still couldn't understand what was happening. She didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly shivered and came back to her senses. Sui stood up from the floor and walked a few steps back to the bed, then said to Zhao Xiaolan, who was still dumbfounded at the door, "Let's sleep for now. In the morning, we'll go check the room where that man was staying to find out what happened." Seeing that Sui was still rational, Zhao Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief and lay back down on the bed. Early the next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Sui opened her eyes. After putting on her shoes by the bed, she directly pushed the door open and walked out. As she passed by each room standing facing each other, Sui's gaze stopped at a room with its door wide open. Chapter 89, The Truth of Death. Sui walked a few steps to the doorway but did not rush inside. Instead, she bent down to carefully observe the wide-open wooden door. The door lock was intact, and the surface of the wooden door showed no signs of damage, appearing as if it had not been violently thrown against at all. Seeing this scene, Sui couldn't help but frown. Based on the current situation, no one had touched this door last night except for the dead man. But if the man had opened the door himself last night, then why did he yell that he hadn't committed any offense? Was he just speaking in confusion before he died? With heavy thoughts, Sui stood up and slowly walked into the room unconsciously. Once inside, a faint, mysterious scent filled her nostrils suddenly. The scent was very weak, almost undetectable. Frowning deeply, Sui walked towards the mirror that was covered with cloth. Just as she was about to reach out to touch it, the cloth covering the mirror suddenly slipped to the ground by itself. Sui's gaze was instantly drawn to the fallen cloth, and when she looked up again, she saw a pale face staring back at her. Instinctively, Sui widened her eyes and stepped back a few paces. At that moment, the door behind her slammed shut with a loud bang. "Where do you think you're going?"
Suddenly, a hauntingly sharp voice rang in her ears, pulling Sui back to reality. She turned her head and saw a seductive woman's face reflected in the mirror. The woman looked very young, dressed in a red bridal gown, her cold expression contrasting sharply with her youthful face.
Who are you? It's daytime now, I haven't broken any rules, you can't hurt me.
Sui forced a calm tone.
He. From the moment you walked through this door, it was destined that you would die here today, becoming my substitute.
As the woman spoke, she stretched out a pair of pale hands from the mirror, gradually pushing herself out, leaning on the table in front of her. Seeing this scene, Sui couldn't help but tremble, and recalling the woman's words, she fell into deep self-doubt.
Could it be that I really broke the rules? Is there a hidden rule that I don't know about?
For a moment, these thoughts surged wildly in Sui's mind. Watching the woman getting closer, Sui suddenly bit her tongue to force herself to calm down. In the next second, she ripped off the red bracelet from her wrist and backed away step by step toward the door behind her. Facing the door, she held the red bracelet in one hand and began frantically trying to unlock the wooden lock behind her with the other. Perhaps due to panic, Sui failed to open the lock after several attempts, while at that moment, the woman had already come to her front.
Stop struggling, you can't get out today.
At the woman's words, Sui took a sharp breath and quickly withdrew her hand. Just as the woman was only a step away from her, Sui suddenly threw the red bracelet from her hand.
Clang!
The bracelet smashed hard against the woman, who looked down at the bracelet on the ground in surprise, then raised her head, gazing at Sui with interest.
Sui stared wide-eyed, momentarily taken aback.
Meanwhile, the woman lost no time in speaking, she directly reached out her pale hands and grabbed Sui by the neck.
Stop struggling. Stay here and be my substitute. Ugh.
Sui was lifted up by her, trying to speak but only managing to make faint sounds.
1 second, 2 seconds.
Sui's vision became increasingly blurred, and in the haze, she suddenly heard a childish voice.
What university do you want to attend in the future?
Anywhere is fine, as long as I can get rid of you, my pesky shadow.
Humph. Who wants you anyway?
The voices in her ears pulled Sui back to reality, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide, reaching for the door lock behind her with her hands.
Once, twice.
No matter how hard Sui tried, she couldn't reach the lock behind her. Just when she was about to give up, she suddenly grabbed the wooden latch on the lock.
Sui's heart leaped with joy.
In the next moment, she summoned all her strength and violently opened the lock behind her. After the lock opened, Sui pulled her hand back and grasped the woman's wrist, then kicked her in the chest with her leg. In the next second, the woman released Sui, and she fell to the ground in a heap. Before she could catch her breath, she started crawling desperately toward the door. At the same time, she suddenly heard Zhao Xiaolan's voice, Sui.
Sui, wake up.
As her last foot stepped outside, Sui abruptly opened her eyes. She took a deep breath and sat up abruptly, dazed.
Cough, cough, cough.
In the next second, she clutched her chest and began to cough violently. After nearly a minute, Sui finally felt her chest fill with oxygen again. Only then did she lift her head to observe her surroundings. She was still sitting at the doorway of that room, but when she looked up, the cloth on the mirror was still firmly in place.
Where was that woman in red? For a moment, Sui was unable to process everything. She suddenly stood up, grabbed Zhao Xiaolan's clothes, and asked with a frown, what just happened? When you came in, did you see a woman in red? Zhao Xiaolan looked at her with concern and said, what happened to you? When I arrived, I found the door locked. No matter how much I called, you didn't answer. When I finally got the door open, your face was pale and you looked like you were about to suffocate. Hearing Zhao Xiaolan's words, Sui lowered her hands and began to think with her eyes closed. She replayed everything from when she entered the room to what she saw inside, and her thoughts suddenly stopped at the moment she stood in front of the mirror. At that time, it seemed she had caught a very faint scent. Sui suddenly opened her eyes, then covered her mouth and nose and rushed back into the room. After a quick look around, her gaze landed on a burnt-out incense stick on the table. Sui walked over, reached out to touch the ash on the table, feeling a warmth. The next second, she brought the burnt incense ash to her nose and sniffed. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolan also rushed in. Sui, this room is too strange. We should go back. Sui didn't speak but raised her head to look at the layout of the room again. The next moment, her gaze landed on a red bracelet on the floor. Sui quickly walked over, picked up the bracelet, and after putting it back on her wrist, she pulled Zhao Xiaolan out of the room. Chapter 90, Can't wait any longer. Sui pulled Zhao Xiaolan all the way back to the house. What happened to Sui just now? And how did that man die last night? Do you remember what that man said when he died? Zhao Xiaolan thought for a moment and replied, he seemed to say that he hadn't broken any rules and that he couldn't be killed. Sui nodded, right. There are two possibilities for him to say that. First, he was speaking out of desperation before he died. Second, he genuinely didn't know what was happening. At first, I didn't know either until I smelled a fragrance in the room.
After smelling the fragrance, Suhi had a hallucination. As for why it was called a hallucination, the answer lay in the bracelet.
The bracelet couldn't possibly react at all after encountering something strange.
One reason was that Suhi hadn't used it many times, and the second was that this couldn't be considered a high-level world.
Based on Zhao Xiaolan's words, Suhi was almost certain of her guess. So what exactly happened that night? Suhi could almost imagine it directly.
After dinner, the man returned to his room alone, covered the mirror, and went to bed. He did not notice the faint scent in the room until he slowly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by a strange sound. The man slowly got out of bed. In the pitch-black night he could only hear his own heavy breathing. He walked towards the source of the noise, only to see a terrifying scene. The cloth on the mirror had fallen off by itself, revealing a pale woman's face staring straight at him. The man's eyes widened in shock, his legs went weak, and he fell onto the floor. He couldn't say a word for a long time, his dry throat only able to emit a few fearful syllables. Meanwhile, the woman in the mirror reached out her hands, and then, supporting herself on the table, she slowly crawled out. Before long, a woman dressed in red looked at him with a smile.
"Don't come over, don't come over."
Seeing this horrifying scene, the man scrambled to get back up and without thinking, opened the door in front of him.
"Help! Help!
I clearly didn't break the rules, how could this happen?
Why is this happening? Don't come over. Get away!"
The man shouted as he desperately ran forward, the fear inside him slowly taking over his whole body in the darkness, his steps growing faster and faster, but in the next second, he stumbled and fell to the ground. A sharp pain shot through his knee, but he had no time to check. Almost immediately after falling, the man turned back to look. A silence enveloped him, and he instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to stand up, a sound of footsteps came from behind him, causing him to freeze in place and slowly turn his head. After listening to Sui's explanation, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly realized, oh, I understand now, the scent in that man's room had a hallucinatory effect, which caused him to leave his room after midnight and broke the rules. Sui nodded. This serves as a warning. Whenever we go back to our rooms, we must check the place first. Zhao Xiaolan nodded, somewhat understanding, but why would the villagers go to such lengths to kill a player? Sui merely smiled, because their candles are about to run out. Before long, dawn broke, and many players went to check the room of the man who died yesterday, but found nothing unusual. Before everyone could think carefully, the sound of the village chief's cane once again reached their ears. For the next few days, there were heart-wrenching screams heard every night after midnight, causing everyone to become increasingly paranoid, with some even choosing not to return to their rooms to avoid the trouble, but the result was a tragic fate. Until the third day. At noon, Sui directly urged Zhao Xiaolan out of the room, and then called out to the mirror for Xiao Lu. After a while, Zhao Xiaolan's deathly pale face appeared in the mirror. "You do have some nerve to call for me. Speak, what is it?" Sui looked at her, her face showing little emotion. "Tomorrow evening, I want you to stir up a strong wind in the town." Xiao Lu coldly laughed. "If I remember correctly, tomorrow is your final deadline, right? Or do you think I won't kill you?" In the next second, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly shot out of the mirror and grasped Sui's neck tightly. Sui was alarmed, but the next moment, she quickly regained her compo. Zhao Xiaolu was startled and immediately withdrew her hand. Sui stepped back 2 steps and looked at her, saying, "I am confident I can accomplish what you assign tomorrow, but I need your cooperation." After a pause, Sui continued, "You can choose not to believe me, but you don't want to wait for the next batch of players, do you? Moreover, the next batch may not be able to help you. The only one who dares to make a deal with you is me." Zhao Xiaolu stared at Sui for a long time, until a thin layer of sweat appeared on Sui's forehead, and then her sharp laughter echoed in the room. "Ha ha 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 ha. No wonder I chose you, you have guts. I will believe you one more time, but tomorrow is your last chance. If you haven't completed what I assigned by midnight." At this point, Zhao Xiaolu paused in her tone and said ominously, "I will personally tear you apart." After saying this, she looked deeply at Sui, then her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Once she left, Sui took a deep breath, stumbled forward 2 steps, and finally steadied herself. In recent days, many players had died one after another. Now, there were only 7 remaining, including Sui. The rest of the players lived every day under the shadow of imminent death. At first, Sui and the others would check the rooms before sleeping, and Sui's spirit was relatively relaxed, until the 3rd night, when she usually discarded the incense on the table and went to bed with Zhao Xiaolan. Just as Sui was about to fall asleep, she suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. Her drowsy eyes widened suddenly, and Sui sat straight up. Before Zhao Xiaolan could ask anything, Sui took a few steps from the bed and bent down to look under it. Once she saw the scene before her, Sui immediately gasped. In a pitch-black environment, a bright point of light stood out, not as a symbol of hope, but as a foreboding of death. Sui quickly bent down to pick up the incense, then took a few steps to the window and threw the incense out.
After doing this, Sui wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and calmed herself down. Looking at the tranquil moonlight outside the window, Sui knew that tomorrow was her only chance, and the last bit of hesitation in her heart instantly vanished. Chapter 91, Sea of Fire. As dawn broke, Sui pulled Zhao Xiaolan up from the bed. Xiaolan, don't ask anything now, just follow my instructions. First, melt all the remaining candles in our room, and then come with me. Though puzzled, Zhao Xiaolan saw the seriousness on Sui's face and did not ask any further questions. After following Sui's suggestions and finishing up, she went outside with Sui. At this moment, the street was empty, without a hint of life. Sui led Zhao Xiaolan to the familiar intersection. The next second, Sui raised her hand to check the time, 6:58. Sui smiled and reached out a hand to Zhao Xiaolan. Get me the melted wax oil you just made. Zhao Xiaolan responded and handed the glass bottle in her hand to Sui. After receiving the bottle, Sui glanced up at the lantern overhead. The next second, Sui suddenly threw the wax oil upwards. After this, Sui dropped the bottle and pulled out a lighter. The lantern overhead was not hanging too high. With a slight jump, Sui could touch the bottom of it. Without hesitation, she ignited the lantern above her. Thanks to the wax oil, the lantern was lit almost instantly upon contact, and without further ado, flames enveloped the entire lantern. Sui looked at her watch and silently counted in her heart, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as Sui counted to 1, a sudden strong wind arose in the previously calm sky. The town sky was originally filled with lanterns, and at that moment, almost in an instant, the fire on the lantern spread out, assisted by the wind. In just over a minute, a fierce fire ignited across the entire town. Sui stood coldly in place, watching everything in front of her slowly being swallowed by the flames, while her heart was quietly calculating when Zhao Xiaolu would appear. 10 minutes later, the villagers in the town slowly noticed something unusual and began to put out the fire, but it was already too late. The flames had already enveloped the entire town, and soon only wails could be heard. In the midst of the chaos, a sudden shrill wail rang in Sui's ears, followed by a wave of blood-red mist rushing out from the direction of the ancestral hall. The thick mist slowly gathered on the street, forming brides dressed in blood-red wedding gowns. Gradually, that group of brides began a merciless slaughter, and in just over 10 minutes, the once quiet street was filled only with cries of despair. Amid the wailing, Sui stood expressionless, quietly watching. Her face reflected the blazing firelight. At that moment, she seemed like a demon from hell. Seeing such a Sui, Zhao Xiaolan wanted to ask what to do next several times, but ultimately did not dare to speak. The two stood there for dozens of minutes until everything in the town had burned down, and then Sui suddenly grabbed Zhao Xiaolan's hand and ran back without hesitation. Sui, where are we going? Zhao Xiaolan asked breathlessly. Sui's brow furrowed tightly, but she did not dare to stop her footsteps. I don't have time to explain now, but this is our last chance. We must get to that sacrificial pit before Zhao Xiaolu arrives, otherwise, we'll never get out. Zhao Xiaolan heard the urgency in Sui's voice and didn't ask anything else, just nodded and closely followed Sui. 5 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the pit where so many young girls had perished. However, the originally dark hole was gone, replaced by that train which haunted their dreams. Seeing the train in an instant, Zhao Xiaolan's face lit up, and she instinctively turned to Sui, saying, Sui, we can go back. Before Sui could respond, Zhao Xiaolan's expression suddenly changed, her face was full of terror, and she began to tremble as she spoke. Sui, you behind? Sui instinctively glanced back, but that one glance almost made her stumble and fall. Less than 10 meters away from the two, Zhao Xiaolu, covered in blood and with a hideous expression, was running towards them. Sui, thank you so much for letting me finally take revenge, but since you're so clever, just stay with me forever. Seeing her closing in, Sui gritted her teeth and pushed Zhao Xiaolan into the train, and then, just a second before Zhao Xiaolu could grab her, Sui also fell into the train. The train roared to life, isolating everything outside, and Sui lay on her back, looking at the train ceiling, heavily exhaling. Fortunately, I made it. Aft. She was actually angry at her own poor performance, poor enough that Peiyu didn't even want to believe in her. She didn't want Peiyu to look down on her. She wanted to be as strong as Peiyu. She wanted to stand beside Peiyu and face all difficulties together, instead of only hiding behind Peiyu every time. It seemed like she had developed feelings for Peiyu. Sui was shocked by her sudden thought, her face instantly flushed red. She hurriedly shook her head and sat up from the ground. Looking at the scenery rushing past outside the car window, Sui sighed, forget it, I'll talk to Peiyu when I see him. About an hour later, the speeding train finally came to a stop. After saying goodbye to Zhao Xiaolan, Sui couldn't wait to get off the train. With a nervous heart, Sui almost ran back to the familiar milk tea shop. Seeing the familiar building in front of her, Sui bent down to catch her breath before pushing the door open and walking in. As soon as she entered, Sui saw Chen Zhuangli shaking milk tea. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Zhuangli looked over and, in the next moment, the milk tea in his hand fell to the ground with a loud thud. Soo-hee, you finally came back. Before Soo-hee could react, he ignored the customers in front of him and directly rushed to her, wrapping her in a bear hug in the next moment. Woo woo. Soo-hee, if you don't come back, Pei-gu will be in trouble. Woo woo. Soo-hee was taken aback by this sudden action. When she finally understood what she had just heard, her face instantly turned pale, a surge of extreme fear washed over her body. Soo-hee's strength suddenly became immense. She pushed Qin Zhuangli away and shouted, "What do you mean? Where is Pei-yu? What happened to him?" Chapter 92, The Ending, Going Home. Half an hour later. In the hospital, Soo-hee looked at Pei-yu lying on the hospital bed, her eyes turned red. What exactly happened? Soo-hee choked as she asked. Everyone in the room fell silent for an instant. After a while, Chuemo finally said in a deep voice, "Not long after you entered the game, Pei-gu came back. He got injured in the game, but he knew you were alone in there, so he ignored his own injuries. Pei-gu was worried about you getting into trouble in the game, and he searched for ways to get into your game every day, even ignoring his infected wounds. Later, you still hadn't come out, and Pei-gu couldn't get in. He was always worried about you. A few days ago, Pei-gu didn't even eat, searching for ways outside every day until he fainted a few days ago, and that's how he ended up in the hospital." After hearing her words, Soo-hee stood still for a while, unable to speak. She bit her lip hard, looking at Pei-yu on the bed with a complex expression, her voice trembling as she asked, "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said Pei-gu fainted because of an infected wound and malnutrition. He should wake up soon, but we've been here watching over him for 3 days, and he still shows no signs of waking up." Soo-hee lowered her head, her whole body trembling. She slowly moved to Pei-yu's bedside, gently stroking his hand. A group of people stood at the other end of the hospital bed. Qin Zhuangli and her sibling opened their mouths, wanting to say something comforting to Soo-hee, but after a long time, they didn't know what to say. "You all go out first, I want to be alone with him here," Soo-hee said slowly. Upon hearing her words, the others glanced at each other, finally nodding silently before gradually backing out. For a moment, the room was left with only the sound of breathing. After a long while, Soo-hee finally lifted her head to look at Pei-yu, forcing out a very strained smile. "Pei-yu, do you know that I grew a little taller in the game these days? Do you remember when you asked me if I was an adult? At that time, I was really speechless, thinking, how could anyone be so rude? When I really wanted to punch you, I held back my anger because I saw you were half a head taller than me. How about you get up now and we compare to see if I can beat you now?" The person on the sick bed kept his eyes closed, showing no sign of waking up. Soo-hee fell silent for 2 minutes, then lifted her red eyes to look at Pei-yu. "Pei-yu, are you stupid? Why did you become like this because of me? What should I do if something happens to you?" As her words fell, 2 hot tears dropped onto Pei-yu's hand. Soo-hee took his hand and placed it against her cheek, closing her eyes to calm her emotions. "Soo-hee." The next second, a light call echoed in the room. Soo-hee paused for a moment and then suddenly looked up at Pei-yu. Seeing Soo-hee looking over, Pei-yu forced a smile. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, others will think I'm really dead," Pei-yu said somewhat helplessly. Soo-hee wiped her face and leaped into Pei-yu's arms. "Pei-yu, you're finally awake. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have been so reckless." Soo-hee was extremely excited. Pei-yu smiled, reaching out to soothe her back. After a few minutes, seeing that Soo-hee had finally calmed down, Pei-yu said, "Actually, this time I fainted wasn't all bad. Xiao-hee, I remembered some important things." His words were vague, and Soo-hee didn't quite understand. "What things?" Pei-yu smiled. Straining, he climbed up from the bed and pulled Soo-hee to the window, then opened the current floor-to-ceiling window. "Xiao-hee, do you believe me?" Pei-yu suddenly asked strangely. Soo-hee nodded without hesitation. Pei-yu smiled, then held Soo-hee tightly. With Soo-hee in his arms, he jumped down while she looked on in shock. In the last second of falling, darkness suddenly enveloped Soo-hee's vision. "Xiao-hee. Xiao-hee. Doctor. Doctor. My daughter is awake." Time seemed to stretch, and after an unknown duration, Soo-hee finally opened her eyes amidst the noise. The first thing Soo-hee saw was her parents, followed closely by Pei-yu. Later on, Soo-hee learned that she and Pei-yu were childhood sweethearts. A few years ago, during the college entrance examination, the train she was on had an accident, leaving her in a vegetative state. She had been lying in the hospital all these years. The doctors had declared that she would never wake up until Pei-yu graduated, started a listed company, and began finding ways with his own money. A year ago, Pei-yu's company developed a brainwave connector that could link 2 people's consciousness. He used it on himself to see if he could try to wake Soo-hee up. Although he lost his memory upon returning, fortunately, through Soo-hee's stimulation, Pei-yu remembered his mission. Soo-hee asked Pei-yu why, since he remembered, he didn't tell others so that Qin Zhuangli and the others could come back too.
Peiyu explained, the capability of the transporter is limited, it can only bring back 2 people at a time, and it requires that someone be willing to go to that world to bring the other person back. After being discharged, Soo-hee and Peiyu got married. The brainwave transmitter developed by Peiyu's company also helped more patients wake up. The end.